Zhang Heng, an ordinary university student, discovers that a mysterious mechanical watch endows him with a remarkable ability. Each day extends to 48 hours. During the additional 24 hours, the world stands still, granting him the freedom to move as he pleases. Simultaneously, he finds himself ensnared in a perilous monthly game orchestrated by Cronus, the god of time, where he must complete survival tasks in various scenarios to graduate. Why unveil the truth behind the temporal anomalies? Chapter 1. The extra 24 hours. It was a month ago that Zhang Heng realized his day had inexplicably expanded by 24 hours. The first change he noticed was in his watch, a Tizot C-Star Automatic 3, gifted to him by his parents on his 18th birthday while they were in far-off Iceland. Their order was placed rather carelessly through an online platform, with the seller dispatching it despite an incorrect class designation in the address field. Zhang Heng had grown weary of critiquing his parents, who had already hastily embarked on a new life in Europe before he had even graduated from elementary school. They had met at an academic conference, both being theologians experts dedicated to the study of religious myth that in a nation where materialism prevails, such a profession is not easily pursued. However, unlike the charlatans that often populate this field, Zhang Heng's parents were genuinely accomplished. Point one is an Oxford graduate specializing in Norse and Greek mythology, while the other holds a master's degree from Durham University, focusing on Christian mythology. They have published several papers and are reputed to wield considerable influence within their academic circles. Just as Zhang's father's mentor embarked on a significant project and found himself in need of assistance, the two conspired to leave Zhang Heng in the care of his grandfather. Thereafter, they set off on an adventurous research journey around the globe. Perhaps feeling a twinge of guilt, the celestial couple did not skimp on expenses for the elderly and the young. Excluding tuition and accommodation fees, Zhang Heng's annual living expenses for university amounted to a staggering 30,000 yuan, which, while not comparable to the lavish lifestyles of those born into wealth, was nonetheless quite respectable among ordinary students. The matter of the watch was rather peculiar. Upon awakening, Zhang Heng instinctively reached for the time, only to discover that the dial had inexplicably transformed from 12 to 24. An hour and a half later, he received a text from his roommate, regretfully informing him that he had been marked absent in calculus. Was this not a dream? After spending 10 minutes refreshing himself, Zhang Heng settled at his writing desk and powered on his computer. He first navigated to Taobao, searching for a double-scale watch as a prank. However, the search results returned with an apology. No relevant items were found. Thus, Zhang Heng removed the as a prank from his query. Still, there were no matching results. Was this some sort of jest? Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Zhang Heng realized that aside from the inexplicable addition of 12 markings, the time on the watch aligned perfectly with that on his computer. Upon closer inspection, he finally confirmed that this 24-scale watch was indeed the same one he had previously worn, the starfish design he had been accustomed to. In light of these observations, Zhang Heng understood that he had encountered something extraordinary. While ordinary individuals might be paralyzed by fear in the face of such supernatural occurrences, Zhang Heng was not an ordinary individual, a fact for which he owed thanks to his celestial parents. While most parents enchant their children to sleep with tales of little rabbits and squirrels, these two, however, do not squander their expertise. Zhang Heng, as a child, drifted into slumber listening to the myths of Northern Europe and the stories from Bible. Although he ultimately did not disappoint the 9 years of compulsory education and emerged as a proud materialist, the foundational experiences of his youth remain. Zhang Heng possesses a far superior capacity to accept extraordinary events compared to the average individual. To elucidate this using the contemporary tabletop game concept from Call of Cthulhu, one might say that his character's insanity points diminish at a notably slower rate. Rather than succumbing to fear, he finds himself deeply intrigued by the occurrences unfolding around him. A conventional watch features 12 markers, where 2 rotations of the hour hand signify the passage of a day. In contrast, his globally limited edition model, with its 24 markers, allows a single rotation to complete a day. Viewed in this light, it hardly seems daunting. In fact, one might even find a peculiar thrill in the adjustment. Nevertheless, Zhang Heng is convinced that whoever orchestrated this transformation would not merely be content with replacing his watch face. His intuition suggests that the truly fascinating events are likely to unfold only once the hour hand has made its full rotation. With the morning calculus class rendered unnecessary, having already been marked present, and in accordance with the professor's regulations, he would automatically incur a 5-point NT deduction from his final exam score. Zhang Heng then decided to make up for his missed morning jog on the playground. Classmates often speak of Zhang Heng with a sense of intrigue, for he is the only one among them who persists in his morning runs, despite the general reluctance to rise early in company. Yet, during sports events, he refrains from signing up and is seldom seen participating in group activities, particularly gatherings. However, those who engage with him discover that he is not as aloof as he appears. Rather, he possesses a certain charm and wit. There are accounts of him being spotted at an archery range, training outside of school, and whispers from his dorm mates suggest that he is a member of a climbing club. While these assertions are rooted in truth, they also do not fully encapsulate his reality. In truth, Zhang Heng is not as extraordinary as the rumors suggest. His morning runs are a result of his grandfather's insistence once he developed the habit. He continued, though, his speed and endurance are only slightly above average, and he pales in comparison to those athletes who were specially recruited for their sports prowess. His foray into archery is a recent whim. Having attended merely 3 lessons, barely scratching the surface of the discipline AS for climbing, his initial enthusiasm waned swiftly after registering and obtaining his membership, leading to a quiet parting. The one pursuit he has consistently engaged in is playing the piano, a skill he has nurtured since childhood, yet his proficiency hovers around the amateur level of grades 8 or 9. He keeps a recording of Paganini's Tude No. 24 on his phone, often playing it in the practice room for his own enjoyment, unwittingly inviting unexpected complications. Thus, while Zhang Heng may not conform to the mold of an ordinary individual, he is not as remarkable as some might believe. He harbors a genuine curiosity about many aspects of life. But alas, time remains a universal constraint for all. Regardless of whether you choose to cherish it, whether you intend to make effective use of every minute, or simply wish to languish in bed like a sloth, each individual is allotted a mere 24 hours each day. Not a moment more, not a second less. Having completed 7 laps around the track, a distance of 2,800 meters, Zhang Heng refreshed himself with a shower in the communal bathroom. He then donned a clean white t-shirt and jeans. After a leisurely breakfast in the cafeteria, he made his way to the library. The night parade of 1,000 mirrors tucked securely under his arm. Reading, much like his morning run, was an ingrained habit for Zhang Heng, maintaining a pace of 1 book per week. However, unlike the morning run, which was at his grandfather's behest, reading offered him considerable enjoyment, a form of recreation that he genuinely relished. Indeed, were time not a constraint, he would gladly devour several books each week. After returning his book at the service desk, Zhang Heng retrieved his phone from his pocket. He launched an app called Random Number Generator, configured it for 8 digits, and then, with considerable enthusiasm, initiated a roll. It must be acknowledged that there was a reason people considered this guy to be almost supernatural. After all, the average person would never engage in such an eccentric method of book selection in a library. However, Zhang Heng possessed a peculiar virtue, or perhaps a quirk. When it came to reading, perhaps it was due to the sheer volume of books he had consumed since childhood, but he was remarkably unfussy, with a high tolerance for all genres, from world classics to wish-fulfillment novels, and even domineering CEO romance novels. He could read with unwavering enjoyment, and his condition continued to deteriorate. Today, he could even immerse himself in compendium of Materia Medica and the Handbook of Scientific Pig Raising, which were essentially beyond redemption. To circumvent the tedium of book selection while simultaneously savoring the pure joy of discovering literary gems, he had ingeniously devised this method of book selection based on normal distribution. Regrettably, he faced disappointment when applying for the campus research grant, as he was unsuccessful and thus lacked the funding for subsequent promotion. This illustrates the oft-lamented short-sightedness of the capital market. Zhang Heng approached the designated bookshelf, guided by the last 2 digits of his roll number. Fortune smiled upon him this time. Although he did not secure a top-tier literary work, the management and economics section proved quite intriguing, far superior, at least, to the tome on water supply, heating, and gas engineering quantity surveying that he had rolled last month. He extended his fingers and withdrew his target from the shelf. Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations promised to usher in a pleasant morning. Zhang Heng settled into his seat by the window, and commenced his leisurely reading session. Perhaps some may scoff at this point, questioning how he could remain unconcerned about his seemingly sentient watch. Zhang Heng would assert that this matter was beyond his control. While proactive measures post-incident are commendable, they must lie within one's capacity to manage. In the face of supernatural occurrences, particularly when evidence is scant, inaction may indeed be the wisest course. One need only recall the classic horror films, where the enthusiastic mentors, ever eager to turn at the slightest sound in the dimly lit old mansion, invariably meet grim fates. Conversely, choosing to act as if the unsettling presence does not exist, and proceeding with calm assurance, might yield merely an uneventful excursion through a haunted house. Thus, in many instances, composure emerges as the paramount virtue. At precisely 11:30, the power in the dormitory was cut off. Although Zhang Heng's laptop boasted a built-in battery capable of lasting 3 to 4 hours, he chose to conserve the tranquility of his fellow dorm mates and promptly shut down the device, with merely a half-hour remaining until the day's conclusion. While others' timepieces have completed 2 revolutions, the starfish watch on his wrist, both familiar and foreign, is only now approaching the end of its initial circuit. What transpires remains unknown to Zhang Heng. All that he can do is await. Adorning his ears with headphones, he activates his MP3 player, reclines upon his bed, and peacefully spends the remaining 30 minutes of the day. 0000. The 3 hands converge precisely at the zenith of the dial, pausing for what seems like a mere blink before the second hand resumes its journey. During this interlude, Zhang Heng perceives nothing out of the ordinary. Has his conjecture proven erroneous? He removes his headphones. However, he immediately senses an anomaly. The surroundings are excessively tranquil. Summer nights are typically replete with activity. The small electric fan atop the door creaking rhythmically, the irksome drone of mosquitoes near his ears, the unfastened faucet in the adjacent washroom emitting a steady drip into the sink, the rustling sounds as feral cats traverse the flower beds below, and, of course, the snoring emanating from the bed diagonally across the room. All of this has vanished tonight. The entire world has abruptly lost all sound, becoming unprecedentedly silent. Were it not for the faint strains of music emanating from the headphones on his chest, Zhang Heng might even suspect he had lost his hearing. Utilizing the faint luminescence of the MP3 screen, he glances once more at the time on his watch. It is now 0:01. Ordinarily, the dormitory across the hall would be engaged in an online game, their cheers audible after a remarkable kill or a daring escape. In addition to this, Zhang Heng discovered another peculiar occurrence. The right side of the starfish's display featured a date indicator. Logically, after midnight, the date should have changed accordingly. However, it remained fixed on yesterday. A thought flickered in Zhang Heng's mind, seemingly leading him to an epiphany. That night, instead of changing into his nightclothes, he leapt straight from his bed. He powered on his computer, and the booting process was remarkably swift, taking less than 7 seconds, during which the QQ login interface appeared. Yet, Zhang Heng's attention was elsewhere. His gaze descended to the taskbar, where the date and time were glaringly evident. 0000, 2017 9:20. Indeed, it was the final moment of yesterday. Zhang Heng lingered for a while, refraining from glancing at the time displayed on the starfish. Instead, he pressed his fingers against his pulse, counting 200 beats. Given his heart's rhythm of 72 beats per minute, it had been at least 2 minutes. Yet the time on his desktop remained at 0000. Raising an eyebrow, he did not rush to any conclusions. He approached his roommate's bed and nudged the still sleeping Chen Huadong. The latter was the lightest sleeper in their dormitory. Even a midnight trip for water would rouse him. However, no matter how Zhang Heng prodded him, there was no response. Apologies, my friend. Although I am without a girlfriend, I am not the person you might envision. Zhang Heng mused to himself, his finger resting just beneath Chen Huadong's nostrils, even managing to inject a touch of humor into the bizarre atmosphere. One could only say that this fellow's psychological resilience was truly remarkable. 5 minutes passed, and Zhang Heng felt not the slightest breath. If this is also part of a prank, then Chen Huadong's breath-holding skill is too strong. He could participate in the Guinness World Records, since it has been done once. There is no harm in doing it a second or third time. Subsequently, Zhang Heng repeated the procedure, trying it under the noses of the remaining 2 roommates. The result was the same as with Chen Huadong. Zhang Heng could basically determine that he had indeed encountered a supernatural phenomenon that science could not explain. To draw an analogy, it was as if the river of time had specially diverted a tributary for him. Chapter 3. the still-world Zhang Heng pushed open the dormitory door. The corridor was quiet, somewhat like a mortuary in a hospital, with only the sound of his footsteps. The door of the opposite dormitory was not closed, and light shone out from within. Zhang Heng peered inside and saw 4 people engrossed in playing computer games. On the screen, their characters were chasing a low-health Annie under the tower, and the skills they cast were suspended in the air. The expressions of excitement on their faces were also frozen at that moment, like 4 lifelike sculptures. Zhang Heng noticed the alarm clock on one of their desks. The time on it was also 0000. Subsequently, he toured the other dorm rooms on this floor. Some of them had locked their doors before going to bed and could not be entered, but the dorms he could enter were invariably frozen at the last moment of this day. In the washroom, someone was secretly smoking a cigarette, concealing it from the dorm supervisor. The spark on the cigarette but was clearly visible, yet it would no longer spread downward. And the exhaled smoke was frozen at the edge of his lips. Zhang Heng couldn't help but take out his phone to photograph this wondrous scene. As he pressed the shutter, he discovered another interesting thing. In this world where time stands still, not only are all individuals frozen in place, but objects, too, are suspended in their final moments. Consider the skill animation paused mid-air on the screen, the motionless electric fan, and now, this eternally burning cigarette butt. However, there are exceptions. To validate his hypothesis, Zhang Heng extracted the cigarette from between the other's fingers. As the cigarette butt passed into his possession, it resumed burning. Indeed, it seemed that within this time-locked reality, where he alone possessed mobility, objects returned to their normal state upon contact with him. This was evident with the cigarette, as well as the previously functional phone, computer, and MP3 player, though their displays remained fixed. Furthermore, his ability to restore normalcy through touch seemingly had no effect on people. Despite his prolonged attempts to rouse Chun Huadong in the dormitory, the latter remained unresponsive. What about other living creatures besides humans? Mosquitoes, a ubiquitous and unwelcome presence during the summer months, were a prime example. A single mosquito infiltrating a room could disrupt an entire night's peace. At present, one such mosquito lurked beside dormitory headway Jiangyang's pillow, poised to seize an opportunity for a blood meal. Alas, its aspirations were destined to be thwarted this evening. Zhang Heng reached out and gently pinched one of the mosquito's wings, capturing it from the air and placing it in his palm. However, the mosquito remained in a perpetual state of frantic flapping, like a dedicated performer oblivious to the fresh prey presented before it. Thus, it appeared that animals, too, were unaffected. With the experiment concluded, Zhang Heng crushed the mosquito, achieving a small victory for the greater good. Having thoroughly explored the confines of the dormitory, it was time to venture beyond. After meticulously concealing any traces in the lavatory, Zhang Heng descended to the ground floor. The resident supervisor stood sentinel at the entrance, a hefty U-shaped lock clutched in her hand, presumably preparing to secure the building for the night. Such practices were emblematic of university life. Although the stringency of dormitory regulations varied considerably across institutions. With an air of composure, Zhang Heng strode past the supervisor. Under normal circumstances, she would have undoubtedly intercepted him, inquiring as to his whereabouts at such a late hour. However, on this occasion, she seemed to possess an uncanny ability to perceive beyond the tangible. Her gaze piercing through Zhang Heng as if he were but a specter, fixating instead on the doorknob. It was as though she were entirely oblivious to his presence. Thus, Zhang Heng sauntered out of the dormitory, casting his gaze skyward to behold the nocturnal firmament. Traversing the deserted campus, he eventually arrived at the main gate, where a more vibrant scene unfolded. Despite its modest size, Zhang Heng's university enjoyed a prime location, nestled along the third ring road. Directly across the thoroughfare lay a bustling avenue, for the nights in metropolises invariably stretched on endlessly. At the stroke of midnight, however, time seemed to seize all in its grasp, suspending them in a state of animation. Like a film abruptly paused, the vehicles that had been hurtling down the road came to a sudden standstill. Zhang Heng had previously caught a glimpse of the city's nocturnal visage during a trip to the station to greet a friend. But this was the first time he had observed it from such close proximity. He could discern the scallions sprinkled by the pancake vendor, the calluses and sun-darkened visages of the sanitation workers, the balding uncle's greasy nose, and the photograph of his full-moon-faced daughter on his phone screen, and the star stickers the girl with the bare hairpin furtively concealed beneath the cash register. It was as if he were rediscovering the city anew. Zhang Heng unlocked a Mobike bicycle via WeChat and rode it through the city with keen interest, continuing to test his hypothesis. Again, at 0000, 00. Zhang Heng did not wear headphones. In the subsequent instant, all sounds surged into his ears like a tide. The electric fan on the door creaked and swayed. The mating calls of wild cats echoed from outside the window. Someone shuffled down the hallway in slippers. Zhang Heng, who had been awake for over a day, felt a wave of weariness wash over him. After plugging his dead phone into the charger, he threw himself onto the bed with haste, succumbing to slumber. Chapter 4. A preliminary display of skill. Hey, did you guys hear? A senior from the media department allegedly deceived freshman girls by promising them internships at major companies, only for them to discover that they were expected to work as escorts. Some were even coerced into taking nude photos. Last night, her roommate clearly saw her sleeping in bed, but in the blink of an eye, she vanished. I've also caught wind of it. The incident has stirred up the female students in Building 2. Despite an extensive search across campus, she remained unfound. Eventually, the police department contacted the school, urging the administration to address the matter. Rumor has it that someone leaked her compromising information to the authorities, including a couple of photographs that seemed to have been taken at close range. However, the subject's gazes and expressions suggested they were oblivious to the presence of the camera. It's truly eerie. Speaking of eerie, the midnight legend of Walmart supermarket is even more spine-chilling. What midnight legend? Are you not aware? It's been the talk of the town on the school forum. Every Monday and Wednesday night, precisely at midnight, a bottle of Nestle coffee invariably vanishes from the Walmart supermarket nearest to the library. Yet, without fail, an additional 4 yuan and 50 fin appear in the cash register. This occurrence has thoroughly spooked the 2 cashier aunties at the supermarket. Upon reviewing the surveillance footage, they discovered that the coffee disappeared from the shelf instantaneously, with no individual visible in the frame. Wow, hearing you say that is giving me goosebumps. A gaggle of chattering girls passed by Zhang Heng, who was fiddling with a Sony mirrorless camera he had recently acquired, since discovering that his days had inexplicably extended by an extra 24 hours a month ago. He had conducted numerous experiments and essentially mastered this newfound ability. His involvement in the senior media students' affair was merely a chance encounter, a small-scale test of his capabilities. Theoretically, if properly prepared, he could even instigate World War III. However, such an action would be of no benefit to him personally. Alternatively, he could brazenly stroll down the street with a fire axe, demolishing every ATM in sight, which would likely propel him into the city's top 100 wealthiest individuals. Or, he could surreptitiously pilfer a single dollar from everyone's wallet, amassing over $20 million with minimal impact. However, at present, he has no such exigency. For a sophomore, an annual allowance of 30,000 yuan is ample. Any more would be superfluous. His family requires no assistance from him. His parents, engrossed in research abroad, are self-sufficient. And his maternal grandfather, one of the first university graduates after the resumption of the National Higher Education Entrance Examination in 1977, became a senior engineer in a national water conservancy project. Now retired, he enjoys a pension and a house with a yard, content with gardening and playing chess. Moreover, having familiarized himself with his abilities, Zhang Heng no longer needs to resort to illicit means to earn money. For instance, he recently joined the photography club, which is hosting a photography competition next month with the theme of urban impressions. The senior in charge of external relations has secured substantial sponsorship, with a first-place prize of 5,000 yuan, along with a Canon EF17 to 40mm f4L USM wide-angle zoom lens. Second and third place will also receive 3,000 yuan in prize money and other awards. Zhang Heng joined the club late, having attended only 2 classes and 1 lecture, relying primarily on online videos and self-study. He is currently focused on composition and exposure. Nevertheless, his models were remarkably cooperative. Moments of brilliance that would be exceedingly rare and fleeting for ordinary photographers were commonplace in Zhang Heng's extended 24 hours. The captured light and shadows were so captivating that they required no further embellishment. Despite Zhang Heng's nascent skills and his unfamiliarity with color temperature and depth of field, the city possessed an extraordinary allure through his lens. Zhang Heng selected 2 of the more satisfactory photographs from his nocturnal collection and submitted them to the Association for Competition. Since discovering the additional 24 hours in his day a month prior, Zhang Heng had become even more occupied rather than finding leisure. Initially, his focus was on conducting various tests, such as determining whether objects he touched would remain perpetually detached from the temporal stasis or revert to stillness after a certain period. He also sought to ascertain the effective range of this temporal suspension, whether it was confined to the city alone. To this end, He purchased a plane ticket on Saturday to a location 1,000 miles away. He addressed numerous such questions, finding answers to the majority through experimentation, while others that proved difficult to verify remained unresolved for the time being. Subsequently, he had to contemplate how to allocate the additional 24 hours. First and foremost, sleep was essential, as 0000 was originally designated for rest. While curiosity could sustain him during his initial experience, allowing him to wander the city for an entire day, it became unsustainable with habituation. In the ensuing 24 hours, during which all others were frozen in time, only the chronometer on his wrist continued to function, and concomitantly, his physiological imperatives persisted. He experienced hunger, thirst, weariness, and the enervation that follows prolonged activity, just as he always had. Intriguing, he mused. Does this presage an accelerated rate of senescence relative to the average individual? Zhang Heng gazed at his reflection, contemplative. Yet the answer to this query would likely remain elusive in the immediate future. Reading, for instance, a predilection perhaps influenced by his theological parents. He harbored a keen interest in an eclectic array of esoteric knowledge. Previously constrained by temporal limitations, he could only peruse one volume per week. He has now restructured his schedule, allocating an additional 6 hours on Mondays and Wednesdays to his literary pursuits. The resplendent and capacious library has become his exclusive domain. Devoid of the need for preemptive seating arrangements, eccentric neighbors, and even the necessity to eschew sleepwear and slippers while traversing the stacks. Furthermore, Zhang Heng has rekindled his interest in rock climbing, an activity he had abandoned after procuring a membership, and has added photography to his list of avocations. He attends classes and studies during conventional hours, subsequently reinforcing his newly acquired knowledge during his temporal autonomy. In addition, he has maintained his archery practice, the rapidity of his improvement astounding his instructor, who has even encouraged him to earnestly consider pursuing it professionally. However, Zhang Heng's preferred pastime remains nocturnal perambulation through the city, dedicating at least 2 hours each day to leisurely exploration. The metropolis at night conceals a plethora of untold secrets. These alterations were devoid of moral implications. Zhang Heng harbored no interest in enacting the roles of either a deity or a demon. He was, in essence, reveling in a moment that was uniquely his. Chapter 5. The Covenant. Thursday afternoons were Zhang Heng's legally sanctioned moments for reverie. During this weekly interlude, he typically abstained from scheduling any professional engagements, opting instead to luxuriate in a location of his preference and indulge in the unadulterated dissipation of life. This locale might be a verdant park, a serene temple, or an enlightening museum. Of course, it could also be, as it was presently, a maid CAF, devoid of extraneous considerations. The latter option unequivocally triumphed in terms of aesthetic gratification. Consequently, this was the most frequented haunt for Zhang Heng's moments of idle contemplation, a forbidden love. Accompanied by "A not today, big brother, please," Zhang Heng articulated with gravitas, ordering concoctions whose composition remained enigmatic to him. "As you wish, master. One moment, please." The petite maid, adorned with feline ears, clasped her hands, cradling the tray against her bosom, and responded in a tone of mellifluous gentleness. Professionalism, Zhang Heng mentally applauded. The maids in this establishment were predominantly university students working part-time, garnering a stellar reputation within the otaku community. In stark contrast, the proprietor of the maid CAF in Chuanxi Road displayed a conspicuous lack of sincerity, enlisting a cohort of middle-aged women in their 30s and 40s to fill the ranks. Allegedly, during periods of staffing shortages, he had even ventured to assume the role himself, subjecting every patron's sensibilities to a harrowing ordeal with his abundant leg hair. To dine there was less akin to a culinary experience and more akin to a form of exquisite torture. While awaiting his order, Zhang Heng casually retrieved a volume of Food Wars, Shokuchi no Soma from the surrounding shelves. Before he had perused even a couple of pages, a voice resonated in his vicinity. "Alas, I find myself more partial to his earlier works." A stranger had materialized across from Zhang Heng. A diminutive old man attired in a tank suit, yet sporting a bowler hat and necktie, creating an incongruous spectacle that immediately garnered the attention of the maid CAF's patrons. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow. "Sobered Jun? A former manga artist, if my memory serves me correctly." The old man grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. "So, my memory hasn't deceived me. How has the past month treated you, Zhang Heng? Are you content with my little gift? Rest assured, your concerns are unfounded. These 24 hours are complimentary and won't be deducted from your lifespan." "Were you the one who tampered with me?" Zhang Heng inquired, acknowledging that the man's opening remarks had piqued his interest. It wasn't easy for me to accomplish such a feat in my current state. But you're someone I hold in high regard, so I felt compelled to offer you a small token, the old man retorted. He then snatched the forbidden love directly from the tray, startling a nearby maid who glanced at Zhang Heng, silently questioning whether to alert the authorities. Zhang Heng subtly shook his head. I won't exploit you. You'll still be able to enjoy your beverage once we've concluded our discussion, the old man muttered, uttering an enigmatic phrase before adopting a serious demeanor. Now, let's get down to business. I'm reasonably satisfied with your performance over the past month. With your probationary period concluded, it's time to discuss the conditions for your permanent employment. Conditions for permanent employment? Zhang Heng asked. Observing that Zhang Heng seemed poised to speak, the elder gestured dismissively. I am cognizant of your domestic circumstances. Monetary gain holds little allure for you, especially considering the ease with which you could amass wealth with this newfound ability. However, trust me when I say that this game offers rewards far exceeding your wildest imaginations. What manner of game? Zhang Heng inquired. The elder drained his glass of forbidden love in one swift motion. Thus, we shall employ a game to determine the victor. After all, that detestable fellow currently occupies the throne. Constrained by ancient pacts, I am unable to divulge the game's specifics prematurely. Strictly speaking, even this rendezvous is prescribed. Yet fret not, for I possess the means to circumvent such minor inconveniences. If this game is of such paramount importance, why do you not partake in it yourself? As I previously elucidated, we are barred from direct participation due to certain archaic agreements. You serve as my proxy, my wager upon whom I stake my hopes. Your triumph is my triumph, and your defeat, my own. We are inextricably linked, like grasshoppers on a single strand. Alas, fortune has not favored me of late, with my recent game placements proving less than satisfactory. The elder sighed. As you can plainly see, my strength wanes with each passing day. Therefore, I have resolved to place my bet early, despite the inherent risks. After all, you could very well be eliminated prematurely. Who exactly are you? Simultaneously, Zhang Heng's brother's misfortune was presented, a plate of cookies, slightly charred and of dubious hue. Gazing into the elder's eyes, Zhang Heng considered the rather theatrical pronouncements he had just delivered, which, while befitting the ambience of a maid-saif, were undercut by the fact that the man knew Zhang Heng's name and intimate details about his life. It was clear that this somewhat ludicrously attired individual was not jesting. Moreover, Zhang Heng had to concede that the small gift he had received was indeed quite useful, which piqued his interest in the game the man spoke of. After a moment, he inquired, It sounds intriguing. How do I partake? Quite simple, the elder replied, producing a Xiaomi phone from his traditional Chinese attire. After consulting Baidu Maps, he announced, Desire City Bar, Game Point 137. 11 tonight. You won't rue your decision. Ah, almost forgot, the elder added, extending a hand. The final step, sealing the covenant. A handshake, and you're one of mine. I implore you to refrain from such ambiguous phrasing. I'm already experiencing second thoughts, Zhang Heng retorted, extending his own right hand. Their hands met, and Zhang Heng felt as though he were grasping a cold, unyielding stone. The elder, seemingly in high spirits, cautioned, beware the agents of other factions, though you're unlikely to encounter them in the early stages of the game. Above all, prioritize your survival, regardless of the circumstances. Hold on, Zhang Heng interjected, his eyelids twitching. People die in this game? No, merely a demise within the game. In actuality, it would be more precise to say a vanishing. Not only would the physical form cease to exist, but all recollections associated with the individual would also dissipate, as if they had never existed at all. I am aware of a certain entity who happens to be quite adept at such matters. The old man stated with the same nonchalant tone one might use to remind someone to purchase salt. Zhang Heng attempted to respond, but his vision suddenly wavered inexplicably, and in the next instant, the old man had vanished from sight. A short distance away, the petite maid was hurrying toward him, bearing a goblet of deep crimson liquid, her smile revealing two endearing little fangs. Master, your forbidden love, please enjoy. Chapter 6. The game commences. You are venturing out, presently? Indeed, there is an engagement this evening. An engagement? Could it be a rendezvous? Wei Jianyang, projecting his own inclinations, wore a knowing, enigmatic grin. Chun Huadong, who had been engrossed in a film while imbibing cola, was startled by this revelation. What? Zhang, is it not I who holds your affections? Ma Wei, the eldest of the dormitory quartet, set aside his English text and remarked, Zhang Heng, with your exceptional attributes, securing a paramour should be effortless. The fact that you remain unattached leads one to suspect you might be of an alternative persuasion. Were we not sharing this abode? Ma Wei's sentiment was not without foundation. Among the 4 roommates, he possessed the most modest familial circumstances, his parents being of the earnest, agrarian type. During his secondary education, he harbored affections for a girl in his class, but these sentiments remained concealed within his heart. Until the 2nd semester of his freshman year, the 4 roommates celebrated his birthday outside. That evening, after indulging in excessive drinking, he finally shared the story, revealing to Zhang Heng and the others that the girl had also enrolled in the same city for her studies. They eagerly urged Ma Wei to confess his feelings, only to be met with a firm rejection from him. The other 3 roommates were well aware of Ma Wei's situation. They understood that he relied on the national scholarship to pay for tuition and alleviate his family's financial burden. He was the most diligent student amongst them, spending countless hours in the library and working part-time as a tutor, leaving no time for romantic pursuits. Zhang Heng patted Ma Wei on the shoulder and, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "Please stop teasing me. Tonight is not a date, and I am not gay. I simply have yet to meet a girl I like." Chuan Huadong raised his can of cola and said, "When you do meet her, make sure to show us, so we can see what kind of enchanting creature has captivated our esteemed roommate, Zhang." After managing to fend off the 3 gossipmongers, Zhang Heng stepped out of the campus, and the clock struck 10:05. Had he not noticed the string of numbers on his right arm while showering, he might have doubted that the events at the maid CAF that afternoon were merely a figment of his imagination. He had inquired with the adorable maid, adorned with cat ears, who assured him that throughout his visit, he had been the sole occupant of that particular seat. Never doubt a bartender. For each concoction is infused with something called love. One cannot forget their affections, as the latter coolly stated. For the others in the CAF, the conversation from moments ago seemed as if it had never transpired. It is worth mentioning that the gentleman clad in traditional Tang attire, adorned with a top hat and tie, had indeed alluded to the fact that this meeting was prohibited, yet he claimed he could remedy the situation. Consequently, Zhang Heng surmised that this might just be his so-called solution. His curiosity regarding the identity of this individual grew increasingly intense. It appeared that all of his abilities were intricately linked to the dimension of time. However, this was not the moment for such contemplations. Presently, he needed to focus on navigating the impending game. Upon exiting the school, he followed the navigation provided by Baidu, taking the subway to an industrial district beyond the 5th Ring Road. He then transitioned to a light jog to warm himself up. At 10:45, he arrived outside a bar named Desire City. This establishment was somewhat secluded, and along the way, Zhang Heng encountered several rough-looking individuals, smoking and casting unfriendly glances in his direction. A few inebriated young women, dressed scantily, were crouched by the curb, retching, wishing to avoid any trouble. Zhang Heng donned the hood of his sportswear and maintained a steady pace as he passed by them. To his surprise, the bar was livelier than he had anticipated. Desire City had been transformed from a dilapidated factory, sprawling across a vast area, its rusted structures adorned with an array of bizarre graffiti. The entrance was lined with luxury cars and supercars. This was the peak time for the bar's business, as the city's youth flocked here from all directions. Even before stepping inside, the deafening sound waves emanating from within the factory threatened to shatter one's very soul. Zhang Heng furrowed his brow, although the uninvited guest, who had shared the same drink with him, persistently insisted that he should reveal nothing, claiming that he would naturally comprehend everything as the game progressed. There were still hints of vague information woven throughout his words. Regardless, the organization to which he belonged must be sufficiently ancient and secretive. This was not their first foray into hosting such games, yet the world remained oblivious to their existence. This indicated that their confidentiality efforts were remarkably effective. At present, however, Zhang Heng found himself amidst a throng of at least 700 or 800 individuals, where his gaze was met with a sea of thighs and bottoms, accompanied by dazzling laser lights pulsating in rhythm with the DJ's beats. Should this so-called perilous game unfold here, Zhang Heng would wager that the following day would be inundated with videos flooding platforms like TikTok and YouTube. Thus, was there perhaps a single erroneous character in the address? This is a common mistake made by the majority, particularly when considering the age of the other party. Such an oversight would hardly be surprising. At that moment, Zhang Heng's attention was drawn to a shadow in the upper right corner. Strictly speaking, this could not be classified as a second level. Rather, it was a massive shipping container affixed to the western wall by a steel structure, accessible via an iron ladder leading inside. Beneath the ladder stood two burly men clad in suits and sunglasses. A few inebriated young men and women appeared eager to ascend and partake in some amusement, only to be thwarted by the two men. One of the affluent youths, evidently from a wealthy family, brazenly tossed a handful of cash into the faces of the guards. As onlookers realized that the young man had scattered $100 bills, a commotion ensued, with individuals rushing to seize the money. Yet, the two sturdy men exhibited not the slightest reaction. Incensed, the affluent progeny cast the contents of his glass upon their visages, his customary arrogance seemingly compelling him to escalate the situation physically. Yet, in a swift, unforeseen sequence, he was propelled backward with considerable force, colliding with several individuals and an adjacent table laden with drinks, ultimately collapsing onto the floor, his countenance marred by blood and grime, his condition precarious. The spectacle roused his companions from their intoxicated stupor. A few of the male contingent attempted to utter menacing retorts, but upon observing the deliberate manner in which one of the figures adjusted his sunglasses, they demurred, hastily retrieving their insensible comrade and retreating towards the parking area. As the commotion subsided, the onlookers regarded the two burly men with palpable apprehension, refraining from approaching their vicinity. After a lapse of 5 minutes, during which he ascertained that their presence had ceased to attract undue attention, Zhang Heng inhaled deeply and advanced towards them. The two men in tailored suits, their visages concealed behind dark lenses, scrutinized him impassively, their gaze exuding an aura of frigidity. Zhang Heng experienced a sensation akin to standing before a pair of predatory lions on the vast savanna. Nevertheless, his composure prevailed as he raised his sleeve, revealing the sequence of numerals inscribed upon his arm. During this interval, he harbored a modicum of trepidation, mindful of the unfortunate fate that had befallen the affluent youth. While Zhang Heng had previously conjectured that the numerical inscription served as an entry pass to the game, he could not entirely dismiss the possibility of alternative interpretations. Fortunately, the most dire scenario did not materialize, and he was spared the ignominy of being transformed into a human projectile. After a protracted pause, the two imposing figures silently yielded, granting access to the path beyond. Chapter 7. Stranded Island Survival. 1. Ascending the iron ladder to the second level. Zhang Heng extended his hand to push open the azure metal door before him. Considering the sights he had encountered along the way, and the boisterous assembly of youths downstairs reveling in their youthful exuberance, he had anticipated a similar ambience within the metal structure, or something approximating it. However, the reality was more akin to an exclusive VIP lounge at an international airport. It's worth noting that the sound waves below were exceeding 100 decibels. While Zhang Heng wasn't an expert in acoustics, he was keenly aware that container-like structures offered negligible sound insulation. Yet, the present reality defied logic. As the iron door sealed shut, the external cacophony was entirely expunged, perhaps due to his prior exposure to even more inexplicable phenomena. Zhang Heng had developed a degree of immunity to such occurrences. After a moment of contemplation, he resumed his stride. "Welcome," the woman behind the bar, adorned in a scarlet evening gown, greeted him. Zhang Heng briefly surveyed the surroundings. Besides himself, the lounge accommodated approximately a dozen individuals. They were seated in nearby booths, some engaged in casual conversation, others in solitary contemplation. Oddly, despite one person being mere meters away, their features remained indistinct. Zhang Heng, unwilling to concede, endeavored to focus his attention, sensing he was on the cusp of breaching the invisible barrier. However, a wave of nausea surged from his abdomen, compelling him to steady himself against the bar to prevent a fall. At that moment, a glass of lemonade was placed before him. "Take solace, for what you are experiencing is commonplace among newcomers here. Unless explicitly permitted, a player's appearance within this metropolis of desire is rendered unidentifiable by default. Indeed, even your voices undergo a unique modulation process, ensuring that what you perceive is not your authentic timbre, a measure designed to safeguard your well-being to the utmost extent. However, I am still able to see your appearance." Thanking her as he accepted the lemonade, Zhang Heng noted that the dim lighting had previously obscured his perception. His attention had been monopolized by the other individuals present. It was only now that he discerned a familiar countenance behind the bar. Despite the altered attire, the application of lipstick, and a disposition markedly different from that of daylight, he recognized her. "Are you not the bartender from the Maid CAF?" "Indeed," she responded, polishing a glass with a hint of her daytime stoicism. "Your observational skills are sharper than I anticipated." No decree stipulates that one must confine oneself to a single occupation, does it? By the way, I am the concierge here, and unlike the players, I am under no obligation to conceal my appearance. Forgive me, Zhang Heng said, as he seated himself on a bar stool. Since my arrival, you have incessantly repeated terms such as player and concierge in my earshot. But, if I may be candid, I remain ignorant as to the nature of the game I am to participate in. Is it blackjack, Texas Hold'em, or perhaps something along the lines of the Three Kingdoms? Esports? Perhaps? I typically refrain from boasting about my employer in front of clients. In fact, I seldom indulge in such self-aggrandizement. However, on this occasion, I must extend my congratulations to you, Mr. Zhang Heng. You are exceptionally fortunate to find yourself immersed in one of the most remarkable games in the annals of human history. I assure you, compared to this, the games you have previously encountered pale in insignificance. It is destined to transform your life profoundly. Such sentiments are often echoed in the discourses of pyramid schemes. DNA? Zhang Heng sipped his lemonade, bewildered by the bartender's sudden shift in conversation. While the assertion itself bears no fallacy, each of us possesses a unique DNA, with certain aspects of our being encoded from the moment of our birth, including our appearance, family background, and hereditary ailments. Fortunate are we to have a plethora of choices thereafter. One may pursue higher education, engage in employment, embark on entrepreneurial ventures, or aspire to become a primary school teacher or an astronaut, among other paths. The bartender set down the brilliantly polished glass she had been cleaning, her speech accelerating. Setting aside those elements that are predetermined, allow me to rephrase my inquiry more accurately. What do you believe shapes an individual into who they are today? For instance, what enables an astronaut to traverse the cosmos? Or a boxer to vanquish their opponent in the ring? What compels a teacher to grasp their teaching tools? Is it experience? Are you suggesting that it is our experiences and learning that mold us into the individuals we have become? Zhang Heng swiftly grasped the intent of the bartender's words. Yet he remained perplexed about their relevance to the game he was soon to partake in. No amount of written description could rival the experience of witnessing it firsthand. Mr. Zhang Heng, your first round of the game has commenced. Cherish this rare and extraordinary experience. I eagerly anticipate our next encounter. A peculiar glimmer flickered in the bartender's eyes as she uttered her final words, coinciding with the clock striking 11. In the next moment, a wave of intense dizziness surged through Zhang Heng's mind, clouding his vision. This was troubling. Had he fallen victim to some insidious scheme? His immediate suspicion fell upon the glass of lemonade, the sole beverage he had consumed. Ever since entering the bar, he had remained vigilant. Yet perhaps due to the unexpected presence of an acquaintance, his guard had somewhat lowered. He was oblivious to when his adversary had enacted their plan, or what potent narcotic had been introduced into his drink. After merely a sip, he was beset by such a terrifying effect. His head grew increasingly heavy until he could no longer maintain his composure, collapsing onto the bar and succumbing to unconsciousness. So, it seems even men can be drugged. Zhang Heng could not ascertain how much time had elapsed, perhaps days, hours, or merely seconds, when a strange voice reached his ears. Player authentication in progress, verification successful. Randomly selecting new instance for player number 07958, selection complete, current instance, Castaway Survival. You embarked on a delightful cruise, but as you approached the equator, you were beset by a terrifying storm. The cruise ship veered off its intended course, and simultaneously, the onboard radar, sonar, GPS, and satellite phone inexplicably failed, leaving you disoriented. Aimlessly adrift at sea for a month, you unfortunately encountered an even greater tempest. At the moment, you stood on the deck, a colossal wave engulfed you. And when you opened your eyes again, you found yourself sprawled on an unfamiliar beach. Mission objective: survive for 40 days on this deserted island. Mode: solo, a gentle reminder. The game will officially commence in 5 seconds. Players are advised to prepare accordingly. Chapter 8. The Castaway Survival Saga. 2. When Zhang Heng opened his eyes once more, he discovered himself lying on a strange shore. The waves lapped against his body, and a hermit crab, adorned with a seashell, scuttled past him. Zhang Heng's condition was dire. Since awakening, he had been both parched and famished, utterly exhausted, as if he had truly drifted at sea for several days. He sought a drier spot, leaning against the rocky wall, and gazed towards the direction from which he had been washed ashore, only to behold an expanse of endless ocean. What is this? A reality survival show being filmed? Perhaps it was the after effects of that glass of lemonade. Or perhaps the prolonged absence of sustenance had plunged Zhang Heng's mind into a haze. He forced himself to regain his composure and began to contemplate the bizarre series of events that had unfolded. He had acquiesced to the eccentric request of a man clad in traditional Tang attire, becoming his proxy and venturing into a bar named Desire City to partake in a mysterious game. After a considerable struggle, he finally located the principal figure, only to find himself drugged and unceremoniously cast onto a deserted island. Now, the question arose, why had they orchestrated such an act? What advantage could it possibly offer them? His physique remained unchanged, yet his athletic attire had vanished, replaced by a pair of beach shorts and a floral t-shirt. The Swiss Army knife he had kept tucked in his pocket for emergencies was also missing. However, the watch on his right wrist remained, his sole possession that had survived the ordeal. Yet, when Zhang Heng's gaze fell upon the watch's face, he was taken aback. The date on the dial had not altered. It still lingered on the Thursday night he had entered the bar. Astonishingly, the time indicated that only a minute had elapsed since he had lost consciousness. Zhang Heng stared intently at the watch for a while longer, realizing that the second hand had not moved at all. Had it broken? He recalled an instance when he had thrown it from a height of over 200 meters onto a concrete surface, resulting in a small dent in the hard pavement. While the watch had emerged unscathed, he once believed that even if he were to wear this watch until the end of the world, it would continue to function. To his surprise, however, it too would one day lose its momentum. Yet, in the next moment, a stirring occurred within Zhang Heng's heart as he recalled the mysterious voice that had recently echoed in his mind, mentioning the time flow rate of 480. Zhang Heng's eyelids flickered. Could it truly be taken at face value? While others might have to wait 40 days to verify this, he possessed alternative methods. He pressed his fingers against his pulse, and after 20 minutes, he confirmed a terrifying truth. The starfish in his hand had not perished. The watch continued to tick in accordance with the real-world time, merely translating 1 second into 8 minutes. Was this truly just a game? Zhang Heng felt a twinge of confusion. The scenery before him was strikingly vivid. The golden beach, the palm trees swaying in the breeze, the t-shirt clinging to him after becoming drenched, the jagged rocks painfully pressing against his back, and the overwhelming sensations of hunger and weakness enveloping him, making him acutely aware of the passage of life. Regardless, the immediate priority was to find a way to regain some strength. Even the act of thinking had begun to strain him. He realized he needed sustenance and hydration, yet although his mental fortitude surpassed that of the average person, he was still merely an ordinary university student. As a modern individual, he had no inkling of how to survive on a deserted island. He could not distinguish edible plants, lacked knowledge in hunting, sourcing water, or constructing shelter. Fortunately, he did recognize the coconut trees. At this moment, less than 20 meters to his left stood several coconut trees adorned with green coconuts, the refreshing juice within capable of soothing his parched lips and throat, while the flesh would provide the much-needed energy and vitamins. Zhang Heng picked up a stone, roughly the size of his palm, from the ground and approached a coconut tree that appeared to have been bent by a recent typhoon. With the stone in hand, he struck the coconuts, dislodging them from their lofty perch, approximately 3 to 4 meters above ground. Under ordinary circumstances, such a task would pose no challenge. However, given Zhang Heng's current physical condition, it took considerable effort to bring the coconuts down. Once he had smashed the green coconuts open against the rocks and savored the juice within, half an hour had elapsed. He then used the stone to scrape out some coconut flesh, swallowing it down. After completing this arduous task, he found some strength returning, allowing him to ponder his present predicament. Zhang Heng could no longer discern whether he was in a game or in reality. If all of this were a mere illusion, it would fail to account for the vividness of his sensations and physical state, nor could it explain the bizarre passage of time displayed on his watch. Conversely, if he remained in reality, how could someone have whisked him away from his city of study to this desolate island in the blink of an eye? Shaking his head, Zhang Heng resolved to adopt his usual strategy of setting aside unsolvable problems for the time being. After all, according to the elderly gentleman in traditional garb, whether this was a game or reality, he must find a way to survive. As an ordinary modern individual living in the city, can one truly conquer the enigmatic forces of nature? A faint smile of bitterness graced Zhang Heng's lips. He had always been an optimistic person. Yet in the face of his current predicament, he harbored doubts about his ability to survive for 40 days on this entirely unfamiliar island. In truth, even 4 days seemed rather daunting. Lacking knowledge and skills for wilderness survival, in poor physical condition, and utterly alone, Zhang Heng found himself yearning for the notion that he might be ensnared in a game. After all, a well-crafted game ought not to present insurmountable challenges, especially not in the initial novice level. Casting aside the coconut shell in his grasp, he rose to his feet, squinting against the blazing sun as he sprinted to the beach. At last, he discerned 3 small dark figures bobbing in the waves, 3 men. Each of them was undeniably a foreign male. One was clad in a complete set of tactical gear and mountaineering boots, a dagger seemingly strapped to his waist. Though the tumultuous waves rendered it impossible for Zhang Heng to be certain, he appeared the most composed among the trio. Accompanying him was another man dressed only in shorts, his expression devoid of emotion, and a bald gentleman completely unclad, exposing his bare backside. The trio was in a perilous situation, striving to reach the island, yet seemingly ensnared by some unknown force, helplessly adrift as the waves continually swept them backward. Zhang Heng realized he must make a choice. Although he had regained some strength from the coconut, it was evidently unrealistic to save all 3 individuals at once. Given his current condition, he could only attempt to rescue one. Ultimately, he chose the naked man, for the simple reason that he was the closest to the beach. Chapter 9. Survival on the Deserted Island. 3. As Zhang Heng dragged the naked man onto the shore, both were nearly exhausted. Along the way, Zhang Heng felt on the verge of giving up several times. Yet surprisingly, the man maintained a positive attitude, continually encouraging him. With sheer determination, Zhang Heng managed to pull the man onto the sand. The two lay on the beach for a moment, Zhang Heng too fatigued to even move a finger, if possible. He would have preferred to close his eyes and drift into slumber right then. However, to his astonishment, merely 2 minutes passed before the naked man spoke again. "Hey buddy, this won't do. We are not far from the equator, and the midday temperature can reach 35 to 36 degrees. If we continue like this, we will soon succumb to dehydration. I will take you to a cooler place right away." Zhang Heng took a few deep breaths, mustering a bit more strength to drag the man to a rocky outcrop. He then removed his t-shirt to provide a rudimentary bandage for the wound on the man's thigh. Afterward, Zhang Heng found himself utterly spent, unable even to lift a stone. Fortunately, he spotted a few coconuts that had fallen a short distance away. Observing Zhang Heng preparing to crack open the coconuts, the naked man opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. I am reluctant to appear presumptuous, but if feasible, I would greatly appreciate some young coconuts. The ones that have fallen are overripe, and their milky liquid could potentially induce diarrhea, which would be perilous on this desolate island. You seem to possess a wealth of survival expertise. Zhang Heng knew his intuition had served him well. Indeed, a well-designed game would not present an insurmountable obstacle. He recognized that the man before him was his lifeline on this deserted island. This realization piqued his curiosity about the identities of the other 2 individuals. However, Zhang Heng had no regrets. He was acutely aware of his physical condition. Moreover, the man with the receding hairline seemed approachable, and as a mentor, a positive attitude often outweighs sheer ability. Subsequently, he heard the man inquire, "My friend, would you be so kind as to procure some green coconuts for me? My throat is parched, and I will teach you how to locate a water source in return." "No problem," Zhang Heng replied. He rested for a while, replenishing his strength, which was sufficient to fulfill the man's request. This time, he managed to knock down 14 coconuts. He gave 5 to the naked man, consumed 3 himself, and kept the remaining 6 as provisions. Having quenched his thirst, the naked man appeared revitalized. He extended a hand and said, "I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Ed Wilson. I am British and a former captain in the British Army stationed in Afghanistan. Please, call me Ed. Thank you profusely for saving my life." Zhang Heng, a Chinese national currently in his 2nd year of university, engaged in a cordial handshake with a former British Army captain stationed in Afghanistan. However, the latter's tone abruptly darkened as he lamented the fate of 2 individuals, remarking that apart from this small island, there was no other land nearby, and their failure to reach safety likely spelled doom for them. While at sea, I estimated that this island encompasses approximately 12,000 hectares. Near the thickets, I discovered traces of animal footprints, suggesting the presence of streams on the island. Following these tracks could lead one to water. However, the unfortunate implication is that predators may also inhabit this isle. As nightfall rapidly approached, venturing deep into the island without torches was unwise, as one might easily become lost or fall prey to wild beasts. Ed patiently imparted survival skills for the wilderness, deliberately slowing his speech to ensure Zhang Heng comprehended each word. Nevertheless, Zhang Heng occasionally interrupted to inquire about the meaning of certain terms. Despite having parents who worked abroad, Their infrequent presence at home had not fostered a strong foundation in foreign languages for him. Consequently, his command of English was at an ordinary level, sufficient for daily communication but necessitating Ed's further elucidation when it came to specialized vocabulary. After 20 minutes of instruction and listening, Zhang Heng finally grasped the essentials of locating fresh water in the wilderness. Following Ed's advice, he temporarily relied on coconut water as his primary source, while also surveying the nearby rocky walls. Not only did he successfully discover several small puddles, but he also stumbled upon a natural cave, approximately 10 square meters in size. The interior was cluttered with bird droppings, emitting an unpleasant odor. However, its elevated position alleviated concerns of being swept away by the tide during the night. Furthermore, it was crucially situated in a sheltered location, as the island's temperatures could be quite cool, especially when the wind would strip away any remaining warmth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Zhang Heng seized the last vestiges of daylight to gather a few more coconuts, which, along with the earlier ones, would serve as their dinner. Subsequently, the two men exchanged good-night wishes within the cave. As a city dweller, it was Zhang Heng's first experience sleeping in the wild. Although he was acutely aware that both his mind and body had reached their limits and desperately needed rest, he found himself unable to close his eyes for an extended period. The smell of bird droppings in the air, the unforgiving hardness of the rocks beneath him, and the unknown insects crawling across his arms in the darkness all tormented his nerves, leaving him restless. Suddenly, Ed spoke up. "Zhang, have I ever told you what is most important in wilderness survival?" "What?" Zhang Heng replied, momentarily startled, as he had thought the man had already succumbed to sleep. Zhang Heng let out a quiet sigh. If this were indeed a game, it would be impossible for a ship to pass by within a span of 40 days. Nevertheless, Ed's words significantly uplifted his spirits, most importantly reminding him that he was not alone in this moment. Zhang Heng was never one to lament his fate. After all, enduring 40 days on a deserted island was merely a challenge, and with the guidance of a mentor, he firmly believed in his capacity to overcome it. He endeavored to cast aside the negative emotions clouding his mind, but soon weariness washed over him, prompting him to close his eyes. Chapter 10: Survival on the Deserted Island, Part 4. As the sun rose above the horizon, a new day dawned. Zhang Heng opened his eyes in the cave and noticed that Ed was already seated. "Good morning, Zhang," he greeted. "Good morning," Zhang Heng replied. "Oh, how I wish I could savor a cup of hot coffee right now, accompanied by fried eggs, sausages, and toasted bread," the former army captain lamented. "But given our current circumstances, we cannot ask for too much, can we?" Unfortunately, the calories provided by coconuts were rather meager. A single green coconut could yield approximately 200 calories. Even at rest, we require around 2,000 calories per day. Furthermore, we must diversify our diet to obtain a richer source of nutrition. "Well, since we are by the sea, I believe we can make the most of that," he mused. "What should I do?" Zhang Heng inquired. "Take your time. Urban living has rendered your digestive system delicate. Even if I were to instruct you on procuring sustenance from the ocean, the absence of a means to heat it would mean that a mere crab could induce debilitating dehydration. Thus, we require fire, as well as the purification of the water source you previously located. Boiling it for a brief 3 minutes will eradicate the majority of harmful bacteria. Therefore, I shall commence by instructing you in the art of fire starting," Ed exhorted, pausing momentarily before initiating a patient explanation. The paramount aspect of fire starting lies in selecting the appropriate timber. Softwoods exhibiting rapid growth are optimal. The hand drill and fireboard can be derived from the same tree. Remove the bark and desiccate it in a sunlit location. Zhang Heng listened intently. However, upon attempting the task, he discovered it was not as facile as he had envisioned. He devoted the entire morning to the endeavor of fire starting, yet his efforts were repeatedly thwarted. In his attempts to manipulate the hand drill, a significant portion of the skin on his hands was abraded, causing him considerable discomfort. Furthermore, due to the absence of time to forage for sustenance, he and Ed were compelled to exhaust their previously stored coconuts, leaving them with empty stomachs. However, what was even more disheartening was the expenditure of immense effort without any tangible results. "Zhang, it is implausible to transform from a novice to an adept in a mere day," Ed consoled. "The commencement of any endeavor is invariably the most arduous." "That is indeed the case, yet failure remains disconcerting," Zhang remarked, discarding the fractured hand drill with a sense of helplessness. "Failure, too, constitutes a valuable experience. Millennia ago, our ancestors perpetually evolved through failure." Ed, as always, exhibited his thoughtfulness. You are an astute student, Zhang. Do not fret. There remains ample time for your learning and growth. Now, enlighten me. What have you gleaned from this setback? The wood remains unyielding. My hands are nearly raw, yet I cannot produce a spark. I must endeavor to find different timber, Zhang Heng replied. However, fate took an unexpected turn. As dusk approached, the island was beset by wind, and dark clouds swiftly gathered overhead. Zhang Heng, caught unawares, found the wood he had stripped and laid on the rocky wall to dry, soaked by the torrential rain. This signified that his entire day's efforts had been in vain. Zhang Heng lay sprawled in the cave, staring vacantly at the ceiling. Ed, I doubt your motivational platitudes hold any weight at this moment. Then let us abandon hope, Ed replied calmly. Excuse me? Only until the rain ceases. One must express their negative emotions. Only then can one fully engage in the task at hand. Are you always this optimistic? Zhang Heng inquired. Perhaps it is because during my trek through the Amazon, I encountered circumstances far more dire than these. Reflecting on those challenges, I persevered. Thus, it would be illogical to surrender now, Ed responded. It seemed the rain would not relent until darkness fell. Let us rest early. There is much work awaiting us tomorrow. Ed concluded, lying down first. The two spent the following night with gnawing hunger. The following morning, before dawn had graced the sky, Zhang Heng rose from his slumber, primarily driven by hunger. He hurried towards the coconut trees to pluck a few coconuts to stave off his appetite. Most of the coconuts growing low had already been harvested, leaving only those that hung tantalizingly high, which proved difficult to dislodge with stones. Aware that time was of the essence, Zhang Heng understood the urgency of kindling a fire. For without it, subsequent tasks would be rendered impossible. Ultimately, his efforts bore fruit. He not only discovered a type of wood suitable for igniting flames, but also encountered creatures resembling wild chickens. Unfortunately, these nimble little beings took to the air before he could approach, leaving Zhang Heng with no means to capture them at the moment. Moments later, the two individuals on the island finally succeeded in igniting a long-awaited fire. Well done. Now we can avert the danger of infection, Ed exclaimed joyfully. Zhang Heng had never anticipated that witnessing fire would evoke such exhilaration within him. Just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, a third voice resonated in his ear. Fire successfully ignited. New skill acquired. Wilderness Survival LV0. Game points. 3. Personal character panel activated. Personal status viewable. The voice was somewhat familiar, upon reflection. Zhang Heng realized it was the same voice that had echoed in his mind during his unconscious state. He turned to Ed and inquired, "Did you hear anything just now?" Ed appeared somewhat perplexed. "Should I have heard something?" After a moment, his expression shifted to one of concern. "Zhang, you're not experiencing hallucinations due to dehydration, are you?" Doubt assailed Zhang Heng. He wondered if the sun had addled his senses, for a peculiar card, seemingly displaying attributes, had materialized before his eyes. Name, Zhang Heng. Gender, male. Age, 19. Player number, 07958. Games survived, 0. Current score, 3 skills, piano, level 1. Polyglot, level 1. Conversational fluency in 2 languages, assessment, an unremarkable player, possessing no discernible talents or exceptional qualities. Unlikely to endure beyond the initial 3 rounds. A footnote beneath the skills section stated that skills below level 1 were not displayed. His amateur grade 9 piano proficiency had only earned him a paltry level 1. The game's definition of skills was undeniably stringent. Barely scraping by at level 0 required a feat like starting a fire in the wilderness with one's bare hands. A skill possessed by perhaps 1 in 100 individuals. This game, it seemed, would be more arduous than he had initially anticipated. Chapter 11, Desert Island Survival, 5. At long last, Zhang Heng coaxed a flame into existence. His culinary options would no longer be limited to the singular coconut. Following Ed's guidance, Zhang Heng foraged for whelks among the rocks on the beach and was fortunate enough to discover crabs and oysters. The latter, in particular, were a delectable and nutritious bounty, replete with calcium, iron, phosphorus, and vitamin B2, earning them the moniker milk of the sea. Regrettably, their caloric density was not high, each containing approximately 70 calories. While this might be considered a boon by gourmands, Zhang Heng, stranded on a desert island, favored foods with a higher caloric content to fuel his physical exertions. He need not worry about excessive calories leading to an ungraceful physique, for in recent days he has already shed quite a bit of weight. Fortunately, this evening promises a hearty meal. Zhang Heng has gathered over 70 small sea snails, 6 oysters, and 4 hermit crabs. Regrettably, the latter are rather diminutive. Ed mentions that hermit crabs are edible, albeit of mediocre taste. However, the two are not dining in a Michelin-starred restaurant, and concerns about flavor have long been cast aside. Zhang Heng also spotted some fish along the shore. Yet without any tools, he can only watch them swim freely. Additionally, there are the small puddles he discovered 2 days ago. Utilizing the clam shells he found, Zhang Heng scooped water from them, but soon found himself perplexed regarding a means to boil it. The two are stranded on a deserted island. Lacking even the most basic bowl, the clamshells possess excellent insulation, making it quite challenging to bring the water to a boil even when placed directly on the fire. After a moment's contemplation, Ed suggested seeking out some stones, preferably those without many holes or layered structures. Zhang Heng nodded in agreement and, adhering to Ed's request, gathered several stones. After 20 minutes of heating them until they glowed red, he carefully used twigs to transfer them into the clamshell. Before long, the water began to boil. "There isn't much water here. 2 pieces should suffice," Ed remarked. Ultimately, the water in the clamshell boiled for a quarter of an hour, a duration sufficient to eliminate the majority of harmful bacteria. Zhang Heng quietly absorbed these wilderness survival skills. Ed is an exceptional teacher, although his back injury limits his mobility. His vast knowledge of wilderness survival has proven invaluable to Zhang Heng. Consequently, despite being tasked with the responsibility of gathering sustenance and water for their survival, Zhang Heng harbors no grievances. Nevertheless, he is reluctant to remain perpetually reliant on Ed. He aspires to transform the knowledge he acquires from Ed into his own skills. This is not to sever ties with Ed, for he is more than willing to share any available food equally, honoring the debt of gratitude he owes for Ed's teachings. Yet, a sense of foreboding lingers in his heart. He observes Ed's complexion, which appears even more pallid than when he was first rescued from the shore. More concerning is the wound on Ed's thigh. Zhang Heng has performed rudimentary bandaging to staunch the bleeding, but beyond that, he feels utterly powerless. On this desolate island, the antibiotics so readily available in urban hospitals are non-existent, and should the wound become infected, it could prove fatal. This realization only serves to corroborate his ominous intuition. With no recourse to remedy the situation, Zhang Heng can only tend to Ed as best as he can. In the days that follow, Ed imparts further knowledge, teaching him how to craft rudimentary stone tools, cleanse his teeth with charcoal, collect rainwater, weave ropes from tree bark, construct simple rafts, and utilize coral traps for fishing. It seems as though their circumstances are gradually improving, and the prospect of surviving for 40 days no longer appears insurmountable. Yet, just as Zhang Heng begins to entertain this hopeful thought, misfortune strikes. On the evening of the 16th day, Ed suddenly developed a high fever, forcing Zhang Heng to devote his primary attention to caring for the former army captain. Consequently, the time available for him to venture out in search of food and water diminished, and the scope of his search was significantly reduced. Fortunately, the provisions they had prudently stored earlier prevented them from facing an immediate crisis of survival. However, what troubled Zhang Heng even more was that Ed's condition showed no signs of improvement over the course of 3 consecutive days. Upon unfastening the t-shirt from Ed's leg, he discovered a gaping wound, deep enough to reveal bone, which had now become completely infected and festering. Since the previous day, the former army captain had succumbed to a state of unconsciousness. As the food within the cave dwindled to nearly nothing, they were on the brink of running out of supplies. Then, on the night of the 19th day, Ed suddenly opened his eyes and spoke to Zhang Heng, who was in a semi-conscious state beside him. "Do you know what is most crucial for survival in the wilderness? It is the relentless spirit, never to be satisfied with yesterday's achievements. Each day must be lived better than the last. You must find a way to conquer nature." Zhang Heng rubbed his eyes and replied with a wry smile, "Ed, you didn't say that the last time we spoke." Yet, there was no response from the other side. Zhang Heng tried to place his fingers under the man's nose, only to discover that Ed had ceased to breathe. Although Zhang Heng had mentally prepared himself for Ed's departure, the reality of the former army captain's passing still filled him with sorrow. Their time together had not been long, but the skills he had acquired for survival in the wilderness were all imparted to him by Ed. Their relationship had been one of both mentorship and camaraderie. Zhang Heng excavated a pit in the forest not far from the cave, where he interred the corpse, taking precautionary measures to deter wild beasts by sharpening several wooden stakes and surrounding the grave with them. After completing this grim task, he dragged his famished body to the seashore in search of sustenance. The good news was that half of the 40 days allotted for his mission had elapsed. Although he found himself alone once more, this time Zhang Heng felt a renewed confidence in his ability to survive on this desolate island. Particularly on the afternoon of the 20th day, when he discovered a 2-pound fish ensnared in a coral trap, he relished the prospect of a hearty meal that night. Just as he believed his streak of misfortune had come to an end, a long-forgotten voice prompt suddenly echoed in his ears. Alert! Alert! Anomalies detected in target instance. Severe temporal error. Error reporting in progress. Secondary permissions activated. Review approved. Reporting cancelled. Permanently removing this error from the judgment sequence. Zhang Heng was momentarily overwhelmed by the cascade of information, and as he grasped the gravity of the situation, his expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly glanced at his right hand. There, the 3 hands of the clock coincided precisely at the top of the dial. In the initial days of his arrival, he had been unable to enter that still world at night, believing that this device held no significance within the game. Little did he realize it had been preparing to unleash a momentous power. In an instant, Zhang Heng comprehended the origin of the 520 days, his daily allocation of 24 hours. Multiplied by 480, had transformed into a nightmarishly formidable figure within this realm. Chapter 12, Desert Island Survival 6. So, was all of this merely a game, after all? In reality, once the starfish's time reached 0000, Zhang Heng would enter a state of temporal stasis. Yet now, the sea breeze continued to caress his ears. The coconut trees swayed behind him, and apart from the voice that had suddenly appeared moments ago, nothing had changed. Zhang Heng had previously experimented with playing several computer games in a state of suspended time, according to the principle of contact restoration. As long as they were not interconnected with others, they could all run smoothly without exception. However, now was not the time to dwell on such matters. Just when he thought he could glimpse the light of victory, the game's difficulty had suddenly escalated to a hellish level. Realizing that he would have to remain on this deserted island for 500 days instead of 20, Zhang Heng no longer had the strength even to force a wry smile. He sat by the sea, gazing at the distant horizon, doing nothing until the sun had set, feeling for the first time that life was truly filled with malice. Yet, now that things had come to this, complaining was utterly futile. Even if he were to seek retribution, he would first have to survive for 500 days. Zhang Heng finally rallied himself before nightfall. He was not one to be easily defeated by hardship. Following Ed's teachings of intermittent surrender, he had vented his negative emotions and essentially regained his composure. Fire could roast food, heat raw water, and also keep him warm at night, but at the same time, keeping the fire burning had become his responsibility. Every day, he ventured out not only to gather food and fresh water, but also to find easily combustible firewood. This task became exceedingly arduous, especially shortly after rainfall. Zhang Heng had long aspired to collect more firewood to store in the cave, preparing for the incessant downpours. However, his previous efforts had been entirely devoted to foraging for sustenance. Now that Ed was no longer present, his daily food requirements had diminished by half, finally allowing him the time to engage in additional activities. In addition to gathering firewood, Zhang Heng endeavored to craft several stone axes. Ed, lacking proficiency in toolmaking, had merely provided him with a rudimentary explanation of the principles behind the creation of stone axes. Previously, Zhang Heng had used a shell with a sharp edge to chop down trees, but this method proved ineffective, often taking him 2 to 3 hours to fell a small tree. Now, he sought to experiment with the stone tools revered by primitive people. Yet he encountered unforeseen difficulties. The axes either flew away with a single swing or broke after only a couple of strikes. Zhang Heng could only console himself with the adage that failure is the mother of success. As 20 days swiftly passed, the familiar voice echoed in his ears, task completed. Although both statements were innocuous on their own, their conjunction resembled a rather cold jest. Zhang Heng disregarded the enigmatic voice, having just finished his lunch. He intended to search for a few more shells by the seaside, as the previous one had been damaged by fire. While meticulously selecting goods at the market, he inadvertently caught sight of 2 small dark figures struggling amidst the waves not far away. This scenario appeared rather familiar. Even more recognizable were the 2 individuals floundering in the surf. Are these not the fellows from Option B, the adventurous chap, and Option C, the shorts-clad lad? Zhang Heng was rendered speechless. What manner of individuals were these? Their tenacity was simply astonishing. He had struggled arduously on the island to merely survive, yet these 2, after drifting at sea for 40 days, were still full of vim and vigor. He recalled the late Ed, who, before his demise, had expressed gratitude. stating that he could at least perish on land rather than suffer a watery grave like the other two. Zhang Heng felt a pang of guilt toward the former. Had he not rescued him, perhaps he too would be merely adrift at sea. Zhang Heng was no novice to games. He recognized that he was encountering a bug. The root cause was his surplus of 24 hours, which had disrupted the operation of this. In an ordinary game, this would likely result in a freeze or crash. But this game continued to function, which in itself was a testament to its remarkable nature. The bartender had proclaimed it the greatest game in human history, and Zhang Heng was beginning to believe it. Since his arrival in this world, everything before him had been incredibly authentic. The flora and fauna of the island were identical to those in the real world, and Ed, with whom he had interacted, was indistinguishable from a living person. However, this seemingly flawless world had finally revealed a crack. Was it repeating itself due to the absence of subsequent plot developments? Yet, unlike a mechanical loop, Ed, whom he had personally buried in the grove, did not reappear, indicating that the fundamental logic was still in operation. Zhang Heng swiftly removed his clothing, seizing the opportunity for benefits that had presented itself. In contrast to the frail individual who had arrived on the island 40 days prior, he was now well-fed and capable of engaging in exercises amidst his labor. His physical condition had nearly reverted to its peak state. Assessing the distance between himself and the two others, he resolved to approach the individual in shorts, who was positioned farthest from him. This decision stemmed from the game designer's philosophy that greater sacrifices yield more substantial rewards. With Ed's assistance, he had largely liberated himself from the woes of hunger, and he was eager to discover how saving this individual in shorts might transform his life. 10 days later, as Zhang Heng gazed upon the brick kiln and the tiled house, he decisively submitted his knee. It was astonishing to witness someone capable of constructing a house with their bare hands. He followed the shorts-clad individual closely, observing as he sourced clay, erected beams, built the kiln, and ultimately fashioned a half-meter-tall model of a tiled house. Furthermore, the individual demonstrated the proper techniques for crafting a stone axe, constructing a wooden shelter, pottery making, creating shrimp traps, sandals, weaving fabric from tree bark fibers, and making bows and slingshots. This time, free from the burden of food scarcity, Zhang Heng could devote all his time to fervent learning. Regrettably, the individual in shorts remained silent throughout, quietly demonstrating various tools and construction techniques at Zhang Heng's request. Then, on the 19th day, he tragically succumbed to death in the woods after mistakenly consuming a poisonous mushroom. Was this a scripted demise? Drawing upon his prior experiences, Zhang Heng excavated a pit beside the grave and interred the shorts guy within it. Unlike Ed, the shorts guy remained silent throughout their journey. Their bond was not particularly profound, and upon realizing that all of this was merely a game, Zhang Heng found himself less affected by the loss. Nevertheless, out of respect for their teacher-student relationship, he ensured that the deceased was laid to rest with dignity. Subsequently, he endeavored to assimilate the knowledge imparted by the shorts guy over the past 19 days. During this period, the remaining adventurer drifted by twice more. Yet Zhang Heng chose not to rescue him. After all, if left unattended, the adventurer would inevitably return, and saving him would only leave Zhang Heng with a mere 19 days of life. On the 130th day upon the deserted island, a notification sounded in Zhang Heng's ears. The construction of the tile house has been successfully completed. Outdoor survival skill has increased from level 0 to level 1. Game points, 5. Please refer to the character panel for further details. Chapter 13. The Survival Saga on the Deserted Island, 7. Zhang Heng glanced at his character panel and noted that his skills had finally increased from 2 to 3. However, the scathing evaluations remained unchanged. Since the shorts guy had taught him the art of crafting bows and arrows, Zhang Heng had added another activity to his daily routine. He marked out a section of the beach to practice his archery. Although he had utilized the knowledge acquired from Ed and the shorts guy to alleviate his struggles with food and fresh water, even moving out of the previously unsanitary cave filled with bird droppings to reside in the tile house he had constructed himself, he soon found that the improvement in his material circumstances gave rise to new challenges. Ed once stated that for those adept in wilderness survival, the greatest adversary is invariably oneself, not the capricious nature. Once fundamental survival requisites are met, the vast majority succumb to a state of bewilderment. Devoid of purpose and impetus, and marooned on a desolate isle, they are swiftly enveloped by an overwhelming sense of solitude. Therefore, Zhang Heng must seek additional endeavors to occupy himself, maintaining a state of perpetual activity for both body and mind. thereby precluding contemplation of his desert island predicament. Considering the imperative of enduring here for over 400 days, whilst apprenticed to the young man, Zhang Heng resolved upon a novel objective. He determined to embark on an expedition to the island's heart. Since that time, he had circumspectly regulated his sphere of activity, eschewing the primeval forest, as the resources along the littoral sufficed for his sustenance. However, to combat this formidable isolation, Zhang Heng required a goal to sustain his will to live. He would venture to the island's center and ascertain what lay there. Having established this aim, Zhang Heng commenced immersing himself wholeheartedly in its pursuit, striving assiduously towards its realization. Given the presence of predators within the forest, he first needed to fortify his capacity for self-preservation to the utmost degree. The youth had imparted to him the fabrication of two ranged weapons, the bow and arrow, and the sling. The latter was the simpler to construct, yet presented the greater challenge in its employment. The angle and timing of the cast demanded exacting precision. The slightest premature or tardy release would result in the projectile deviating vastly from its intended mark. Achieving a mere 4 or 5 strikes out of 100 attempts would be a feat of no small accomplishment. Conversely, the bow and arrow proved to be more accurate and easier to control, particularly since Zhang Heng possessed a foundational skill in archery, having been instructed in proper posture, power application, and breathing techniques by his coach during training. What he lacked was merely practice, an endeavor that could not be shortcuts. It demanded relentless dedication over time. In the real world, even if a day were to stretch to 48 hours due to an abundance of tasks, he could not afford to invest excessive time in a mere hobby. However, now, on this solitary island, time was in ample supply. The transition from commercially available recurve bows to handcrafted primitive bows undoubtedly represented a significant downgrade in terms of consumption. Compared to the former, the latter's precision and durability were somewhat concerning. Drawing the bow required greater exertion, and the bark cord he fashioned for the bowstring risked breaking after more than 100 pulls, with an average lifespan of around 150 shots. He set a practice standard for himself of 300 arrows per day, necessitating the replacement of the bowstring twice. By the 172nd day on the island, Zhang Heng had achieved near perfection in hitting stationary targets within 10 meters and maintained a 70 accuracy rate at 30 meters. Beyond this distance, the threat level of his rudimentary bow and arrow diminished significantly. Subsequently, he received a notification that his archery skill had progressed from level 0 to level 1. Yet, Zhang Heng felt somewhat dissatisfied. His goal was to elevate his archery to level 2 before venturing deeper into the primitive forest, thereby ensuring he possessed sufficient self-defense capabilities. With his archery skill having ascended to level 1, Zhang Heng ventured deeper into the forest, arriving once more at the vicinity where he had previously sought firewood. As fate would have it, he encountered the peculiar creature resembling a wild chicken once again. The creature seemed to mock Zhang Heng, aware of his inability to capture it. Upon their meeting, they exchanged strange, discordant calls before the creature hastily scurried into the thicket. In the next moment, its body was violently pierced by a wooden arrow that fell from the sky. Simultaneously, a notification chimed in Zhang Heng's ear. Hunt successful, game points, 3. You may check the relevant information in the character panel. Zhang Heng's palms were slick with sweat. He was merely 7 meters away from the creature, a distance within his confident range. However, should it take flight, his accuracy would significantly diminish. Consequently, he released the arrow with a sense of urgency, his breath slightly erratic during the shot. Fortunately, his diligent practice bore fruit, and the creature's ample size ensured that his aim did not miss. The creature flailed a few times before reluctantly accepting its fate. It was a rather peculiar being. Initially, Zhang Heng had mistaken it for a wild chicken, but upon closer inspection, he noted that its beak resembled that of a duck, albeit with a hooked tip. It was considerably larger than a wild chicken, adorned with blue-gray feathers, short wings, and 2 stout little legs beneath. The creature appeared rather unsightly. Zhang Heng recalled having perused a bird identification guide, yet he could not find this creature within its pages. Nevertheless, given that it fed on fruits and seeds, it was plausible, perhaps, that it could also be edible. Since the last encounter with that peculiar creature resembling a wild chicken, Zhang Heng had set his sights on it. Regrettably, at that time, he had no means to deal with the frenzied beings scurrying about. Now, having honed his archery skills, he eagerly extended his grasp towards these innocent little beings. Ultimately, Zhang Heng's inaugural hunt proved to be bountiful. In addition to the 15-pound wild chicken, he serendipitously discovered a patch of wild potatoes on his way back. These rapidly growing tubers, if properly handled, could provide him with a continuous supply of sustenance in the future. Chapter 14. Survival on the Deserted Island. 8. This peculiar, unnamed giant wild chicken was so unappealing that one hesitated to take a bite. Yet surprisingly, its flavor was quite delightful. In truth, the meat was coarser than that of ordinary chicken, perhaps more akin to that of a pigeon in texture. However, for Zhang Heng, who was nearly driven mad by his cravings for meat, this was the finest poultry he had ever tasted. The hefty chicken was too much for him to consume in one sitting, so he preserved the remaining meat by removing the entrails and soaking it in seawater, subsequently smoking it into jerky, which he hung beneath the eaves. He sought out a sunny patch of land behind his dwelling, where he sliced the wild potatoes he had gathered and planted them, sprinkling some ashes fertilizer. Finally, he enclosed the area with a fence, eagerly anticipating the surprises it might yield in a month and a half. Previously, he had marked the passage of time by carving characters into the stone wall. But after relocating, it was impractical to bring that wall with him. Fortunately, he still possessed the starfish on his right hand, with its extraordinary hardness, surpassing any scientific explanation. Zhang Heng had even used it to polish stones in his early days. Based on the position of the hour and minute hands, he could deduce the current date through a simple calculation, realizing that it has been 201 days since he landed on this desolate island. The garments he wore were the first to deteriorate, followed by his shoes, which now bore a significant tear. Fortunately, being in the tropics, he had little concern for temperature even in winter. Thus, Zhang Heng often spent his days bare-chested. His skin had taken on a sun-kissed bronze hue, his beard was unkempt, and his hair had become disheveled, hanging in disarray. That afternoon, Zhang Heng set aside all his tasks and chose to climb a rocky outcrop by the coast, settling cross-legged atop it, gazing quietly into the distance. After approximately half an hour, his long-awaited companion appeared punctually. The adventurer struggled against the waves, appearing as though he might succumb to drowning at any moment. Observing the rising and falling figure, Zhang Heng's expression was one of deep conflict. The illustrious philosopher, mathematician, and historian Bertrand Russell once stated that his life was governed by three simple yet profound emotions: a yearning for love, a quest for knowledge, and compassion for human suffering. However, for Zhang Heng, the situation was more straightforward. The two pillars sustaining him through these 500 days were merely the desire to explore the island's center and the sporadic arrival of the adventurer every 40 days. The former kept him occupied, minimizing his idle thoughts, while the latter served as a reminder that he was not entirely alone. Zhang Heng had contemplated rescuing the adventurer from the sea countless times. If he could bring him ashore, he would have companionship for 19 days, providing him with the much-needed interaction and warmth from another human being. Yet, he hesitated to take action. He reminisced about the film Cast Away, where the protagonist's plane crashes, leaving him stranded on an island with numerous packages. To survive, he opened them all, except for one, which symbolized hope. Rescuing the explorer now would mean utter solitude after 19 days when the man succumbed to his injuries. Although his wilderness survival skills had only reached level 1, he still lacked many things, such as a gaming console, even one with just Tetris and Snake. But he no longer felt the same urgency to improve his skills as when he first arrived on the island. Instead, he needed an assistant to explore the island's center, which would be safer with two people. Therefore, Zhang Heng planned to save the explorer and have him accompany him into the primeval forest. From Ed and the shorts-clad guy, he had learned that even though they were both wilderness survival experts, their expertise differed. Ed focused on basic survival skills, while the shorts-clad guy specialized in manufacturing. Judging from the explorer's attire, he was likely an exploration expert. Rescuing him now would be somewhat awkward. Therefore, Zhang Heng suppressed his desires and watched as the explorer was engulfed by the waves for the 4th time. He cast a lingering glance at the direction in which the man had disappeared before leaping off the rock face and resuming his archery practice. After dedicating a month to refining his accuracy at a distance of 30 meters to over 90%, he received no notification of skill advancement. Undeterred, Zhang Heng was not disheartened, as this was within his expectations. The game's criteria for skill recognition were stringent. Despite studying English for 14 years, along with his native Chinese, he only managed to attain level 1 in languages. However, considering the multitude of languages worldwide, this classification seemed equitable. Similarly, with wilderness survival, Zhang Heng believed that if everyone in the world were stranded on a deserted island, he would undoubtedly be among the last survivors, if not the ultimate one. Yet, he also acknowledged his pronounced specialization, as he might not fare as well in other harsh environments, such as polar regions or deserts, which would significantly challenge his survival. This disparity marked the most significant difference between him and true experts. Consequently, Zhang Heng remained patient with his archery skill. After improving his accuracy at 30 meters, he began practicing shooting at dynamic targets. Initially, Zhang Heng targeted fish swimming near the coral, but after 2 shots, he realized that his vision was distorted underwater, and continuing this practice might skew his archery technique. After several attempts, Zhang Heng ultimately opted to craft targets from broken pottery shards. He strung them together with rope and hung them from tree branches, where they would sway in the breeze. This adjustment significantly increased the difficulty of hitting the targets. After dedicating 2 months to rigorous practice, Zhang Heng began to grasp the fundamentals. During this period, he unexpectedly acquired a rather homely, oversized fowl. The creature had wandered to the edge of Zhang Heng's vegetable garden, presumably seeking a complimentary breakfast, only to become ensnared by the fence. After some deliberation, Zhang Heng refrained from immediately consuming it. Instead, he secured a rope to one of its legs, tethering the other end to a wooden post. Thus, he acquired an upgraded mobile target. Encasing the carbonized arrowheads, Zhang Heng commenced a ruthless game of torment with the fowl. However, he soon realized that this endeavor only served to amplify his frustration. Time, it seemed, moved at an agonizingly slow pace when one fixated upon it. Consequently, Zhang Heng ceased marking the days. After his cultivated potatoes had yielded their 4th harvest, the long-awaited notification finally reached his ears. Archery skill has been elevated from level 1 to level 2. Consult the character panel for pertinent details. While not quite on par with the illustrious Robinson Crusoe, this achievement was remarkable for a former city dweller. In reality, Zhang Heng had fully acclimatized to life in the wilderness. In pursuit of a more comfortable living environment, he undertook 2 rounds of expansion for his humble abode and vegetable garden. The former transformed from a solitary room into a spacious 3-bedroom dwelling, complete with underfloor heating, while the latter now yields an abundance that surpasses his consumption. Zhang Heng meticulously sliced surplus potatoes with a stone knife, sun-drying them to produce 100 natural potato chips. Additionally, he discovered onions in the woods and transplanted them into his small garden. After completing these tasks, he devoted time to constructing a fish pond beside his cottage, complete with a bathing area and a small breeding garden. The pond now houses the fish and crabs he cannot consume, while a wild chicken, having wedged its head in the fence, proudly became the first resident of the breeding garden. After a month and a half of attempts to capture it, Zhang Heng had successfully instilled a sense of fear in the once defiant creature, which had transformed from an audacious bully proclaiming, "I fear no one, bring it on," into a vacant-eyed elder, devoid of spirit. Zhang Heng felt a twinge of guilt and restrained his desire to feast upon it, opting instead to keep it in captivity, hoping to perhaps reap a few eggs in the future. However, this dream was dashed when he discovered that the creature was, in fact, male. "Well, I shall keep it as a pet," he decided, naming the wild chicken Mickey Mouse. Compared to the fish, birds, and crabs, at least this one possessed a slightly higher intellect, allowing for some interaction over time. Zhang Heng's accuracy within 10 meters had now reached 80%, while at 30 meters, it exceeded 50%. Upon receiving notification that his archery skill had ascended to level 2, he realized it was finally time to embark on his next adventure. Subsequently, he dedicated 10 days to meticulously preparing a supply of portable provisions sufficient for 2 individuals, alongside a month's worth of sustenance for Mickey Mouse. He then fashioned 2 spears from the most resilient timber available, intending them for use as close-quarters combat weapons. On the advent of the 401st day, when the intrepid explorer once more drifted ashore, Zhang Heng rowed his self-constructed raft to the man's vicinity. "Gratitude, my friend. Art thou a native inhabitant of this isle? The vessel upon which I sailed was vanquished by a tempestuous typhoon, leaving me as the sole survivor to swim hither, albeit in a state of utter exhaustion. Had it not been for thy benevolent intervention, I fear my fate would have been sealed." Zhang Heng, in a state of speechlessness, pondered his semblance to a native. He cast his gaze downward, scrutinizing his reflection in the seawater. Alas, his appearance did indeed bear the hallmarks of a quintessential indigenous person. His sojourn upon this desolate isle had been protracted, resulting in the deterioration of all his original possessions, save for his wristwatch. Nonetheless, The prospect of encountering a fellow human being engendered a sense of jubilation within him. Zhang Heng had endured nearly a year without engaging in conversation with another soul, and the sight of the adventurous man filled him with elation. He extended a wooden cask containing potable water to the newcomer. My appellation is Zhang Heng, and I am not a native of this land. I, too, suffered a shipwreck, albeit an event that transpired a year prior. After imbibing the water, the explorer's countenance regained a semblance of its former vitality. He had initially harbored concerns that the indigenous individual's act of rescue might have been motivated by a desire to procure a repast. However, upon ascertaining that his benefactor was a civilized being, a look of delight graced his visage. My name is Belbaud. I formerly served in the British 21st Special Air Service Regiment, scaled the heights of Mount Everest, and ultimately chose to embark upon a career as a presenter, explorer, and author. You mentioned that you have been residing on this island for a year. It is truly an extraordinary occurrence. Strictly speaking, I had 2 companions, though neither of them managed to survive. Zhang Heng paused, then ventured to ask, do you recall the individuals who were with you when you fell into the sea? People who fell into the sea with me? Bell's expression appeared genuine. I certainly intended to rescue others when the incident occurred, but a massive wave knocked me unconscious. Upon regaining consciousness, I found myself on this small island. Guiding the raft ashore, Zhang Heng led Bell to his dwelling. Did you construct all of this yourself? Gazing upon the seaside cottage with its panoramic ocean view, the thriving vegetable garden, and the pond teeming with fish and shrimp, Bell couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. I believe I have nothing further to impart to you, as even I could not have accomplished it with such finesse. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the Mickey Mouse in the breeding garden, sighing deeply and lamenting the hardships of existence, and he was taken aback. Zhang Heng assumed that Mickey Mouse's appearance had once again successfully horrified someone. Just as he was about to introduce the two, he heard Bell exclaim excitedly, "Good heavens! What do I behold? A dodo! There are still living dodos in this world." This time, it was Zhang Heng's turn to be stunned. He was undoubtedly familiar with the dodo's reputation. According to records, this bird thrived on the island of Mauritius in the Indian Ocean until it encountered a group of European colonists. As a result, it suffered an unforeseen calamity and was driven to extinction in a mere 2 centuries, leaving not even a complete specimen behind. Zhang Heng had not anticipated that a casual bite would lead him to encounter the national bird of Mauritius. However, given the context of the game, nothing that transpired seemed particularly strange. Noticing Zhang Heng's composed demeanor, Bell was somewhat taken aback and kindly took it upon himself to enlighten him. The dodo became extinct in 1681, and the reasons behind its extinction have long been a topic of debate. Some assert that European colonizers hunted them to extinction, while others argue that invasive species brought by colonizers contributed to their demise, and yet others attribute it to changes in the ecological environment. Regardless of the cause, they have vanished from the earth. In 2016, a mere dodo skeleton fetched an astonishing price of $500,000. And what you have discovered on this small island would undoubtedly astonish the entire world. Unfortunately, this is merely a realm of gameplay. The narrative beyond the island is utterly vacant, Zhang Heng mused internally. However, he could not articulate this to Bell directly. After a moment's reflection, he opted for a more palatable explanation. Bell, even if this is indeed a dodo, we must first devise a way to leave this island before we can present them to the world. You are correct, Bell concurred. The presence of dodos on this island is not favorable news for us. It implies that no one has ever set foot here. And this place likely does not lie on any shipping route. Then allow me to accompany you. I believe I can be of assistance in our exploration, Bell responded eagerly. When shall we set off? Tomorrow? No, let us wait a couple more days to allow your body to fully recover, and in the meantime, it would be nice to have some conversation. With an ardent gaze, Zhang Heng turned towards the explorer. Chapter 16, Desert Island Survival. 10. Despite the ordeal at sea, which left him drained and on the verge of dehydration, Bell possessed remarkable resilience. With sufficient nourishment, fresh water, and a conducive resting environment, he recuperated in less than 48 hours. Zhang Heng, however, was in no rush to depart. The island, while not expansive, was of considerable size. Circumnavigating its perimeter would take approximately 8 days. Progress would be even slower upon entering the primeval forest. But reaching the island's center from their current location should only require about 3 days. Given Bell's estimated 19-day window, they had ample time for preparation. Over the past 2 days, Zhang Heng had gained a fundamental understanding of his new companion's capabilities. Belle's wilderness survival skills, unlike those of Ed and the shorts-clad fellow, leaned more towards hunting and self-preservation, precisely what was needed for exploring the primeval forest. Zhang Heng was now adept at crafting most tools and possessed basic survival skills such as finding shelter and water sources. However, the limited variety of vegetables in his garden and the solitary Mickey Mouse in his farm revealed his lack of familiarity with the surrounding natural world. Species identification, in particular, remained a weakness for Zhang Heng, a common trait among modern urban dwellers. A similar situation existed with animals. Zhang Heng had consistently found Mickey Mouse unattractive, never realizing that it was, in fact, the extinct national bird of Mauritius. Now, the rescued explorer could finally rectify his last deficiency. With ample time to spare, Zhang Heng embarked on an island tour around the forest's periphery with Belle. The latter instructed him on how to identify and procure various resources from the forest. Zhang Heng couldn't help but lament that his previous year had been a waste, possessing a treasure trove without knowing how to exploit it. However, as he listened, Zhang Heng sensed something amiss, as almost every creature that appeared before Belle was invariably evaluated with the phrase, "You can eat it if you cut off the head." Furthermore, Belle proved to be an excellent listener and conversationalist. After a day of respite in the Wattle and Daub house, Zhang Heng planted the vegetable seeds he had gathered during the trip in the vegetable garden. During this time, he received another notification, successfully collected more than 10 kinds of vegetables. Wilderness survival skill increased from LV1 to LV2. Game points 5. Check the character panel for relevant information. To this day, Zhang Heng remains uncertain about the purpose of these so-called game points. Including the previous instances, he has accumulated 16 points, which can be clearly viewed on his character panel. In his view, this feature resembles an achievement system, where points are awarded upon fulfilling certain conditions. The previous 11 points were earned for making a fire, building a house, and hunting, respectively. However, Zhang Heng is not overly concerned with such things. He is a casual gamer who focuses on completing the game rather than obsessively achieving every single achievement. This time, it was simply a result of spending too much time alone, making it impossible not to achieve them. Moreover, he noticed that the evaluation section seemed to have undergone some alterations. Evaluation. This player is rather unremarkable, lacking any particularly commendable attributes, yet possesses a certain proficiency in wilderness survival and archery skills. It is anticipated that he will not surpass the 5th round of the game. Zhang Heng felt a sense of curiosity. He believed his archery skills were quite commendable, and he had acquired survival knowledge sufficient to endure harsh conditions. How could it be that he might falter before the 5th round? What, then, was the standing of the other players? This thought flitted through his mind momentarily, before Zhang Heng redirected his focus to the tasks at hand. After a night of rest, both of them had nearly recovered from their fatigue, their physical condition now at its peak. The main event was finally approaching. Furthermore, with Belle, the humanoid hunting machine, by their side, there was no need to worry about supplies. Subsequently, Zhang Heng retrieved the 2 spears he had previously crafted for melee combat, but Belle shook his head, drawing a small knife from his waist, declaring that this would suffice. Zhang Heng felt a twinge of envy upon seeing that knife. He was reminded of his Swiss Army knife, which had been lost since arriving on this desolate island. He recalled the time spent with Ed, where they had achieved the remarkable feat of sawing trees with clamshells. Even now, the spear he wielded was merely a sharpened, carbonized tip, which, while effective, could not compare to proper equipment. Moreover, the craftsmanship of that knife appeared exceptionally refined, with Belle's name elegantly inscribed upon it. If you fancy it, I'll gift you this blade once we're out of harm's way. Furthermore, you're welcome to visit my home. I'll introduce you to my wife and son then. Although aware that this day might never dawn, Zhang Heng graciously expressed his gratitude to the explorer. With all preparations finalized, the duo formally ventured into the primeval forest. However, on the very first night, Zhang Heng realized how fortunate he was to have Belle as a companion. He had made the most thorough preparations, yet he had clearly underestimated the perils lurking within. It's impossible for a person to maintain vigilance around the clock, especially since the forest's nocturnal hours are far from serene. Something always rustles in the undergrowth in the darkness. During the first half of the night, Zhang Heng remained alert, gripping his spear at the slightest disturbance. However, he soon realized that this was unsustainable. The consequence of a sleepless night would be a decline in his mental acuity and sluggish reactions the following day. Consequently, Zhang Heng compelled himself to close his eyes. He managed, with great difficulty, to ignore the furtive rustlings and drift into a state of semi-consciousness. Just then, he felt something brushing against his abdomen. However, as this was the most drowsy period of Zhang Heng's day, he couldn't immediately awaken. It wasn't until something had coiled around his body, constricting tighter and tighter, that Zhang Heng felt a bit suffocated. Upon opening his eyes, he saw the mass coiled around him. It was a python, estimated to be over 3 meters in length. Its body was thicker than Zhang Heng's forearm, with a wide underbelly and a back covered in brown cloud-like spots. Struggling to extricate himself from its coils, Zhang Heng discovered his arms were immobilized. The constricting pressure intensified, threatening to fracture his very bones. Fortunately, his struggle roused Bell, who deftly located the serpent's vent, a vulnerable point in pythons that, when targeted, can afford a chance to escape. With a swift maneuver, Bell punctured the python's tail near its vent, causing the massive reptile to gradually relax its grip. Once Zhang Heng was free, Bell, elucidating his actions, plunged his knife into the python's head. "Good fortune," he remarked. "Our breakfast is secured." Chapter 17. Desert Island Survival. 11. Zhang Heng awoke to the sight of Bell roasting the very serpent that had nearly consumed him the night before. "Zhang, you're awake. Just in time for breakfast." The explorer stoked the campfire, adjusting the flames with a small twig. He then gestured towards a bloodied mass, the snakeskin. "I've just finished peeling it off. Once cleaned, it can be fashioned into a water bag, offering superior sealing compared to wood. Alternatively, it could be used to make clothing, which would provide a cooling effect quite beneficial in this sweltering heat." "Thank you for last night," Zhang Heng said, sitting up and acknowledging Bell with gratitude, his arms still bearing the red imprints of the python's constriction. "Salutations, let us dispense with formalities. You extended me a lifeline at sea, and mutual aid is paramount for survival in the wilderness, is it not?" With that, Bell proffered a skewer of roasted serpent to Zhang Heng. The latter initially demurred, yet upon reflection, he surmised that this might constitute his sole opportunity to partake of python without incurring legal repercussions. Thus, he accepted the offering. Intrigued, he sampled a morsel, discovering a palatable flavor profile. The characteristic fishiness was subdued, vaguely reminiscent of fowl, yet with a more resilient texture. Recalling that this very creature had imperiled his existence the previous evening, Zhang Heng resolved to indulge in a further portion. Following their repast, the duo resumed their expedition. Bell continued to fulfill his role as a competent guide, forging a path with his blade while elucidating the various denizens of the surrounding ecosystem to Zhang Heng. "The python we encountered last night is not the sole predator in this forest. Pythons typically consume their prey whole, commencing with the head. Their visual acuity is limited, occasionally leading to instances where oversized prey ruptures their abdomen. However, their digestive capabilities are formidable, often enabling them to assimilate both flesh and bone. The skeletal remains we previously encountered, some of which were relatively intact, suggest that they did not perish at the serpent's hand." Zhang Heng meticulously committed these obscure facts to memory, recognizing that knowledge, though seemingly inconsequential, may prove invaluable in unforeseen circumstances. For instance, Ed and the young man in shorts did not instruct him on how to extract salt from seawater. However, drawing upon a brief video he had previously encountered on a certain barrage website, he adeptly produced relatively pure edible salt through the methods of heating, crystallization, and repeated filtration, rendering his food delectable. It is worth mentioning that during his elementary school years, Zhang Heng accompanied his grandfather to Zishuangbana, where the forest park left a profound impression on him. Nonetheless, as it was a region artificially developed, only a small portion was accessible to visitors for safety reasons. This marked Zhang Heng's inaugural encounter with a truly pristine tropical rainforest, and according to Bell, the biodiversity here is exceedingly rich, which greatly broadened Zhang Heng's horizons. For instance, he once observed a species of frog by the roadside, its abdominal skin translucent, measuring merely 1 to 2 centimeters in length, allowing a clear view of its heart, liver, and digestive tract, a truly wondrous sight. "And what about this?" Zhang Heng inquired, pointing to a gnarled protrusion on a banyan tree, from which new branches were astonishingly sprouting. "Ah, the staghorn fern, a member of the Polypodiaceae family of epiphytic plants. When young, it displays a tender green hue, maturing to a light brown. They typically grow on the trunks or branches of other trees and are quite common in tropical rainforests." In addition, Zhang Heng also encountered the cat monkey, a peculiar creature that is neither feline nor simian, adorned with bat-like wings that envelop its neck, limbs, and tail, allowing it to glide gracefully through the air, exuding an air of playful elegance. Then there was the Giblin bacura, the world's sole herbivorous spider, which feeds solely on leaf buds. Its name is rather cumbersome. And even after confirming thrice with Bell, Zhang Heng found it hard to believe. The bird of paradise, also known as the heavenly bird, produces a call reminiscent of gunfire. Startling Zhang Heng at first, yet its appearance is truly exquisite, particularly its tail feathers, showcasing a mesmerizing gradient of colors. Bell couldn't help but express his admiration, proclaiming this place a veritable paradise of biodiversity. It was his first encounter with such a diverse congregation of tropical flora and fauna from various regions, a sight that seemed utterly astonishing. Any biologist would undoubtedly fall in love with this remarkable land. Just then, Zhang Heng felt something beneath his feet and bent down to retrieve an unfamiliar animal's tooth, featuring a circular hole at its base. The sparse foreign population was indeed revealing, and Zhang Heng refrained from commenting on the wisdom of such behavior. Instead, he pondered another concern. Did indigenous people inhabit this island? Surely they were not cannibals? Bell shook his head, deeming it unlikely. The island itself is not vast, and given that Zhang Heng had already resided there for over a year, if there were others living on the island, it was inconceivable that they had not crossed paths by now, especially considering the age of the tooth he had found. So, it appears that there were indeed indigenous people living here in the past. Zhang Heng felt a shiver run down his spine. Had those natives survived until now? He and Ed might have been captured and turned into soup on their very first day on the island. Well, let us continue to explore further. Up to this point, they had traversed half the distance, and with each step deeper into the wilderness, they uncovered increasingly more signs of human habitation. Bell gazed at the dilapidated huts, completely decayed, and the stone tools overrun with moss, leading him to conclude that a tribe once thrived here long ago. What had befallen them, and why had they vanished without a trace? The explorer felt an escalating curiosity. Chapter 18, Survival on the Deserted Island, 12. Zhang Heng was not particularly surprised. He understood that this was merely a game, and theoretically, even if he stumbled upon Winnie the Pooh deep in the forest, he would not be overly astonished. However, at this moment, he had to concede that everything around him felt extraordinarily authentic, if not for the additional 24 hours he had accrued, resulting in significant discrepancies in game time. He might not have identified any bugs at all. Beyond the houses and stone tools, the duo also discovered a small lake nearby, approximately 1 hectare in size. Bell scooped up some water to taste and announced, "It is potable. This is a freshwater lake." No wonder they built their village nearby. Yet, Zhang Heng's attention was captured by a half-buried object protruding from the muddy bank. Had this tribe already mastered the art of metal smelting? Zhang Heng investigated, but found himself utterly perplexed as to the purpose of the object. The day was waning, and the two decided to halt their journey, opting instead to make a fire and prepare a meal nearby. As they drew nearer to their destination, Zhang Heng's emotions grew increasingly complex. For over a year, the mere thought of venturing to the island's center had sustained him through his rigorous archery practice and physical training, which had almost become instinctual. Yet, when it came to genuinely caring about what lay there, he could hardly claim to be deeply invested. The anticipation of unveiling the mystery the following day stirred both excitement and trepidation within him. After all, it was a matter he had pondered for an entire year. However, a greater sense of confusion loomed. What would he cling to for purpose once this endeavor concluded? Fortunately, time had already passed 3/4 of the way, and with just over 100 days remaining, he believed he could endure, even if a new goal eluded him. On the third morning, Zhang Heng awoke early, only to discover that Bell had risen even earlier. "Good morning, Zhang," the adventurer greeted him enthusiastically. "I just took another stroll along the lakeshore. Guess what I found?" "A new breakfast?" "That's actually true. I did catch a catfish for a change in flavor. But beyond that, I stumbled upon something else." Bell placed 2 rusted little spheres into Zhang Heng's palm. "What are these? Marbles?" "They are bullets," Bell replied. "Solid bullets. How do they fire?" Zhang Heng was momentarily taken aback. Although he was not an aficionado of weaponry, he possessed a fundamental understanding of its mechanics. Modern firearms rely on the ignition of gunpowder within bullets to propel them forth. Without gunpowder, nothing could be discharged. "Do you remember the item you discovered by the lakeside?" "I have come to realize what it is," the explorer exclaimed with enthusiasm. "It is a matchlock musket, a weapon extensively utilized in Europe during the 15th and 16th centuries. This armament required separate loading of gunpowder and bullets, and the ignition by a match occurred during the peak of the slave trade. The indigenous people residing here were likely victims of slave raiders, captured and sold to plantation owners. This speculation seemed plausible and aligned with the circumstances they now faced. Zhang Heng was inclined to accept this explanation. However, upon reaching the island's center hours later, where they beheld a structure resembling an altar and a towering mound of bones, he turned to the explorer and inquired, were European slave raiders truly this ruthless during the 15th and 16th centuries? This was not the work of slave raiders, the explorer replied. It was a time steeped in blood and darkness. As far as I am aware, slave traders would indeed kill those who dared to resist during their captures, instilling fear in the others. Many would also slay individuals who were too young or too old to transport. Bell approached the altar, lifting a skull, yet remarked, this does not align with their modus operandi. If the indigenous people were not slain by slave raiders, then who had perpetrated this massacre? Could it have been their own kin? A casual remark from Zhang Heng left both of them momentarily speechless. Upon closer inspection, the architectural style of the altar bears a striking resemblance to the remnants they previously encountered by the lakeside. Alas, the slave-capturing crew has descended upon the island, and the indigenous people, realizing their impending defeat, retreated to this altar, ultimately choosing to end their own lives. This notion feels somewhat implausible. Bell approached the central mound of white bones, crouching down to brush away the dust from the stone slab. Here, he discovered something else, a totem depicting a creature with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a serpent, seemingly a deity revered by the natives. Zhang Heng felt a twinge of disappointment, although he was not particularly invested in what lay at the center of the island. The realization that it was merely an indigenous relic of no personal significance was disheartening. After all, this expedition had been a year in the making, fraught with peril, during which he had nearly been swallowed by a python, only to uncover a pile of bones and an altar. Nonetheless, he observed Bell's apparent fascination with the remains and chose not to rush him. Both of them had ample supplies of food and water. They had consumed less than half of their provisions, and Bell had successfully hunted several game along the way. Although most of it appeared somewhat unappetizing, the taste proved unexpectedly pleasant. Just then, a shadow suddenly sprang forth from behind the altar, lunging towards the explorers. Zhang Heng, startled, recognized the creature without the need for Bell's explanation. The jaguar, the sovereign of the tropical rainforest, possesses a physique and appearance reminiscent of a tiger. Equipped with sharp teeth and formidable claws, capable of effortlessly preying upon caimans, thus reigning as a top-tier predator in the food chain. However, Bell's reflexes were remarkably swift. The explorer rolled to the side, narrowly evading the beast's thunderous strike, and then drew a small knife from his waist. Zhang Heng also swiftly unstrung the bow and readied an arrow from behind him. Yet, just then, another jaguar emerged. This time, Bell's expression shifted dramatically. Could it be? Zhang Heng was astonished. Logically, there were still 4 days until the plot involving the explorer unfolded, and the early appearance of these jaguars seemed a misstep in the script. Nevertheless, there was no time for contemplation. Bell was in perilous danger, and even his formidable skills would be insufficient against 2 jaguars alone. Zhang Heng drew his bow and loosed an arrow at the second jaguar. The agile creature evaded with a nimble leap, a response that Zhang Heng anticipated. The distance between them was approximately 27 or 28 meters, typically at this range. He would only achieve a hit rate of about 50 to 60% when aiming at a target like Mickey Mouse. And the jaguar's agility surpassed that of a dodo by leaps and bounds. Chapter 19. The Desert Island Survival Saga. 13. Zhang Heng's miss, however, had captured the jaguar's attention, which swiftly shifted its gaze towards him. With Bell still engaged in combat with the other jaguar, it meant that Zhang Heng had to face the king of the tropical rainforest alone. Had he encountered such a situation before arriving on the island, the outcome would have been virtually inevitable. Not to mention the jaguar, even the goose at the village entrance would pose a formidable challenge for him. Yet now, after a year of arduous practice in archery, was it not for this very moment? Zhang Heng swiftly withdrew a wooden arrow from his quiver and knocked it onto the bowstring, resisting the urge to release it, for the distance between them was still considerable. At this range, he harbored no certainty of hitting his target. Thus he must temper the fear surging within him and await the jaguar's initial strike. This task, though seemingly straightforward, proved to be quite the challenge. For a ranged class, greater distance often equated to enhanced safety, as the saying goes. Every archer possesses a heart akin to that of a kite. However, reality was unyielding. Zhang Heng understood that in terms of agility and speed, his two legs could not rival the four of his opponent. Moreover, should he falter, the jaguar might well coordinate with its companion to eliminate the other explorer. Should both jaguars encircle him, escape from this forest would be an impossibility. Thus, the standoff commenced, with Zhang Heng adhering to his coach's teachings, maintaining a standard stance while regulating his breath. Meanwhile, the jaguar's patience was nearing its end. It crouched low, preparing for the pounce. Observing this, Zhang Heng felt a surge of anxiety. This scenario was entirely different from hunting the dodo bird. Back then, a missed shot merely meant the absence of a meal. But now, if he misfired, the jaguar's swiftness would leave him no opportunity to knock another arrow. In that case, he would become the prey. Zhang Heng endeavored to expel the myriad of distracting thoughts from his mind, striving to maintain emotional equilibrium. In the very next moment, the jaguar sprang into action, its speed surpassing Zhang Heng's imagination, almost vanishing from its original position in the blink of an eye. Its powerful hind legs propelled it off the ground, generating terrifying kinetic energy and explosive force. The distance between them diminished rapidly, until, at less than 7 meters, the sound of the bowstring reverberated through the air. This arrow was arguably Zhang Heng's most satisfying shot to date. After prolonged preparation and contemplation, his spirit had transcended into a state of unity with the universe, perceiving the world around him as if it had slowed. He could trace the trajectory of the jaguar's whiskers as they flickered at the corners of its mouth. Every aspect, force, angle, and predictive calculation was executed to perfection. The moment the arrow left his hand, Zhang Heng felt assured it would strike true. And indeed, it did. At such a close range, coupled with the jaguar's full sprint, it had no chance to evade. It could only watch helplessly as the wooden arrow struck its head. However, an unforeseen event unfolded shortly thereafter. Whether it was due to the insufficient lethality of the charred arrowhead or merely a stroke of bad luck, the arrow barely penetrated, becoming lodged in its skull. The jaguar emitted a pained roar, yet the injury was not fatal. Instead, it incited its ferocity. With the arrow still embedded, it lunged towards Zhang Heng, who was unable to escape in time, and brought him crashing to the ground. With a Herculean grip, Zhang Heng braced the wooden bow against the jaguar's neck, thwarting its attempt to sever his trachea. Yet, the beast's immense weight pressed him against the earth, its claws tearing into his shoulders, leaving a trail of crimson wounds. The searing pain, however, ignited within Zhang Heng an unprecedented surge of strength. The specter of imminent death banished his fear, and he realized he was alone in this struggle. Survival hinged solely on his own resolve. Clutching the bow with one hand, he frantically groped around with the other. Sensing the weakening pressure on its neck, the jaguar's eyes blazed with heightened ferocity. It lunged its head forward, aiming for Zhang Heng's throat. Saliva, dripping from its fangs, splattered on the man's face, its stench nearly overwhelming him. His predicament had become dire beyond measure. But then, his free hand closed around the discarded spear, just as the fetid jaws were about to clamp down on his throat. He preemptively thrust the spear deep into the jaguar's neck. The beast's eyes momentarily glazed over, but Zhang Heng pressed on with renewed vigor, twisting the spear within the wound. Simultaneously, he discarded the bow and seized the arrow that had previously struck the jaguar's skull, employing both hands to drive it further. Achievement unlocked. Solo hunt of an adult jaguar. 10 game points awarded. Check character panel for details. Zhang Heng finally acknowledged that he was indeed the victor of this sanguinary contest, shoving aside the lifeless cadaver that had been pinning him down. Zhang Heng observed that the skirmish on Bell's side was also drawing to a close. The explorer straddled his adversary, a small blade embedded in the latter's abdomen. The jaguar, having lost a considerable amount of blood, moved with increasing sluggishness, seemingly on the verge of meeting the same fate as its companion. "Hey, you all right, Zhang?" Bell inquired with concern, having witnessed Zhang Heng's peril but finding himself completely unable to offer assistance. "I've always fancied a tiger skin kilt, but I suppose leopard skin will suffice." Zhang Heng gasped, sprawled out on the ground in a starfish position. Assured of his safety, he found himself devoid of all strength, unwilling to move even a single digit. He had never imagined that he would one day engage in hand-to-hand combat with such a large wild beast, especially considering that, according to real-world time, just an hour prior he had been sipping lemonade at a bar. And yet, here he was, a man who had slain even a leopard. Thinking about it like that, it sounds pretty cool, but it would be best if similar things didn't happen again. A stone slab on the altar shattered during the fight, and I found this. The explorer, having dispatched his opponent, approached. "What's this?" Zhang Heng noticed the fluffy object in Belle's hand, resembling the tail of some creature. Oddly enough, if this object truly belonged to those natives hidden below, there was no reason why the fur on it would still be so well preserved after such a long time. He was about to tell Belle to keep it for himself, but then changed his mind at the last minute, asking the explorer, "Could you give it to me?" "Undoubtedly. You have rescued me, and on 2 separate occasions. Belle is most generous. Thank you. This item may prove somewhat useful to me." The reason Zhang Heng altered his decision midway was that upon receiving the fluffy object, a notification echoed in his ears: "Game item rabbit's foot, unidentified, discovered." Chapter 20, Desert Island Survival, 14. Having resided on this desolate island for over a year, it was the first instance of Zhang Heng encountering a so-called game item. However, aside from the enigmatic voice that suddenly appeared in his ears, there was nothing more. He was uncertain how to utilize the item or what effects it possessed. The voice seemed to have no further guidance, merely notifying him of obtaining the game item before vanishing. Zhang Heng scrutinized the rabbit's foot, but discerned nothing particularly special about it, so he temporarily tucked it into his waist. Upon observing the wound on his shoulder, Belle dared not be careless. He promptly disinfected it with saline solution, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "Your wound is quite deep." The claws of wild beasts living in such environments typically harbor numerous pathogens, which could lead to infection. Zhang Heng was, of course, aware of the peril of infection. In the city, it would merely necessitate a dose of antibiotics. However, on this desolate island devoid of resources, the chances of survival would be exceedingly slim should an infection occur. Ed had succumbed to a high fever due to a leg wound. While there was an element of plot armor involved, it also served as a reminder from the game designers to players to be mindful of such dangers. Yet, some matters are unavoidable even with prior knowledge. What could he have done in that situation? The mere possibility of achieving an extraordinary counterattack already signifies an exceptional performance. The prospect of completing the journey without injury appears, at best, improbable. The explorer reassured him, suggesting that infection was not a certainty and that perhaps nothing untoward would occur. Zhang Heng could only manage a wry smile, resigned to this line of thought. The two rested in place for a day, and with their current position established, Zhang Heng proposed they continue their trek to the opposite end of the island, to which Belle had no objections. Thus, they spent a little over 2 days traversing the untamed forest. Upon reaching the moment, they beheld the beach and the sea. Zhang Heng unexpectedly achieved a minor accomplishment in island exploration, earning 3 additional points. However, his mind was preoccupied with other matters. 2 pressing concerns weighed heavily upon him: the potential of his own infection and the imminent arrival of Belle's narrative demise. The first matter was purely a matter of luck, leaving him powerless. As for the second, having spent ample time together, and with Belle having saved him from the jaws of a giant python, Zhang Heng had come to regard him as a friend and felt compelled to offer a warning. He would not explicitly declare that this was a game, nor would he mention Belle's status as an NPC burdened with a fatal buff set to activate in 19 days. Such revelations could provoke unknown reactions, and Belle would likely dismiss such claims as the ramblings of someone who had been isolated on the island for too long, succumbing to madness. Therefore, Zhang Heng merely advised Belle to exercise heightened caution the following day. The explorers seemed to take the situation lightly, for they had vanquished 2 jaguars and had now departed from the dense primordial forest, thus navigating through the most perilous phase. It would be difficult for anything that followed to be more severe than this. While his perspective was not entirely unfounded, Zhang Heng, having experienced the episode with the shorts-clad youth and the poisonous mushrooms, was acutely aware that tomorrow could bring unforeseen calamities. He persuaded Belle not to hunt the following morning and kept him under constant observation for 24 hours. Zhang Heng sought to discern the extent to which the so-called narrative-driven events could unfold and whether they could indeed be altered. The morning passed without incident, as Zhang Heng trailed the explorer like a lovesick fool, causing Belle to feel rather uneasy with the scrutiny. When noon arrived, Belle suggested foraging for wild vegetables and mushrooms along the forest's edge to prepare a seafood soup. However, Zhang Heng sternly declined. What a jest! He had already been through that ordeal once. The thought of mushrooms now haunted him. Even if they were to eat, they could certainly forego a single day. Reluctantly, Belle abandoned his afternoon stroll to the seaside, wishing to avoid further complications for Zhang Heng. Thus, they silently made their way back to their lodgings. Strangely, neither spoke during their journey, and while Belle had a generally amiable disposition, he felt Zhang Heng was overreacting. Yet, as they passed a shallow bank, The rock face to Bell's left suddenly crumbled without warning. Taken by surprise, he realized that falling debris was about to strike him. At that critical moment, a figure lunged onto him, and they both tumbled sideways. The plummeting rocks crashed against the adjacent coral reef, sending shivers down the explorer's spine. His heart sank as he noticed the blood in the water and Zhang Heng lying motionless. "Zhang, are you all right?" After a moment, Zhang Heng's voice responded, "I'm fine, Bell." I lunged too forcefully and bumped my nose. Zhang Heng sat up, clutching his nose. The situation had indeed been perilous. But Zhang Heng's unwavering vigilance had allowed him to react swiftly when he heard the commotion above, successfully executing the daring rescue. "Good heavens, are you a soothsayer? Your prescience is astonishing," the explorer exclaimed, recalling the warning from the previous day, now that they were out of harm's way. "Don't celebrate prematurely. This isn't over yet," Zhang Heng cautioned. In truth, he was uncertain when this ordeal would conclude, whether it was with the passing of the day or with Bell's demise. If it were the latter, the explorer would be beyond salvation. Zhang Heng doubted his ability to maintain such intense focus for the next 100+ days. Fortunately, this incident had established his reputation, and Bell now took his earlier predictions more seriously. As a precaution, neither of them slept that night. When the sun ascended from the horizon, Zhang Heng was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that, with his assistance, the explorer would actually survive until the 20th day. Bell yawned and asked, "Well, am I safe now?" "I'm not sure," Zhang Heng replied, shaking his head, "but you're free to move about as you please." Having navigated the perilous 19th day, the uncertainties of what lies ahead remain. Yet, much like the wounds that mark Zhang Heng, one can only resign oneself to fate should infection take hold. As fortune would have it, both Bell and Zhang Heng seemed to be favored, the former encountering no further life-threatening perils, and the latter's wounds scabbing over without festering. This brief journey, though fraught with peril, has yielded considerable rewards. Zhang Heng has not only gained 13 valuable points and an enigmatic artifact, but more importantly, Bell remains alive and well. This signifies that for the next 100 days on this desolate island, he will no longer be alone. Zhang Heng prepared a chamber for the explorer to serve as a bedchamber, before postulating, "Bell, would you consider being my tutor?" "Indeed, what would you like to learn?" Bell responded, "English. I have a level 6 examination coming up in December." Chapter 21, Desert Island Survival. Conclusion. Bell's English is exemplary, perhaps owing to his British origins. Zhang Heng now experiences a sense of triumph over nature, consuming over 20 varieties of vegetables, enhanced by 2 additional seasonings. The pond teems with fish and crabs for the taking, and meat is a daily indulgence. More significantly, he is no longer alone, with someone to converse with. This sensation is akin to Robinson Crusoe's encounter with Friday. Indeed, from an academic standpoint, he may resemble Friday more closely. In essence, Zhang Heng has begun to embody the role of master of his natural surroundings. As his solitary journey on the deserted island approached its conclusion, on the morning of the 520th day, a rescue vessel spotted the distress signal from a fire ignited on the beach. A lifeboat was lowered, and before it could reach the shore, a woman leapt into the water, running towards him in tears. "It was my wife, Kayla." The adventurer set aside his makeshift fishing rod and stood up, overwhelmed with excitement. The two embraced tightly. Zhang Heng followed the couple aboard the rescue ship, where several journalists from various television stations were present, all cheering and applauding the adventurer's safe return. Indeed, those 2 hours felt like the longest of his life. When Zhang Heng regained his vision, he found himself seated at the bar, staring at the glass of lemonade he had barely sipped. Instinctively, he reached up to touch his cheek, only to realize that the once thick stubble and the rough texture from exposure to the elements were gone. The bartender, with thoughtful consideration, retrieved a compact foundation from her bag and offered it to him. Gazing into the mirror of the compact, he noted he appeared unchanged since his arrival at the bar, still clad in his original athletic attire and sneakers, with the Swiss Army knife nestled in his pocket. What was this? A peculiar dream? I can only divulge that this game operates on a monthly cycle, commencing at any juncture of your choosing, save for the inaugural round, which adheres to a fixed schedule. Your presence is not confined to the locale of the Desire City Bar, as numerous game nodes are disseminated throughout various metropolises. In the event of navigational challenges, you may avail yourself of specialized concierge services, subject to a surcharge, via telephonic communication with our customer support representatives. Failure to engage within the stipulated time frame will result in the revocation of your player status. All participants are tacitly bound by a confidentiality covenant. enjoining them from divulging game-related information to individuals beyond the player and staff cohort. This constitutes a fundamental tenet. Circumvention is ill-advised. The mixologist, with a pensive gesture, further elucidated that the game nodes extend a panoply of auxiliary services beyond mere entry into the game, the particulars of which are available upon consultation with customer service. She hastily inscribed a sequence of numerals on an adhesive note, proffering it as the customer service hotline, cautioning against frivolous utilization, as she herself would be the point of contact. "You certainly juggle a multitude of responsibilities," Zhang Heng remarked with a hint of awe. "Alas," the mixologist lamented, "such are the exigencies of exorbitant urban real estate." She then inquired as to whether there were any further matters requiring her attention. Zhang Heng produced a tuft of downy material from his pocket, inquiring whether the aforementioned services encompassed the appraisal of artifacts. As a rabbit's foot of indeterminate utility lay dormant in his possession, posing the query of whether it qualified as an in-game implement. The bartender, with an air of surprise, remarked, "It seems you have made quite a remarkable acquisition this time. Such items are exceedingly rare. Many players may engage in several rounds of the game without encountering even one. I am indeed able to authenticate it here. But there is a service fee of 5 game points. Do you possess the requisite points? How shall we proceed with the payment?" The bartender produced a tablet, deftly tapping the screen to bring forth the payment interface. "Simply enter your player ID and confirm. There is no need to worry about someone misusing your ID, as this payment requires your personal involvement to be valid." Perhaps due to the plethora of bizarre occurrences he had witnessed since entering the bar, Zhang Heng felt somewhat desensitized. He had memorized that string of numbers long ago. After completing the entry, the bartender donned gloves and carefully placed the rabbit's foot into a small wooden box. "The authentication will take some time, approximately 2 to 3 days. Once it is completed, I shall send you a message." However, Zhang Heng found himself captivated by her actions, an ominous premonition stirring within him. "Wait, what do you mean? Why are you being so cautious?" Chapter 22. The Pearl Beside. "Well then, considering your recent patronage, I shall divulge a morsel of valuable information." The bartender removed her gloves. "Do you understand why game items are so precious?" "Ah, you mentioned that their quantity is exceedingly limited. Rarity does not invariably equate to value. The appellation game item, while employed to resonate with the thematic context, lacks precision. These are, in essence, extraordinary objects imbued with preternatural energies that manifest both in the tangible world and within the digital realm. Skillful utilization of these items can significantly augment one's endeavors. However, they are not without potential complications. The influence they exert is not invariably benign, thus necessitating circumspection when engaging with uncharted game items. A state of non-identification does not preclude the existence of an inherent effect. Has anything peculiar transpired since acquiring this item? If not, it likely does not possess adverse properties, or perhaps it is contingent upon specific activation criteria." The bartender's intonation carried a subtle note of regret. Indeed, even items with detrimental attributes can, with judicious application, yield remarkable outcomes. Boxes crafted from the tule tree possess the capacity to insulate against supernatural forces and are ideally suited for the containment of game items, should you require one. They're available for purchase. Furthermore, you may consign any superfluous game items to me for sale. An auction of considerable scale is conducted annually. Information pertaining to it will be disseminated via email. Unless there are further matters to discuss, I bid you farewell." The bartender evinced a palpable lack of customer service. The impetus for elucidation dissipated after the acquisition of 5 points. Upon inquiring about the services available through game points, she proposed the provision of a PDF document via WeChat. Upon exiting the metallic dwelling, he was immediately enveloped by a cacophony of sound. However, this time, Zhang Heng found it far from grating. After a year and a half on a deserted isle, the sounds of civilization were almost endearing. Descending the iron steps, Zhang Heng was soon swallowed by the throng. Despite the late hour, past 1 in the morning, the parking area outside the bar was even more congested than before. Consequently, Zhang Heng booked a room at a nearby budget hotel. Requesting paper and pen from the front desk, he found himself wide awake. Under the lamp's glow, he meticulously documented the day's significant events and his conjectures. Laboring until dawn, he reread the pile of heavily amended papers, tore them to shreds, and flushed them down the toilet. Subsequently, Zhang Heng checked out and proceeded to the archery range across the street, the same place where he had enrolled in a training course. As soon as it opened at 8 in the morning, Zhang Heng eagerly entered. Retrieving his stored SF recurve bow, selecting an unoccupied 30-meter fixed target lane, he knocked an arrow and took aim. 6 rings. Zhang Heng remained unfazed. Transitioning from a primitive bow to a modern one naturally presented challenges. The initial shot was merely a test, and he was unsurprised by the result. Readjusting his stance, he released the string. The second arrow fared better, hitting 8 rings. Zhang Heng's instructor, having just clocked in, entered from outside. Spotting Zhang Heng, he initially intended to greet him, but, noticing the latter's focused practice, decided against it. Instead, he retrieved his thermos and stood back, ready to correct Zhang Heng's posture and movements. Just then, the next arrow lodged firmly in the 9 ring. Quite impressive, indeed a promising talent, the coach mused. Most novices, when they first embark on archery, exhibit a myriad of flaws: unsteady grip on the bow, improper stance, and misaligned center of gravity, among others. Yet Zhang Heng, despite his brief foray into archery, displayed a poise reminiscent of one who had undergone rigorous training, exuding an aura of stability akin to a mountain. Was this not a manifestation of innate talent? Zhang's coach, a former member of the city archery team, had faced limitations in his own gifts. Despite his diligent efforts, he could not advance further. After being bested by an amateur who had only been practicing for less than 6 months, he became disheartened and withdrew from the professional arena, subsequently accepting a position as a coach at the local archery hall. In the past 2 years, witnessing the sport's flourishing development rekindled his aspirations. However, recognizing the constraints of his age and the dwindling potential for personal advancement, he redirected his focus towards the young archers training at the hall, hoping to identify exceptional talents and perhaps cultivate a few remarkable disciples. If one of them were to eventually compete in national tournaments, it would fulfill his own unachieved dreams. With this intention in mind, he began scouting for promising candidates, initially concentrating on children aged 8 to 14, an ideal age for foundational training, as starting later could prove too late. Consequently, he had not paid much attention to Zhang Heng, who had not demonstrated any exceptional skills during the first 3 lessons and seemed no different from casual enthusiasts. However, Zhang's subsequent progress astonished him. Despite a relatively short training period, the results were remarkably effective, and he swiftly distinguished himself as a standout among his peers. Nevertheless, amidst his reflections, he felt a tinge of regret. Zhang Heng had ultimately entered this field too late. Even with innate talent, the absence of ample practice would render it exceedingly difficult to achieve greatness. As the coach pondered these thoughts, he observed Zhang Heng take a deep breath. Having completed his adjustments, in the next moment, he released 5 arrows in swift succession, each spaced less than 2 seconds apart. Among the 5, 4 arrows strikingly hit the bullseye, while one fell just short, landing in the 9 ring. The muscle memory and techniques honed in the game were impeccably preserved. And with merely a week or 2 of practice, he could regain his former prowess from the island. Moreover, equipped with a modern bow that boasted greater power and precision, his accuracy would only improve, and his range would extend further. It appeared that the skills cultivated in the game could indeed transcend into reality, which was not entirely surprising, considering these abilities were not serendipitous gifts, but rather the result of his diligent practice. Zhang Heng also realized that this game lacked the conventional attributes found in traditional games. It relied solely on one's physical form, and any challenges encountered could only be addressed through personal knowledge and skill. Thus, the importance of each individual's abilities became markedly pronounced. In retrospect, those extra 24 hours he had at his disposal did not seem like a misfortune after all. This meant he possessed more gaming time than his peers, allowing him to enhance his skills more effectively, and crucially, these improvements were equally applicable in real life. Zhang Heng contemplated this, entirely unaware of the profound impact his 5-arrow display had on his coach behind him, who nearly dropped his thermos in astonishment. What a prodigy! An absolute prodigy. Could there be any other explanation? The coach's gaze towards Zhang Heng had transformed entirely, as if he were scrutinizing a peerless gem, his admiration growing with each passing moment. How could he have overlooked such a radiant talent by his side? Chapter 23. Ominous Signs in a Fleeting Half-Minute. The coach's mind raced from Zhang Heng's meteoric rise in archery under his tutelage to the latter's astonishing debut in competition, his disheartening defeat at the national tournament, his agonizing desire to abandon archery, and his phoenix-like rebirth fueled by the coach's motivational pep talk, culminating in his entry into the national team and triumphant victory at the Olympics. He had even begun to formulate his responses to the ensuing press interviews. However, this fervent tale of youthful passion was aborted before it could even begin, owing to the protagonist's polite refusal. Archery was merely a pastime for Zhang Heng. He had no intention of pursuing it as a career. Moreover, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. His archery skills were the product of sheer dedication and time investment, rather than innate talent. He might dominate the amateur circuit, but even if he entered the professional realm, he would likely struggle to reach the pinnacle. This marked the second time Zhang Heng had declined his coach's offer, leading the latter to finally acknowledge that the young man had no aspirations within this sphere, eliciting a profound sense of regret. Forcing the issue would be futile, and he could hardly coerce Zhang Heng into becoming his disciple at gunpoint. After gleaning the answers he sought from a few arrows, Zhang Heng ceased practicing. His roommates, upon seeing him in the classroom, exchanged knowing smiles. Zhang Heng found it difficult to explain, and could hardly tell them that he had spent the previous night on a deserted island for a year and a half, finally finding a man to cohabitate with. During the recess, Wei Jiangyang dashed from his seat to Zhang Heng's side, intending to press him for the 800-word story. However, observing Zhang Heng's demeanor, he seemed to be genuine and displayed no signs of discomposure or guilt. Concluding that nothing salacious had indeed transpired the previous night, Wei Jianyang regretfully steered the conversation in another direction. Next week, Xiao Xiao and her roommates are planning a camping trip, but it might be unsafe with just a few girls. They're looking for a few more guys to join. Chen Huadong has already agreed, but Ma Wei is declining. What about you? Xiao Xiao is Wei Jianyang's girlfriend, so he would undoubtedly accompany her on the camping trip. However, as the sole male, his combat power might be insufficient, and couples tend to attract attention regardless of the setting. They would undoubtedly be teased by the other girls in the dormitory. So Xiao Xiao assigned Wei Jianyang the task of recruiting additional participants. Unexpectedly, Zhang Heng pondered for a moment and surprisingly accepted the invitation. Excellent, Wei Jianyang exclaimed excitedly. Apart from Xiao Xiao, all the girls in their dormitory are still single. Don't say I didn't warn you. Shen Sisi, who shone brightly at this year's welcoming party, is also in their dormitory. Oh, I forgot you weren't there. Anyway, her singing captivated many of the guys below. If you can win her over, you'll definitely become a celebrity in our department. Zhang Heng had no interest in becoming a celebrity in the department. With one thing after another happening recently, he had no inclination for romance. This camping trip was purely for fun, a chance to go on a trip. With no classes scheduled for Friday afternoon, Zhang Heng began preparing in advance for the next round of the game a month later. He had already completed the preliminary planning in the Express Hotel and adjusted his schedule accordingly. After finishing his lunch, he discovered a 24-hour gym near the school and promptly acquired an annual membership. In addition, he increased his practice time for rock climbing and running. Zhang Heng was uncertain about the challenges he would face next, yet enhancing his physical fitness was undeniably beneficial. Each game commenced with the utilization of his own body. In other words, varying levels of physical prowess could lead to entirely distinct gaming experiences. For instance, during a previous survival scenario on a deserted island, players with average physical attributes could only rescue Ed, while those endowed with exceptional fitness were able to swim further and save either the shorts-clad fellow or Belle. Naturally, the most unfortunate were those utterly incapable of swimming, left merely to watch from the shore. Zhang Heng's physique in college was rather unremarkable, primarily due to the lack of targeted scientific training. However, he possessed a unique advantage. His preparation time between each gaming round was twice that of other players. While others had a 1-month interval, he enjoyed a 2-month reprieve. If utilized wisely, this 2-month period could significantly enhance his physical condition. Zhang Heng contemplated enrolling in a taekwondo or boxing class, yet he understood the necessity of patience, opting to tackle one endeavor at a time. He resolved to first solidify his foundational skills, as he could also practice techniques within the game itself. The subsequent week passed in a flurry of activity. Zhang Heng commenced training focused on his core, limbs, and flexibility at the gym. Beyond his primary emphasis on endurance through long-distance running, he incorporated short sprints into his regimen to challenge his explosive power. Additionally, he made time to visit the Desire City bar in the stillness of the virtual world. That place is shrouded in secrets. Now that Zhang Heng finds himself entangled in this game, he naturally yearns to gain deeper insight into it. Unable to extract more information from the bartender, he resolves to take matters into his own hands. At the very least, he hopes to glean some clues from the arrangement of the tin shack and the collection behind the bar. Furthermore, He wishes to test whether the unrecognizable rules governing the players in that place still hold true in the realm of stillness. However, as Zhang Heng approached the bar, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over him, peaking just as he laid his palm upon the door handle of the tin shack. He could not discern the source of this unease, but its message was crystal clear. Do not attempt to enter the game point in the still world. Despite his curiosity, Zhang Heng chose to prioritize safety, for the matters he faced defied all rational explanation. Thus, his initial clandestine exploration came to an abrupt halt, yielding little in the way of useful information. On Monday, while attending class, his phone suddenly vibrated. The caller ID displayed customer service. After clicking to open, he waited a considerable time before receiving a second message from the bartender. Forget it. Wait until I finish what I'm currently handling. Chapter 24. Different individuals, name, lucky rabbit's foot, quality, effect, can bestow a modicum of luck upon the wearer. In the real world, there are no so-called character panels or that enigmatic voice. Zhang Heng stared at the handwritten card from the bartender in disbelief. Did such a rudimentary pronouncement genuinely deplete him of 5 points? Despite possessing a surfeit of points, the bartender's evident elation upon receiving them suggested the price was far from negligible. Zhang Heng was not altogether astonished by the appraisal. A rabbit's foot is widely regarded as an amulet of good fortune. Its possession likely contributed to his escape from wound infection during his sojourn on the island. Discounting his temporal doubling ability, this marked his inaugural acquisition of a supernatural artifact. Given its positive influence, Zhang Heng resolved to adorn it on his keychain. However, he wondered about the precise extent of this modicum of luck. With time to spare, Zhang Heng embarked on an experiment. He procured a pair of scratch-off lottery tickets from the Wumei supermarket adjacent to the library, expending 20 yuan. One yielded a 10 yuan prize, while the other yielded 5, resulting in a net loss of 5 yuan. Zhang Heng relocated to another supermarket, where one ticket proved to be a dud, while the other garnered 20 yuan, precisely offsetting his initial investment. Zhang Heng began to comprehend the potency of the lucky rabbit's foot. His average expectation across these ventures undoubtedly surpassed the norm, albeit remaining in a deficit. While fortune had indeed increased, it had not reached an exorbitant level. Relying on this marginal luck to amass wealth would prove challenging. Upon concluding his experiment and exiting the supermarket, Zhang Heng noticed a young couple beneath a nearby tree. The male appeared visibly agitated, seemingly in the midst of entreaty, but the female steadfastly shook her head. Subsequently, the male reached out, presumably to grasp the female, only to be evaded. Zhang Heng had no intention of meddling in others' affairs. Such incidents occurred daily on campus. University was a veritable crucible of hormones, where myriad tales of joy and sorrow unfolded ceaselessly. He felt no apprehension that the boys would engage in any more outrageous behavior. It was the afternoon, and being on campus meant that a single shout would summon a cadre of chivalrous young men ready to rescue any damsel in distress. Thus, Zhang Heng merely cast a fleeting glance before proceeding to the library. On Friday afternoon, Zhang Heng ventured out to procure some snacks and outdoor supplies, primarily insect repellent, towels, and band-aids. As for the camping gear, Wei Jiangyang had already taken care of the rentals and even arranged for a vehicle. The expenses were shared equally, with each person contributing 300 yuan, adjusted accordingly for any surplus or deficit. Zhang Heng checked his mirrorless camera once more, ensuring it was fully charged. At that moment, Chun Huadong and Wei Jiangyang entered, their arms laden with various bags. The girls went shopping for tonight's dinner. Let us help carry it to the car, Chun Huadong suggested. Sure, thank you for your efforts, Zhang Heng replied, having nearly finished gathering his own belongings. Wei Jiaoyang set down the bags, gulped down the contents of a cup on the table, and exhaled deeply before expressing, "These past few days have truly exhausted me, running hither and thither like a workhorse. I must say, being single does not seem like such a terrible fate after all." "Don't say that. Thanks to you, my brother. I've glimpsed a hint of hope in my quest for romance. Please don't extinguish it so soon," Chun Huadong exclaimed, his eyes alight with excitement. "You wish to pursue Shinsisi?" Wei Jianyang inquired, casting a sidelong glance. "Rest assured, I possess a modicum of self-awareness. She is, after all, a purveyor of the infamous friend zone within the realm of public administration, with a considerable number of male suitors falling prey to her charms each month. I shall refrain from joining that unfortunate cohort. Instead, I shall, with a tinge of regret, relinquish to our esteemed. Personally, I find myself more drawn to," remarked with a subtle smile. "Indeed, I was well aware of your predilection for such tastes. The veritable legal Loliuff's dormitory is, by all accounts, an officially designated adorable creature. However, her self-sufficiency is somewhat wanting. She only mastered the art of navigating the subway system in the latter half of her freshman year, and even now, she occasionally finds herself on the wrong route or missing her stop. Furthermore, her laundry is invariably entrusted to the washing machine. Fret not, fret not. Adorable is its own justification. You are well acquainted with my steadfast devotion to the art of nurturing and developing potential, affirmed, adjusting his gleaming spectacles. The very fabric of society is unraveling. Where's the long arm of the law? Exclaimed with heartfelt dismay. He then turned his gaze towards. In all seriousness, is a genuinely good person. Are you certain you wouldn't consider her? Generally, women who are favored by men tend to be viewed less favorably by their female counterparts, but as an exception. Maintains that is the woman she admires most. Beautiful, academically gifted, with a melodious voice and a sincere demeanor. Despite her reputation for dispensing rejections, she never leads anyone on. Her refusals are always decisive. Hence, she has earned the moniker the Ruthless Slayer, interjected dryly. Having interacted with her, I've come to realize she's quite remarkable. She orchestrated all the arrangements for the girls during this camping trip, and she was affable and engaging when we went shopping together earlier. It seems one shouldn't always believe hearsay. Have you two finished? Zhang Heng inquired, exasperated. Pretty much. Don't fret about our friendship reaching its end. I foresaw this day coming. Chen Huadong asserted stoically. Wouldn't it be more beneficial for you two to focus on global affairs? Why are you always so fixated on my romantic life? Wei Jianyang and Chen Huadong exchanged glances, but ceased their jesting. Zhang Heng, we're somewhat concerned about you. Indeed, Chen Huadong continued. I realize this may sound a bit poetic, but you exude a profound solitude. You remind me of the hermits in the Zhongnan Mountains. Tell us honestly, have you encountered something recently? Why this sudden inclination towards seclusion? Do experiences and learning shape us into who we are today? Zhang Heng pondered the bartender's words. He found himself wondering what kind of person he would become when this game concludes, especially if it persists for many years. Would he be drastically different from who he is today? Chapter 25. Shun Sisi Wei Jianyang's Ben had already arrived downstairs. The three lads loaded the camping gear and supplies into the vehicle. After a week of rigorous training, his archery skills have largely been restored. Coupled with the advantages afforded by modern technology, his average score on the 50-meter range now consistently exceeds 9 rings. However, Zhang Heng's true prowess lies in dynamic target shooting, contingent upon the target's speed and trajectory. Yet, within the archery hall, he often sensed a pair of melancholic eyes upon him, dissuading him from fully unleashing his potential. In his usual practice, he could only find solace in stillness, making this rare opportunity in the great outdoors all the more precious for shooting a few arrows. Young Master Zhang, should any danger arise, you must protect me first, Chen Huadong quipped, though he intended it as a jest. Zhang Heng's pursuit of archery was no secret among his dorm mates. Everyone was aware he had only recently begun, having been searching for instructional videos online just a week prior. How much progress could one truly make in such a short span? Very well. Just remember to dive into my embrace when the time comes. The group shared laughter as they stowed their belongings in the trunk. At that moment, 3 young women approached, prompting Chen Huadong to nudge Zhang Heng. The one on the left, that's Shin Sisi. Zhang Heng turned in the direction Chen had indicated and indeed beheld a tall young lady. Wei Jianyang had not been exaggerating. Shin Sisi possessed striking attributes, with a model's physique and a lovely countenance. Unlike the ostentatious starlets gracing television and magazines, her gaze was clear and devoid of the typical shyness found in ordinary girls. It was no wonder she had captured the hearts of many young men, earning her a reputation as the top good girl card distributor within the public management department. With magnanimity, Shin Sisi extracted 3 bottles of water from her bag, offering them to Zhang Heng and the others, expressing her gratitude for their efforts. Zhang Heng accepted the water, reciprocating with a thank you. It is often in minor acts that one's upbringing is most evident, and it was clear that Shin Sisi did not regard them as mere free labor or bodyguards, nor did she presume, by virtue of being a woman, that the task of carrying items should fall solely to the men, a quality particularly rare among women, especially those of comely appearance. Chen Huadong, ever the astute strategist, surreptitiously whispered into Zhang Heng's ear that Shun Sisi's father was a university professor and her mother a translator of novels, indicative of a cultivated family background, suggesting a parity with Zhang's own lineage. Wei Jianyang, failing to SB the person he awaited, inquired as to the whereabouts of Xiao Xiao. Amidst laughter, it was jested that the woman was invariably the most troublesome when embarking on dormitory activities, owing to her protracted cosmetic rituals. With a light-hearted warning to Wei Jiangyang about the tribulations that awaited him in matrimony, the diminutive girl, whose stature resembled that of a middle schooler, chimed in, surmising that the object of Chun Huadong's affections must be Su Jing, the legally permissible Lolita. She was immediately met with a playful rap on the head. Just as the ambience was becoming harmonious, a voice pierced the air, calling out to Cici. Upon hearing this, Shin Cici's countenance underwent a subtle alteration. A scarlet BMW 5 Series sedan came to a halt beside the group. The young man within engaged the parking brake, alighting from the vehicle, and inquired of Cici whether her dormitory was planning an outing, expressing his disappointment at not being informed and offering his services as a chauffeur. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow, puzzled by the familiarity of Shun Cici's appearance. It turned out they had crossed paths before. He had seen her and a young man clad in supreme apparel while purchasing scratch-off lottery tickets at the supermarket. "Chengqing, why are you here again? Cici has already turned you down several times," he remarked, noting the persistence of Chengqing. Su Jing, a girl whose name belied her vivacious personality, was known for her quick wit and incessant chatter. Chengqing felt a twinge of embarrassment at being publicly called out for his unreciprocated affections. Yet he refrained from losing his temper in the presence of a female peer, suppressing his frustration instead. "Cici, may I have a word with you?" Chengqing proposed. "There's a CAF nearby that serves excellent Blue Mountain coffee." Shin Cici furrowed her brow, her patience wearing thin. Although she had initially been a stranger to Chengcheng, his relentless pursuit had begun after she performed a song at the welcome party. For over half a month, he had been attempting to win her over, showering her with gifts ranging from flowers and snacks to an iPhone and concert tickets, which he had left at her dormitory door through a female intermediary. However, his usual tactics, which proved successful with other girls, had faltered with Shin Cici. Ironically, this only seemed to bolster Chengqing's resolve. He adopted a lowly demeanor. And Shin Cici, raised with good manners, found it difficult to deliver a harsh rebuke, resulting in her being entangled in his advances. As rumors began to circulate within the school regarding their supposed relationship, Shin Cici found herself increasingly distressed. Moreover, it seems that she has encountered Chengcheng wherever she goes recently. How did he know that they were going camping from their dormitory and coincidentally arrived just before their departure? This is rather too coincidental, isn't it? Shin Cici glanced at the girl named Wang Huan behind Su Jing, who smiled awkwardly. Wang Huan came from an ordinary family, yet just a few days ago, a YSL lipstick had mysteriously appeared in her drawer. The astute detective Su Jing had specifically searched for the price of that lipstick online and discovered that it would cost no less than 700 or 800 yuan. At that time, everyone had teased Wang Huan about being supported by a coal baron, but it now seemed that her lipstick had a different origin. Nonetheless, Shin Cici had no intention of probing into such matters. She noticed that Xiao Xiao had already exited the dormitory building not far away, and thus addressed Chengcheng with a serious tone. "Chengcheng, didn't we already discuss this on Monday? I do not drink coffee, and we are about to set off immediately. It's all right, they can leave first. I'll drive you there later. Rest assured, it won't take up much time." Chengcheng insisted persistently. Chun Huadong found it a bit unbearable and was about to speak when Wei Jianyang shot him a glance. "Don't provoke this guy," Wei Jianyang whispered. "What is the big deal? He is just a rich second generation. Look at our young master Zhang. He is the true model of a wealthy heir." Chen Huadong scoffed dismissively. Zhang Heng shook his head. "Don't say such things. I am not a rich second generation." Zhang Heng's family background bears some resemblance to that of Shin Cici. Both belong to the class of highly educated individuals, enjoying a comfortable lifestyle without concerns for basic necessities. In comparison to ordinary people, they are indeed quite fortunate, yet they cannot be compared to the affluent business magnates. Wei Jiangyang offered a bitter smile, acknowledging that Chengqing was not an easy adversary. "When you're a senior." He had already engaged in a brawl with upperclassmen upon his arrival at the university. His family seemingly owned a hotel, and he was known for his lavish spending, attracting a considerable entourage. His presence in the student council had created quite a tumultuous atmosphere. Last semester, when Xiao Xiao could no longer tolerate his antics, she withdrew from the council. Chapter 26. The journey. The label of rich second generation is merely a descriptor, devoid of any inherent value judgment. Just as humanity encompasses both virtuous and nefarious individuals, This demographic includes both high and low-quality individuals. Moreover, it is fair to assert that, compared to the general populace, those within this group, benefiting from superior educational resources, possess a higher proportion of well-educated individuals. Yet, why does the rich second generation garner such a negative reputation in society? The answer is quite straightforward. The detrimental effects of ordinary individuals tend to be relatively minor, often impacting only a few around them. In contrast, the rich second generation wields significant resources, and when they engage in wrongdoing, the repercussions are often far more severe, potentially triggering a cascade of societal issues. Once individuals integrate into their circles, they frequently seek to create pretexts to complicate matters for newcomers, only to later leverage their positions within the student council to resolve these issues. This cycle often ensnares many naive young women who have just entered the university, leading discussions to veer unexpectedly towards more intimate encounters. It is rumored that during his sophomore year, Cheng had already been involved with more than one girl who had undergone an abortion for him. And there was even one incident of a suicide attempt that was subsequently settled privately with monetary compensation. Of course, this figure is likely exaggerated, as many harbor disdain for Cheng. Originally, Chen Huadong had intended to confront him, but he found himself hesitating upon hearing this. He did not work at Cheng's family's hotel and was indifferent to whether Cheng was a rich second-generation heir. However, the fact that Cheng controlled the student council made him reconsider. Their school lacked a student union, and the funding for each club's activities was approved by the student council before being reported to the teachers, who also conducted regular assessments of the clubs. In their freshman year, Chen Huadong and a few boys had founded an anime club named Tiger Stripe Shark, which was thriving despite a lack of female members. A group of boys often gathered to exchange mysterious codes and various unedited resources, creating a lively atmosphere. Chen Huadong had to contemplate the sustainability of Tiger Stripe Shark if he were to offend Cheng. Additionally, the school mandated morning exercises, requiring each student to clock in a certain number of sessions each semester, with the student council responsible for keeping track of attendance. In summary, the student council was an organization that one might overlook in everyday life, yet it could become quite troublesome if one were to offend it. Furthermore, many individuals surrounded Cheng, and Chen Huadong was planning to fall in love with Su Jing, not wanting to live in constant fear of being ambushed. Shen Sisi appeared somewhat helpless. She had exhausted all possible arguments. An ordinary person would have given up long ago, yet Cheng showed no signs of yielding. The girl named Wang Huan beside her seemed to realize her mistake, keeping her head down and remaining silent. At that moment, Zhang Heng spoke up, "Classmate, your zipper is undone." Cheng lowered his gaze and indeed spotted a small opening at a rather private area. Although the interior was obscured, the sight was still quite unbecoming. Had Zhang Heng remained silent, he could have feigned ignorance. However, with his remarks drawing attention, Cheng found himself in a rather awkward predicament, uncertain whether to zip it up or leave it as is. He cast a deep glance at Zhang Heng and then turned to Shen Sisi, saying, "Sisi, there will come a day when I will make my feelings known to you." Hurry up, Xiao interjected, sensing that once he zipped up, he would likely cling to her again. Upon hearing this, everyone hurried into the van, closing the doors while urging the driver to set off quickly. Su Jing, however, couldn't contain her laughter, exclaiming, "Did you all see that guy's expression? It was absolutely hilarious." She then mimicked Cheng's tone, saying, "Sisi, there will come a day when I will make my feelings known to you," gazing affectionately at Shen Sisi. The others in the van burst into laughter. Xiao rolled her eyes and remarked, "Please stop, it's utterly revolting. He is just a rogue who preys on naive freshmen, trying to play the innocent." Shen Sisi, however, looked at Zhang Heng with a hint of apology, saying, "I'm sorry for dragging you into this." Zhang Heng shook his head, responding, "It's fine, I don't participate in clubs." Xiao, owing to her boyfriend's connections, had become well acquainted with Zhang Heng and his dormitory mates. Last semester, they had even enjoyed several barbecue outings together. Perhaps influenced by Wei Jianyang, she had also grown increasingly interested in the romantic lives of her own roommates. With a twinkle in her eye, she turned to Shen Sisi and remarked, "Sisi, weren't you planning to form a band? Consider Zhang Heng. He's an exceptional pianist. He can effortlessly play Paganini's Grand Etude La Campanella." Zhang Heng felt helpless in the face of these rumors. He mused that if the gossip continued, even Lang might be portrayed as his inferior. However, before he could deny the claims, Wei Jianyang chimed in, echoing his girlfriend's sentiments. "Indeed. And Zhang Heng is also passionate about sports. He runs 10 kilometers every morning, joined the climbing association with the ambition of conquering K2, and has practiced archery since the age of 5. He is never without his bow, and his archery skills are now unparalleled, earning him the nickname Zhang Shan, the white streak in the waves. Xiao Xiao interjected, facepalming, ahem, it's little Li Guang, Huarong. The legal Lolita, not one to miss an opportunity for mischief, chimed in. I knew it from the first time I saw Zhang Heng. He's both brave and resourceful, far superior to that Ching Cheng, who can't even zip up his fly. Chen Huadong, having missed his chance to speak earlier, could only manage, after a long pause. Zhang Heng also adores animals. Every time he finishes eating fish in the cafeteria, he carefully collects the remains and finds a place to give them a proper burial. Enough, at least make your story somewhat believable. Everyone erupted in laughter. And the somewhat somber atmosphere caused by Chang Cheng's unexpected appearance instantly turned lively again. At this age, interactions between young men and women often involve playful banter and teasing, with both parties openly displaying their youthful exuberance, unburdened by ulterior motives. After the introduction, Shen Sisi felt a tinge of curiosity towards Zhang Heng, though it was fleeting. She gave him a friendly nod before turning to chat with Wang Huan, who had been momentarily neglected. Similarly, Zhang Heng harbored no particular sentiments for Shen Sisi. He found her to be a pleasant and easygoing girl, but she didn't stir any feelings of attraction within him. Zhang Heng gazed out the window, watching the fleeting reflections of the street. He often pondered what qualities he sought in a partner. Chen Huadong, for instance, had a penchant for legally aged lolas, while Wei Zhanyang was drawn to girls like Xiao Xiao, who projected strength but possessed a gentle nature beneath the surface. Everyone seemed to have a clear preference, except for him. Yet, Zhang Heng held steadfastly to the belief that he would instantly recognize the right person when he encountered them. Chapter 27. Camping at 5 in the afternoon, the van arrived at the campsite. Everyone unloaded their belongings from the trunk, bidding farewell to the driver. The distant foothills, the grassy expanse underfoot, and the azure sky dotted with white clouds filled the students, accustomed to city life, with exhilaration. Su Jing exclaimed with delight, "Wow, this place is amazing. We should come here every week." Xiao Xiao retorted, "Do you think money grows on trees? It's 300 yuan. I can't afford to come here every week." Shen Sisi remarked, "Let's not argue any longer. The sun will set soon. We should find a spot to pitch the tent. And we still need to prepare dinner." Su Jing replied with a grin, "I can't cook. I only handle the eating." "That's fine. A bit of charm can earn you a meal." As they bantered, the group meandered forward, the atmosphere light and jovial. The camping location had been selected by the girls, primarily based on Xiao Xiao's suggestion, steering clear of the more popular sites. Xiao Xiao had a friend, an uncle who was an avid hiker, well acquainted with the nearby wild mountains. She had persuaded him to recommend a few spots, each boasting beautiful scenery but yet to be developed. Consequently, the number of tourists was significantly reduced, avoiding any chaotic situations. Unfortunately, apart from Xiao Xiao, who had camped once or twice with her uncle during her childhood, the others lacked experience, and at that age, Xiao Xiao had been more focused on her own enjoyment, leaving the tasks of kindling fire and cooking to her uncle. Thus, selecting a suitable camping site proved challenging for the group. They debated endlessly. Some argued for the mountaintop, others insisted on a sheltered spot, while still others cautioned against falling rocks. Eventually, Zhang Heng could no longer bear to watch. "There is hardly any danger around here, in this summer heat. We needn't worry about staying warm. We can simply choose any place to set up camp." Yet, his words fell on deaf ears. The others were evidently engrossed in the thrill of their outdoor adventure, vehemently condemning Zhang Heng's pragmatic outlook on life. After much deliberation, they finally settled on a clear patch at the foot of the mountain as their camping site, just in time before sunset. To speak frankly, this place is indeed quite remarkable, offering a broad vista. It possesses no flaws aside from being slightly distant from a water source. However, the challenge lies in the impending darkness, and the tents have yet to be erected. Do not underestimate this task for novices. Setting up a tent is a skillful endeavor, threading poles, pulling ropes, staking the ground, and securing the walls. Without prior experience, each step can be a lengthy exploration. Fortunately, such tasks posed no challenge for Zhang Heng, who had once built a house with his bare hands. He single-handedly completed the setup of 3 tents, even managing the last one in the enveloping darkness. Impressive, Zhang Heng. If I were to be stranded on a deserted island and could choose one companion, it would undoubtedly be you, Su Jing clapped her hands and remarked, "You're quite the scoundrel. Even when stranded on an island, you still want someone to shoulder the burden." Chen Huadong scoffed. Zhang Heng merely smiled and said nothing. The light-hearted banter did not weigh heavily on anyone's mind. And Su Jing soon conceived a new idea. "Now that it's completely dark, let us have a bonfire party. This girl seems perpetually free of worries." "A bonfire? First, let's eat. I'm nearly starving," Xiao Xiao retorted with a hint of exasperation. While Zhang Heng was busy erecting the tents, aside from Shen Sisi, who could lend a hand, the others felt their assistance would be of little use, and thus took it upon themselves to prepare a meal on the other side. In the realm of civilization, even in the wild, there's no need to resort to primitive fire-starting techniques, with portable camping stoves designed for outdoor use. Simply attaching a gas canister renders them highly convenient. Naturally, Zhang Heng welcomed this development. He was there for leisure, not to flaunt his skills. Survival techniques were merely a means to preserve life in unforeseen, extreme circumstances. If a lighter were available on the deserted island, he wouldn't have bothered wearing away the skin on his hands. Dinner consisted of hot pot, the most convenient meal to prepare. One simply needed to add the broth base, toss in the cleaned vegetables and meat, and it was ready. By the time Zhang Heng had finished pitching the tent, everyone had gathered in a circle, clutching disposable plastic bowls, eagerly awaiting the bubbling of the pot. This sensation was novel for most of them. The mountain temperature in summer was just right. Neither cold nor hot, far more pleasant than a dormitory without air conditioning. Only the sheer number of mosquitoes was staggering. Zhang Heng and Shen Sisi almost simultaneously produced mosquito repellent from their bags, exchanging smiles upon seeing what the other held. "Why isn't the meat ready yet?" Su Jing sniffled, looking forlorn. She had been clamoring for a bonfire party just moments before, but now she was more concerned about the meat in the pot than anyone else. Chen Huadong was about to make a teasing remark when a rustling sound emanated from the nearby woods. Su Jing, the most timid of the group, grew tense upon hearing the noise. "Oh my gosh, are there wild animals in these mountains?" And no, surely not. Xiao Xiao also seemed taken aback. Although the area wasn't a designated scenic spot, it wasn't too far from the city. During the autumn, many photography enthusiasts would come to capture the scenery. The group had even encountered other campers in the vicinity. If there were wild animals, it was unlikely that no one would have seen them before. As soon as she finished speaking, the creature emerged from the trees. It was not an animal, merely a human. However, upon discerning the appearance of the newcomer, the hearts of those present, which had not yet settled, began to race anew. The individual was a young man adorned with tattoos on his arms, exuding an air of nonchalance, who grinned and said, "Ah, I sensed a delightful aroma. I see there is something delicious here. May I join you? I haven't had dinner yet." As soon as he uttered these words, Zhang Heng stood up, wordlessly turned, and hurried towards the tent, swiftly disappearing inside. The young man erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Excellent. You have good instincts. Now I even have a seat. I shall not be polite." At that moment, the others recognized the potential threat posed by this visitor. Wei Jiangyang and Chen Huadong exchanged glances. As young men, they felt compelled to take a stand. Wei Jiangyang spoke up. "Hey there, we are not accustomed to dining with strangers. That is quite all right. I can introduce myself first. After all, friends are made through conversation." The young man replied, flashing a broad smile as he retrieved a folding knife from his pocket. The expressions of Wei Jiaoyang and Chen Huadong shifted dramatically, and Su Jing turned pale with fright. Being university students, they had never encountered such a situation. Fights were a rarity on campus, and even if brawls did occur, weapons were never involved. The young man's next statement plunged their hearts into despair. "I have 3 brothers who also haven tea eaten. They will arrive shortly. However, it seems there may not be enough seats." With a glint in his eyes, he pointed at Wei Jiaoyang, Chen Huadong, and Wang Huan, adding, "Would you 3 kindly vacate your seats?" Chapter 28. 2 arrows before the folding knife, Wei Jiaoyang and Chen Huadong felt a tremor in their calves. If the assailant were merely after money, it would be a different matter. At worst, they could all suffer financial loss to avert disaster. However, judging by the demeanor of the young man, he seemed to harbor intentions towards the girls as well. Among the dormitory residents, aside from Wang Huan, the other 3 were not unattractive. Shen Sisi was widely recognized as the belle of the public administration department, while Xiao Xiao was a member of the university's volleyball team, maintaining an enviable physique. Furthermore, Su Jing, the legally recognized lowly, was an undeniable magnet for attention. In their usual campus environment, They had no cause for concern regarding their safety, yet now they found themselves in a veritable wilderness. Although there were other campers nearby, they were too far away. Even if they called for help, it would take time for anyone to reach them. Xiao Xiao and the other girls were beginning to regret their decision to camp here. Despite having conducted prior research indicating that the surrounding villages boasted a commendable safety record, it was puzzling why they had encountered such misfortune this time. Sweat beaded on Wei Jiangyang's forehead. With his girlfriend right behind him, retreat was not an option. Yet, in the face of such a threatening situation, fear was a natural response. As the young man advanced menacingly, Wei felt his body stiffen and his throat dry. Suddenly, something sliced through the darkness. The young man halted in his tracks. A feathered arrow had embedded itself into the ground before him, the arrowhead fully submerged, while the fletching quivered incessantly. A testament to the speed at which it had been shot, Zhang Heng stood before the tent, grasping the recurved bow. After releasing the first arrow, he did not hesitate and swiftly drew a second. Before Wei Jianyang and the others could voice their admiration, the second arrow veered wildly off course, embedding itself in a distant tree. A chill ran through Wei Jianyang and his companions. They feared the worst, having hoped that this arrow would deter the young man before them. However, Zhang Heng had revealed his lack of skill far too soon. The young man, initially startled by the first arrow, was aware of the strict regulations governing firearms in the country, making bows and crossbows the most formidable ranged weapons accessible to civilians. He had not anticipated that among this group there would be an archer, yet the subsequent arrow landed several meters away from him. Was the first arrow merely a stroke of luck? The initial 2 shots served as warnings. If he did not withdraw, the next arrow would draw blood. Zhang Heng spoke with a calm demeanor, and the young man's expression shifted dramatically, causing alarm to ripple through the hearts of the onlookers. At that moment, the young man stood merely 3 or 4 meters away from Wei Jianyang and Chen Huadong, contemplating whether he could seize a hostage in a sudden outburst. Yet, after much deliberation, he realized he could not ensure his safety before an arrow struck him. Ultimately, he decided to sheath his folding knife, raising his hands in surrender. "I apologize for the disturbance," he said. "It seems my comrades and I must seek friendship elsewhere." As he spoke, he fixed his gaze on Zhang Heng, retreating step by step into the woods. In light of the recent events, the group's enthusiasm for dining and camping had waned. They hastily gathered their belongings, eager to depart from the area. However, given their remote location, procuring transportation proved challenging. Moreover, was concerned that the ruffians might harass other tourists. Consequently, the group dialed the police while simultaneously alerting others. Appeared to want to express something, but ultimately refrained from doing so. Conversely, the other girls gravitated toward after the danger had passed. Playfully remarked, "Impressive, Zhang. I initially thought you had fled in fright, but it turns out you were summoning your Iron Man armor." Added, "Brother, I am in awe of you. Even with your second arrow going astray, you managed to stand your ground and launch a verbal assault. Admirable, truly." Chimed in, "It seems those delinquents were easily intimidated. They took flight at the mere sight of your bow. Nevertheless, we are indebted to you for your assistance. I was nearly scared to death. In gratitude for your life-saving deed, declared, I have decided to bestow upon you our dorm's most beautiful resident." Her bold statement was met with a playful rap on the head. Subsequently, also extended her sincere gratitude to. After notifying the scattered campers in the vicinity, everyone congregated, which fostered a sense of security. Set down his recurved bow, opened his backpack, and distributed the ready-to-eat snacks he had brought to the group. While nibbling on an egg yolk pie, grumbled, "Today was too intense. This may very well be my first and last camping trip." Following the consumption of sweets, the group's spirits generally lifted, and they resumed discussing the perilous events that had just transpired. At that moment, Shen Sisi interjected, "Zhang Heng, might I have a word with you?" Indeed, under the knowing gazes of the others, the two moved to the side. Shen Sisi began by reiterating her gratitude for his assistance that evening, and then stated, "You noticed it, didn't you?" "Noticed what?" "That individual's appearance was not that of a local villager. He likely came from the city, just as we did." "Are you suggesting that those individuals specifically target women in this area at night?" "Not quite. If it were premeditated, he wouldn't have dressed like that. The shoes he was wearing were Adidas Yeezy 500s, authentic ones costing at least 2,000 on the market. He probably wouldn't risk wearing them here, where they could be scratched by branches. Moreover, he kept scratching his neck while speaking, clearly bothered by mosquito bites. It seems too careless to overlook such a detail when planning a crime. Therefore, it's more likely that he arrived on the spur of the moment as well. Aren't you the same?" Shin Sisi said softly. I didn't notice. Zhang Heng shook his head. I don't know much about shoes. My primary focus was on his companions in the woods, and I didn't pay attention to his subtle gestures. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have realized it. Shin Sisi seemed somewhat taken aback. Then why were you paying attention to Wang Huan throughout the journey? Her emotional turbulence upon the arrival of the tattooed individual was exceptionally pronounced. While apprehension was palpable among the group, her astonishment appeared to outweigh her fear. A collective sigh of relief swept through the room after his departure, yet her trepidation only intensified. That, Shin Sisi remarked with a wry smile, is precisely why I advised against involving the authorities. Even though she placed you all in harm's way this evening, Wang Huan harbors her own compelling reasons. Cheng Cheng threatened her with financial retribution for the lipstick should she refuse to cooperate. Her parents were laid off long ago, and she has a younger brother to support. Moreover, as you mentioned, she did not foresee the events of tonight. She merely divulged our address to Cheng Cheng, believing he only intended to come over. She is now gripped by terror, fearing exposure to the police, as she never anticipated such nefarious individuals. The decision rests with you. Zhang Heng remained noncommittal. We are all adults and must bear the consequences of our actions. While circumstances and familial factors may contribute to wrongdoing, they do not excuse it. It's a fundamental principle. Societal injustices do not justify acts of violence against innocents. However, given that the assailant's target was Shin Sisi, the resolution is her prerogative. Zhang Heng has no objections, especially considering the disparity in their respective positions. Chapter 29. A test of friendship. This is an unfortunate reality. Prioritizing cases based on urgency is a fundamental skill for every law enforcement officer, as they typically juggle numerous investigations simultaneously. Chen Huadong was fortunate. Through his courageous demeanor in the face of the young men, he successfully acquired Chen Jing's phone number. With his initiative, the group decided to exchange contact information as well. As soon as he sent the message, an unexpected silence enveloped the surroundings. After more than a month, Zhang Heng had grown accustomed to such moments. He set an alarm on his phone for 7 hours and climbed into bed for a brief slumber. When he opened his eyes again, the outside world remained shrouded in darkness. Zhang Heng silenced the alarm, rolled out of bed, prepared a bowl of cereal, and made his way downstairs. This time, however, the dormitory supervisor was unusually prompt, having locked the main entrance by midnight. Zhang Heng entered the duty room, skillfully retrieved the keys, and unlocked the door. Yet, this instance presented an unexpected turn of events. Had it not been for Chen Cheng's interruption, he would have still been camping outside. Zhang Heng finished his cereal and pineapple bun, casually placed his cup on a supermarket shelf, and then took a leisurely stroll to the 24-hour gym. As the contents of his stomach had nearly digested, he commenced his training on the water-resistance rowing machine, and before he realized it, 3 hours had swiftly passed. After a refreshing shower, he transitioned to the climbing club, and ultimately, armed with his compact camera, he began to wander aimlessly through the city. While passing by a quaint inn, his attention was captured by a striking red BMW parked out front. Zhang Heng halted his bicycle, glanced at the license plate, and confirmed that it indeed belonged to Cheng Cheng. Frankly speaking, Zhang Heng did not pay much heed to this wealthy scion. As he mentioned to Shin Sisi, he seldom mingled with the social circles or participated in collective activities, having minimal interactions with the student council. Thus, it would prove quite challenging for Cheng Cheng to deal with him. Although Cheng Cheng was often surrounded by admirers at school, none were fools. They were all motivated by monetary gain. Many were willing to assist him in deceiving Na'vi young girls. Yet none would risk their graduation certificates or even contravene the law for him. As for the outside world, the young man from earlier was not, strictly speaking, a member of society. Upon Shin Sisi's reminder, Zhang Heng realized that the individual resembled a carefree second generation, much like Cheng Cheng. This encounter was purely a favor for a friend. However, such individuals could sometimes be more troublesome than petty delinquents, willing to resort to extreme measures for the sake of their pride. Since he happened to cross paths with this potential threat, Zhang Heng deemed it prudent to address it. He parked the shared bicycle downstairs and entered the modest inn. Unsure of Cheng Cheng's floor, he found no difficulty in checking the front desk's computer for all guest information. It wasn't long before he located Cheng Cheng's name, noted the room number, and borrowed a spare key. 2 minutes later, he pushed open the door to room 305. A bra hung on the television, while Cheng Cheng lay bare-chested on the bed, clad only in his underwear, smoking and engaged in a WeChat conversation. The message featured a photograph of the account holder alongside a wardrobe full of shoes, captioned with the words, Too many shoes. What should I do? The individual depicted in the photograph was unmistakably the same one who had been toying with the folding knife earlier. Wu Fan inquired of Cheng Cheng whether they should devise a scheme to target the young man with the bow. Further back in the chat log were their casual conversations, such as which nightclubs had attractive women, which limited edition shoes were worth collecting, or anecdotes about conquests, often with comparisons of the women's physical attributes. Beyond that, Zhang Heng discovered that Cheng Cheng had experimented with mild narcotics and had even enticed a girl he was dating at the time to use them. Zhang Heng shook his head, disapproving of Cheng Cheng's harmful behavior. After reviewing the chat, he promptly created a group chat, adding Wu Fan and other individuals from his contacts who seemed to be from affluent backgrounds. He then typed, "That idiot Wu Fan is easily swayed by empty promises of loyalty. He does whatever I tell him, like a trained dog." He concluded the message with a sunglasses-wearing emoji, then sent it. However, Zhang Heng realized that this alone might not be enough to make Cheng Cheng behave. Therefore, he decided to issue a more direct warning. He refrained from any particularly cruel actions, as he didn't consider himself a monster. He simply offered Cheng Cheng a drink of water. After the 2 bottles of mineral water in the room had been consumed, Zhang Heng, concerned that Cheng Cheng might not be fully hydrated, fetched 2 more bottles from the front desk. Moreover, to prevent Cheng Cheng from suffering water intoxication, which could lead to permanent neurological damage or even death, he thoughtfully brought 3 additional bottles of Pocari Sweat. It turned out that Cheng Cheng was unable to finish the last bottle of mineral water, his stomach visibly distended, the sound of sloshing water audible with the slightest movement. Subsequently, Zhang Heng deleted all the applications on Cheng Cheng's phone, replacing them with a haunting wallpaper of the Bride of Chucky as the new home screen. He left an ambiguous note in the memo that read, "Reflect on what you have done." After completing these actions, Zhang Heng rode away on a shared bicycle, continuing his journey through the realm of art. Chapter 30. The second round of the game. The following day, Cheng Cheng did not attend school. It was rumored that he had been taken to the emergency room by ambulance the previous night, with doctors diagnosing him with drowning. Curiously, he claimed he had been lying on the bed in the hotel and had not come into contact with any water. However, more troubling than his physical condition was his mental state. He appeared to have suffered significant psychological trauma. The doctors recommended that he be transferred to a psychiatric facility for observation after treatment. His parents spared no expense in hiring a renowned international expert. After 2 rounds of therapy, Cheng Cheng's emotions gradually stabilized. A month later, he was finally able to return to school. A few of his close friends organized a welcome-back banquet for him. Initially, they intended to invite his girlfriend as well. But the events of that night had instilled genuine fear in Cheng Cheng. Although it had been confirmed that the incident had nothing to do with his girlfriend, he preferred to call a model for the evening rather than entangle himself with the events of that day. That night, Cheng Cheng consumed a bit of alcohol, and amidst the flattery of his friends, his mood improved. He began to entertain the notion put forth by the experts, convincing himself that it had merely been a nightmare. This matter had become a source of inner turmoil for him. While engaging with the model, he covered her face with a pillowcase, imagining that she was Shin Sisi, which inexplicably heightened his excitement beyond the usual. Succumbing to exhaustion, he finally reclined after persevering for an additional 3 minutes. A wave of weariness washed over his mind, and the fatigued Cheng Cheng promptly drifted off to sleep. However, he was inexplicably jolted awake in the middle of the night, sensing an unfamiliar presence upon his face. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the eerie visage of the haunted doll, its face pressed intimately against his own. In that instant, every hair on Cheng Cheng's body stood on end. His blood-curdling scream not only roused the slumbering model beside him, but also reverberated through the confines of the hotel, disturbing the other occupants on their floor. Disregarding all propriety, Cheng Cheng, clad only in his underpants, fled from the room, his cries of terror echoing through the corridors. Following this, the occupants of the vehicle promptly hauled the terrified Cheng Cheng inside. A week later, Cheng Cheng's parents arrived at the school, hastily completing the formalities for his leave of absence before departing. Rumors circulated that they had sent their son abroad for recuperation. Zhang Heng ceased to concern himself with the aftermath. In reality, after briefly cautioning Cheng Cheng, he had resumed his own affairs. The doll, merely discarded as an afterthought, was intended to provide Cheng Cheng with a diversion, preventing him from becoming idle. However, he had not anticipated such dire consequences. Subsequently, Zhang Heng deliberately replicated the experiment, placing the haunted doll upon his face in the pitch-black confines of his room. Indeed, A sense of unease permeated the atmosphere. Moreover, considering Cheng Cheng's prior fright and subsequent vulnerability, another encounter could potentially shatter his already fragile psyche. As for the later appearance of Wu Fan, it remained unknown to Zhang Heng. His fitness regimen had begun to yield discernible results. Zhang Heng did not deliberately pursue an excessively muscular physique. Rather, he prioritized flexibility over sheer strength. He had also gained a rudimentary proficiency in rock climbing. The time for the second round of the game is drawing near. Theoretically, he could postpone it until the last day of the month, but Zhang Heng prefers not to push it to the limit. Should he fall ill or twist an ankle at that moment, it would be quite troublesome. This time, he need not display the player number on his arm. As the two burly men guarding the staircase automatically stepped aside, after expressing his gratitude, Zhang Heng pushed open the iron door. The lounge appeared unchanged from before, save for the soothing strains of jazz music. The bartender seemed to be in high spirits tonight, mixing a drink whose composition was unknown to him. Upon noticing Zhang Heng's warm greeting, she inquired about his past month and what he would like to drink. "Quite well. I think I'll forego the beverage," he replied. Seemingly attuned to his thoughts, the bartender slid her freshly crafted concoction towards him. "Surely, you don't believe that your previous near-fainting spell was due to that glass of lemonade? Regardless of your actions, you would have entered the game at the appointed time. You mentioned earlier that apart from the fixed time for the first round, I could choose my own schedule thereafter?" The bartender gestured towards a nearby booth. "Do you see those seats? Each one is equipped with a bell. Choose a seat, set the bell's timer to your preferred hour, and the game will commence accordingly." "Thank you, but I shall pass on the drink. The game is about to begin, and I prefer to remain alert." "This isn't a cocktail. It's merely a blend of various fruit juices," she remarked, arching an eyebrow, her patience seemingly wearing thin. Prudently, Zhang Heng lifted the enigmatic beverage to his lips. Aesthetically, it seemed to have inherited the culinary idiosyncrasies of the maid CAF, or, to put it plainly, it looked rather dubious. Subsequently, Zhang Heng had frequented the CAF on several occasions, yet the bartender acted as though she had never met him, maintaining her aloof persona. "By the way, you mentioned earlier that you sell wooden boxes crafted from tule trees, capable of isolating supernatural forces. What's the price?" Zhang Heng sampled the concoction. Its flavor was peculiar, reminiscent of durian and mango, with undertones of custard apple and avocado. In short, it was exceedingly bizarre. He judiciously changed the subject, discreetly setting the glass down. "The advantages of supernatural items that retain their potency in the real world are self-evident." Zhang Heng had been carrying the lucky rabbit's foot for over a month, even stumbling upon money twice, albeit small amounts. Moreover, its grade was only E, implying the existence of higher tiers such as A, B, C, and D. Consequently, he found himself compelled to make a purchase from the bartender, despite the feeling of knowingly walking into a trap. Chapter 31, Tokyo Drift. 1. Zhang Heng had steeled himself for an exorbitant price, but the bartender surprised him. "Considering you've sampled my creation, allow me to offer some advice. If you intend to use a tule tree box to contain items within the game, I suggest you abandon that notion." Isn't the tule tree box a game item?" The bartender shook her head. Items that could be classified as game props were exceedingly rare. Even the most basic F-grade items could yield effects comparable to those of a tule wooden box, though it all depended on one's fortune. Alternatively, one might await the year-end auction, an event brimming with valuable treasures, provided, of course, that one's pockets were not empty. Struggling to find a suitable means to store game props, Zhang Heng found himself at an impasse. Such matters could not be rushed. Fortunately, according to the bartender, the vast majority of game props activated upon contact. With a modicum of caution, such as wearing gloves, one could significantly enhance safety. Fearing the possibility of consuming something peculiar, Zhang Heng promptly vacated the bar. He chose an unoccupied booth and, to his surprise, discovered a small alarm clock beneath the seat. Despite the discomfort he experienced on the deserted island due to the unexpected addition of 24 hours, he had to concede that the gains were substantial. Compared to other players, the 12-fold extension of his game time afforded him greater opportunities for exploration. Considering the dire consequences of a game over, he recognized the necessity of relying on this ability in future endeavors. He merely hoped that this time, he would not find himself in a desolate area. Setting the time to 23:55, Zhang Heng closed his eyes to rest. After approximately half an hour, a wave of dizziness washed over him once more, as if he were being consumed by a nightmare, leaving him too drained to even move a finger. Simultaneously, the familiar voice echoed once again in his ears. Player authentication in progress. Authentication successful. Randomly selecting the second round instance for player number 07958. Selection complete. Current instance, Tokyo Drift, Tokyo. A cosmopolitan metropolis with a population of 37 million, is undeniably the political, economic, and cultural heart of Japan. By day, it is a battleground of fame and fortune for financiers and politicians, yet the truly captivating narratives are unveiled under the veil of night. As an exchange student from China, can you etch your legend into this vibrant tapestry? Objective: secure a championship in an underground modified car race. Mode: single player. Kindly be advised that the game will commence in 5 seconds. Please prepare accordingly. Zhang Heng opened his eyes to find himself standing squarely at the center of an intersection. Perhaps his previous supplications had been heeded, for in stark contrast to the desolate scenery of the first round's island, he was now completely immersed in a kaleidoscope of neon lights and billboards. Countless pedestrians flowed past him, conversing in a language previously only encountered in films and games. The ringing of a mobile phone drew nearer, seemingly playing Mika Nakashima's Boku Jie Shirnu to Omada no wa. Amidst the throng were youths on bicycles, daringly dressed young women in miniskirts, middle-aged businessmen in suits hailing taxis, and even a fair number of Western faces. Despite the late hour, the atmosphere was more vibrant than daylight. Indeed, Zhang Heng mused, this is the world's largest metropolitan area. After ascertaining that his immediate surroundings posed no threat, Zhang Heng proceeded to examine his personal interface. Name: Zhang Heng. Gender: male. Age: 19. Player ID: 07958. Number of game rounds experienced: 1 current game points. 24 items held: Lucky Rabbit's Foot. Skills mastered: Piano level 1. Linguistic proficiency level 1. Fluent in 2 languages for daily communication. Archery level 2. Wilderness survival level 2 evaluation. This player possesses a slightly above average fortune. However, there are not many noteworthy attributes beyond that. He has acquired a certain proficiency in wilderness survival and archery skills, yet he is anticipated to struggle to endure beyond the initial 5 rounds of the game. Although Zhang Heng has been practicing rock climbing and photography over the past month, it appears that neither skill has progressed beyond level 0, thus they do not feature among his mastered abilities. The most significant change is the addition of an item possession category. Influenced by the Lucky Rabbit's Foot, his overall evaluation has shifted somewhat, liberating him from his previous mediocrity. Yet he still seems destined for a role of insignificance, likely unable to survive beyond 5 episodes. After confirming his status, Zhang Heng turned his gaze to his surroundings. He currently finds himself in a bustling area, directly opposite a shopping mall, where a large advertisement screen continuously displays promotions for Sony headphones. Surrounding him are numerous shops and signs, with the architecture and pedestrian flow remarkably dense. This place bears a resemblance to Shibuya, when Zhang Heng was quite young. He accompanied his mother on a trip to Tokyo to attend an academic conference. However, his memories from that time are rather hazy, as the conference was lengthy, and he spent the majority of the week confined to their hotel room. It was only on the final day that he ventured out with his mother to shop in Shibuya, where he purchased a PSP, thus retaining a faint impression of the place. Being able to access a version of civilized society for gaming is certainly a fortunate occurrence. Yet the current situation feels somewhat delicate. The primary dilemma lies in Zhang Heng's complete lack of proficiency in Japanese. Although the language contains numerous kanji characters, which he can somewhat decipher through guessing, this level of understanding is insufficient for completing tasks. Moreover, it would be rather unreasonable to simply abandon him here. Given that the background suggests he possesses the identity of an exchange student, he should at least be free from concerns regarding accommodation. However, the name of the school remains undisclosed, and with dozens of universities in Tokyo, national, public, and private alike, inquiring at each one could prove perilous. In such circumstances, it is prudent to first assess what he has on him. Zhang Heng began rummaging through his pockets, just as a girl in a short skirt came running towards him, breathless, holding 2 ice cream cones. Zhang Heng, there you are. Thank goodness. I was terrified that you would go missing on your first day. Upon seeing him, the girl breathed a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, the traffic light across the street began to flash green. Oh no, we're running out of time. Quick, let us go, she exclaimed, grabbing his hand and pulling him along. Chapter 32, Tokyo Drift, Part 2. 10 minutes elapsed, and Zhang Heng found himself before ITSDMO. A peculiar ice cream cone now in his possession. My sincerest apologies, Zhang-san. A sudden craving for ice cream seized me, and I inadvertently left you behind on the street." The girl in the skirt said, bowing apologetically. "No, the fault lies with me. My attention was diverted by my surroundings, and I failed to keep pace with you, Amiko-san." Zhang Heng replied, having just taken a moment to sift through his belongings. He found only a passport, student ID, a wallet containing 30,000 yen in change, and a transit pass, keys, and his phone. His primary focus was on the phone, as the girl's narrative suggested this was his first day. Therefore, she was likely a kind classmate, generously showing him the sights of Tokyo by night. In such circumstances, an exchange of phone numbers was customary. Zhang Heng examined his contacts and the most recent missed call, ultimately pinpointing the name Amiko. He could have directly inquired about the spelling of her name, but that seemed impolite. Judging by the girl's expression, his deduction was correct. Amiko possessed an endearing smile, revealing two small canines. Zhang-san, Shibuya is the epicenter of Tokyo's fashion scene. It boasts many intriguing shops and attractions. However, certain elements of society are also active at night. So it would be prudent to stay close to me. Zhang Heng voiced no dissent, and Amiko enthusiastically assumed the role of his guide, acquainting him with the sights of Tokyo. Thus far, their interactions had been conducted in Mandarin, a language in which Amiko exhibited considerable proficiency. According to her, she had majored in Chinese at university and intended to apply for an exchange program in the upcoming academic year to further her studies in China. However, her understanding of China was largely derived from television and her instructors, and she sought a more profound comprehension, hence her interest in the exchange program. Indeed, my family resides in the Shinagawa district, and I've attended both high school and university in Tokyo. I've seldom ventured far from home, so the prospect of traveling to such a distant locale fills me with both anticipation and a touch of apprehension, Amiko confessed, rubbing her nose sheepishly. Her elders had often expressed concerns about her ability to care for herself in the future, and she hoped to use this opportunity to cultivate her self-reliance. Perhaps my aspirations are somewhat naive? Not at all. They are admirable, Zhang Heng replied. The current scenario was titled Tokyo Drift, a moniker that suggested the primary challenge would be the player's driving prowess. The mission objectives corroborated this assumption, while the flow of time was decelerated. The duration of the mission had been extended from 2 hours in the previous scenario to 4, equating to 60 days. This might initially seem ample, but unless one were a seasoned racer or a dedicated car modification enthusiast, it would be virtually impossible to elevate one's racing skills to the point of winning an underground race, even the most rudimentary, within such a condensed time frame. Moreover, the challenges confronting players in this extend far beyond merely augmenting their driving prowess. Currently, Zhang Heng possesses a mere 30,000 Japanese yen. To put this sum into perspective, Amiko's recently acquired ice cream cone cost 300 yen, while a bowl of ramen at the noodle shop they just passed is priced between 800 and 1200 yen, according to the flyer he obtained. Although the school cafeteria may offer more economical options, or he could potentially sustain himself for 60 days by preparing his own meals, he is not truly here as an exchange student. Consequently, if another player were in his position, they would likely be disinclined to listen to Amiko's account of her emotional journey and would instead be eager to delve into the matter at hand. However, Zhang Heng differs in that he possesses ample patience, stemming not only from his inherent refinement, but also from his awareness that this is not without significance. Humanity's continuous progress is predicated on its capacity for reflection and synthesis, an area in which Zhang Heng excels. The initial game yielded far more than a mere 20-odd points and a single game item. Through rigorous analysis, Zhang Heng has arrived at a crucial conclusion. Regardless of the identity of this game's world architect, it is evident that they consistently encourage players to explore the world they inhabit. Zhang Heng, however, is unencumbered by such concerns, as time is perpetually on his side. In this instance, he has a full 420 days at his disposal, 7 times that of other players. Furthermore, he harbored a profound fascination with the diverse worlds showcased within the game. His initial foray into the deserted island had struck him as utterly authentic, and were it not for the temporal anomaly that precipitated the loop, he would have been unable to discern any imperfections. Yet, juxtaposed with the sprawling metropolis before him, boasting a population exceeding 37 million, that experience paled in comparison. Each denizen here appeared to possess self-awareness, exhibiting spontaneous reactions to external stimuli. To encapsulate all of this through programming would necessitate a computational feat of staggering proportions, especially considering that no extant code could achieve such verisimilitude. To deem this merely a game would be a disservice. It was, rather a flawless work of art. Regrettably, the player's sojourn in this world was fleeting, affording scant opportunity for appreciation, save perhaps for Zhang Heng, who stood as a singular exception. Amiko, with a playful flick of her tongue, queried, "Have I been overly loquacious? I was meant to introduce you to Tokyo, yet I inadvertently digressed into my personal affairs. You must find it terribly tedious. Shall I procure some taiyaki as recompense? It seems to me that you merely seek a pretext to indulge your own cravings." He. Amiko, her gluttonous nature exposed, flashed her signature canines. "Allow me to treat you this time, though. You've already bought me ice cream. It's my turn to express gratitude. Had you not served as my guide, I doubt I would have ventured beyond the confines of the school." Reaching into his wallet, Zhang Heng, ever the gentleman, purchased 4 taiyaki from a roadside vendor. This common Japanese treat, despite its name suggesting sea bream, is typically filled with sweet red bean paste. The quartet cost Zhang Heng a mere 640 yen. "Zhang-san, you're such a kind soul," Amiko mumbled appreciatively, savoring the warm pastry. "Yoyogi Park isn't far from here, but alas, it's far too late to explore it tonight. Perhaps another time?" Chapter 33, Tokyo Drift 3. Due to exorbitant land prices in Tokyo, universities seldom provide dormitories. Consequently, students often seek off-campus housing. Even Amiko, a local resident, opts to share an apartment with classmates due to the distance between her home and the university. However, the university extends a generous hand to exchange students, offering them single rooms in an international exchange hall. Zhang Heng located his room number on his phone and unlocked the door. The compact space, approximately 15 square meters, contained a bed, wardrobe, desk, and air conditioner, along with a prefabricated bathroom. Zhang Heng refreshed himself with a shower and discovered clean clothes in the closet. On the desk, he found an open package of biscuits, a bank card, a notebook, and various photocopies, as if he had indeed just moved in as an exchange student. Picking up the notebook, Zhang Heng noticed meticulously recorded expenses in handwriting identical to his own. Furthermore, the second page revealed a class schedule featuring a single course, Japanese language. Under normal circumstances, schools do not arrange purely language courses for exchange students. Generally, when recruiting exchange students, the school explicitly states the requisite Japanese language proficiency. However, there are some programs that do not require it, typically because the courses are conducted entirely in English. This can be seen as a subtle benefit for players who are not proficient in Japanese, providing them with a viable path. Nevertheless, mastering spoken language within a mere 60 days remains an insurmountable challenge. At present, for effective communication, one would still rely on Amiko, the humanoid translator. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he received a message from her. "Zhang sang, I have safely arrived home. Honestly, while I was away, Taozi sneaked into the bathroom to drink water and left footprints everywhere." Amiko directly sent an astonished emoji. "Just kidding. By the way, Amiko, do you know where the nearest postal savings bank to the school is?" Zhang Heng typed, flipping his notebook to the third page, which contained several tasks. One of which was to open a bank account, as his monthly accommodation fees would be directly deducted from it. "Of course, I'll take you there tomorrow. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I am quite familiar with the area," Amiko replied, ever so enthusiastic. "I appreciate your help." Zhang Heng exchanged goodnights with the girl, then searched for information online for a while, turned off the lights, and went to bed, thus spending his first night in a foreign land. One uneventful night passed, and the following morning, Zhang Heng attended a language class. The initiation into the Japanese language was relatively straightforward, primarily revolving around the study of the 50 sounds, which mainly tested one's memory. In the afternoon, he and Amiko went to open a bank account, with the expectation that the card would arrive in about a week. Upon exiting the bank, Zhang Heng inquired of the girl whether she could recommend any places for part-time employment. His 30,000 yen would not last long. His optimistic estimate of sustaining himself for 2 months now seemed rather naive, especially considering that the monthly accommodation fee at the International Lodge was 20,000 yen. Fortunately, the first month's payment had already been made, but with nearly 14 months remaining in his stay, he had to devise a way to earn some money. Zhang Heng was uncertain how other players resolved their financial dilemmas. Compared to some high-risk options, he personally leaned towards the more stable choice of working part-time. Although it might not yield immediate returns, it would facilitate his acclimatization to the city. Typically, most individuals found work in restaurants, supermarkets, or convenience stores. Yet these establishments often demanded proficiency in Japanese. After a moment of contemplation, Amiko asked, "Do you possess any special skills?" Special skills? Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow. Would archery and piano count? Archery and piano? How impressive. In that case, you could consider working at an archery dojo or a Western restaurant. However, it is worth noting that Japanese archery differs from mere archery, as it emphasizes spiritual cultivation. Moreover, working at an archery dojo would inevitably require interaction with others. Thus, it seems more prudent for you to play the piano at a Western restaurant. Amiko meticulously dissected the merits and demerits of each option for Zhang Heng, demonstrating remarkable initiative. She promptly escorted him to an Italian restaurant to apply for a position. Alas, the establishment already had a pianist. Subsequently, they ventured to a neighboring Spanish restaurant and a French restaurant, ultimately finding an opportunity at a Western-style eatery owned by a Tokyo native. The proprietor, upon hearing Zhang Heng's performance, was willing to offer him a chance, yet harbored reservations about Zhang Heng's lack of Japanese proficiency. Amiko gestured toward the recruitment sign outside the shop, stating, "You are still in need of a server, are you not? I previously worked at Roast Beef Ono. How about this? I will also work here, and if there are any language barriers, I can assist with translation." With that arrangement, it should be satisfactory. The proprietor nodded in agreement. The hourly wage will be 1,200 yen, which is the maximum I can offer. 3 shifts per week, 4 to 5 hours each, with both daytime and evening options available. You may select days when you have no classes, and I will endeavor to schedule you together. Thank you for your consideration, Amiko said with a bow. Upon exiting the premises, Zhang Heng became aware of the full extent of their conversation. As he was about to speak, Amiko interjected, "I thoroughly enjoyed our outing last night. Everyone is typically preoccupied with their own affairs, and few are willing to pause and listen to the thoughts of others. Zhang-san is indeed a very kind person, and it's not entirely because of you. I recently resigned from my previous job and was planning to find another one soon. The environment and hourly wage here are both quite favorable. Moreover, with you here, it will be safer, will it not?" Amiko then flashed her signature small tiger teeth. Is this the advantage of having a high favorability? Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng chose to remain silent. As evening approached, he invited Amiko to dine at a nearby restaurant. They continued their conversation about school matters. At that moment, a Subaru BRZ, adorned with vibrant spray paint, and a green Volkswagen Golf are parked in front of the restaurant. From the vehicle emerged several youths with hair dyed in a myriad of colors, among them a fellow sporting a headscarf who immediately entered the establishment, clamoring for the owner to serve beer. It was evident that many of them had likely indulged in alcoholic beverages prior, displaying signs of inebriation. Amiko lowered her voice, advising against staring at them, as these individuals were part of the local street racing gang, which appeared to include several students from their school. They mingled with aimless delinquents, spending their days engaging in foolish antics. Chapter 34, Tokyo Drift. 4. The individuals before him, identified as members of the street racing crew, were clearly enthusiasts of modified vehicles. If he could infiltrate their circle, he would likely gain access to various underground races and perhaps forge a rapport with one or two of them, potentially acquiring valuable racing techniques. However, a dilemma arose. He sensed Amiko's disdain for these individuals, and without her as a translator, he would be utterly incapable of communicating with this group. Should he attempt to persuade Amiko to assist him, or should he drag her into this venture directly? Henry Zhang had little time to dither. He lowered his head just before the bandana-clad man's gaze shifted in his direction, avoiding eye contact. The surrounding patrons mirrored his action, and the biker gang seemed to derive a sense of superiority over ordinary people from this. They whistled and laughed boisterously as they made their way to an empty table in the back. At the last moment, Zhang Heng decided against engaging with Amiko, purely because these individuals were utter simpletons. Dealing with them would require lowering his intelligence to their level. Zhang Heng harbored no masochistic tendencies, so after some deliberation, he ultimately abandoned the idea. He didn't believe this was the only way to access underground car races, nor did he think he could learn anything useful from these guys. As time passed, one would discover that Amiko was indeed an exceptionally chatty girl. From the peaches at her home to the stray dogs on the street, the discounted bento boxes at the supermarket, she could find something in everything she saw to send a message about. During Japanese class, Zhang Heng would receive texts from Amiko. Oh my. Today, the Mandarin teacher wore an incredibly cute floral dress that was completely inappropriate for her age. Everyone was so surprised. While eating, he would receive texts from Amiko. Major news. You won't believe this, but did you know that Matsuko, the dog the school keeps, is actually a male. Or before going to bed. Zhang, do you think the world would become terrible if there were no cats? And almost every day. Oh no. Am I sending too many random messages? You don't hate me, do you? Do you? Don't you? He compressed his sleeping hours to a mere 5, practicing Japanese almost incessantly. Even placing a basic Japanese textbook beside him while playing piano in the restaurant. Zhang Heng felt as though he were not engaging in a game, but rather attending a remedial class. Zhang, you are so diligent, compared to you. I feel as though I am squandering my life, Amiko remarked with admiration. I am merely doing what must be done, Zhang Heng replied with a wry smile. He was not particularly interested in language learning, yet on the evening of his second day here, he received an enigmatic prompt from a mysterious voice. Such an opportunity to immerse oneself in a learning environment for 14 months was rare. To neglect practicing the local language under such circumstances seemed wasteful. Zhang Heng had a foreboding feeling that if this game continued, he might have to learn all the world's major languages first. Although Amiko was still texting him about trivial matters, Zhang Heng discerned from her messages, bombarded throughout the week, that her mood seemed somewhat low today. Thus, he began to type, "What's wrong?" but deleted the message just before sending it and opted to call instead. Amiko, have you encountered some trouble? She seemed surprised to receive his call. Her voice was somewhat hoarse, as if she had just been crying, and she was still sniffling. Zhang, I'm sorry to worry you. It's really nothing serious, just some personal matters. No, it's not even family matters. That person left us 6 years ago. Expressing it may bring some relief. If you are willing to share, I assure you of my discretion, for there is no one here who can comprehend our conversation. Amiko, who was deeply saddened on the other end of the line, found herself amused by these words. She then recounted her story to Zhang Heng. It turned out that her biological father had developed a penchant for horse racing during her childhood, squandering the family's finances completely. Unable to endure this, her mother ultimately decided to divorce him. After severing all ties, her mother remarried, bringing Amiko into a new family with her stepfather, and they welcomed a younger brother. Their household now thrived in harmony. However, upon entering university, her father somehow managed to obtain her contact information and reached out to her, initially requesting a loan under the pretext of facing business difficulties. What began as a singular plea soon escalated into multiple requests. After several instances, Amiko grew suspicious, ultimately discovering that her father was not only gambling but had also succumbed to the vice of alcoholism. This revelation led to a heated argument between father and daughter, resulting in several months of silence between them. Then, just an hour ago, Amiko received another call from him, claiming he had been assaulted by debt collectors and lacked funds for medical treatment. Yet, having learned from past experiences, Amiko refrained from immediately sending her hard-earned money. Consequently, she was met with accusations of ingratitude, as her father declared that he no longer recognized her as his daughter. Overwhelmed with emotion, Amiko could not help but weep. Questioning Zhang Heng on the other end of the line, Zhang, do you think I am heartless? I believe your father is even more unreasonable. Although it seems he is mostly fabricating the truth, if you are concerned about him, I can accompany you tomorrow. Really? But would it be too much to trouble you with my family matters? Amiko felt a bit embarrassed. Tomorrow is Saturday. Let us go together after we finish work in the morning. All right. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. You're welcome. Amiko's situation was merely a minor episode, and Zhang Heng did not dwell on it too much. After hanging up the phone, he resumed pondering how to enhance his driving skills. It had been 15 days since the second round of the game commenced, and he had yet to embark on the main quest. Other players would likely be in a frenzy by now. However, Zhang Heng, with 14 months allocated for the task, was not overly anxious. Nevertheless, he could not afford to squander time indefinitely. Thus, he set a deadline for himself. If he could not discover a means to improve his driving skills within a month, he would have to attempt to engage with those street racers. Chapter 35, Tokyo Drift, 5. After disembarking from the bus, it took approximately 15 minutes of walking, turning at 3 intersections to reach the destination of this journey. Zhang Heng gazed at the small establishment named Takeda Seafood and inquired, "Does your father reside here?" "Yes, but the odor inside is quite unpleasant. You may wait for me outside." As they approached, Amiko's expression grew increasingly anxious, yet she remained considerate. "Since we have come this far, let us go in together." Without hesitation, Zhang Heng followed her past the promotional displays and discarded freezers into the seafood shop. The distinctive briny odor of the sea filled the air, and a variety of marine life was visible everywhere. However, the shop was deserted, save for an eel thrashing about in a foam box. Could he really be at the hospital? The girl murmured. Hesitantly, she ascended the stairs, with Zhang Heng following close behind. The wooden steps, long overdue for repair, creaked ominously underfoot, as if on the verge of collapse. Zhang Heng had assumed the ground floor was already filled to capacity, but the second floor proved to be even more cramped. Dirty clothes, discarded beer cans, and adult magazines were strewn about haphazardly. A scruffy man, shirtless, lay snoring on the floor. I am such a fool, Amiko lamented, burying her face in her hands. How could I fall for the same lie over and over again? In a way, this is a good thing, Zhang Heng said. It's better than him actually being in the hospital. No, this is absolutely terrible. How can a man exist who would deceive even his own daughter? Despite her words, Amiko grasped the man's hands, attempting to pull him onto a nearby cot. Let me help, Zhang Heng offered, noticing Amiko's struggle. He stepped forward to assist. During the altercation, an object dislodged from the man's pocket. Amiko retrieved it, discovering a dilapidated, russet-colored wallet. A moment of contemplation washed over her as she held it. Suddenly, the man, who had been subdued, lurched upright and lunged at Amiko, bellowing. She barely managed to utter a cry. Has he perished? The girl exclaimed, startled by the abrupt movement. Nay, but he shall be incapacitated for a spell. What did he shout at thee? Return the wallet, Amiko murmured. Noticing the worn wallet in Amiko's grasp, Zhang Heng inquired. Does it harbor a considerable sum? Amiko demurred. Nay, it is a memento from my mother, a gift for his 16th birthday. I had not expected he would still carry it. As she spoke, the girl opened the wallet, revealing a faded photograph beneath the tattered remains of a transparent film. It depicted a family of 3. Amiko gestured toward the infant in the image, barely a year old, and stated, This should be I. Behind me are father and mother. Mother recounted that father had yet to succumb to his gambling affliction, and our family thrived. Zhang Heng's gaze, however, was drawn to a conspicuously flamboyant Nissan parked behind the man. His expression shifted as he remarked, You did not mention your father's fondness for customized automobiles. Customized automobile? No. No, how could that be? Do not be misled by his current demeanor. In my childhood, he was indeed a paragon of manhood. When the seafood shop first opened, business was rather dismal, unable to compete with local rivals. To bolster sales, he diligently honed his English, reaching out to foreign clients, making numerous phone calls, and even visiting them in person. At his peak, the seafood from our home would be sold as far as London, Los Angeles, and even Peru. Such a dedicated individual could never be associated with those reckless bikers. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng chose not to inquire further and simply remarked, I have a keen interest in cars. This one must be an antique by now. May I take a picture of it? Of course. But please do not capture my image. I looked quite unattractive as a child, Amiko replied, playfully shielding her 1-year-old self with her hand as she posed for Zhang Heng's photograph. Afterward, the girl prepared 2 teacups, heated some water with the electric kettle on the table, and rummaged through the cupboard to retrieve a pack of dark tea leaves. This must be oolong tea, Amiko mused, bringing it to her nose for a tentative sniff. As they sipped their tea, their conversation flowed, predominantly with Amiko recounting tales from her childhood. Approximately half an hour later, the scruffy man finally opened his eyes, rubbing his sore shoulders while casting a wary glance at Zhang Heng. Amiko quickly interjected, likely clarifying the nature of their relationship. The man's gaze softened slightly, transitioning from hostility to indifference as the two engaged in a rapid exchange in Japanese. Ultimately, Amiko retrieved 15,000 yen from her bag and placed it on the table. However, the man with stubble appeared dissatisfied. His agitation escalated as he stood abruptly from his seat. At that moment, Amiko also rose from the ground, her demeanor noticeably despondent, her eyes reddening as she spoke. Let us go? If you don't eat, I shall devour all the strawberry-flavored ones. Amiko corrected herself, accepting the chewing gum, her furrowed brow relaxing as she apologized in Chinese. I'm sorry, Zhang-san, for making you witness something unpleasant. Not at all. You have always been there to assist me. It feels refreshing for me to help you just this once. So, did you two reconcile in the end? Chapter 36, Tokyo Drift, 6, Ingratitude. Zhang Heng could only invite her to dine at the cafeteria. Since taking up a job at the Western restaurant, his pressing financial concerns had been alleviated. He now earned approximately 70,000 yen each month. This income enabled him to sustain his life in the city, albeit just barely. It was unrealistic to expect to save enough for a car through this means, and Zhang Heng had yet to find a viable solution. However, he had made some progress in enhancing his driving skills. Everything seemed quite normal. Subsequently, he utilized photo editing tools to crop the man from the photograph, enlarging his face, and uploaded it to Face Search, a facial recognition engine built upon Google API, capable of retrieving similar images from the internet. However, the efficacy is mediocre. The deviation is occasionally quite substantial. It's not merely a matter of mistaking by his photograph for Wang Luodan. At times, even an image of Takashi Kaneshiro might yield a search result of Zhao Binshan. Gazing at the plethora of retrieved images displayed before him, Zhang Heng knew that his evening would be occupied once more. Having partaken of a repast that served as both breakfast and luncheon, Zhang Heng received a pair of brief messages from Amiko on his mobile device. One expressed gratitude for his assistance the previous day, while the other conveyed that Peach, having imbibed an excessive amount of toilet water, appeared to be suffering from diarrhea, and she was taking it to the veterinarian. This marked his inaugural sojourn afar in the absence of Amiko's companionship. Fortunately, equipped with a map and his prior recollections, he successfully retraced his steps to the location where he had departed the previous day, albeit after an hour and a half. This time, the stubble-faced man had not indulged in further slumber. However, he appeared to have arisen recently, clad in slippers and shorts, with a dressing gown draped over his person. As he stood outside, scrutinizing a consignment of scallops, he swiveled his head, startled by Zhang Heng's presence, and exclaimed in an incomprehensible tongue, while retreating and groping for a means of self-defense. Perceiving that Zhang Heng evinced no intention of desisting, he produced his telephone, feigning an intent to dial the emergency services. Amiko mentioned that you comprehend English, sir? Zhang Heng inquired in English. And if I do? The stubble-faced man seized a mop, clutching it firmly as though it were a lifeline to a drowning man. Hark, young man, I forewarn you. Even if you are Amiko's paramour, you possess no prerogative to meddle in our domestic affairs. Depart hence forthwith, lest I summon the constabulary. I have not come concerning the events of yesterday, Zhang Heng demurred. Might we converse indoors? Stay back. Do not move. Don't think you can use such ruses to get close to me. The same tricks won't work on a saint. The stubble-faced man raised his voice, attempting to feign bravado, as yesterday's fall seemed to have left a considerable mark on his psyche, since they were speaking in English. With no concern for eavesdroppers, Zhang Heng didn't insist on entering the house. Then I'll get straight to the point, he began. I want you to teach me how to participate in underground racing. He paused before continuing. Didn't Amiko tell you? I can't drive at all, otherwise we wouldn't have such a backlog of orders after the delivery guy quit. The stubble-faced man gestured towards a pile of seafood ready for packing, a look of helplessness on his face. Zhang Heng remained unmoved. For a self-taught individual, your English is remarkably proficient, Takeda Tetsuya, or should I call you Tsuchiya Yosuke? The prodigious racing driver who rose to fame in his youth, went to Europe after graduating high school, and garnered the attention of sponsors with his exceptional driving skills, successfully joining the FIA GT Championship. His best result was second place at the New York station, but he had to return to his home country after offending a senior executive on the team. 17 years ago, he won the D1 Grand Prix Tokyo round chasing race. In the same year, he began to challenge for the DK title, with underground racers in 22 of Tokyo's 23 districts falling to him. But he gave up at the last moment and subsequently disappeared. Zhang Heng spoke calmly. I have no idea who you're talking about. The stubble-faced man said flatly, kid. If you want to race, go race, but don't stand in front of the fish store, interfering with my business. Despite his attempts to feign composure, Zhang Heng kept his gaze fixed upon the man's countenance, discerning a perceptible contraction of his pupils upon hearing the appellation Yosuke Tsuchiya. Zhang Heng was now virtually certain that he had located his quarry. Why the withdrawal and the subsequent alteration of his name to Tetsuya Takeda? Was it to evade detection? Upon hearing this, the stubble-chinned man's demeanor underwent a palpable shift. Are you threatening me, boy? He inquired. So, you concede, Mr. Tsuchiya? I have conceded nothing. The stubble-chinned man retorted warily. Zhang Heng, however, refrained from further coercion. His sole intention had been to ascertain the man's identity. Although the fellow exuded an aura of incorrigible obnoxiousness, he would, by virtue of Amiko's intercession, be spared the consequences. Zhang Heng had no intention of resorting to exposure as a form of coercion, though he did not explicitly deny it either. Are you not in need of a deliverman for your establishment? What say you to my candidacy? I shall assist you with deliveries, sans remuneration, in exchange for your tutelage in the art of racing. The phrase sans remuneration visibly illuminated the stubble-chinned man's countenance. He engaged in a rapid internal calculus of the potential gains and losses, primarily the repercussions of declining a certain individual. After a moment, his eyes began to rove, and Zhang Heng surmised that the man was amenable to the proposition. However, the innate avarice of a merchant compelled Tetsuya Takeda to pose an additional query. I am to instruct you in racing, and you are to assist me with deliveries. In addition to remitting a tuition fee? Addendum, cease henceforth from importuning Amiko for funds, Zhang Heng appended. Very well, the stubble-chinned man acceded grudgingly after a moment's contemplation. Chapter 37, Tokyo Drift, 7, late at night? After all this, will I still have time to sleep? Zhang Heng furrowed his brow upon hearing the question. Takeda Tetsuya grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. That depends on the speed of your deliveries. Now, do you have any other inquiries? I have one final question. You will assist me in obtaining my driver's license first, correct? At that moment, the smile on Takeda Tetsuya's face froze entirely. What did you just say? Please repeat that. I don't have a driver's license yet. I need to acquire one in order to deliver for you, Zhang Heng replied candidly. You seek to learn street racing without even possessing a driver's license? Are you joking with me? Takeda Tetsuya was utterly exasperated. Why would someone who hasn't even touched a steering wheel have an interest in underground racing? I hold no particular fascination for underground racing, but due to certain undisclosed reasons, I indeed need to participate. Takeda Tetsuya fixed his gaze on Zhang Heng, and after a full minute of silence, he finally managed to utter, Then you can only pray that your speed surpasses that of the police. In the late hours of Tokyo, the atmosphere diverged significantly from that of daytime. At midnight, the majority of people had succumbed to slumber, with only a few scattered windows in the nearby residential buildings still aglow. Zhang Heng departed from the school, boarding the last subway train. The carriage was somewhat empty, populated only by a few drowsy salarymen and heavily made-up hostesses. Takeda Tetsuya, unusually serious for once, had not continued to doze upstairs, but was instead crouched in the shop sorting through various orders. Without looking up at the sound of approaching footsteps, he simply remarked, Give me 5 more minutes. 5 minutes later, he rose, lifted 2 recently deceased crabs, and strung them together with grass twine. He tossed a set of keys into Zhang Heng's hands, emitted a slight grunt, and followed me. The two of us exited the seafood store and approached a nearby small open-air parking lot. Takeda Tetsuya rattled the iron gate, and moments later, the light in the duty room flickered to life. A stooped old man ambled over, donning his clothes as he came, and unlocked the door. Takeda Tetsuya flashed a smile at the elderly gentleman, handing him the 2 dead crabs, and then gestured towards Zhang Heng, uttering a few words. The old man received the crabs with evident delight, his wrinkled face relaxing into a smile as he glanced at Zhang Heng and nodded kindly in his direction. As for Mr. Crab, to be candid, I am unaware of his true name, but it hardly matters. Such details are of little consequence. His spouse passed away long ago, and his children have not been in contact since moving abroad. He found a modest job in the parking lot to sustain himself and has thus secured a place to stay. We have become old friends. I bring him the crabs that are unsellable, and in return, he allows me to park here without charge. Moreover, I have already introduced you to him. So you may simply come here to pick up and return the vehicle in the future. Which car is it? Zhang Heng's gaze swept across the parking lot, finally settling on a dusty yellow van in the corner, his eyebrows raising in intrigue. Isn't it beautiful? The second-generation Mitsubishi L300, also known as Delica, debuted in 1982 and was Japan's first 4-wheel drive van. When the subject of automobiles arises, Takeda Tetsuya transforms entirely, shedding his previous air of despondency. He lights a cigarette, caressing the vehicle's body. The 4D56 Diesel 2.5 engine, paired with a chassis system akin to that of the Pajero, adequately equips this humble van with off-road capabilities capable of enduring harsh climates and poor road conditions. A vehicle from 1982? Are you certain it can still run? Zhang Heng expressed his skepticism. Rest assured, I sourced it from a scrap yard, where I have already modified it. The 4-wheel drive has been converted to 2-wheel drive. While the former offers superior stability, the latter is lighter, and excessive stability can be detrimental for the driver, not to mention it consumes more fuel. Most importantly, I have repaired the cassette player in the car. Takeda Tetsuya opened the passenger door, seated himself, and eagerly selected a tape. Zhang Heng inserted the key Takeda had given him into the ignition, turning it 3 times before the engine roared to life. Meanwhile, Takeda remained entirely absorbed, impatiently inserting a tape of Chuck and the Birds into the player. In the next moment, the vehicle barely moved 5 meters before it screeched to a halt, causing Takeda's head to collide with the glove compartment. Unfazed, Zhang Heng remarked. Apologies, I mistakenly pressed the clutch. As he spoke, he shifted the gear lever into fifth gear. Should you ever participate in a car race, do let me know. I shall procure insurance for you, naming myself as the beneficiary. Truly, I concede to you. Takeda Tetsuya switched off the tape deck. Engaging first gear, he fully depressed the clutch with his left foot and gently tapped the accelerator with his right. 3 minutes later, Zhang Heng drove the L300 out of the parking lot in a shaky manner, slowly colliding with a fire hydrant under the gaze of Mr. Crab. Fortunately, it was early morning, and there were few vehicles outside. Zhang Heng steered the L300 onto the road in a crooked fashion. Takeda Tetsuya, sitting beside him, had already conscientiously fastened his seatbelt. The 15-minute drive took Zhang Heng a full 25 minutes, during which he stalled the engine 5 times, ran 2 red lights, and mounted a curb once. However, he finally managed to reach their destination. The Tsukiji Fish Market is the largest fish market in Japan and even the world. Fishermen from all over Japan, not just Tokyo, send their catches here for sale. During its peak, 200 tons of seafood were sold here daily, worth 3 billion yen. More than 60,000 wholesalers frequented the market every day, selecting and bidding on their desired goods. For them, this place was not just a market, but a battlefield. Zhang Heng pulled up the handbrake. Takeda Tetsuya initially wanted to say something, but after thinking for a few seconds, his mind remained blank. In the end, he simply said, "Wait here for me," opened the car door, jumped out, greeted a fellow trader he seemed to know, who offered him a pack of cigarettes. The two of them smoked as they walked towards the main entrance. But Takeda Tetsuya said nothing, only wearing a dark face, and said, "Hurry up and get down here to load the goods." Chapter 38, Tokyo Drift. 8. Zhang Heng realized he had underestimated the unscrupulous nature of his boss, Takeda Tetsuya. At that moment, the streets began to bustle with activity. Distant office workers emerged from their homes, flocking towards subway stations and bus stops. The number of vehicles on the road increased as well. After visiting 2 more locations, Zhang Heng encountered 2 traffic police officers just as he exited an izakaya. Consequently, he decided against taking further risks with his deliveries. In Japan, driving without a license is a grave offense, punishable by up to 3 years of imprisonment and a fine of 500,000 yen. Not only the driver faces penalties, but the vehicle owner and passengers also incur legal consequences and fines. Moreover, the morning rush hour was fast approaching, and if he delayed any longer, he would likely find himself ensnared in traffic. "All right," Zhang Heng replied. Takeda Tetsuya, skeptical, retorted, "Hey, kid, don't make grand claims if you can't deliver. Speak up sooner, and I'll consider hiring part-time help. I've worked hard to secure these clients, so don't just sweet-talk me. If you fail to fulfill the orders, it's my fish shop that will suffer. If I cannot complete it, I will compensate you at the original price for your losses," Zhang Heng declared. He leaped from the vehicle, stretching his shoulders and wrists. The first round of deliveries had not gone smoothly. After driving all night, he felt mentally and physically drained. Yet, he discovered that under such pressure, his driving skills had significantly improved. This relentless run had proven more beneficial than a day of practice. He could certainly ask Takeda Tetsuya to reduce the delivery volume. But if he were unwilling to embrace even this modest challenge, what purpose would it serve to participate in competitions? Surrendering outright would be the only option. It was not until the afternoon that he had the opportunity to catch up on some sleep. However, Zhang Heng did not indulge excessively. He set an alarm for himself and rose after 4 hours. After enjoying dinner, he ventured to a bookstore near the school to purchase a map of Tokyo. No matter how skilled a driver may be, competing in an unfamiliar venue poses significant challenges to fully unleashing one's potential. Takeda Tetsuya, clad in pajamas, was washing the sink at the entrance when he mockingly remarked that it would be wise for the young man to temper his confidence. There was still time to withdraw, lest he find himself in servitude 6 days hence, laboring endlessly for him. Zhang Heng remained silent. This was indeed his oversight. He had spent an excessive amount of time planning the route, and, due to his unfamiliarity with the geographical names, he had misnavigated several times, almost ending up in Okinawa to view bikinis. Consequently, he added another task to his daily checklist, familiarizing himself with the streets of Tokyo. The orders at Takeda Seafood could be broadly categorized into 2 segments, one comprised of long-standing clients, while the other consisted of new customers. The former had fixed delivery locations, whereas the latter was more unpredictable. For the second category, Zhang Heng had no immediate solution, but for the former, he could first mark the locations on the map. Then connect them with a water pin to identify the optimal route. By the fourth day, only 20% of the cargo remained in the vehicle. However, on the fifth day, Zhang Heng encountered a bottleneck. Despite his diligent efforts to maximize his time, he found himself with approximately 15% of the deliveries still outstanding. Thanks to his strategic route optimization, he managed to complete the deliveries in the immediate vicinity. However, some destinations remained distant or isolated, locations that Zhang Heng had previously overlooked. Now, attempting to reach each of these points would consume a significant amount of time. Zhang Heng calculated that, although he had 2 days remaining and could further refine his driving skills, completing all the outstanding deliveries seemed virtually unattainable. He was lost in contemplation. At that moment, Takeda Tetsuya surfaced from the depths of an adult magazine. Do you possess the fundamental schematics of this vehicle? Intrigued, Zhang Heng addressed the man engrossed in a sea of buttocks. Adept drivers can discern engine speed and horsepower through auditory perception alone. However, we cannot impose such expectations on a novice like yourself, can we? Takeda Tetsuya, seemingly afflicted with an incurable compulsion to flaunt his knowledge, paused before continuing. I possess modification blueprints for this vehicle within my computer. Examine them yourself, but refrain from antagonizing it. Only through understanding its temperament can you truly master it. Zhang Heng accessed the computer and located Takeda Tetsuya's concealed folder. Amidst a collection of adult films, he discovered his intended target. To his surprise, the folder contained not only the L300 structural diagrams, but also schematics for other vehicles, albeit of earlier models, suggesting prior modifications by the individual. Furthermore, he found an explanatory document. Takeda Tetsuya's admonition resonated from downstairs, urging him to concentrate on the L300 and disregard extraneous matters, emphasizing that his proficiency was not yet adequate for such complexities, cautioning him against attempting to run before mastering the fundamentals of locomotion. Chapter 39, Tokyo Drift Saga 9. Acquired new skill. Automotive operation LV0. Chronologically, this advancement might not be considered rapid, yet it was by no means sluggish. Bear in mind that a mere week had elapsed since he first grasped the steering wheel. Even Takeda Tetsuya, who had initially anticipated a spectacle of errors, could find no grounds for criticism, merely muttering with his hand on his chin, speculating whether he had abandoned undelivered merchandise along the roadside. He did not hasten to pursue the primary objective, yet he inadvertently accomplished 2 minor feats, exploring 10 Tokyo landmarks and savoring 30 varieties of Japanese cuisine, each bestowing upon him 3 game points. These were not arduous tasks. For instance, the exploration of 10 Tokyo landmarks could be accomplished with mere willingness. However, given the stringent time constraints of the mission, few were inclined to allocate several days to leisurely excursions in irrelevant locales. Zhang Heng, however, was frequently escorted by Amiko on weekend jaunts to surrounding areas, including the Tokyo Skytree, the Ghibli Museum, and the Sen's-ji Temple. He did not object to these outings, as he was not pressed for time, and his daily schedule was already sufficiently replete. Moreover, he needed to unwind periodically, with an endearing, fanged beauty as his guide. Such opportunities were not to be taken lightly. Consequently, he inexplicably amassed 6 points. Typically, Japanese university clubs recruit new members during March and April. However, with the increasing number of international students, many clubs also conduct recruitment drives in September, coinciding with the peak enrollment period for foreign students. When Zhang Heng first enrolled, he noticed numerous recruitment posters and flyers, but he was preoccupied with honing his Japanese language skills and did not join any club. To his surprise, these clubs initiated another round of recruitment after 60 days. When Zhang Heng inquired with Amiko, she was unsure of the reason, suggesting it might be due to insufficient recruitment numbers. However, after the indelible bell incident, Zhang Heng became acutely aware of anomalies in his surroundings, leading him to suspect that these clubs harbored some concealed secrets. This group was indeed engaged with miniature cars, though not the 4-wheel drive racing cars, but rather the toy Mini 4 WD cars reminiscent of Dash Yonkuro, developed by the Japanese company Tamiya. The legitimate, albeit pirated, version in mainland China was Aldi, which once enjoyed widespread popularity but has since become a relic of a bygone era. Unexpectedly, there was still a dedicated group of enthusiasts at the university. Zhang Heng was reluctant to chase after toy Mini 4 WD cars while shouting the names of techniques. As for the Car Model Photography Club, its very name exuded an aura of impropriety. Therefore, Zhang Heng ultimately decided to join the Racing Study Group, first to observe, as it seemed to be the most respectable of the three clubs. Upon entering, he indeed acquired a wealth of knowledge. The founder of the club was a senior, initially merely an aficionado of racing. Together with several like-minded friends, he established this small society during his university years, honing his skills through self-exploration and practice. As a result, his prowess flourished, and by his senior year, he was signed by a racing team, embarking on a career as a professional racer, currently competing in the GT 300 circuit. Over the span of 3 years, he meticulously documented his training and insights with pen and paper, now fully accessible to club members. In addition, he shares daily training videos and continually updates his blog with experiences and reflections. The senior is characterized by an aggressive, bold style, advocating for a first-strike mentality, relentlessly pressing the accelerator. In contrast, the owner of the seafood shop is entirely a technician. Zhang Heng discovered early competition footage of the latter online, revealing his cunning strategy during races, always trailing behind other cars, only unleashing his true power in the final laps. His oft-repeated mantra is that racing is a strategic game, not merely a contest of skill, but also an intellectual duel. Average drivers focus solely on the road ahead, while truly adept racers transcend visual limitations, perceiving the broader panorama. However, this individual quickly reverted to his brash demeanor, remarking that one of Zhang Heng's novice caliber would never comprehend such realms. He added, "Just ensure the seafood is delivered properly. Thanks to you, business has been thriving, with orders increasing by 20%. As per our usual arrangement, should you fail to fulfill your deliveries, you will owe me." Thus, Zhang Heng could only continue to race forward, immersed in his fervor. Regardless, the senior's notes and training videos had indeed provided him with considerable enlightenment, and this style, so divergent from what he had previously learned, offered him a wealth of inspiration. 3 months later, Takeda Tetsuya finally commenced imparting his knowledge of vehicle modification. Chapter 40, Tokyo Drift. 10. All-wheel drive racing cars rarely encounter oversteering issues. But for rear-wheel drive cars aiming to drift through corners, an upgrade to the front and rear axle suspension systems is imperative. Simultaneously, the driver must calculate the various factors that maintain traction during turns. Takeda Tetsuya sat in the passenger seat, exhaling plumes of smoke. The issue is both easily resolved and complex. Adjusting the spring and damping coefficients can do the trick, soften the rear suspension, reduce the compression ratio of the shock absorber damping coefficient, enhance extensibility, and decrease the rigidity of the rear stabilizer bar. Alternatively, you could increase the rear wheel track. Formal races often impose restrictions on the wheel track, but underground races are less particular. Additionally, if you detect turbulence after completing the configuration, consider increasing the angle to enhance the downforce effect on the rear of the car. Naturally, your top speed will be compromised. Ultimately, there is no such thing as an absolutely perfect racing car. Modifying a racing car is about finding a balance between various performance aspects. Zhang Heng silently noted these words while driving. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the Tsukiji fish market, a result of Zhang Heng deliberately slowing down. As soon as the L300 reached the entrance of the fish market, Takeda Tetsuya immediately fell silent, adhering strictly to their previous agreement, unwilling to utter another word. He pushed open the door and leaped out of the car. However, after taking just 2 steps, the owner of the seafood shop unexpectedly paused and, after a brief moment, advised him to come early this Sunday. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow, realizing he had likely triggered a new storyline, as merely 4 seconds prior, he had received a new notification indicating that his driving skills had advanced from level 0 to level 1. Moreover, after a month of diligent study, he had acquired an additional skill in modification and maintenance at level 0. Thus, on the evening of the 3rd day, after a shopping excursion in Shinjuku with Amiko, Zhang Heng took the bus directly to the seafood shop, arriving 3 hours earlier than usual. Upon seeing him, Takeda Tetsu turned and locked the shop door, tossing the key into Zhang Heng's hands, declaring that the shop would be closed for the day. "Where shall we head next?" Zhang Heng inquired. "To the seaside. Starting today, I will teach you how to drift," Takeda Tetsu replied. Zhang Heng was taken aback. Although Takeda had been guiding him on racing techniques and imparting a wealth of knowledge, he had never unveiled his most prized skills. Zhang Heng had inquired several times, only to be dismissed with the retort that he was not yet qualified. This, however, served as a clear indication that he needed to meet certain prerequisites. Under normal circumstances, it would be nearly impossible for a novice like Zhang Heng to trigger advanced conditions. He had been learning to drive for over 4 months, having long surpassed the original deadline for his tasks. And it was only yesterday that he had finally met the requirements. Zhang Heng would certainly not let this invaluable opportunity slip away. Who knows when the miserly Takeda Tetsuya might change his mind. If it weren't for the fact that this individual boasts a D1 Grand Prix Tokyo Station Pursuit Race Championship and is the closest contender to the DK title, Zhang Heng would have considered seeking another mentor, perhaps the enigmatic senior from the racing study group. This senior's disposition is quite admirable. In his quest to benefit the younger generation, he generously shares his insights and experiences for free, guiding aspiring racers like Zhang Heng along their path. Zhang Heng felt that with enough effort, he might be able to connect with this senior, especially considering that, in contrast to the fish market owner Takeda Tetsuya, the senior is a bona fide racing driver. However, after much deliberation, he ultimately chose to forego that option. GT300 is a serious racing competition, with significant differences in both the racetrack and the driving techniques required compared to underground modified car racing events. For instance, in terms of horsepower, GT300, as the name implies, has an output limit of 300 PS, whereas the underground modified car races operate under a unique principle. There are no rules. No one cares what kind of car you drive or what techniques you employ. The first to cross the finish line is the ultimate victor. With enough audacity, even an N20 could be pushed to its limits. Zhang Heng has reviewed the senior's notes and videos on multiple occasions, recognizing that the latter's aggressive driving style is more suited for professional tracks. In handling complex environments, he is indeed outmatched by Takeda Tetsuya, the former champion of the D1 Drift Grand Prix. The fish market owner brought him to a nearly abandoned private dock, where he constructed a makeshift racetrack using tires and cardboard boxes as obstacles. Drifting is a driving technique that involves intentional oversteering to allow the vehicle to slide gracefully. Nowadays, the youth often indulge in drifting to showcase their skills. However, in reality, performing such maneuvers on conventional roads merely results in a loss of speed and excessive tire wear. This technique was devised for navigating complex terrains. Zhang Heng gazed at the multitude of cardboard boxes and tire rings before him, pondering whether it might be a tad too intricate. If someone can accomplish it, then it cannot be deemed complex. Takeda Tetsuya assertively proclaimed statements that were difficult to contest. Zhang Heng initially anticipated that after such grandiose claims, Takeda would personally demonstrate a round. Instead, he merely sent a demonstration video that appeared to be several years old. Subsequently, he extracted a folding stool and a fishing rod from the trunk. Don't look at me. I swore I would never grip the steering wheel again in this lifetime. However, rest assured, the obstacles I set for you are certainly surmountable. While speaking, Takeda skillfully baited the fishing hook. Zhang Heng swiftly reviewed the video, realizing he had somewhat misjudged the individual in question. Perhaps to atone for his inability to participate directly, the instructional video was unprecedentedly thorough. Aside from the initial practical demonstration featuring older footage, the latter segments were freshly recorded by Takeda. Zhang Heng scrutinized the material at least 7 times, with 2 of those being in slow motion, frame by frame. However, a fresh wave of training dampened his spirits. Although Takeda Tetsuya had always been somewhat unreliable, it seemed unlikely that he would deceive him in such a trivial matter. Since that fellow had said that the training was achievable, it proved that the problem lay with himself. Therefore, until the sun rose from the sea the next morning, Zhang Heng was still wrestling with the pile of tire rings and cardboard boxes on the ground. The owner of the fish shop put away his fishing rod, stretched, and glanced at someone, stating that deliveries would continue as usual and that he could use his spare time to practice drifting. Therefore, the amount of time he had to train depended entirely on himself. However, he could now try to start modifying the L300 himself, and the owner would provide some advice. But he would have to source the parts himself. Chapter 41, Tokyo Drift, 3 a.m., somewhere in Tokyo. The roar of engines shattered the silence of the night. More than a dozen brightly colored modified cars gathered in front of shops that had long since closed. A group of punk-dressed street racers, accompanied by their scantily clad girlfriends, came here to chat and wait for someone. 5 minutes later, the target appeared. A blue Impreza WRX stopped in front of a trash can, and the driver got out of the car. As if intimidated by his lone wolf aura, everyone stopped what they were doing, and no one dared to meet his gaze. Finally, after half a minute, someone couldn't take it anymore and cursed, "Damn it, Ito-kin, turn off your high beams." Here stood a fellow sporting verdant, broom-like hair, his countenance an impassive mask of glacial severity. Though surrounded by a multitude, his gaze was fixed on a solitary figure. With a disdainful snort, he questioned, "Inoue Kintaro, what compels you to summon me at this late hour? Surely it cannot be of grave import." The individual addressed, a jacketed man who had been slumbering atop a vehicle, now roused himself. His paramour, with gentle ministrations, had been offering him grapes. "Indeed," he began, "it concerns a matter of some consequence. The moniker Velocity Comet is due for a change of ownership." Itokin scoffed derisively, "Spare me. You are but a former adversary, vanquished by my own hand. Insolent fool. Underestimate me at your peril." The jacketed man retorted, his eyes snapping open like those of a roused tiger. An inferno of competitive spirit blazed within his gaze. "This time, I stake my very honor as a man. I shall not suffer defeat again." As if sensing the fervor emanating from his rival, Itokin, the very embodiment of stoicism, appeared moved. After a prolonged silence, he conceded, "I comprehend, Inoue-kun. Very well, let our velocity be the arbiter." At the precise moment a brazier was cast earthward, the two racers simultaneously launched their vehicles. Itokin and Inoue Kintaro shared a history as veteran competitors. Both were of affluent backgrounds, their fathers entwined in commercial alliances. Initially, they had been inseparable companions since childhood, with Inoue Kintaro being the one to introduce Itokin to this particular milieu. However, as Itokin's vehicular prowess burgeoned, ultimately eclipsing that of his friend, Inoue Kintaro's pride suffered. Their camaraderie, unable to withstand this trial, gradually eroded. Throughout the years, Kintaro Inoue had frequently challenged him. Yet victories were few and far between. Nevertheless, Ken Ito did not underestimate his rival, for each encounter saw Kintaro Inoue's improvement, be it in racing acumen or technique, posing a considerable threat. Consequently, Ken Ito was compelled to exert his utmost focus and response. "Come," he mused, "let me discern what you have mastered this time." As Ken Ito pondered, he floored the accelerator. The two race cars alternated in the lead. However, the following moment found him widening his eyes in astonishment. At the intersection, a drab, tan-colored van materialized from the night like a phantom. Disaster. Why are there still vehicles on the road at this late hour? Cold sweat beaded on Ken Ito's forehead. At such proximity and velocity, he had no time to react. A calamitous scene of vehicular destruction and potential fatalities loomed. He surmised that Kintaro Inoue, racing alongside him, likely shared the same despair. Subsequently, he witnessed the most unforgettable spectacle of his life. The dilapidated van showed no signs of deceleration, hurtling toward him like an unbridled bull. When the vehicles were less than 5 meters apart, the L-300 executed an uncanny fishtail maneuver, its chassis drifting laterally under the force of inertia. At their closest, the distance between the car doors was a mere centimeter. Ken Ito's hackles rose. Conversely, the L-300's driver casually gripped the steering wheel with one hand, while the other rummaged for something. Chewing gum, perhaps? In that fleeting moment, Ito can discern the object in the other party's hand, feeling as if his mind were utterly inadequate. What on earth? Ito Ken could not suppress his exclamation. In such circumstances, was one truly chewing gum? Yet, even more incredulous events unfolded thereafter. The L-300 accelerated, surpassing his WRX. Though there were no intersections ahead, that dilapidated van inexplicably veered, slipping into a narrow alley that was nearly the same width as its body, vanishing from sight. All that remained were the two racing cars, whose speeds gradually diminished until they came to a halt. Ito Ken and Inoue Kintaro emerged from their vehicles, exchanging bewildered glances. "Shall we continue the race?" After a prolonged silence, Ito Ken finally spoke. "I was actually planning to finish this race and then study abroad in Europe," he confessed. "Is that so?" Inoue Kintaro replied, somewhat surprised, then reflected, "It seems we haven't had a conversation like this in many years." Their eyes met, and in unison, they proposed, "Shall we grab a drink?" Zhang Heng remained oblivious to the fact that, because of him, a man had lost his racing dreams, and equally unaware that, due to him, two men had rekindled their former friendship. For him, it was merely a monotonous cycle of daily deliveries. Tokyo, renowned as the drifting capital, harbored the largest community of modified car enthusiasts in the world, and as mentioned in the background, these individuals typically engaged in their activities at night. Occasionally, while making deliveries, Zhang Heng would encounter some street racers. The vast majority are dilettantes like Ito Ken and Inoue Kintaro, who, with any flimsy, adolescent pretext, are elated to engage in a so-called duel of men. He hasn't the time to wait for these fellows to settle their scores and, pressed for time, simply overtakes them. This marks his 9th month of learning to drive. A month prior, he completed the drifting exercises set by Takeda Tetsuya, elevating his driving skills from LV1 to LV2. Furthermore, his repair and modification skills have risen to LV1. The vehicle is now entirely different from when he initially acquired it, with its core components replaced from top to bottom, though the exterior remains that of an L300. Unlike other racers who ostentatiously flaunt their modified vehicles with flamboyant paint jobs, Zhang Heng refrained, constrained by limited funds. To procure parts, he had to take on an additional job. Takeda Tetsuya introduced him to a junkyard proprietor, from whom he sourced all his components at remarkably low prices. Nevertheless, it took him 4 months to assemble the current L300. Realizing something was amiss, Zhang Heng pulled the car over to the roadside, dialing the fire department while retrieving his recurved bow for self-defense from the back seat. Chapter 42, Tokyo Drift, 12. Zhang Heng understood that there must be a compelling narrative behind Takeda Tetsuya, particularly regarding his last-minute decision to relinquish the DK title, followed by his divorce from his wife and his vow to never touch the steering wheel again. He pondered why, after all these years, he chose to reconnect with his daughter. The excuse of developing a gambling addiction might deceive a naive girl like Emiko, but Zhang Heng, having spent countless sleepless nights alongside the fish market owner, was acutely aware that this seemingly weak-willed individual possessed an extraordinary self-discipline. Although he dabbled in horse betting, it was merely a form of recreation. Each time he placed a few bets, regardless of the outcome, he would walk away. A true gambler could never exhibit such rationality. Indeed, every individual who ascends to a global stage is far from ordinary. To emerge from a sea of countless prodigies, both talent and diligence are indispensable. Without self-control, one could never attain the status of a top-tier driver. However, Zhang Heng never broached the subject of Takeda Tetsuya's story, not due to a lack of concern, but rather out of apprehension regarding his own inadequacies, fearing he might not be able to handle such matters. At that time, his driving skills were still quite rudimentary, as he was fervently absorbing knowledge like a sponge, yet he had not completed Takeda Tetsuya's hellish drift training. Consequently, Zhang Heng resorted to a rather unscrupulous tactic reminiscent of single-player games. He employed a strategy of delay. Leveraging his extensive gaming hours, he deliberately avoided triggering the plot, dedicating himself instead to intense practice, ultimately elevating his driving skills to level 2 and completing modifications to the L300. Even absent tonight's occurrences, he had intended to converse with Tatsuya Takeda imminently. Though lacking the formal designation of master and apprentice, their relationship bore the hallmarks thereof. The obstinate proprietor of the seafood shop, despite his verbal reticence, demonstrated a tacit acknowledgement of their bond. Zhang Heng had long harbored suspicions. Given the implausibility of Takeda's purported order volume relative to his current skill level, compounded by the increasingly remote delivery locations, he had surreptitiously opened a styrofoam box to discover that the labeled lobsters were, in actuality, cobblestones. Hence, the alleged increase in delivery volume was merely a pretext employed by Takeda to calibrate pressure commensurate with his progress. He hoped he wasn't too late. Zhang Heng, with his bow and arrows, hastened to the entrance of Takeda Fisheries, where he unexpectedly encountered Emiko. She should have been asleep in bed at this hour, so he wondered why she was here. Emiko had arrived by taxi, slightly ahead of Zhang Heng. Before the vehicle had fully halted, she alighted and collapsed, enervated, at the sight of the conflagrant fisheries. As Zhang Heng moved to assist her, 2 tattooed men, adorned with sunglasses and black gloves, emerged from a navy Toyota Voxy that had been stationary nearby. They seized Emiko and dragged her toward the vehicle. The girl's desperate struggles and cries prompted the taxi driver to intervene. However, as he opened his door to assist, the dark aperture of a firearm was aimed at his head. The occupants of the Toyota Voxy were unconcerned about the possibility of him alerting the authorities, as they were confident that they could abduct their target within 2 minutes. Regrettably, reality often diverges from one's aspirations. Suddenly, something pierced the nocturnal stillness. The armed individual heard a sharp whoosh, followed by an excruciating pain radiating through his right hand, rendering him incapable of grasping his firearm. An arrow, seemingly materializing from nowhere, penetrated his palm. His companion, witnessing this, was struck with alarm and contemplated abandoning Emiko to flee. Yet, Zhang Heng, concealed behind the bus stop sign, afforded him no such opportunity. Narrowing his eyes, he released the top bowstring. and the second arrow found its mark in another's calf. However, their allies within the Toyota Voxy reacted swiftly, pinpointing Zhang Heng's location from the two arrows and positioning their vehicle to obstruct his escape. Understanding the necessity for audacity, Zhang Heng obscured his face with the hood of his jacket and darted from behind the sign. He continued to unleash arrows towards the car window, thwarting any remote assaults from his adversaries while hastily seeking an angle to maneuver to the rear of the vehicle. Yet, he found himself at a considerable distance from the Voxy. By the time he had circled halfway, the two injured men had already incapacitated Amiko and, through sheer willpower, dragged her into the car. Zhang Heng's final arrow grazed the car door, narrowly missing the driver's seat, ultimately striking the dashboard and startling the driver into a cold sweat. However, the door promptly slammed shut, and the Voxy roared to life, speeding onto the road. At that moment, Zhang Heng's mind was remarkably composed. His chosen direction not only aimed to circle to the opposite side of the Voxy, but also brought him closer to his L300 parked by the roadside. Witnessing the impending escape of that group, he swiftly stowed his bow and arrow and leapt onto his delivery truck with remarkable speed. Earlier, as he exited the vehicle, he had taken the precaution of leaving the door unlocked and the key in the ignition, anticipating any unforeseen circumstances that might arise. Zhang Heng, before igniting the engine of his L300, glanced at the rearview mirror, only to find the Voxy had vanished from sight. While others might have deemed it futile in such a situation, Zhang Heng was undeterred. Over the past 9 months, he had diligently delivered goods for a nefarious seafood shop owner, becoming intimately familiar with the surrounding area, as though a three-dimensional map resided in his mind. He recalled that approximately 300 meters in the direction the Voxy had fled lay a junction. 2 seconds later, he discerned the sound of tires skidding against the pavement through the open window, realizing their choice to veer off. Without wasting another moment, he decisively engaged the engine, maneuvered the vehicle, and in less than 4 seconds, accelerated to 100 km/h, reaching the intersection almost instantaneously. Without reducing speed, he executed a liftoff turn, the L300 carving an astonishing arc that belied its bulky frame. In the next instant, he had completed the turn, pushing the gear lever to the limit. The motor, salvaged from a supercar, roared ominously through the night. In merely 45 seconds, Zhang Heng arrived at the second junction, yet the Voxy remained elusive. Without hesitation, he once again altered his course. This is the most challenging moment. He started a minute and a half later than his opponent. Thus, for the first half of the journey, he could only rely on his own judgment. If he took a wrong turn, he would completely lose track of Amiko. Got you. This time, Zhang Heng chose not to continue closely following his adversary. After driving only 500 meters, he abruptly turned the steering wheel, crashing into a closed CAF, shattering the glass door and toppling 2 tables. He then dashed out through the back door and plunged into a shopping mall. Chapter 43, Tokyo Drift, 13, as Christmas approached. The shops in the mall began their preparations. Some hung colorful lights, others displayed stickers of Santa Claus, and some placed meticulously crafted Christmas trees adorned with small gifts at their entrances. However, in the next moment, the beautifully arranged Christmas tree suddenly began to sway, and the tiny gifts detached from the branches, flying forward. A beige van sped past the escalator in the mall, and Zhang Heng activated the windshield wipers, clearing 2 greeting cards stuck to the window. The rear of the L300 swept past a counter filled with expensive skincare products, the gust of wind threatening to topple the delicate items. A beige van, festooned with Christmas decorations, burst forth from within. What is going on? Has Santa arrived so early this year, and instead of riding reindeer, he is driving a car? The driver of the Voxy was taken aback. Having been fixated on the rearview mirror, oblivious to any pursuers, utterly unaware of where this individual had emerged from, and the entrance was rather exhilarating. The gap between the two vehicles swiftly dwindled to a mere 6 or 7 meters, causing the driver of the Voxy to experience a chilling sensation on his scalp. He was compelled to floor the accelerator, desperately attempting to outpace the pursuing vehicle. However, to his utter astonishment, the Voxy, despite its capabilities, was outmatched in acceleration by the seemingly dilapidated L300. Despite both drivers simultaneously flooring the accelerator, the distance between them continued to diminish. Zhang Heng used the front bumper of his vehicle to nudge the Voxy's left rear, causing the Toyota to veer uncontrollably. The driver, drenched in perspiration, gripped the steering wheel with unwavering determination, Yet his attempts to break free proved futile. On the verge of overturning, the Voxy was forced to decelerate. And as if by mutual agreement, the L-300 mirrored the action. Zhang Heng had the option to ram the other vehicle, but mindful of Amiko's presence inside, he refrained from pushing too aggressively. Eventually, both cars came to a halt at the roadside. Realizing the futility of evading his pursuer, given his skill and the vehicle's performance, the driver of the Voxy opened the door and deposited the unconscious Amiko onto the roadside. Zhang Heng watched as the dark blue Toyota vanished into the night, and he released his grip on the bow. He chose not to pursue further, partly due to his concern for Amiko's well-being and partly because the other group possessed firearms. Although they had shown restraint thus far, he couldn't predict their actions if pushed to the brink. Consequently, the encounter concluded with both parties retreating. In a certain sense, the emergence of this group of individuals provided Zhang Heng with a sense of relief. Upon witnessing the inferno engulfing the seafood shop, his initial reaction mirrored that of Amiko. He presumed that Takeda Tetsuya had met his demise, with the adversaries employing such a method to obliterate evidence. However, the subsequent appearance of Voxy indirectly affirmed that the proprietor of the seafood establishment was still alive. Otherwise, there would have been no need to lure Amiko here for abduction. The girl's life was quite ordinary, indistinguishable from that of the majority of Japanese students. And it was evident that this group intended to exploit her as leverage against Takeda Tetsuya. Zhang Heng had previously shot through the calf of a tattooed man, driven by the desire to interrogate him, yet he had not anticipated the presence of accomplices. Fortunately, Amiko was ultimately unharmed. He placed the girl into the vehicle and conducted a brief examination, discovering that aside from minor abrasions on her elbow and calf, she had sustained no other injuries, which brought him a measure of comfort. At that moment, he also heard the distant wail of fire truck sirens. To be fair, the firefighters had arrived rather promptly. Although the preceding events had been perilous, it had only been a few minutes since he had contacted the authorities. The immediate priority was to ascertain what had transpired in order to formulate the next course of action. While the group on Voxy had managed to escape, Zhang Heng was aware that one individual could undoubtedly provide him with answers. Everything that had unfolded that night was evidently connected to Takeda Tetsuya, or rather, Tsuchiya Yosuke, and it was time to hear this individual's account. However, before that, he must first locate the principal party involved. This presented no significant challenge for Zhang Heng. He drove around, visiting the izakaya, hostess clubs, and karaoke bars favored by the fishmonger, yet ultimately located his quarry at an abandoned wharf used for driving practice. By this time, dawn was beginning to break. The fishmonger, his face obscured by a wide-brimmed hat, stood amidst a group of elderly fishing enthusiasts, rod in hand. The sound of tires against the ground alerted him to the arrival of Zhang Heng. However, upon rising and noticing Amiko in the passenger seat, he was visibly taken aback. How had she come to be here? That is a question for you to answer, Zhang Heng remarked, alighting from the vehicle. I discovered her in front of your fish shop. A group of men were attempting to abduct her, but rest assured, she merely lost consciousness. She is unharmed. Someone tried to kidnap her? Takeda Tetsuya's countenance betrayed a rare anxiety. What did these individuals look like? There were approximately 3 of them, heavily cloaked, with sunglasses and masks. Curiously, they failed to conceal the tattoos on their necks. Zhang Heng paused, considering. From that distance, I can't say with absolute certainty, but it appeared to be an eye of some sort. Upon hearing this, Takeda Tetsuya's pupils constricted sharply. Subsequently, as if bereft of all strength, he collapsed to the ground, muttering, So, they have indeed arrived. What has arrived? This is of no concern to you. They seek only my life. The proprietor of the fishmongers emitted a rueful chuckle. I presumed that by maintaining a low profile and living incognito for all these years, I could evade them. Alas, it seems they are relentless in their pursuit. However, fret not, for if I surrender myself to them forthwith, you shall no longer be imperiled. Contrary to Zhang Heng's expectations, the fishmonger seemed disinclined to delve into his past. As Zhang Heng pondered how to broach the subject, a voice emanated from behind him. So, is this the reason you divorced Mom back then? Amiko had roused from her slumber in the car seat, seemingly having overheard the entirety of Takeda Tetsuya's discourse. Chapter 44, Tokyo Drift, 14. The waitress from the breakfast establishment placed an array of delicacies, tamagoyaki, steamed rice, grilled fish, and miso soup, upon the table. Yet, none of the 3 partook in the repast. Amiko's unwavering gaze prompted Takeda Tetsuya to emit a sigh of resignation. The fishmonger ignited a cigarette. Why involve yourself? In a mere 2 months, You shall be departing for China. Why entangle yourself in this affair? I yearn to unearth the truth of what transpired in those bygone days. Deep within your heart, you still harbor affection for Mom, do you not? At our advanced age, matters of the heart have diminished in significance. Takeda Tetsuya remained noncommittal, drawing from his cigarette as he spoke. In my youth, I once believed I would forever cherish a certain woman. However, as the years have elapsed, her visage has faded from my memory. The fishmonger paused momentarily. Regardless, I am ultimately in your debt. How fares Nanako? My mother is currently well, though she still holds some lingering reflections on past events. She once confided in me that she no longer harbors resentment towards you. Rather, we are merely owed the truth. Time slipped away, and it was not until the cigarette nearly burned his fingers that the fish market owner finally spoke again, revealing that everything stemmed from a singular error, the gravest mistake of my life. He proceeded to recount a story he had kept hidden for many years. In the late 1970s and early 1980s, Japan's economy spiraled into a frenzy, and it was during this tumultuous era that Yosuke Tsuchiya was born. He enjoyed a blissful family life, and like the vast majority of ordinary individuals of his time, he was youthful, brimming with ambition and pride. However, following the signing of the Plaza Accord, the dollar began to depreciate dramatically against the yen, which reached its zenith in purchasing power. Yet, this was accompanied by a catastrophic blow to the export industry, propelling Japan from prosperity into a decade of despair. The stark contrast led this generation down divergent paths. This child was a natural-born fighter. In his lexicon of life, the concept of fear seemed altogether absent. What does not kill me only serves to make me stronger. By his 20s, Yosuke Tsuchiya had reached the pinnacle of his career, achieving remarkable feats on European circuits, including securing the runner-up position at the FIA GT Championship in New York. However, after a fallout with his team, he returned to Japan, where he soon clinched the championship title at the D1 Grand Prix in Tokyo. Within the realm of drifting in Japan, he had become a legendary figure. At that time, he had already reached the pinnacle of the mountain, yet he remained insatiable, fervently yearning for new challenges. Consequently, he resolved to challenge the title of DK. And within less than a year, he had toppled the foremost underground racers from 22 districts, leaving only the final training district. This was nothing short of suicidal. Upon hearing the rules, Amiko was utterly taken aback. Naoto Asano firmly believed that only the bravest drivers deserved to bask in victory, and all challengers must adhere to the rules he had established. Although it appeared foolish at that moment, with only one final race remaining to seize the DK title, the youthful me was resolute in my refusal to give up. Tetsu Takeda lit a second cigarette with his lighter, inhaled deeply, and continued. We had agreed upon the time for our contest. Besides the two of us, my closest friend, Ryo Kobayashi, the strongest racer from Shinjuku, was also participating. The racetrack, chosen by us, spanned 40 kilometers and featured 3 lanes. Typically, the traffic density was moderate. However, we never anticipated that when we arrived that day, a thick fog would suddenly envelop the area. Kobayashi suggested we abandon the race and reschedule. I could discern that Asano secretly concurred. After all, he was merely a thrill-seeking bastard who reveled in dancing on the edge of death, not genuinely intent on perishing. Given the perilous road conditions at that time, the danger had surpassed his limits. Yet, that bastard clearly did not wish to forego this opportunity to mock us. He knew I would likely cast a supportive vote, so he voted against it, labeling us as cowards. In my youthful arrogance, I cast a dissenting vote in a fit of rage, leading to a final tally of 2-1, and the competition proceeded as scheduled. At that moment, Naoto Asano's expression finally shifted, yet I felt no sense of vindication, for the three of us were already ensnared in a predicament from which there was no escape. The subsequent events starkly illuminated the folly of my decision. Visibility on the highway that day was a mere 4 to 5 meters, compelling us to reduce our speed. Despite this, we remained shrouded in the ominous shadow of death. This was no longer a contest of skill, but rather a cruel game of chance. For 10 excruciating minutes, we drove in trepidation. Ordinarily, this duration would suffice to traverse the entire distance, yet this time we barely covered a third. I incessantly honked the horn. Fortunate that the highway had been closed, resulting in significantly fewer oncoming vehicles. Nevertheless, there were several instances when I suddenly spotted headlights, and with a frantic turn of the wheel, I narrowly evaded disaster, that sensation akin to brushing against the grim Reaper himself. reflecting on those perilous moments, even now. The owner of the seafood shop remains haunted by the memory. In such dire circumstances, even the most resilient nerves cannot endure indefinitely. Consequently, Kobayashi and I took turns leading, granting each other precious moments of respite. As for Naoto Asano, he had already withdrawn from this contest, the so-called bravest driver in all of Tokyo, his spirit utterly crushed, reduced to cowering behind us in fear. Yet, no one anticipated the unforeseen turn of events that would soon unfold. As I approached the midpoint of my journey, the resounding honk of a truck ahead pierced the air, signaling its intent to change lanes. Unexpectedly, Naoto Asano's GTR surged forward, trapping me firmly in the left lane. I attempted to accelerate and decelerate, yet he persistently blocked my right side. I could surmise his thoughts. His performance today had been abysmal, and should he lose this race, all the prestige he had accumulated over time would be irrevocably tarnished. Thus, fueled by desperation, Naoto Asano was resolutely determined to eliminate me. My time was dwindling, and a sense of despair washed over me, leading me to believe that this would be my end. However, at that very moment, Ryo Kobayashi, driving his Lexus, recklessly collided with Asano's GTR. In the blink of an eye, their vehicle spiraled out of control. Asano's GTR rolled beneath the chassis of the oncoming truck, which subsequently toppled, crashing onto Kobayashi's Lexus. The scene was gruesome, too horrifying to behold. The entire roof of his car caved in, and smoke billowed ominously from the front. Chapter 45, Tokyo Drift, 15. What did you do next? Zhang Heng inquired. I did nothing, I replied. A flicker of guilt crossed Takeru Takeda's eyes. I should not have abandoned Kobayashi in that moment. I yearned to exit the vehicle and check on his condition. But the sirens blaring from the opposite side filled me with dread, compelling me to hastily turn my car around and flee the highway. What ultimately became of the two of them? Amiko's face displayed a look of compassion. The subsequent events I learned about through the news. The television reported that two delinquent youths were racing in the wrong direction on the highway and collided with an oncoming large truck. Ultimately, one lost his life while the other sustained severe injuries, and despite efforts in the emergency room, he too succumbed 3 days later. The one who did not survive was either Kobayashi or Naoto Asano. Besides being the strongest racer in the practice arena, he held another identity. His uncle was the vice president of the largest Yakuza organization in Tokyo, the Oni Hitomi. Oh, so that explains your subsequent withdrawal from the racing scene and your decision to adopt a new name. Indeed, that was an unsanctioned race. Apart from the three of us, no one else was aware of it. Though there were other witnesses on the highway at that time, the visibility was poor, and we were driving against traffic. The police could not ascertain the existence of a third vehicle based solely on those ambiguous testimonies. Fearing imprisonment and retribution from Oni Hitomi, I chose silence once more. However, within my heart, there was no joy in evading punishment. Each day that followed, I lived with the burden of guilt for Kobayashi. Had I not acted impulsively that day, insisting on a race that should never have commenced, these tragic events might have been averted. Ironically, the first among us to perish was Kobayashi, the only one who had voted against the race. I later visited his home in secret, but his father had passed away long ago. Only his mother and younger sister remained. Following this tragedy, they swiftly relocated from Tokyo. Surely, you encountered your mother after this. If so, why not live your life to the fullest? Amiko inquired. After an initial struggle, the seafood store began to thrive, and everything seemed to settle into a routine. 6 years had elapsed since that fateful incident, ample time to forget many things. Thus, I never anticipated that one day the specter of that nightmare would resurface. What do you mean? Amiko asked, perplexed. 6 years ago, I made a grave mistake by involving Kobayashi in that affair. Hence, I shall not repeat such an error. The owner of the seafood store responded calmly. I do not fear death. It is the fate I deserve. The true Yusuke Tsuya perished long ago alongside Kobayashi on that road. The Takeda Tetsuya who remains is merely a manifestation of guilt and cowardice. More than that, I am intrigued by how you managed to evade the grasp of the specter SI time and again, Zhang Heng interjected. If you are referring to that incident from many years past, perhaps it stemmed from their desire to witness my downfall. Perhaps they wished for me to endure prolonged suffering. Regardless, they did not pursue me again until 9 months ago when a mysterious individual contacted me, warning that the Spectre SI would soon take action against me, urging me to prepare. The events of last night were also relayed to me by this same individual. Takeda Tetsuya paused momentarily. Well, my tale has been told. As I mentioned earlier, this matter does not concern you. The tragedy from that time originated with me, and it is only fitting that I bring it to a close. You cannot possibly believe such a notion yourself, Zhang Heng remarked. Otherwise, you would not feign a gambling addiction, forcing Amiko to sever ties with you. Takeda Tetsuya fell into a brief silence upon hearing this. After a moment, he smirked, thinking it worth a try. After all, one cannot simply do nothing. The fish market owner appeared resolute, and Amiko, feeling anxious, opened her mouth to say something more, but her face flushed suddenly. Zhang Heng rose, picked up the coat draped beside him, and said, "Your driving skills were taught by me, regardless of who you were before, at the very least. Allow me to give you a ride." Takeda Tetsuya contemplated for a moment before he did not refuse, glancing at the two and saying, "Take good care of Amiko." The trio exited the breakfast shop, with Takeda Tetsuya leading the way. He opened the van's rear door, only to suddenly roll his eyes back and collapse straight into the cargo area. Amiko was momentarily bewildered. She had been curious why Zhang Heng had abruptly become so frivolous when she was about to speak, discreetly pinching her hand under the table, resulting in a near misunderstanding. Yet, curiously, she realized she was not as averse to such matters as she had previously imagined. Amiko felt a momentary daze until she heard Zhang Heng's voice again. "This vehicle lacks inspection and relevant paperwork. We should leave this place first." The girl climbed into the back compartment and shut the door. Zhang Heng started the car, deliberately taking a longer route on the road to prevent anyone from tailing them. After 15 minutes, he parked the L300 in the lot of a large supermarket, opened the door, and extended his right hand. Several inconsistencies arise from the narrative your father, Takeda, recounted earlier. Chapter 46, Tokyo Drift, 16. Amiko draped the soiled blanket from the car over the unconscious Takeda Tetsuya. After expressing her gratitude, she descended from the vehicle with Zhang Heng's assistance. "Do you believe he was prevaricating earlier?" "No, I simply find certain aspects of his account questionable." Zhang Heng secured the car door, and together with the girl, they ascended to the supermarket via the elevator. "Primarily, it's the attitude of the ghost eyes towards him that I find perplexing. If, as he claims, Asano Naoto awoke in the hospital and divulged his participation in the race to his uncle, it seems improbable that the ghost eyes would not have sought him out at that time. One's grief and desire for vengeance are most acute immediately following the loss of a loved one. Perhaps the ghost eyes were unable to locate him. Did he not choose to live incognito after that incident? If that were the case, how do we account for the events of 6 years later, the stone and the newspaper?" Zhang Heng inquired, particularly the inscription upon it. "Forgive my candor, but it does not seem to align with the tone one would expect from a meticulously organized Yakuza syndicate." Amiko pondered this. "Now that you mention it, that does seem to be the case. However, the individuals who set fire to the shop last night and abducted me were indeed members of the Ghost Eyes." Zhang Heng demurred. "Again, the timing of this group's emergence is peculiar. More than 2 decades have elapsed since that incident. Why would they suddenly choose this moment to initiate their revenge? And who was the enigmatic individual who forewarned him with a phone call? Someone within the Ghost Eyes? And if so, why would they offer assistance? Your father is not a fool. He ought to have discerned these issues. However, his mind currently refuses to engage in thought, compelling us to investigate this matter ourselves. Yet, we have no connection to those individuals from back then," Amiko lamented. "No, we currently possess a breakthrough. If Naoto Asano awakens from his coma, he must have desired to see someone, and the nurses and doctors attending to him are unlikely to be unaware of this. By locating the medical personnel who once aided him, we can ascertain whom he has interacted with during this period." Zhang Heng pushed a shopping cart to the shelf where the tape was stored, "But before that, we must first ensure your father is calm. This is my cousin's residence. She is a flight attendant, frequently away on international routes, and has entrusted me with a key to water the plants on her balcony when I have the time. It is unlikely anyone will find this place." As Amiko spoke, she opened the door to the apartment. Though small, it was well furnished and equipped with all necessary appliances. Impeccably tidy. Zhang Heng dragged Takeda Toru, still wrapped in a blanket, onto the bed. The effects of the soup-induced coma had worn off, and the latter awakened midway. His eyes wide as if to speak, yet his mouth was sealed with tape, allowing only muffled sounds to escape. "Even if you truly wish to throw your life away, grant us some time. At the very least, do not depart in such an unclear manner. Otherwise, would not Kobayashi's sacrifice have been in vain?" Regardless of whether the proprietor of the aquatic emporium heeded his dissuasion, Zhang Heng proceeded, knowing the man was rendered immobile, trussed like a dumpling, incapable of dissent. Amiko tendered an apology and, in concert with her companion, employed the remaining climbing rope to secure the shopkeeper to the bed, ensuring he was utterly immobilized. Subsequently, the duo procured a taxi to the Tokyo Metropolitan Central Library. Zhang Heng conducted an online inquiry into the named doctor, Saburo Kurobe, and discovered the physician had departed his former post at the public hospital, now serving as a vice director at a private institution. This presented a challenge, as individuals of such stature are typically occupied and circumspect, rendering approach difficult. Amiko scrutinized over a dozen contemporaneous periodicals, including digitized versions within the library's database. Ultimately, she unearthed a novel revelation in a defunct local tabloid. Zhang-san, might this prove useful? She inquired, gesturing towards a name. Rinko Hayami, a nurse from that era? Zhang Heng's attention was captivated by the solemn-visaged elderly nurse featured in the article. Let us first endeavor to interrogate Saburo Kurobe. Failing that, we shall devise a strategy to locate Rinko Hayami, Zhang Heng decreed. Predictably, Saburo Kurobe proved elusive. Esteemed as a luminary in Tokyo's surgical domain, his contact information was publicly accessible online. However, his calls were invariably intercepted by a female assistant. Despite the courteous demeanor of the other party, there was an unwavering insistence on the necessity of a prior appointment. However, Director Kurobe Saburo's schedule was already booked for a month ahead. The two attempted to intercept him directly outside the hospital where he currently worked, waiting for 2 hours before finally encountering the man himself. Yet, Kurobe Saburo claimed to have no recollection of the events from years past, and after exchanging only a few words, he grew somewhat impatient. He opened the door of his sleek black Mercedes and said, "If you have matters to discuss, please contact my assistant. I have a lunch appointment with several friends from the Ministry of Health, Labor and Welfare." Zhang Heng refrained from pressing the issue. Kurobe Saburo was not a minor character like Takeda Toru. Should he vanish or be coerced, it would swiftly garner public attention. Moreover, it was plausible that he genuinely could not recall, as a surgeon of his caliber often performed numerous operations in a day, leaving him too exhausted to even remember his own name. Amiko watched the Mercedes drive away and turned to Zhang Heng, asking, "What shall we do now?" "Let us try the lead on Rinko Hayami," he suggested. "She has worked in the hospital for decades, and even in retirement, someone should know her whereabouts." Chapter 47, Tokyo Drift, 17. Although it was anticipated, encountering a setback with Kurobe Saburo left Amiko somewhat disheartened. She and Zhang Heng hastily found a nearby spot for lunch before heading to the public hospital where they had previously treated Naoto Asano. After inquiring at the patient visitation registration desk, they discovered that Rinko Hayami was no longer there. However, the head nurse, upon hearing the name, paused in her tracks. "Indeed, Seo-senpai once worked here, but she has since retired. When I first arrived, I struggled with everything, and it was Seo-senpai who consistently encouraged and guided me. Is there something you wish to discuss with her?" Zhang Heng raised the fruit basket in his hand, explaining that his father had been in a severe car accident, and it was Aunt Rinko who had cared for him until he recovered. "We wish to express our gratitude once more." She tore off a piece of paper, inscribing an address upon it and handing it over. "Fortunately, you encountered me. Seo-senpai is currently here. Is it the Sakurazaka Care Center?" Amiko read aloud the name on the paper. "Yes, Seo-senpai never married and has no children. After retiring from the hospital, she began volunteering there, seeking to continue contributing and to find a place for herself in the future." The current head nurse spoke with deep respect. Zhang Heng expressed his thanks, and together with Amiko, they took the subway to the nursing home located in the suburbs. With the assistance of the staff, they were soon able to meet Rinko Seo in person. She was teaching an elderly gentleman who had nearly lost all hearing how to arrange flowers. Upon seeing Zhang Heng and Amiko, her expression held a hint of confusion, yet she nodded in acknowledgement. 5 minutes later, after settling the elderly man, Rinko approached them, inquiring, "Who might you be?" Perhaps due to her profession, the photograph of Rinko Seo conveyed a stern and meticulous demeanor, leading Zhang Heng to worry that communication might be challenging. However, upon meeting her in reality, he discovered her to be far more approachable than he had anticipated. Zhang Heng presented the fruit basket, and the three settled onto the sofa. "We wish to inquire about a matter that has lingered for quite some time. Do you recall the tragic traffic accident that occurred 22 years ago? At that time, 2 young individuals were recklessly racing against traffic on the highway, ultimately colliding with a large truck. One lost his life on the spot, while the other sustained severe injuries. This injured individual was named Naoto Asano. I remember this incident not merely because it was widely reported in the news, but because that young man fought valiantly against death, clearly unwilling to depart from this world. Regrettably, I was unable to assist him. Zhang Heng and Emiko exchanged glances, having heard that you were by his side during that critical time. As his relatives, we seek to know whether anyone visited him during his consciousness or requested to see someone. No, you are not his relatives, Rinko Hayakaze replied, her eyes seemingly capable of piercing through to one's soul, causing Emiko's cheeks to flush under her gaze. Zhang Heng, however, remained composed, adding, distant relatives. Rinko Hayakaze smiled but did not dwell on the issue further. If your inquiries pertain to others, I cannot disclose information without the consent of the individual or their family. However, it is indeed rare to find individuals beyond the media who still care for him. What do you mean? Naoto Asano was quite a lonely child. During the 3 days he was hospitalized and fighting for his life, only his grandfather came to visit him. His parents, it is said, severed ties with him. Oh, and he seemed to have an uncle, but that man merely sent 2 subordinates to guard his door, never actually entering. So, does it mean that no one truly cares for him? Zhang Heng and Emiko were somewhat taken aback by this answer. Siki, Rinko sighed. In our profession, one would think we are accustomed to the matters of life and death, yet it is indeed rare for someone to depart this world in such solitude at this age. He did not regain consciousness in the end, leaving us to ponder whether that is a stroke of fortune or misfortune. Upon leaving the late Cherry Blossom Care Center, Amiko's expression was filled with bewilderment. Contrary to her expectations, meeting Siki Rinko not only failed to clarify the events of the past, but instead rendered them even more perplexing. Before the two of them lay a thick fog of uncertainty. It appeared that Naoto Asano's uncle did not hold much regard for his nephew. After all, he was unwilling to spare a moment to visit him in the hospital 22 years ago, so it seems illogical for him to suddenly seek vengeance after all these years. But if the arson at the seafood shop that night was not the doing of the Ghost Eye, then who could it have been? Why would they target Takeda Toru, who had long since retired from the racing scene, and why assume the identity of Ghost Eye? This line of reasoning simply does not hold. Zhang Heng remarked that, from the current perspective, the objective of their actions appears to be to compel your father into a trap set by Ghost Eye. If they are aware of this situation, they could easily expose it to Ghost Eye directly, allowing them to deal with your father. As they navigated the elevator, Emiko rummaged through her bag for her keys. But suddenly, Zhang Heng's expression shifted dramatically. Upon discovering that the apartment door was ajar, a mere sliver, Zhang Heng was immediately suspicious. He distinctly recalled securing the bolt before their departure, and while Emiko possessed a certain endearing naivete, such an oversight seemed improbable. The young woman, visibly agitated, fretted over Takeda Tetsuya potentially walking into a trap at Onahitami. Despite Asano Naoto's uncle's indifference towards his deceased nephew, an affront on his territory would surely provoke a response. If only to preserve his reputation as a Yakuza leader. Emiko moved to rush inside, but Zhang Heng restrained her. A potent sense of foreboding washed over him. Given Takeda Tetsuya's condition, it was implausible that he could have freed himself unaided. Someone else must have been involved. The state of the door, a tantalizing invitation, only heightened his unease. Before ascertaining the situation, Zhang Heng resolved to extract Emiko from the premises. However, their footsteps had clearly alerted those within. In an instant, a figure burst through the doorway, his attire mirroring that of the individual who had emerged from the navy blue Voxy outside the fishmonger's. Having not engaged in fisticuffs since his primary school days, Zhang Heng was somewhat taken aback by the efficacy of his punch. Nevertheless, he swiftly regained his composure. Now was not the time for self-congratulation. The priority was to capitalize on his advantage. Aware that his adversary might be armed, he prepared to press his attack. But in that moment, the cold steel of a gun barrel pressed against the back of his head. Chapter 48, Tokyo Drift, 18, stranded and secured to a chair. Zhang Heng remained oblivious to the passage of time. Eventually, a hand removed the black blindfold from his face, revealing his confinement within a derelict factory. Disoriented, he recalled being subdued outside his apartment and thrust into a vehicle, his vision obscured. Judging by the duration of the journey, he surmised he was still within Tokyo's environs, albeit in the outskirts. He realized his miscalculation. Despite his composure and meticulousness, this was his first entanglement in such affairs, rendering oversights inevitable. Evidently, his captors had surreptitiously located his apartment. The device must have been planted within the blue Toyota when Emiko was initially abducted. In her unconscious state, she would have been unaware of the intrusion, and the locator's concealment would have rendered it virtually undetectable unless meticulously searched. Where is Amiko? Zhang Heng inquired, arching an eyebrow. They were separated upon leaving the apartment, presumably placed in different vehicles. Since then, Zhang Heng had not seen the girl. I suggest you contemplate your own predicament first. The crew-cut man retorted acrimoniously, his gaze filled with intense animosity. Zhang Heng finally recognized his assailant. He had struck the man outside the apartment, explaining the palpable hostility. Oh, it seems we can settle our score now, the crew-cut man declared, setting down the locator and cracking his knuckles menacingly. However, at that moment, a somber voice echoed from behind him. Enough. Let me converse with him. Yes, Chief. The crew-cut man's expression shifted instantly, bowing reverently before withdrawing. A diminutive man approached Zhang Heng, seating himself on a spare stool. It was not the organization's intention to embroil you and Ms. Amiko in this affair. I extend my personal apologies. Zhang Heng remained noncommittal. The vice president harbored a minor grudge against Tsuchiya Yosuke, or rather, Mr. Takeda Tetsuya, from 22 years ago. He dispatched me to resolve the matter, initially intending to dispose of Tsuchiya Yosuke by feeding him to the sharks. However, the vice president had a change of heart, deciding to grant him an opportunity. What were the vice president's exact words? Rivalries between drivers should be settled by drivers, the diminutive man drawled. Thus, I meticulously crafted a stage for Tsuchiya Yosuke, but it currently lacks a supporting actor. This has been quite vexing, as Tsuchiya Yosuke has never been particularly well-liked. Over the years, he has failed to cultivate any friendships. I understand you have been assisting him with deliveries for the past 6 months. How would you like to participate? Do I have a choice? Zhang Heng inquired calmly, although the diminutive man appeared more refined than his cohorts. Zhang Heng was acutely aware that the question was not an invitation for his opinion. I appreciate engaging with astute individuals, as it conserves valuable time. The diminutive man produced a small knife, maneuvering behind Zhang Heng to sever the ropes binding his hands. The game is quite simple. Whichever of you prevails in this contest, I shall grant freedom to all 3 of you. However, should you falter, believe me, you would not wish to fathom the consequences. Zhang Heng flexed his wrist, contemplating whether to attempt to overpower the small man and seize the knife, using it as leverage. Yet, the imposing silhouettes of 2 guards stationed at the factory entrance ultimately dissuaded him from this course of action. He realized that he had no retreat left. How many participants are there? Where will this take place? What are the rules? Rest assured, you will learn all this in due time. For now, let us unwind and select a racing car, the diminutive man replied, clapping his hands. The 2 guards approached the center of the factory, unveiling a concealed area by lowering a cover, which revealed 5 racing cars: a crimson Nissan 180SX, a silver BMW M5, a gray Mercedes MG GT, a yellow Dodge Viper, and a blue Ford Rap F-150. Each vehicle had been meticulously tuned for performance. You may choose whichever car you fancy. If it does not satisfy your desires, you are welcome to modify it. We can supply the necessary parts. The race will commence at midnight. Simply ensure that you complete your preparations by then. So, do any of these vehicles catch your eye? The small man lingered, evidently intrigued by Zhang Heng's forthcoming decision. Your own vehicle? What are we talking about? A Porsche 911? An Aston Martin? A Ferrari? Zhang Heng stated matter-of-factly, it's the second-generation Mitsubishi L300, released in Japan in 1982. And it's parked right downstairs from the apartment building where you're holding people. A commoner's minivan? The diminutive man expressed his astonishment. Zhang Heng affirmed with a nod. After his extensive modifications, the L300 had been transformed beyond recognition, its performance dramatically enhanced. However, it still couldn't compare to a genuine sports car. The man on the other side was not stingy, presenting 5 absolutely top-tier vehicles, and he was willing to allow Zhang Heng ample time for modifications, indirectly proving that he had not tampered with the cars. Yet, Zhang Heng was acutely aware that in a race, even the best-performing car couldn't surpass the utility of a vehicle he was intimately familiar with. This is a reasonable request, and I can accommodate it. But are you certain? The diminutive man reiterated his question. Zhang Heng nodded. Consequently, the diminutive man gestured, and several individuals entered, driving away the vehicles parked inside. He then cast a profound glance at Zhang Heng, remarking, "Then, we shall meet tonight." This time, Zhang Heng was left alone in the abandoned factory. He noticed the water and food placed on the table, presumably for him to replenish his energy. Additionally, there was a gaming console in the corner to help him pass the time. For a captive, the conditions were remarkably favorable. which only reinforced Zhang Heng's conviction that this competition was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. This group had evidently planned for an extended period. As for the individuals he had previously encountered, they had not mentioned any specialized training. However, their numbers were considerable. Regardless of whether the owner of the fish shop and Amiko intended to make a forceful escape, it seemed rather implausible. Moreover, his mobile phone had been confiscated immediately, leaving him unable to communicate with the outside world. He could only have a meager meal and quietly await the commencement of the competition. In the final 10 minutes before the race began, Zhang Heng encountered Takeda Toe again. The latter stood solemnly beside a short man by the roadside, his expression grave. Additionally, Zhang Heng spotted Amiko. The girl was bound hand and foot in a blue Toyota Voxy, her mouth sealed with tape. Upon seeing Zhang Heng, she began to struggle. But soon the individuals next to her closed the car door. "Mr. Tsuchiya, we have fulfilled your request to see your daughter. Shall we proceed?" spoke the short man. As he spoke, he lifted a massive wrench and forcefully struck the front of a Nissan 180SX. "I have always believed that headlights serve little purpose. It would be better to remove them altogether." No sooner had he finished speaking than the headlights of the L300 and the Dodge Viper were shattered as well. The short man then opened the car door, flashed a grin at Zhang Heng, and added, "If you wish to use the restroom, you best hurry. For once you are in the car, the door will be welded shut, and it will only reopen at the finish line." In truth, during his time at the factory, Zhang Heng had harbored similar suspicions, yet when the revelation finally unfolded, he was still taken aback by the realization that the short man had indeed lost his sanity, particularly as he found himself seated in the driver's seat of the L300. With the windshield before him obscured to the point that even figures just 2 meters away were indistinct, Zhang Heng understood that the words directed at him were uttered in this perilous context, where the navigator ahead was undoubtedly in the most precarious position. The severity of the current conditions appeared to surpass even those experienced 22 years prior. However, Takeda Tetsuya, having sworn an oath, had not touched the steering wheel in over 2 decades, rendering his capabilities utterly diminished compared to his prime years. In fact, merely 3 minutes into the journey, Takeda Tetsuya collided with an oncoming Buick. Fortunately, he managed to maintain a firm grip on the steering wheel, preventing the Dodge Viper from overturning. Yet, less than half a minute later, he nearly crashed into a barrier on a bend. The derisive laughter of the short man echoed through the intercom. "What's wrong, Mr. Tsuchiya? Is this all it takes to falter?" Wee Haven T even covered a tenth of the distance. Takeda Tetsuya remained silent. He was so consumed by the task at hand that he lacked even the capacity to respond. Sweat trickled down from the tip of his nose, landing on his denim jeans. The visibility was abysmally poor. It was the dead of night. There were no headlights, and the frosted windows rendered everything a blur. He could only gauge the approach of oncoming vehicles by the beams of their headlights, a task that was exceedingly draining. In mere moments, both his eyes and mind reached their limits. Takeda Tetsuya was uncertain how much longer he could endure when the L300, which had been following him, suddenly accelerated past him as his breathing grew increasingly erratic. Zhang Heng's voice came through the radio. "Let me navigate. Take a break. We'll switch again in 4 minutes." Takeda Tetsuya initially intended to decline, but he was far too depleted, and Zhang Heng's composed voice sounded particularly dependable amidst this frenzied race. He wasn't stepping forward to merely show off. In such circumstances, a driver's reaction speed and observational skills are tested, and in these respects, the younger man undoubtedly possessed an advantage. More importantly, luck seemed to be on his side this evening. Zhang Heng extracted the lucky rabbit's foot from his pocket and hung it from the rearview mirror. In terms of driving skill, he might have been the least proficient of the three, but in this particular racing format, fortune played the most decisive role. For a full 2 minutes, Zhang Heng encountered not a single vehicle. But at that moment, the short man's voice echoed through the radio once more. "Wasn't Mr. Tsuchiya always cowering behind his teammates during that race back then?" Upon hearing this, a look of shame crossed Takeda Tetsuya's face. Zhang Heng noticed in the rearview mirror that the yellow Dodge's body began to sway from side to side, indicating that Takeda Tetsuya, who was driving, had become unsettled. The fishmonger gave a bleak smile. "If you want to avenge Asano Naoto, just target me directly. Why involve others?" The short man scoffed. "Didn't your feud with Asano Naoto involve others back then as well?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng felt a stirring in his heart. The doubts that had long lingered within him were finally resolved in that moment. "You are not seeking vengeance for Asano Naoto, but rather for Kobayashi, are you?" Silence enveloped the other end of the walkie-talkie. After a brief pause, The voice of the shorter man echoed once more. Indeed, you have accurately discerned my intent. You, who masquerade as the Phantom Eyes, have abducted Amiko solely to compel him to partake in this contest. It was not only 3 individuals who were aware of that event from years past. Kobayashi divulged this matter to his mother, did he not? No, that is implausible. No one would confide such matters to their mother. Therefore, it must have been his sister. What is your relationship with his sister? 3 modified vehicles raced along the highway. And at 2 minutes and 42 seconds, Zhang Heng encountered the first oncoming car. He deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, swinging the rear of his vehicle perilously close to the other car as it drifted past. In that instant, Zhang Heng's mind was remarkably composed, contemplating an utterly absurd possibility. Wait, could you be Kobayashi's sister? The first time he laid eyes on the shorter man, Zhang Heng sensed an oddity about him. Aside from the latter's almost feminine height and physique, he was the only one who had not displayed any tattoos. The group had invested considerable effort to disguise themselves as Phantom Eyes. And the reason the shorter man refrained from revealing his tattoos was his apprehension of exposing the absence of an Adam's apple. As for the voice, that was the simplest aspect. They all wore masks, and it merely involved the use of a voice changer. Chapter 50, Tokyo Drift, 20. There were ostensibly 3 participants in that fateful race, yet you alone survived. I meticulously examined my brother's vehicle, aside from the crushed roof. The chassis bore the scars of impact, and the tires were severely worn. He clung steadfastly to the steering wheel until his last breath, desperately attempting to maintain control. However, given his prowess, such a catastrophic loss of control would have been improbable absent external interference. The diminutive figure lamented with palpable resentment. As his closest confidant and one of the 3 racers that day, your subsequent disappearance is highly suspect. Dare you assert that you were uninvolved in the events that transpired? A pang of anguish flickered across Takeda Tetsuya's countenance. You speak the truth. Your brother's demise was indeed a consequence of my actions, a transgression I committed. In that case, you shall atone for his death this very night, the diminutive figure declared menacingly, terminating the communication thereafter. Zhang Heng was rendered speechless. His intent in revealing the diminutive figure's identity was to facilitate a resolution of their long-standing conflict through dialogue and understanding. In his estimation as an outsider, Takeda Tetsuya undoubtedly bore some culpability for the events of 22 years prior. However, Kobayashi Akira merely made his own choice in that moment, sacrificing himself to save a friend. To attribute his death solely to Takeda Tetsuya would be an oversimplification. In reality, even blaming Asano Naoto is unwarranted, as the latter's actions were primarily directed at Takeda Tetsuya. Though perhaps unpalatable, it was ultimately Kobayashi Akira's own chivalry that led to his demise. Haruki did not implore Takeda Tetsuya to fabricate a touching narrative at this juncture. He merely desired the unvarnished truth of yesteryear to be recounted, hoping to dispel at least a modicum of misunderstanding. However, he underestimated the profound impact this matter had on the proprietor of the fishmongers. The demise of Kobayashi had perpetually been his paramount preoccupation. Over the years, Takeda Tetsuya had resembled a prisoner confined within the annals of the past, perpetually awaiting the belated dispensation of justice. The advent of Kobayashi's sister, in his estimation, constituted divine retribution. Had it not been for the imperative of rescuing his daughter, he might have utterly relinquished his resolve. Even so, Haruki could discern that the individual's fighting spirit was waning at a perceptibly accelerating pace. Conversely, the diminutive man, who had hitherto been quiescently trailing behind, ignited with a fervent battle spirit after uttering his final acerbic remark. The Vermilion Nissan 180SX accelerated, drawing abreast of the Dodge Viper. History, invariably, exhibits uncanny parallels. The diminutive man compelled Takeda Tetsuya into the far-right lane. She had not witnessed the contest of yore, yet she inexplicably replicated the identical selection made by Asano Naoto. Coincidentally, another vehicle approached from the third lane, brushing past the trio. Haruki recognized that this trajectory was untenable. They had traversed less than a third of the route. Takeda lacked the boon of fortune, and his mental state was lamentable. Thus, he would inevitably succumb sooner or later. Consequently, Haruki steered the L300 into another lane, concurrently decelerating deliberately. The diminutive figure remained largely indifferent to the movements of the other vehicle. Tonight was a personal vendetta between her and Takeda Tetsuya, with Zhang Heng merely a supporting character in this grand drama. However, in the next moment, she suddenly noticed that the L300, which had previously slowed down and lagged behind, abruptly accelerated, seizing the lane to her left. In a certain sense, positioning oneself in traffic is indeed a high-risk endeavor. Whether it was Naoto Asano from 22 years ago or the current short-statured individual, they both faced the peril of oncoming traffic while obstructing Takeda Tetsuya's path. Yet, unlike Takeda, who was cornered with no retreat on either side, they at least had one lane available. Should danger arise, the short individual could veer into the left lane. However, Zhang Heng's involvement complicated matters, leaving all three trapped in their respective lanes, unable to move. In other words, should an oncoming vehicle appear, it was certain to collide with one of them. Zhang Heng intended to pressure the short figure into surrendering through this maneuver. After all, if she chose to either slow down or speed up, Takeda would likely relent. Yet, Zhang Heng underestimated the stubbornness of the short individual, who, even at this juncture, resolutely refused to release the Dodge Viper from her grasp. It seemed as though she aimed to compel Zhang Heng to concede first with her obstinate stance. While this tactic might be effective against others, Zhang Heng's vehicle was adorned with a lucky rabbit's foot, rendering the probability of her being ensnared a mere 1 in 3, an almost negligible chance. As if to corroborate this, a moment later, beams of light pierced through the central lane. Takeda Tetsuya instinctively decelerated, attempting to create a space for the Nissan 180SX to evade. However, to his astonishment, the diminutive figure hesitated at that crucial moment. As she lingered in indecision, the vehicle approaching from the opposite direction was already upon them. Takeda Tetsuya could scarcely afford the luxury of contemplation. He could not bear to witness the misfortune befalling the only sister of Kobayashi, who had sacrificed his life to save him. In that instant, Takeda Tetsuya shed his previous demeanor of despondency and lethargy. His eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance. In those fleeting 2 seconds, he transformed once more into the elite driver who had once dominated the European racing circuit, clinching the D1 championship. The Dodge swiftly shifted gears, the Viper roared to life, resolutely aligning itself with the rear of the Nissan 180SX. Takeda Tetsuya executed his maneuver with impeccable precision, using the impact to redirect the 180SX, allowing its front to narrowly evade the oncoming heavy truck. The diminutive figure, a formidable driver in his own right, quickly regained control of the steering wheel. Although the vehicle scraped against the guardrail, it did not tip over. Rather, it deftly maneuvered past the oncoming truck. However, luck was not on Takeda Tetsuya's side. His Dodge Viper had effectively surged into the central lane from the right side, poised to collide with the opposing vehicle in place of the diminutive figure. In the next instant, an L300 emerged like a phantom from his right, brushing against the body of the Dodge Viper. Zhang Heng inhaled deeply and pulled the handbrake. Time seemed to come to a complete standstill at that very moment. With the cab of the heavy truck as the focal point, two vehicles traced a magnificent arc under the influence of inertia. The L300 drifted from the right lane to the left, while Takeda Tetsuya's Dodge Viper was drawn beneath the truck from the side. Was it over? At this moment, the diminutive figure wore a dazed expression. After 22 years of meticulously planned vengeance, she found herself inexplicably devoid of any sense of satisfaction at the fulfillment of her long-sought revenge as she witnessed the unfolding scene. The only image that lingered in her mind was that of the Viper accelerating resolutely towards the rear of her vehicle. It dawned on her how her brother had perished in that ill-fated race all those years ago, and in that instant, she also grasped the guilt that had tormented Takeda Tetsuya at the time. "There's no need for pleasantries," came Zhang Heng's voice over the intercom. "I never intended to express my gratitude," Takeda Tetsuya retorted, his tone curt. "Your angle was completely off. If I hadn't adjusted my speed, we would have been headed straight for the wheels." The diminutive figure opened her mouth, poised to speak, but was interrupted by Zhang Heng's voice once more. "Regardless of how much you both wish to discuss, let us finish this race first. I'm in dire need of a restroom." Chapter 51. Tokyo Drift, 21. One must concede that experience prevails. Although Zhang Heng had undergone 9 months of intense training in Tokyo, his driving skills still paled in comparison to Takeda Tetsuya, who had made a name for himself in European professional races and was but a step away from claiming the coveted DK title. Though sacrificing his life to save Kobayashi's sister could not alleviate his guilt over the loss of his dear friend, the brush with mortality granted him a measure of redemption, loosening the emotional knots that had long burdened him. Such a transformed Teuchi Tetsuya was not someone Zhang Heng could hope to defeat at present. On the other hand, Kobayashi's sister, Kobayashi Yu, who had been preparing for this revenge for over 2 decades, possessed remarkable driving skills. She combined the inherent finesse of a woman with the fierce bravery inherited from Kobayashi Ryu. Yet, it was once said that only a superior opponent can bring forth the best in oneself. Under the pressure of their rivalry, Zhang Heng tapped into an extraordinary 150 of his capabilities, his L-300 transforming into a swift, earth-toned specter racing through the night. Ultimately, however, it proved to be a miscalculation. As the finish line approached, the Nissan 180SX and Dodge Viper, seemingly in unison, suddenly decelerated. Both drivers clearly demonstrated mutual respect, but Zhang Heng, undeterred by their courtesy, accelerated his humble van past Taichi Tetsuya and Kobayashi Yu, crossing the finish line first. Simultaneously, a flurry of system notifications echoed in his ears. Having clinched the championship in an underground modified car race, the task is accomplished. Successfully defeated a professional racer, earning 15 game points. Further details can be found in the character panel. Triumphed over the strongest racer in this narrative, Yosuke Tsuchiya, earning 25 game points. Further details can be found in the character panel. Successfully completed a death race mode competition, earning 10 game points. Further details can be found in the character panel. Yosuke Tsuchiya stands as the preeminent racer in the Tokyo Drift scenario, and Zhang Heng was not particularly astonished. However, he was somewhat taken aback to discover that Kobayashi Yu was indeed a professional racer. In the realm of professional racing, female participants are a rare breed, which explains her audacity to challenge 2 opponents simultaneously. While her actual prowess may be marginally inferior to that of Takeda Tetsuya, it is worth considering that the latter had nearly lost all fighting spirit after encountering unexpected setbacks. Had it not been for Zhang Heng's intervention, the outcome of their contest that night would have remained uncertain. In truth, if one were to evaluate their capabilities with utmost seriousness, it would have been nearly impossible for Zhang Heng to secure victory in this race. However, due to the unfolding events that diffused the competitive tension, he inadvertently seized the opportunity, thereby fulfilling his primary mission. The ensuing rewards exceeded his expectations, as a single race yielded him a total of 50 points, coupled with the previous 6 points, resulting in an impressive accumulation of 56 points. The following night, Kobayashi Yu and Takeda Tetsuya engaged in conversation for hours, the content of which remained a mystery to all. The next day, Takeda Tetsuya accompanied Kobayashi Yu to pay respects at the grave of Kobayashi Ryu. 2 days later, Xiaolin Yu departed from Tokyo with her friends, the skilled drivers who had come to assist her. 2 months passed, and Amiko's application for the exchange program was ultimately approved. Zhang Heng drove her to the airport, where she would soon embark on a year-long journey of study and life in China. It was evident that Amiko was quite anxious. This was her first such experience, and her movements were somewhat clumsy, accompanied by a shyness that made her lips part momentarily. As Zhang Heng watched her figure fade into the crowd, he suddenly realized that such an extended period of time might not be a blessing after all. Those subtle, naive feelings, when nurtured by time, could gradually sprout and blossom in the depths of one's heart. Yet, this was destined to be a promise that could never be fulfilled. Sitting alone on an airport seat, Zhang Heng quietly finished 2 cups of latte. Airports and train stations, regardless of the country, are places steeped in emotions. An elderly grandmother trembled as she bid farewell to her grandson, who was setting off for studies, repeatedly adjusting his backpack. A 4-year-old child, holding his mother's hand, tilted his head to say goodbye to his father, unaware that their next meeting would be at the new year. A girl, just off the plane, rushed toward her boyfriend, her high heels clicking against the floor. In that shared moment, some returned home, while others ventured forth. After taking the last sip of his hot coffee, Zhang Heng stood up once more, zipped up his down jacket, and stepped into the snowy wind outside. Following the conclusion of the race, he had largely shifted to a more leisurely mode. His Japanese had improved significantly, and he had even achieved a perfect score on a recent monthly exam, earning himself an additional 3 points. However, his most significant acquisition was the wooden carving nestled in his bag, his second gaming prop obtained just a month prior. One thing had consistently bothered Zhang Heng. Apart from the racing study group, the clubs that recruited new members every 2 months were rather unremarkable. In particular, the other 2 vehicle-related clubs, the 4-wheel drive club and the car model photography club, were precisely as their names suggested, havens for adolescent fantasists and perverts. Zhang Heng patiently spent 2 months in each, only to learn how to shout charge, shooting star, cannonball special, at his four-wheel drive car and acquire the bizarre skill of estimating the cup size of car models from photographs. Nevertheless, Zhang Heng remained reluctant to give up entirely, as his initial instance suggested that he should have more than one viable option when the loop occurred. Consequently, he decided to shift his approach, no longer focusing on car-related clubs, but broadening his search to encompass more peculiar and unconventional associations. Recalling the altar he encountered on the island, Zhang Heng subsequently attempted to join a paranormal phenomena research department and an amateur supernatural events society. To his surprise, the latter actually yielded a pleasant discovery. The wooden carving was a possession of the vice president, allegedly found on Rakuten, not the South Korean one, but a long-standing Japanese shopping website, for a mere 500 yen. The craftsmanship was unremarkable, and it even lacked a face. However, akin to his acquisition of the lucky rabbit's foot, Zhang Heng received the prompt game item discovered upon encountering the statuette. Consequently, he proposed purchasing the wooden carving from the vice president of the club. The latter acquiesced readily, gifting it to him outright. This was primarily because the Paranormal Phenomena Society comprised only 3 members, and the vice president held new recruits in high regard. As the wooden carving possessed negligible monetary value, she simply gifted it to him. Thus, with minimal exertion, Zhang Heng secured another game item. Its acquisition posed no significant challenge, yet its concealment was remarkably profound. Akin to a hidden item within a game, unlikely to be discovered by players unless, like him, they were idly exploring during the later stages. Chapter 52, Tokyo Drift, Epilogue. With Amiko's departure, Zhang Heng's exchange student sojourn drew to a close. He vacated his dormitory at the International Exchange Center and leased a small apartment off campus. Takeda Tetsuya had imparted nearly all he could, and further technical refinement would necessitate incessant practice and innate talent. An elevation in his driving prowess from LV2 to LV3 within a short time frame was virtually unattainable. Hence, Zhang Heng ceased investing considerable effort in this domain. Subsequently, he participated in several underground modification races, reaping substantial prize money and even winning a Mazda in reasonably good condition, albeit without accruing any additional points. These funds were sufficient to sustain him in Tokyo, and possessing more would not have significantly benefited him. Consequently, Zhang Heng ceased competing, and the peculiar disappearance of the tan-colored van became an urban legend in Tokyo's underground racing scene, a matter for later discussion. With the cessation of classes and labor, Zhang Heng found himself with an abundance of free time. During an excursion, he encountered a dojo and recalled that karate originated in Japan, evolving from a fusion of traditional Japanese martial arts and Tang hand techniques. Thus, Zhang Heng dedicated his final 2 months to acquiring a level 0 karate skill. On the 420th day, he stood atop the Tokyo skytree, casting a final glance upon the city's nocturnal panorama as the familiar notification echoed in his ears. A glass of lemonade. Nay, I shall indulge in something more flavorful. Zhang Heng approached the bar, reminiscing about the Tokyo girl whose smile revealed 2 small canine teeth. Oh, there is an item I require your expertise in appraising. Zhang Heng produced the wooden carving, having learned from the experience with the lucky rabbit's foot. This time, he was prepared, donning gloves whenever he handled the carving, both within and outside the instance. The bartender raised her eyebrows. Another game item? Your fortune is quite remarkable. As she spoke, she carefully placed the wooden carving into a Tuliwood box, while also deducting 5 points from Zhang Heng's account. Zhang Heng sat at the bar, savoring his cocktail alone. Just as he was about to depart, the bartender called out to him. Do you recall my mention of the annual year-end auction? As per established custom, the auction is held annually on the final day of the year. If you intend to participate, it would be prudent to make preparations in advance and avoid scheduling the third game for that particular day, the bartender advised. Zhang Heng expressed his gratitude, then exited the lounge. The following day, Zhang Heng elected to skip his morning English class, primarily due to the late conclusion of the second game. He had departed from the City of Desire at 4:30 a.m. and needed to recuperate. Consequently, during lunch, Ma Wei and Chen Huadong regarded him with expressions of commiseration. You're in dire straits, Ma Wei said. Old Zhang administered a pop quiz in class today. Upon tallying the collected papers, he discovered 5 were missing. He was quite incensed. With the CET 6 exam only 2 weeks away, he declared that those who remain indolent at this juncture are beyond redemption, and those who fail to submit their papers will receive no participation marks. University courses typically comprise both participation marks and examination marks, with the latter accounting for 70 of the overall grade. and the former constituting 30. These are combined to determine the final grade for the course. However, if the participation marks are entirely absent, the situation becomes critical. In essence, one must achieve a score of 86 out of 100 on the examination to obtain credit. Moreover, English is a unique subject in that the examination grade is directly converted from the CET for 6 score. With a maximum score of 710, one must attain a score of 609 to secure credit. With a furrowed brow, Ma Wei contemplated the formidable challenge ahead. A passing score on the CET 6 exam was 425, and for non-English majors, a score exceeding 600 was considered an exceptional achievement. Even for an academic achiever like himself, securing such a high mark was far from guaranteed, especially considering English had always been a subject that presented him with considerable difficulty. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng felt a sense of speechlessness wash over him. Had he known the stakes, he would have braved his drowsiness and attended the lectures. Regrettably, regret was futile now. He could only focus on devising a strategy to attain a score of 609 or higher on the CET-6. This was an accomplishment that would have been deemed utterly unattainable in the past, but after learning English from Belle on the deserted island, Zhang Heng believed he could still salvage the situation. With approximately 20 days remaining until the CET-6 exam, he effectively had 40 days to prepare. While he was not concerned about his listening comprehension skills, he needed to find ways to reinforce his essay writing and grammar. In the afternoon, Zhang Heng ventured to the library to borrow books, determined to immerse himself in intensive English study. To his surprise, he encountered Shin Sisi there once more. With Cheng Cheng no longer causing her trouble, her life had returned to a state of tranquility. After their harrowing experience in the wilderness, they had exchanged WeChat contacts. But neither had taken the initiative to reach out. They would occasionally cross paths on campus, and Shin Sisi would greet him with poise and grace. But their relationship remained platonic. Conversely, Chen Huadong and Su Jing had swiftly grown closer after that social gathering. Although they had not yet formalized their romantic relationship, they were now frequently seen spending time together, with victory seemingly within reach. Recently, Chen Huadong has ceased playing games and attending the anime club, spending his days merely strolling along the streets with Su Jing, thus completely betraying the organization. The elder members of the Tiger-Striped Shark are contemplating whether to subject him to a fiery punishment. Upon encountering this situation, Zhang Heng resolved to approach and greet him. Chapter 53. Molesby Shin Sisi sat alone by the window, engrossed in her book, with the sunlight casting a gentle glow upon her profile, rendering the nearby boys utterly unable to concentrate. Zhang Heng intentionally quickened his pace, and upon noticing his approach, Shin Sisi lifted her gaze and waved in acknowledgement. She set her book aside with a smile. The library necessitated silence, precluding any lengthy conversation. Having secured the grammar book he sought, Zhang Heng prepared to take his leave. However, as he departed, his eyes inadvertently fell upon the title of the book Shin Sisi had partially closed in her hands, revealing it to be Criminal Psychological Analysis. Of course, as someone who had once perused quantitative valuation of drainage, heating, and gas engineering, he felt he had little standing to critique others' literary choices. Yet, considering Shin Sisi's remarkable powers of observation and deduction, Zhang Heng found himself conceding that her interests might indeed be rather unique. Was she perhaps contemplating a future in criminal investigation? Nonetheless, she was currently enrolled in the public administration department. Zhang Heng had no intention of interfering in someone else's life choices, particularly given that he and Shin Sisi were not particularly close. Upon discovering her keen interest in criminal investigation, he merely felt a momentary surprise before seeking another corner to resume his grammar studies. Having remained at the library until its closure, Zhang Heng gathered his belongings and departed, pausing only for a brief repast at the cafeteria. He perused forums and online communities on his mobile device, and before long, midnight arrived, enveloping his surroundings in tranquility. Adorning himself in his attire, he initially intended to revisit the library for further reading, but his intentions were interrupted by the arrival of a text message on his phone. The message originated from an unfamiliar number, bearing only a cryptic phrase, "I require your assistance. Rendezvous at the site of our initial encounter." This marked the first instance of Zhang Heng receiving a message during the stillness of time. Throughout countless nights, he had been the sole individual capable of uninhibited movement within this silent metropolis. Swiftly, an image of a figure garbed in Tang-style attire, adorned with a top hat and necktie, materialized in Zhang Heng's mind. The supernatural occurrences that had befallen him were invariably linked to that peculiar old man. If anyone possessed the ability to infiltrate this realm, Zhang Heng would immediately suspect that very individual. Judging from the message, it appeared that the sender had encountered some form of adversity. Zhang Heng changed into athletic wear and retrieved his SF recurve bow from the archery range. Subsequently, he procured an outdoor knife from the neighboring outfitter, concealing it at his waist. With these preparations complete, he rode a shared bicycle to the maid CAF where he and the old man had previously met. The mall's entrance was unexpectedly unlocked, ajar, with light emanating from within. Zhang Heng dismounted, took his recurved bow from his back, knocked an arrow, and cautiously entered. I am quite fond of the milk tea shop on the second floor. However, each time I visit, there is invariably a lengthy queue. It is a rare occurrence to find it uncrowded, yet there is no one available to prepare my milk tea. Perhaps this is simply the nature of existence. It is seldom that one discovers a mutually satisfactory resolution. The elderly gentleman in traditional attire sighed. Seated upon the motionless escalator on the ground floor of the shopping center, attired in a manner reminiscent of our initial encounter 2 months prior. Save for the substitution of his bowler hat with a baseball cap, which, nonetheless, appeared somewhat incongruous. Furthermore, he clutched a package of MMS, a tear in its side, from which he promptly devoured half its contents. Zhang Heng lowered his bow and furrowed his brow, with all due respect. You do not presently project the image of one in need of assistance. Believe me, I place a higher premium on your personal privacy than any employer you are likely to encounter post-graduation. Were it not for a matter of grave importance, I would not have sought you out, the elderly gentleman in traditional attire stated, as he masticated the M is a matter of grave importance. Let us reserve this discussion for our journey. Our time is of the essence. The elderly gentleman proceeded to empty the remaining half of the MS into his mouth, subsequently dusting off his posterior and rising to his feet. Allow me to inquire, you have presumably completed 2 rounds of the game by now. What skills have you acquired? Wilderness survival, archery, and automotive operation. Zhang Heng recited his level 2 skills. An auspicious commencement. You shall find them of utility anon. Now, procure our conveyance. Forgive me. Old habits are difficult to relinquish. Fetch the automobile. The elderly gentleman tossed him a set of car keys. The Obsidian Audi A6 was located in parking space B34 on the basement level. I assure you, I will divulge everything once we are in the vehicle. Zhang Heng descended to the underground parking via the elevator and promptly identified the car the old man had described. However, upon opening the glove compartment, he discovered a driver's license bearing the name Wang Jiangwo, accompanied by a photograph of an obese man. This was manifestly not the name of the tank-suited elder, and the disparity in age was at least 2 decades. The latter was waiting near the entrance of the mall, clutching a tattered travel bag, resembling a destitute senior citizen who had absconded from a nursing home. He flung open the car door and slumped into the back seat. What enemies? Zhang Heng inquired. In Papua New Guinea, there exists a tribe known as the Alks. Their forebears arrived there long ago and engaged in several skirmishes with the dominant Huli tribe. Despite the valor of the Alks warriors, who could contend against 10 adversaries, their numerical inferiority became apparent as the conflict persisted. Compared to the Huli, the Alks population was only 1/20th of the former. At this rate, their demise was inevitable. Consequently, the Alks besieged a monster known as Moresby. A foreboding sensation washed over Zhang Heng. Are you jesting? The tank-suited elder sighed. Regrettably, when I presented you with that small gift, I inadvertently disrupted the temporal equilibrium, allowing this monster to resurface. Chapter 54. Pursue it. Are you suggesting that here, in the city where I reside, a monster exists in the real world? Despite Zhang Heng's composure and recent exposure to the supernatural, such claims still seemed implausible. And now, haven't I just found assistance? That sounds reassuring. Zhang Heng followed the old man's directions, driving the Audi A6 onto another street. Relax, the old man encouraged, although my strength has also diminished significantly. There are 2 of us, and it is alone. We have the numerical advantage. He rapidly consumed the sweets in his hand. At this rate, Zhang Heng suspected he might develop diabetes. I still don't understand why a monster from Papua New Guinea would travel so far to get here. Its former devotees, the Alkers, are all dead. In contemporary economic terms, although it escaped from its temporal prison, the market in Papua New Guinea has already been divided. Unable to thrive there, it must seek new adherents to regain its power, thus leaving its homeland and following a Chinese couple here. The old man shifted in his seat for a more comfortable posture. I've been dealing with this matter since our last encounter, pursuing it for nearly 2 months. With your help tonight, we should be able to resolve this issue. Otherwise, this fellow will eventually come after you. Why? Due to the temporal anomaly that resides within you. It possesses a fatal allure, coupled with the fact that you are my agent. After these 2 months of amicable interaction, I am convinced that it harbors 100% desire for vengeance against me. The elder continued, instructing, at the upcoming intersection, kindly make a left turn and proceed along the auxiliary road. Avoid the elevated expressway. Zhang Heng remained silent, rapidly processing the words of the elderly gentleman. After a brief pause, he inquired, did this world begin to descend into madness only after you approached me, or has it always been this way? The latter responded with a knowing smile. You are an astute individual, having immediately grasped the crux of the matter. As long as we continue to engage in that game, the answers will soon reveal themselves. Some truths are difficult to accept unless witnessed firsthand. Stop ahead. I can sense it is close. Zhang Heng pressed the brake, and the Audi A6 came to a gradual halt within a small tunnel. This tunnel, measuring 8 kilometers in length, is situated in the heart of the city, designed to be fully enclosed in order to mitigate surrounding noise pollution. At this hour, traffic within the tunnel is sparse, and Zhang Heng has yet to observe anything suspicious. Just as he was about to voice his curiosity, he noticed the elder placing a finger to his lips. Zhang Heng turned off the engine, plunging the world into complete silence. After approximately half a minute, the sound of footsteps, rhythmic and persistent, echoed from the tunnel's apex, drawing nearer until it abruptly ceased just before arrival. 5 minutes elapsed in this manner, both occupants of the vehicle displaying remarkable composure, maintaining complete silence. Just as Zhang Heng began to believe that the entity had vanished, a heavy impact resonated from the vehicle's roof, and 2 distinct footprints materialized on the steel above him. Moments later, a grotesque visage peered down from the windshield. It resembled a simian creature, yet possessed disproportionately large eyes, occupying nearly a third of its face. Unlike a monkey, its countenance was devoid of fur, save for wrinkles reminiscent of an aged individual. Zhang Heng discerned avarice within the creature's yellow pupils. However, upon noticing the other occupant in the back seat, its expression shifted, and it promptly fled into the depths of the tunnel. Pursue it, the tank-suited elder commanded at last. Without hesitation, Zhang Heng restarted the engine and depressed the accelerator. The metallic behemoth beneath him roared to life and surged forward. Zhang Heng activated the high beams, illuminating the creature known as a mulesby as it bounded along the tunnel walls. Its velocity was astonishing, and it appeared to defy gravity completely. Had Zhang Heng not witnessed it firsthand, he would have been incredulous that such a being existed. He now comprehended why the tank-suited elder had been pursuing this creature fruitlessly for nearly 2 months. Even with his current LV2 driving proficiency, he could barely keep pace with it, and that was only because they were confined within the tunnel's limited space. Once they exited this enclosed environment with only 2 directions, the creature's agility would allow it to easily evade pursuit, regardless of Zhang Heng's driving skills. At first glance, this object did not resemble a weapon. Instead, it appeared to be an artifact recently unearthed. The elderly man in the tank suit explained that he had borrowed this item from a friend for temporary use. He gripped the long spear, opened the sunroof, and stood up from his seat. Despite his modest height, in that moment, he exuded an extraordinary aura, as if he were one with the heavens and the earth. Zhang Heng endeavored to keep the Audi A6 steady, minimizing any vibrations. Yet the elderly man made no attempt to aim. He simply hurled the spear casually into the air. The moment the spear left his hand, it unleashed a brilliant flash that sliced through the atmosphere like a bolt of lightning. The creature, known as Morlesby, seemed to sense the impending danger, accelerating rapidly while leaping wildly through the tunnel. However, regardless of its evasive maneuvers, the spear relentlessly pursued it, as if equipped with a homing system. Ultimately, it could only push its speed to the limit, appearing to escape the tunnel. Yet in the next instant, the spear pierced through its back and emerged from its chest. As if robbed of all strength, Morlesby plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the asphalt road at the tunnel's mouth. Chapter 55. The reward. The entire sequence, from the creature's flight to its being struck, transpired in the blink of an eye. Zhang Heng was astonished that the battle concluded so swiftly. Observing the creature fall from the air, he decelerated the Audi A6 and brought it to a stop at the tunnel's entrance. The elderly man in the tank suit opened the car door and approached, crouching down to check for the creature's breath. Is it over? Zhang Heng asked as he engaged the handbrake and exited the vehicle. Its physique was marginally larger than a monkey's, approximating that of a child of 6 or 7 years. However, its limbs were notably diminutive. Save for its smooth face, its body was entirely covered in golden fur, which initially led Zhang Heng to perceive it as simian in nature. Most strikingly, its genitalia, situated between its legs, were thrice the size of those of a grown man. Zhang Heng was certain that this creature did not belong to any known species on Earth. Genital worship is a common predilection among many indigenous peoples. Furthermore, you appear to be under a misapprehension. I may appear aged, but I am not as ancient as you presume. The Moresby is a monstrosity from 20,000 years ago. I am as ignorant of it as you are. Hence, I am grateful to Google and Wikipedia for enabling me to gather some information about it online. The elderly man in Tang attire supported himself on his knees as he rose from the ground, extracting the long spear from the cadaver. He had barely uttered these 2 words when he suddenly felt a cold sensation on his cheek, where a pool of transparent fluid had landed. Splendid. The elderly man in Tang attire sighed. In the ensuing moment, a dark shadow leaped down from the tunnel's apex. No one had anticipated that another Moresby was concealed within the tunnel. Its movements were swift as it pounced directly from above, pinning the elderly man in Tang attire to the ground. Subsequently, it opened its maw, intent on biting into the latter's throat, only to be thwarted by the length of the spear pressed against its teeth. The elderly man in Tang attire appeared to be in dire straits. His baseball cap had fallen aside, his hair was disheveled, and his attire was in disarray. He desperately clutched the long spear in his hands. Yet he was relegated to a position of passive defense. His strength was no match for that of the monster known as Moresby, and the horizontal spear was drawing ever closer to his chest. At such a close range, the possibility of failure was almost non-existent. The arrow penetrated the creature's skin as intended, yet it could not advance any further. Zhang Heng was somewhat taken aback. Previously, he had witnessed that rusted spear effortlessly pierce through the chest of Moresby, leading him to believe that the creature's physique was not particularly robust. However, it now appeared that the density of its muscles could rival that of a small tree by the roadside. After releasing 2 more arrows to no avail, Zhang Heng decisively discarded his bow and arrows and retreated. The elderly man in traditional attire assumed Zhang Heng intended to flee in his vehicle, deeming such an action exceedingly foolish. If he were to perish, there would be no way for him to outrun Moresby alone. However, 7 seconds later, he observed that the black Audi, parked at the roadside, not only remained but accelerated towards him, its blinding high beams seemingly intent on dazzling his very vision. Clearly, the creature was also affected by this sudden brilliance, and in that moment of distraction, its body was sent flying. Simultaneously, the front of the Audi crumpled significantly. At the last moment, Zhang Heng slammed on the brakes, his head propelled forward by inertia, colliding with the inflated airbag. Ultimately, the wheels came to rest less than a centimeter from the elderly man's left arm. This was the most lethal method of attack Zhang Heng could conceive. Given the creature's formidable physique, a collision with 2 tons of steel might indeed yield some effect. However, his actions had clearly incensed the latter. Moresby was sent hurtling away. Yet upon landing, he merely rolled once before regaining his feet. His gaze, now menacing, was fixed upon Zhang Heng in the driver's seat as he bent his leg, concentrating power in his foot. But in the next instant, a bolt of lightning erupted from beneath the Audi, piercing his bald head, entering through the forehead and exiting the back of his skull, pinning him firmly to the tunnel wall. Moresby's corpse twitched reflexively a couple of times, then remained motionless, like a cured meat hanging on the wall. The old man in the Tang suit emerged from under the Audi, covered in dust and grumbling. He shuffled over to the wall. After confirming that the creature was indeed deceased beyond any doubt, he turned his gaze to Zhang Heng, extending a thumb in his direction. Well done. It was indeed a 2-on-1 situation tonight. I just didn't anticipate it having 2 bodies. The old man in the Tang suit shrugged, feigning innocence. It never revealed this during the chase, apparently intending to use it against me. Fortunately, I also enlisted assistance tonight. Your compensation. The latter watched as the object fell to the ground, showing no inclination to catch it. Don't be deceived by its appearance. If assessed using game data, this item would likely be of C-grade quality. You can either use it yourself or sell it at the year-end auction. However, considering the gift I've already given you, it won't be of much use to you. Chapter 56. The Dispute in Gourmet Alley. Zhang Heng, alongside the elderly gentleman in traditional attire, collaboratively maneuvered the two lifeless bodies into the trunk of the vehicle. After securing the lid, the elder brushed his hands together, remarking, under normal circumstances, "I would offer you a drink to express my gratitude. However, regrettably, at this hour, finding an operational bar is an impossibility. Thus, let us bid farewell here. I shall take care of the ensuing matters." The elder extended his hand, exchanging a parting handshake with Zhang Heng. "Wait." As the elder settled into the driver's seat, he produced a small knife and deftly slashed the airbag in front of him. Just as he was about to drive away, Zhang Heng interjected, voicing his foremost concern. "Are there many of these creatures still existing in the world?" With a smile, the elder replied, "Long ago, their numbers were indeed considerable. However," now he gestured towards the lucky rabbit's foot adorning Zhang Heng's keychain, as well as the bloodied bone fragment wrapped in a tissue, "I am quite certain that the vast majority of them are exceedingly safe." "Are you implying that the game items we acquired are remnants of those creatures?" Zhang Heng pondered, watching the black Audi vanish at the tunnel's exit. Had it not been for the gaping holes left by gunfire on the pavement and walls, along with the small parts that had fallen from the vehicle due to impact, it would have seemed as though none of this had ever transpired. Suddenly, Zhang Heng realized that his familiarity with this world might not be as profound as he had once believed. Regrettably, he could no longer uncover additional evidence to substantiate his conjecture, and as time passed, he reluctantly set aside the events of that night. Zhang Heng collected a prize of 3,000 yuan, along with a tripod and a camera bag, and posed for a group photo with several other award recipients. By the afternoon, news of the award was posted on the campus website. "This seems utterly absurd. How long have you even been studying photography?" Wei Jianyang exclaimed upon seeing the winners list online, his mouth agape, as if a whole egg could fit inside. Meanwhile, Chun Huadong had grown somewhat numb to the situation. Previously, someone had managed to accidentally scare off a blonde fellow after just a short period of archery practice, and now, after merely 2 months with a camera, another award had been attained. In contrast, he had dedicated himself tirelessly to promoting the flourishing of ACG culture, providing resources for free over the years, yet had received not even a consolation prize. Alas, the pressures of life were mounting, exacerbated by the omnipresence of Europeans. "Let me treat everyone to dinner tonight," Zhang Heng proposed, placing his newly acquired tripod and camera bag on the table. Having spent over a year in Japan, he genuinely missed the camaraderie of the three in the dormitory and saw this as a perfect opportunity to gather. "That sounds splendid." Chun Huadong's demeanor instantly brightened at the suggestion. Though he found Europeans irksome, they were not without their merits. Wei Jianyang informed Ma Wei, who was still in the library, and as mealtime approached, the four of them converged at the school gate, setting off towards their usual culinary haunt. The locale was a renowned culinary street, particularly vibrant in the evenings. Students from nearby universities flocked there for dinner and late-night snacks, drawn not only by the palatable and affordable fare, but also by the opportunity for casual observation of the local pulchritude. Zhang Heng ordered 50 skewers of lamb, a grilled fish, 8 oysters, along with lamb kidneys, vegetables, and toasted bread slices. As soon as the proprietor delivered the order, Chun Huadong lifted his beer and toast, exclaiming, "May Africans never be enslaved." The pronouncement was met with uproarious laughter and a collective clinking of glasses. After several skewers, even Ma Wei, usually taciturn, became more loquacious. The conversation, as is typical among young men, revolved around video games, sports, and the fairer sex. After several digressions, the discourse eventually settled on matters of the heart. Wei Jianyang inquired of Chun Huadong, "How fares your courtship of Su Jing? Have you yet formalized your relationship?" The latter scratched his head, replying, "We've been out a few times, but she insists on splitting the bill each time. I'm uncertain of her intentions. Was your pursuit of that certain someone similar?" "Forgive me, but it was Xiao Xiao who pursued me," Wei Jianyang retorted after a protracted pause, unable to resist a touch of bravado. "Cut the crap." The group responded in unison with a display of middle fingers. Even the usually meek Ma Wei couldn't resist chiming in. "Who are you trying to fool, Lao Wei? Seeing you next to Han Xiao Xiao now, you're as docile as an Angolan bunny. I'm not sure how it came to this. She was the one who first saw me playing ball and asked for my WeChat." Wei Jianyang lamented with a wry smile. As he spoke, a commotion erupted nearby. 2 black men and a petite girl were engaged in a tug-of-war on the roadside. The latter appeared quite anxious, her eyes rimmed with red as she incessantly spoke, while the 2 men merely wore playful grins. Many passers-by noticed the situation and turned their gaze in that direction. One of the men, dropping his jovial demeanor. Awkwardly explained in broken Chinese that this was merely a disagreement between his friend and his girlfriend, and he apologized for disturbing everyone. The crowd, skeptical yet intrigued, regarded the two men, who seemed to be international students from a nearby school. Someone inquired if the girl needed assistance, but she simply shook her head repeatedly, remaining silent, which seemed to corroborate the earlier explanation given by the black man. Was it merely a false alarm? Upon realizing it was a misunderstanding, the onlookers gradually dispersed, while the girl's face flushed deeper with embarrassment. She appeared increasingly frantic, attempting several times to grasp the clothing of the man in front of her, only to be effortlessly evaded each time. Just as despair began to settle in, a voice reached her ears. Chapter 57. Welcome to China. His gaze fell upon the bracelet on the girl's wrist, and upon noticing the beckoning cat charm, he paused momentarily. Zhang Heng approached her, attempting to inquire in Japanese about her predicament. The girl's eyes instantly sparkled with hope, as if she had found a lifeline, and she swiftly relayed her troubles to Zhang Heng in rapid Japanese. Her name is Asaka Hinata, an international student from a nearby school who has recently arrived in China. Filled with curiosity about her new surroundings, she eagerly ventured out despite her limited proficiency in Chinese. While out taking photographs one evening, she was accosted by two individuals who snatched her phone. Desperate to retrieve her belongings, she was met with their refusal to return it, which left her on the verge of tears. Asaka's grasp of Chinese was inadequate, rendering her unable to comprehend the conversations around her, and she feared that if she sought police assistance, the culprits would flee upon her release of the phone. Upon hearing her plight, Zhang Heng perceived her claim of poor Chinese as an understatement. Having been in China for 3 months, she was unable to articulate even a simple plea for help, indicating a lack of earnest effort in her studies. Nevertheless, now that he was aware of the situation, he felt it was manageable. Zhang Heng turned to the two individuals, commanding them to return the phone. In response, they feigned ignorance, shaking their heads vigorously and repeatedly uttering, "I don't know." As Asaka, infuriated, attempted to confront them again, Zhang Heng intervened and patiently reiterated his demand in English. As more onlookers began to gather, one of the men, visibly irritated, retorted, "Mind your own business, chink." Zhang Heng, having heard the derogatory term, chose not to engage further in conversation and delivered a powerful punch to the assailant's face. He delivered the blow with unreserved force, shattering the bridge of the black man's nose, his own knuckles throbbing in response. Witnessing his companion's assault, the other black man was consumed by rage, a ferocious glint igniting in his eyes, his muscular physique cutting an imposing figure in the dim light. Asaka recoiled involuntarily, retreating a couple of steps. But Zhang Heng stood his ground. The black foreign student raised his fist, but before he could unleash it, the patrons at the nearby barbecue tables rose to their feet in unison. The food street was predominantly frequented by students, most of whom were brimming with youthful vigor and lacked the risk aversion of the middle-aged and elderly. The sight of Asaka with tears welling up in her eyes had already stirred animosity toward the two black foreign students among many of the male students. Upon hearing Zhang Heng's exchange with them, particularly the black foreign student's final, derogatory remark, everyone was incensed. Ma Wei and the others had initially stood up to support Zhang Heng, but unexpectedly, their actions served as the catalyst. Seeing someone take the lead, the students at the barbecue stalls surged to their feet in a unified wave. The black foreign student was visibly taken aback, clearly unaccustomed to such a situation. Encircled by a dense throng of people, the weight of the pressure was likely unimaginable to those not directly experiencing it. Even Mike Tyson would have felt daunted in the face of such a spectacle. He finally grasped the gravity of the error he and his companion had committed. That evening, the two had ventured out in search of amusement, and upon spotting Asaka, they had harbored ulterior motives. Stealing the phone was merely a ruse, their true intention being to use it as a pretext to lure her into a hotel room. However, an unforeseen turn of events had occurred as they encountered Zhang Heng, who understood Japanese. In a fit of rage and humiliation, he could no longer restrain himself from uttering the oft-repeated phrase that had been frequently on their lips prior to his departure abroad. Consequently, Zhang Heng did not indulge them. He swiftly struck down one adversary and, with his current skills, felt considerable confidence in handling the remaining opponent in a one-on-one confrontation. However, he was taken aback when, aside from Ma Wei and his steadfast allies standing resolutely behind him, half the street as populace became embroiled in the unfolding chaos. The developments exceeded Zhang Heng's expectations. He had never encountered such a scene before. It could only be said that these ruffians had been too arrogant for too long, and many bore them ill will. Ultimately, Zhang Heng coldly addressed the now thoroughly intimidated African, proclaiming, "Welcome to China." The latter, utterly daunted, dared not linger. Returning the phone to Asuka Hayes and dragging his bloodied companion away, heads bowed in disgrace as they fled. It was uncertain who initiated the cheer, but soon the street erupted in applause. Wei Jianyang was the first to rush forward, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Impressive! This incident will be the talk of the town for a decade. You should have seen the unified spirit when everyone stood up together. That foolish African must have been scared out of his wits." Ma Wei simply gave a thumbs up, succinctly affirming, "Man, purely brilliant." The most exhilarated was Chun Huadong, who exclaimed, "When did you learn Japanese? When did you learn Japanese? Goodness, is there no justice left in this world? Is there anything you cannot do? That punch you threw earlier was magnificent. Teach me sometime." Asahina Asuka understood nothing, yet perhaps influenced by the atmosphere, she stood to one side, wearing a silly smile. Blushing, she softly remarked, "I have a few classmates who came from Japan with me. They are quite proficient in Chinese, and we usually go out together." Then, her curiosity piqued. She asked, "Are you also a Japanese exchange student? Which school do you attend? Your Chinese is impressive, and you can speak English too." Zhang Heng realized that she had misunderstood and shook his head, saying, "I am Chinese, though I previously studied in Tokyo for over a year." Chapter 58. The moment of shadows. It appeared that Asuka was quite intrigued by Zhang Heng, primarily because, after spending so long in China, she had rarely encountered a Chinese person with such an excellent command of Japanese, especially with an authentic Tokyo accent that made her feel particularly at ease. This unfortunate girl, perhaps feeling neglected for too long, after receiving her phone, seemed in no rush to leave, lingering beside Zhang Heng and asking various questions. Chun Huadong nudged Wei Jianyang's shoulder, exchanging a knowing glance. Wei Jianyang immediately understood and said, "Xiao Xiao just contacted me with an urgent matter. I need to leave first." Chun Huadong added, "I'll accompany you. I should also chat with Su Jing on QQ." Wei Jianyang coughed a couple of times and teased, "Lao Ma, didn't you say you still hadn't memorized for the TOEFL today?" Ma Wei finally grasped the situation. Earlier, everyone's attention had been focused on the two black exchange students, neglecting to observe Asahina. Now, upon closer inspection, he noticed that she was quite beautiful, possessing an exotic charm distinct from that of Chinese girls, with her petite face, delicate features, and a head of chestnut short hair. Comradeship, in its truest essence, lies in the mutual creation of opportunities. With that, the trio vanished in a flash, their velocity so startling that the proprietor momentarily feared a dine and dash. Hayes Asuka, visibly elated, stood beneath the dormitory of the international students' residence, inquiring, "May I visit you in the future?" This entreaty was difficult for Zhang Heng to decline, and thus, they exchanged telephone numbers before parting ways. "Come now, Zhang. Will you confess of your own volition, or shall we extract it from you?" Chun Huadong's eyes were tinged with envy. "How loathsome. So, this is why you've abstained from romance. You've been secretly studying Japanese, intending to woo a maiden from Japan. Did she offer herself to you? Where do you intend to settle? China or Japan? Do you aspire to have sons or daughters?" Wei Jianyang, equally expectant, queried. "Are Japanese girls truly as gentle as they say?" "You're both mistaken. We merely made an acquaintance," Zhang Heng countered. "Search your conscience. Can you honestly say that this is fair to Shinsisi, who has been waiting for you for years?" Chun Huadong lamented with profound sorrow. Upon the mention of Shinsisi, Wei Jianyang's countenance shifted, betraying an odd expression. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired of Zhang Heng, "Have you been in contact with Shinsisi recently?" Zhang Heng arched his brow, retorting, "Why do you ask? It is hard to believe. She does not appear to be that kind of person. Isn't her family situation quite favorable? She should not be lacking in financial resources. Indeed, gossip is the most captivating." Chun Huadong swiftly redirected his attention from Zhang Heng and his newly acquainted Japanese friend. Wasn't her previous demeanor towards Cheng Chung rather aloof? "I have heard of this matter as well. Some claim her prior demeanor was merely a fade, a tactic of feigned indifference." Ma Wei scratched his head, acknowledging that while he dedicated most of his energy to his studies, he was not as solitary as Zhang Heng. Shinsisi, the belle of the public administration department, is the dream girl of countless young men, and rumors surrounding her circulate rapidly. Perhaps it is due to relatives or friends. Zhang Heng was not well acquainted with Shinsisi, making it difficult for him to comment on the situation. However, after the camping trip, her performance left a significant impression on him. She is quite an astute girl, and he is rather skeptical of such rumors. Zhang Heng intended to take a shower. Upon opening the cabinet door, he noticed the wooden carving resting in the corner. This item had been sent back to him just 4 days prior, also via mail. Name: Shadow's Moment. Quality: D. Effect: transforms the user into a shadow form for 3 minutes, usable only under conditions that produce shadows, with 3 uses available. This is the second supernatural item Zhang Heng has acquired, but in reality, only 2 uses remain. There is no alternative. He must try it out at least once to test its efficacy. Unlike the Fortunate Rabbit's Foot, the Shadow's Hourglass is an actively activated game item. It necessitates inscribing one's name at the base of a statue while simultaneously concentrating one's thoughts on envisioning a crow to take effect. According to Zhang Heng's experiments, transitioning into a shadow state means that one becomes invisible, yet their shadow remains. The subsequent restriction is more comprehensible. It simply means that one must possess a shadow for the item to be utilized. Thus, the method to counteract this is straightforward. Extinguishing the light will restore visibility, or installing spotlights in the corners of a room will similarly negate its effects. Despite numerous limitations, the advantages are undeniably apparent. Once in shadow form, it becomes exceedingly difficult to inflict harm, and the unique properties of shadows allow access to places that are otherwise unreachable, serving as a means to evade scrutiny at critical moments. Therefore, Zhang Heng intends to keep this item for himself. Additionally, he possesses a fragment of a molossus bone, the origins of which he cannot disclose, so he has refrained from asking the bartender for assistance in its authentication. As mid-December swiftly approached, Zhang Heng felt confident about the Level 6 examination. The listening component posed little challenge for him, while he completed reading comprehension and translation with remarkable speed. The only sections requiring considerable attention were the closed test and writing, which he had primarily focused on over the past fortnight. After penning the final word, he glanced at the clock. An hour remained. Not wishing to seem overly conspicuous or impose undue psychological pressure on his fellow examinees, he chose to wait an additional 30 minutes, meticulously reviewing his answers twice before submitting his paper. Even so, when he stood up, Su Jing, who was seated behind and still fidgeting, could not help but gasp in surprise. She had just begun to fill in the answers on the answer sheet and had not even written a single word for the essay. Chapter 59. Welcome to the Mannheim Line. 1. Following the conclusion of the 6th level examination, Zhang Heng unexpectedly received an email. The sender was the game committee, and the contents served as a reminder that the annual player auction was about to commence. Interested participants could register at the game point. With the deadline set for the 25th of this month, Zhang Heng did not intend to delay until that late date. He was quite intrigued by this auction. While trading game items was secondary, what truly captivated him was the opportunity to engage with others. As he had been playing solo until now and remained somewhat unfamiliar with many of the game's rules, uncertain of how veteran players might regard newcomers, Zhang Heng had refrained from mingling with others in the lounge during the first 2 rounds of the game. Now that a rare opportunity presented itself for everyone to gather, he was keen not to let it slip away. Consequently, upon receiving the email, Zhang Heng promptly registered with the bartender, providing his basic personal information and paying the entrance fee of 1 point. Although there were still 2 weeks until the end of the month, Zhang Heng had no intention of making another trip. After completing all the necessary steps, he chose an unoccupied booth, settled in, and skillfully set the alarm beneath his seat for 23:55, resolving to complete his 3rd round of the game ahead of schedule. He had grown accustomed to this mode of gameplay, habitually advancing his sleep schedule on these days and warming up before arriving at the bar, ensuring his mind and body were in peak condition. Augmented by the skills and items he had acquired in the previous 2 rounds, Zhang Heng was confident in confronting the forthcoming challenges. Nevertheless, he underestimated the trials that lay ahead. At 23:55, the familiar sensation of vertigo once again enveloped him. Yet due to his mental preparedness, it was not as distressing as the previous 2 instances. Player identity verification in progress. Verification successful. Randomly selecting the 3rd round for player ID 07958. Selection complete. Current scenario. Welcome to the Mannheim Line. The game's premise is for you to discover. Objective. Survive for 20 days within Finland. Mode. Single player. Kindly note that the game will commence in 5 seconds. Player, prepare yourself. As the countdown concluded, Zhang Heng's immediate sensation was that of intense cold. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself standing in a snow-laden forest, his exhaled breath rapidly crystallizing into ice. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation, with no introductory context provided before the game's commencement, leaving him to explore independently. From the objective, he deduced his location to be within Finland, corroborated by the presence of Scots pines around him. As far as Zhang Heng knew, Finland was a nation with advanced forestry, with forests covering 75% of its area and 1/3 of its territory located within the Arctic Circle. However, there have been no reports of danger in this country, and the main quest appears to be the same as the first round, merely survival. Although the language barrier persists, with Finnish and Swedish being the primary tongues. Even without the ability to work, simply wandering through the forests, his level 2 wilderness survival skills should allow him to endure for 20 days with relative ease. Nevertheless, Zhang Heng remained vigilant. The duration of this game seemed somewhat abnormal, with a notably low exchange rate between the real world and the game world, and the overall game time being the shortest of the 3 rounds. This only underscored the perilous nature of this iteration of the game. Furthermore, the name of the dungeon, the Mannheim line, sounded vaguely familiar, though he could not recall where he had heard it before. As per usual protocol, he first assessed his current status. Name: Zhang Heng. Gender: male. Age: 19. Player ID: 07958. Number of game rounds experienced: 2 current game points. 77 items held. Lucky Rabbit's Foot E. Shadow's Embrace D. Skills mastered: Piano LV1, Linguistic Proficiency LV1, Conversational Fluency in 3 languages, Modification and Repair LV1, Archery LV2, Wilderness Survival LV2, Automotive Driving Skills LV2 Evaluation. This player possesses a slightly above-average luck factor, is under the protection of shadows, and has a commendable grasp of wilderness survival and archery skills. With a stroke of good fortune, he may endure through 6 rounds of the game. After 2 rounds of gameplay, Zhang Heng's score has reached 77 points. However, aside from identifying items, he remains uncertain about the other potential uses of his points. The bartender had promised to provide him with a detailed list of services, but it has yet to arrive. Nevertheless, Zhang Heng has grown indifferent to such matters, as he can always inquire with other players during the auction. In terms of skills, his progress aligns closely with his expectations, though he was somewhat surprised that his proficiency in languages did not advance after mastering Japanese. Considering the existence of over 5,000 languages worldwide, this seems quite reasonable. Additionally, due to possessing the Shadows moment, his evaluation now includes the phrase under the protection of shadows, and the anticipated number of game rounds to complete has risen to 6. After reviewing his character panel, Zhang Heng took a moment to inspect his belongings. Strangely, perhaps due to the absence of a background introduction, he found himself clad entirely in his own attire, which included a pair of Asics autumn-winter athletic shoes, a black lay-down jacket, and jeans, although he wore thermal underwear beneath. One must remember that Finnish winters can plunge to -20 degrees Celsius, so his immediate sensation was still one of cold. The pressing concern was to locate a shop to acquire a more suitable outfit for the harsh weather. Zhang Heng rubbed his hands together. His wallet and phone were in his possession, although the latter had little signal. The electronic compass remained functional, yet without GPS, he was unaware of his precise location. The 4 cardinal directions appeared indistinguishable, leading him to choose a direction at random. After approximately half an hour of wandering, Zhang Heng's attention was drawn to an object nestled within the grass. Upon picking it up, he discovered it to be a peculiar steel helmet, characterized by its broad brim and outward flaring ear guards, with a prominent iron ridge atop. However, it was evident that this item had failed to preserve the life of its original owner, as the inner side bore conspicuous bullet holes and traces of blood. Gazing at the object in his hand, an unsettling feeling began to swell within Zhang Heng. Yet, before he could ponder further, the sharp crack of gunfire echoed in his ears. The direction of their advance was distinct from Zhang Heng's hiding place. Thus, he patiently waited for a while until the sounds of gunfire receded into the distance before rising from behind the tree. Aware of the inherent risks, Zhang Heng resolved to venture to the site of the recent skirmish, for he needed to confirm certain matters that would dictate his subsequent actions. Chapter 60. Welcome to the Mannheim Line. 2. Upon encountering the 2 corpses on the ground, Zhang Heng realized the gravity of his predicament. The distinctive Soviet military attire was unmistakable, the field shirt adorned with red piping, the slate-gray peaked cap, and the red star emblem on the cuffs, all of which, when combined with the name of the Mannerheim line from the earlier mission, escalated his ominous premonition to its zenith. Indeed, he was in Finland, yet not in the Finland of future times, but rather in the Finland of the Winter War. The knowledge he had amassed through his readings proved invaluable at this moment, as he swiftly retrieved information related to the Winter War from the recesses of his mind. On the eve of World War II, the Soviet Union and Germany consummated the infamous Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact in Moscow, delineating their respective spheres of influence in Europe. Following Germany's invasion of Poland in August, the Soviet Union, not to be outdone, annexed the Baltic states and subsequently cast its gaze upon Finland, which had only recently gained independence. Anxious to safeguard Leningrad, its capital, a mere 32 kilometers from the Finnish border, the Soviet Union presented an exceedingly onerous treaty that encompassed territorial concessions, the leasing of ports, and the dismantling of fortifications. Upon Finland's rejection of these terms, the Soviet Union, on November 30th, under the pretext of the shelling of Mainila, launched a brazen invasion. Given the disparity in military strength between the two nations, international observers at the time generally anticipated a swift resolution to the conflict, estimating it would conclude within a fortnight. Zhang Heng was not particularly concerned with discerning which side in this conflict was righteous, considering that the Second World War had concluded more than 70 years prior. And this was merely a game. His present concern was simply how to survive and endure this brutal war. The additional 24 hours had extended his game time to 140 days, placing him in a precarious position. Zhang Heng had no recourse, as he could not foresee the nature of the next round of the game, nor could he anticipate the duration of each round. Having enjoyed the advantages conferred by the extended game, he must now bear the attendant risks. According to conventional wisdom, when two diametrically opposed factions emerge in a game, one should align oneself with one of them, and based on the ultimate outcome, the victor in this war was unequivocally the Soviet Union. Regardless of the sophistication of equipment, the size of the forces, or the number of tanks and aircraft, Finland found itself in an unequivocally disadvantaged position. From the moment hostilities commenced, the outcome was all but predetermined. Regrettably, the strategy of reaping the rewards from the victor's efforts did not apply to the peculiar circumstances of the Soviet-Finnish Winter War. Zhang Heng was acutely aware of the remarkable performance exhibited by the Soviet commanders during this conflict. The Soviet Union deployed nearly 1 million troops and mobilized over 6,000 tanks against Finland, which boasted a standing army of merely 32,000 and possessed a scant 32 tanks nationwide. Despite having air supremacy, the Soviets managed to inflict staggering losses of 30-1 against Finnish guerrilla fighters in the early stages, with Finland suffering the loss of 900 men while annihilating more than 27,000 Soviet soldiers. On the conventional battlefield, the Soviets also failed to gain any substantial advantage. The corpses of Soviet soldiers piled high before the Mannerheim line, almost exhausting Finland's ammunition through sheer attrition. Throughout the course of the war, Finland, with its citizen soldiers, incurred a casualty count of 70,000, while the Soviet Union's losses soared towards 600,000. Although the Soviet Union ultimately emerged as the victor in the Winter War, it gained little advantage and instead exposed its own weaknesses to the Western powers. This reality undoubtedly influenced later decisions by figures such as Hitler, who would later contemplate an alliance with the defeated Finland. In this light, one might argue that he would have been better off aligning with Finland rather than pursuing a costly and Pyrrhic victory against the Soviets. Yet the reality is exceedingly harsh. Zhang Heng neither comprehends the Russian language nor speaks Finnish. The visage of an East Asian in this winter conflict is strikingly conspicuous, compounded by his modern attire, which renders any explanation for his presence utterly implausible. Even if he were inclined to pledge allegiance to one side, no one would dare to accept him. The most favorable outcome Zhang Heng can envision is being captured and detained as a prisoner of war. However, the more probable scenario is that before he can even approach, he would be shot dead by a soldier, taut with the tension of battle. For now, he can only proceed one step at a time. Zhang Heng is uncertain when the Soviets will arrive to gather the bodies of their fallen comrades. In a desperate bid for survival, he swiftly stripped a dead soldier of his overcoat and draped it over himself. The khaki military uniform had not been washed in an indeterminate time, exuding a rather unpleasant odor, marred by stains of blood and sweat. Yet, for the sake of warmth, Zhang Heng paid no heed to such details. Additionally, he spotted a handgun and what appeared to be a machine gun on the ground, the latter possessing a peculiar design, resembling a large mosquito coil atop its barrel. Zhang Heng lacks substantial knowledge of firearms, particularly those from World War II, and cannot discern the model of this machine gun. However, it is evident that its firepower surpasses that of the nearby handgun. Engaging in an ambush or a firefight is simply out of the question. Although the Soviet forces' dismal performance during the Winter War has often been ridiculed in various military forums, they are, after all, professional soldiers who operate collectively. Zhang Heng, being alone and having just made contact with firearms for the first time, would be foolish to confront them head-on. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled with his hard-earned spoils. Chapter 61. Welcome to the Mannheim Line. 3. Often, plans are rendered futile in the face of unforeseen changes. At such times, regret and complaints serve no purpose. Zhang Heng could only crouch low and dash in the opposite direction. The instant he moved, however, he was immediately spotted by the Soviet soldiers. One must commend the Soviet logistics department at this juncture. During the Winter War, the soldiers' uniforms, predominantly khaki, stood out like golden beetles against the vast expanse of white snow, making it exceedingly difficult to evade gunfire. The high casualty rate among the Soviet troops is closely related to this fact. Zhang Heng remained vigilant, sprinting until his strength was nearly exhausted. Finally pausing to lean against a fir tree, gasping for breath. He knew he was temporarily safe. In contrast, the Soviet soldiers bore heavier burdens and had just completed a pursuit, likely leaving them depleted of energy. Thus they would not catch up in the immediate future. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Heng opened the canvas backpack to assess the fruits of his perilous venture. From top to bottom, it contained personal hygiene items, spare foot wrappings, utensils, and combat rations. The foot wrappings were a distinctive piece of Soviet equipment, serving both to retain warmth and reduce foot abrasion. The combat rations primarily consisted of black bread, accompanied by sausages of indeterminate meat and a small packet of black tea. Notably, the sleeve of another deceased Soviet soldier lacked the red star, suggesting that the owner of this backpack was likely an officer. Regrettably, on the battlefield, bullets do not discriminate between the affluent and the destitute. Indeed, the higher the rank of an officer, the more likely they are to become the primary target of enemy fire. The unfortunate soul before him had been struck by at least 3 or 4 rounds, meeting a death that could not be more final. As Zhang Heng stripped the clothing from the body, he deliberately averted his gaze from the grotesquely mangled visage. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of satisfaction regarding his recent acquisitions, as they had effectively addressed his most pressing concerns of warmth and sustenance. He then examined the firearm in his possession. China's gun control is exceedingly stringent, and apart from a few specialized professions, most individuals have only encountered such weaponry in films. Zhang Heng was no exception. He did not know the name of the pistol, but he could discern that it was a revolver, equipped with 7 chambers, of which only 5 rounds remained after 2 had been discharged. It dawned on him that in his haste, he had neglected to collect the ammunition from the bandolier. However, 5 rounds were certainly preferable to none at all. Alas, cinematic portrayals often glamorize the act of chambering a round and pulling the trigger, while the true mechanics of a handgun are far more intricate. After fumbling with the weapon for a while, he found himself at a loss as to how to extract the 2 spent casings. Ultimately deciding to secure the pistol close to him, he took a few sips from his metal canteen, feeling a modicum of strength return. Fearing the persistent specters of the Soviet soldiers behind him, Zhang Heng chose not to linger, pressing onward into the depths of the forest. It was only with the onset of night that he felt relatively assured he had evaded danger. Due to the impaired visibility at night, the Soviet soldiers, unfamiliar with the terrain and wary of elusive Finnish guerrillas, ceased their search. Consequently, Zhang Heng also halted, deciding to replenish his energy and rest. He opened his rucksack and extracted a piece of rye bread. The only predicament was the inability to ignite a fire. This wasn't a technical issue. Even without the lighter in his canvas pack, Zhang Heng possessed the means to kindle a flame. However, the light would be far too conspicuous in the darkness. Ultimately, the problem stemmed from his unfamiliarity with the forest. He was utterly ignorant of the distribution of both Soviet and Finnish forces. Zhang Heng was uncertain from which direction the enemy might emerge, or even whether he was moving closer to or further from the battle zone. He now fully appreciated the harsh realities and the difficulty of surviving this war alone. His only solace was the shadow of epoch concealed within his garments. A 3-minute shadow state that served as his trump card for self-preservation. Regrettably, he only had 2 opportunities and did not intend to use it unless absolutely necessary. He sought out a sheltered spot and lay down, wrapped in his greatcoat, only to be awakened by the cold 3 times during the night. The severity of the winter of 1939 in Finland was purportedly among the top 10 in recorded history. Without a campfire for warmth, it posed a formidable challenge to anyone. Had it not been for the Soviet sheepskin uniform he wore, Zhang Heng doubted he would have survived even a single night. At long last, he endured until the sun rose on the second day. He cast aside his fears and gathered a few twigs from the surroundings, igniting a small flame with his lighter to warm his nearly numb hands and feet. The water jug, which had once contained half a jug of water, had succumbed to the night's chill and was now completely frozen into a solid block of ice. Consequently, Zhang Heng tossed the jug beside the fire and roasted a mysterious sausage from his backpack. 10 minutes later, with reluctance, he rose, extinguished the flame with the snow, and took a bite of the sausage, which rested over the fire, perhaps due to the black bread beneath it. The sausage did not taste as dreadful as he had anticipated. Though it contained none of the usual pork, beef, or lamb, it was still somewhat palatable. As Zhang Heng munched on the bread and sausage, he contemplated his next course of action. Regrettably, by the time he finished his breakfast, he had not devised any substantial plan regarding his current predicament. Chapter 62. Welcome to the Mannerheim line 4. After hastily consuming his breakfast, Zhang Heng shouldered his backpack and chose a direction to continue his journey. Military enthusiasts of later generations often articulate the details of classic World War II battles with great eloquence, including strategies, operational plans, and tactical comparisons. However, for Zhang Heng, such knowledge felt far too advanced, unless he could embody commanders like Carl Gustav Mannerheim or Kliment Voroshilov. An ordinary individual amidst the chaos of war could do very little. In the theater of actual warfare, heroism is but a fleeting illusion, irrespective of one's fervent aspirations or exceptional marksmanship. The mere act of stepping onto the battlefield renders one susceptible to the indiscriminate peril of stray bullets, each capable of extinguishing life without prejudice. To maximize his chances of survival, Zhang Heng established a guiding principle: to maintain as great a distance as possible from the active combat zones. Locations such as Viipuri, Suma, and Koivisto were unequivocally off-limits, and the infamous Mannerheim line, a makeshift replica of the Maginot line, was entirely out of the question. However, his most pressing predicament was his utter lack of awareness regarding his current location. Even with the intention of evading strategic strongholds, he was at a loss as to which direction to take. Zhang Heng had been traversing for the better part of the day, during which he encountered a Soviet unit, estimated to be over 100 strong. Fortunately, his early detection allowed him to discreetly conceal himself, avoiding detection. The unit, seemingly pressed for time, swiftly passed by with their artillery in tow, leaving Zhang Heng in a cold sweat. The pines and firs of the forest provided excellent concealment, yet they also obscured Zhang Heng's vision. Danger could be lurking nearby, unbeknownst to him. This sense of utter uncontrollability was deeply unsettling, as there was no guarantee that his good fortune would persist indefinitely, enabling him to consistently detect adversaries ahead of time. In truth, this particular game scenario was significantly disadvantageous to him. Among the skills he possessed, only wilderness survival offered any substantial assistance, while abilities such as piano playing, modification and repair, and racing were rendered virtually useless. Regarding archery, in a certain sense, his level 2 archery skills are somewhat more reliable than the handgun at his side. However, Zhang Heng has yet to find suitable tree bark for crafting a bowstring, and in confrontations between cold weapons and firearms, the latter holds a significant advantage. More critically, after experiencing the chill of a Finnish night once again, Zhang Heng harbors grave doubts about his ability to awaken from slumber in the days to come. A mere 3 days have passed in the span of 140 days, and both his body and spirit are exhaustively worn. Had it not been for his prior experience of being stranded alone on a deserted island, he would likely be engulfed by despair at this moment. He is acutely aware that continuing in this manner is untenable. However, whether he chooses to engage with the Soviet forces or the Finnish partisans, he finds himself in a passive position, fraught with equal peril. As of yet, he has not reached a definitive conclusion. On the morning of the 4th day, he once again heard the sounds of gunfire, this time accompanied by the distant rumble of cannon fire. Instantly, Zhang Heng resolved to alter his course and venture in another direction. In this encounter, it was evident that neither side was adequately prepared psychologically. Ultimately, it was his overcoat that saved his life. The group hesitated to pull the trigger upon recognizing the familiar military uniform. However, their attention quickly shifted to his incongruous attire and distinctly Asian features. A young Soviet soldier at the forefront brandished his light machine gun, exclaiming fervently. Regrettably, Zhang Heng was entirely ignorant of the Russian language and had no choice but to abandon his intention of retrieving the shadowy object from his coat, raising both hands and surrender instead. Whether his continued silence and taciturnity had incensed the Soviet soldier was uncertain. But the latter's countenance grew increasingly malevolent as he incessantly repeated a single word, his finger firmly fixed upon the trigger. This was perhaps the most perilous moment of Zhang Heng's life. In that instant, he was bereft of any notion of what he could do. Such was the nature of war, where killing and being killed were devoid of reason. On the battlefield, death was a constant companion, claiming civilians, enemies, and comrades alike. Every nerve was stretched taut, and no one would lament the accidental slaying of a foreigner. Even Zhang Heng himself had resigned himself to the likelihood that the irascible Soviet soldier would, in the ensuing moment, depress the trigger. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, it was the young machine gunner who was the first to fall. A bullet, originating from an indiscernible location, pierced his temple, erupting in a burst of blood. The look of fury etched upon his face was forever frozen in that instant. Sniper, having evidently suffered at the hands of Finnish guerrillas in the past, the reconnaissance squad immediately grasped the situation. Their expressions underwent a drastic transformation, and they ceased to concern themselves with Zhang Heng. While pivoting their rifles, they anxiously called out to their comrades, seeking cover. One among them attempted to retrieve the fallen machine gun, but a second bullet arrived with unforeseen swiftness. His fingers had barely grazed the gun's handle when his body slumped lifelessly, collapsing upon the corpse of his comrade. However, this provided the others with an indication of the sniper's location. They commenced returning fire with their rifles. Zhang Heng seized this invaluable opportunity. Dashing with utmost haste towards a section of pine tree, severed by lightning, that lay nearby. Concealed within the shadows, the sniper executed each shot with unwavering composure, eliminating 2 Soviet soldiers who failed to reach cover before inexplicably ceasing fire. Emboldened, others cautiously emerged, yet no gunfire followed. The collective apprehension of the Soviet soldiers gradually subsided as they cautiously advanced from the rocks, rifles raised, inching towards the sniper's concealed position. Simultaneously, 2 soldiers began to approach Zhang Heng's location. However, Zhang Heng had already drawn the shadow's edge. Chapter 63. Welcome to the Mannerheim Line. 5. Zhang Heng braced himself to enter the shadowed state, but in that moment, the lethal report of the rifle echoed once more. The lead Soviet soldier's head snapped back as he collapsed without warning, hitting the ground. Following a brief pause of perhaps a second, his comrade behind him met the same fate, falling lifelessly to the earth. The remaining 5 Soviet soldiers immediately took cover, firing their rifles erratically in a panic, while the 2 advancing towards Zhang Heng hastily reversed course to aid their beleaguered comrades. The forest erupted in a cacophony of gunfire. Regrettably, their futile resistance proved incapable of averting the arrival of death. The sniper, concealed from view, had deftly repositioned during the enemy's retreat for cover, rendering the Soviet soldiers' bullets uniformly ineffective. As 3 more fell, the final 2 Soviet soldiers succumbed to the overwhelming psychological strain, abandoning their weapons and fleeing desperately into the woods during the brief respite as their foe reloaded. As the report of gunfire reverberated, he succumbed to the snow, his occiput suffused with crimson. In a mere 4 minutes, 11 Soviet soldiers lay prostrate upon the frigid, unfamiliar terrain. The lurking sniper, with remarkable efficiency, expended not a single superfluous round. Concealed behind fractured timber, Zhang Heng emptied the contents of his canvas rucksack. He procured a branch from the vicinity, attempting to signal surrender. Yet, as the rucksack was raised halfway, it was struck by a bullet. Nonetheless, this act sufficiently conveyed the sniper's disposition. Evidently, no living entity within the forest would be spared. Zhang Heng surmised that his Soviet military attire had engendered a misunderstanding. Regrettably, a language barrier precluded any opportunity for explanation. The sniper's prior shots were not acts of rescue, but rather opportunistic strikes, capitalizing on the Soviet soldiers' transition from mobility to stillness, thereby presenting optimal shooting conditions. This individual possessed an unnerving lucidity, coupled with audacious self-assurance. This was discernible from the sequence in which targets were selected. First, the elimination of the most formidable threat. The machine gunner, followed by the neutralization of those attempting to retrieve weapons. Through successive kills, the already intimidated Soviet reconnaissance squad was suppressed. Subsequently, with composure, the sniper reloaded and relocated, coldly executing the next phase of the culling. Even when confronted with two demoralized deserters, there was no indication of leniency. Rather than targeting the closest individual, the sniper first dispatched the foremost Soviet soldier before turning attention to the one lagging slightly behind. As for Zhang Heng, who appeared to pose the least menace, he was naturally relegated to the rear. The entire procedure not only showcased his formidable marksmanship, but also epitomized his composure and meticulousness. Zhang Heng discerned that his current predicament was hardly improved from before. He remained on the precipice of demise, albeit with the enemy having transitioned from Soviet troops to Finnish guerrillas. Judging from the prior confrontation, the latter's prowess was demonstrably superior, as evidenced by the haphazard array of corpses strewn across the terrain. To prolong this impasse would only exacerbate his situation, as his adversaries possessed a far greater familiarity with this forest and were capable of flanking him at any moment. Thus, Zhang Heng elected to delay no further. With one hand clutching the wooden carving and the other drawing his revolver, he mentally invoked the raven. In the ensuing instant, the raven lurking in the shadows slowly unfurled its eyes. As Zhang Heng locked gazes with it, his body convulsed violently, followed by the sensation of his soul being drawn into an unfathomable vortex of darkness. He plummeted ceaselessly within the vortex, yet paradoxically, his body grew increasingly weightless until he was reduced to a feather settling upon the earth. Upon reopening his eyes, he beheld the birch trees overhead and the accumulated snow upon their branches. Despite having undergone this experience once before, entering this state still evoked a sense of profound strangeness. Following the fractured timber, Zhang Heng's physical form had utterly vanished, leaving behind only a faint shadow upon the ground. In this state, he was bereft of all physiological responses, incapable of speech or hearing, with his field of vision confined solely to a small patch of sky above. However, after previous experiments, he found a way to resolve this issue. By randomly selecting a tree and casting his shadow upon it, he could observe his surroundings. Although his speed was somewhat diminished in shadow form, the absence of fatigue coupled with the lack of obstacles to consider allowed for a relatively swift movement. In less than 50 seconds, he arrived at the location from which the gunfire had emanated, and after an additional 20 seconds, he located the sniper's vantage point. This site was slightly elevated compared to the surrounding terrain, offering a broad field of vision, and there were two rocks that provided adequate cover, with clear imprints in the snow marking where bodies had pressed down. Yet, the elusive sniper had evidently abandoned this position and relocated elsewhere. However, this time, the footprints in the snow indicated that Zhang Heng had transformed from prey to hunter. Half a minute later, the shadow cast against the white birch tree detected a slowly moving object in the snow. Without careful observation, it would have been exceedingly difficult to discern its presence. It was a Finnish guerrilla clad in white camouflage, his face obscured by a white cloth mask, wrapped tightly, as if to conceal himself completely, with only his eyes visible, blending seamlessly into the surrounding snow. One hand gripped a rifle while the other supported a pair of skis, resembling Zhang Heng's earlier conjecture. He seemed intent on maneuvering to the side to conclude this confrontation. Little did he know, however, that the target he sought was now standing directly behind him, concealed behind a fallen log. These elusive Finnish guerrillas inflicted nightmarish experiences upon the Soviet forces during the Winter War, relentlessly harassing and ambushing them day and night. Their success was attributed to their exceptional camouflage and mobility. However, their vaunted advantages were now being challenged. Zhang Heng, reduced to a mere shadow, could move in a straight line, emitting no sound whatsoever. With the added concealment of the nearby tree shadows, he approached the masked sniper undetected. Raising his revolver, Zhang Heng aimed at the target's head. Only a few seconds remained before the shadow state dissipated, restoring his physical form. A single pull of the trigger would resolve the immediate threat. This was Zhang Heng's first time taking a life, and he hesitated momentarily. However, reason dictated that he had no other recourse. Given the sniper's terrifying marksmanship and familiarity with the surrounding terrain, even a 3-minute head start might not guarantee his escape. Both Zhang Heng and the masked sniper on the ground possessed a shared sense of patience. In terms of hunting prowess, the latter was undoubtedly superior. Zhang Heng had read in later historical accounts that many Finnish guerrillas in the Winter War were hunters by trade, having honed their skills in these very forests since childhood. When their targets shifted from wild beasts to Soviet soldiers, their performance remained exceptional. Unfortunately, this was not a fair contest. The reappearance of the dark raven from the shadows would mark the end. Zhang Heng positioned his finger on the trigger, bracing himself for the final act. However, at that very moment, the masked sniper abruptly executed a roll to the side without any apparent warning. Zhang Heng was momentarily taken aback, for the absence of sound led him to believe he had been discovered. However, he soon witnessed bullets cascading onto the snowy ground. The masked sniper was quick to react. With a swift roll, he evaded the initial barrage and immediately redirected his firearm, pulling the trigger. At that moment, a significant flaw of Zhang Heng's shadow state became apparent. The sunlight streamed in from a single, oblique direction, thereby fixing the orientation of his shadow. Although he could observe his surroundings by casting his silhouette onto a tree, he was limited to viewing only one side. Even if he turned his body, he merely encountered the bark of another tree. Thus, he could only infer from the current situation that the recent gunfire had attracted nearby Soviet soldiers, yet he remained oblivious to the number of assailants or their distance. Compounding his predicament, the duration of his shadow state was nearing its end, leaving him with less than 10 seconds. Zhang Heng could not afford to eliminate the masked sniper at that moment. He needed to ensure he was not caught in a crossfire between the two groups. With determination, he departed from the birch tree, swiftly maneuvering around the sniper to position himself behind another fir tree, mere inches from the latter. Zhang Heng did not desire to flee further. He still had time remaining, yet he understood the stakes of the impending confrontation. If the Soviets prevailed, he might still escape. But if the masked sniper triumphed, he would have no chance of survival. Rather than being hunted like prey, he resolved to take a risk, choosing a vantage point perilously close to the masked sniper, less than a meter away. The proximity allowed for a significant mitigation of the opponent's marksmanship advantage. Even a novice like Zhang Heng, who had only recently grasped the fundamentals of firearms, had a considerable chance of not missing his shots. The sound of bullets. A relentless da-da-da struck the cedar trees behind him, sending splinters flying. This group was evidently far more ferocious than the previous reconnaissance squad. Given the prowess of the masked sniper, Zhang Heng was convinced that he would not neglect the machine gunner. However, the continued gunfire indicated that, despite one machine gunner's demise, another had swiftly taken his place among the Soviet soldiers. Zhang Heng endeavored to regulate his breathing, remaining motionless behind the tree to avoid detection by either faction embroiled in combat. Yet, at a certain moment, this intricate mechanism of his resolve suddenly faltered. He realized that the adversary had run out of ammunition. This individual had endured 2 intense skirmishes in quick succession and, likely having faced other conflicts prior, was now bereft of supplies. This revelation left Zhang Heng's emotions in a tumultuous state. He certainly did not wish for such a formidable sniper to roam the woods unrestrained. Yet, in his initial contemplation of the battle's outcome, he envisioned 2 possible scenarios. Either the masked sniper would be gunned down by the Soviet soldiers, prompting him to flee recklessly in a gamble for survival, or the sniper would eliminate all the Soviet soldiers, granting him the opportunity to charge forth and vanquish the foe when least expected. The possibility of the adversary exhausting their ammunition had never crossed his mind. Consequently, the Soviet soldiers would inevitably draw closer, and the chosen hiding spot was alarmingly near to the masked sniper. During the skirmish, the proximity was manageable. Both sides were too preoccupied to heed their surroundings. However, once the battle subsided, or should the sniper attempt to retreat, he would undoubtedly be discovered. The Finnish guerrilla, currently leaning against a rock, appeared lost in thought, likely realizing that he might not survive the day. He unsheathed a small hunting knife from his waist, preparing for a final stand. At that moment, a small stone tumbled to his feet. He then noticed a Soviet soldier emerging unexpectedly from behind a nearby fir tree. Momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating that the enemy had crept up behind him, instinctively, he reached for the rifle beside him. Yet, in the next instant, the soldier gestured for silence. Just half a minute prior, Zhang Heng had suddenly recognized that this could be an opportunity for him. After 4 days of trials, he had come to understand that surviving alone in this forest was an impossibility. Ultimately, he shared no irreconcilable conflict with either the Soviets or the Finns. However, whether it was the young Soviet machine gunner he had encountered earlier or the Finnish guerrilla before him, these individuals had never afforded him the chance to clarify misunderstandings. A mere disagreement would prompt them to draw their weapons, compounded by the fact that he was unfamiliar with either language. Yet now, with the adversary's ammunition depleted, Zhang Heng felt compelled to seize this moment for communication. He pointed to the red five-pointed star on his cuff, then gestured towards himself, indicating that he had no association with the group of Soviet soldiers. However, the masked sniper across from him showed no reaction. Zhang Heng then removed his Soviet military uniform, revealing a black-down jacket and jeans underneath. Yet, the sniper's gaze ultimately fell upon the revolver he had tucked in his pocket. Zhang Heng realized that time was not on their side. He could already hear the footsteps of the approaching Soviet soldiers, and it was evident that more than one was coming. He could not contend with them, so he decided to take a gamble. While gripping the wooden carving to maintain vigilance, he tossed the revolver from his pocket to the masked sniper. This time, the latter finally reacted, swiftly retrieving the weapon and aiming it at someone, only to lower the barrel moments later. 3 seconds later, a ringing sound echoed through the snow, instantly drawing the fire of the Soviet soldiers. Seizing the opportunity, the masked sniper leaned out slightly. He pulled the trigger, and the first shot was a blank. Even in the face of danger, Zhang Heng sought to minimize risk, considering the likelihood of the sniper firing at him once he acquired the gun. He had preemptively adjusted the bullet's position, ensuring that one of the 2 empty cartridges was aligned with the chamber. Thus, should the worst occur, he would still have one last chance to vanish into the shadows and escape. The masked sniper hesitated momentarily but quickly fired a second shot, which struck the target squarely in the forehead. Chapter 65. Welcome to the Mannerheim Line. 7. Zhang Heng had done all he could in the ensuing battle. He could only crouch behind the tree and quietly await the outcome. The entire combat process unfolded more swiftly than he had anticipated. Once the masked sniper grasped his firearm, he operated with an effortless grace, eliminating the last 3 Soviet soldiers in under 40 seconds. As the echoes of gunfire subsided, Zhang Heng emerged from behind the tree. The masked sniper still clutched his revolver tightly, yet his expression had softened, no longer aiming the weapon at anyone. As Zhang Heng approached, he noticed the bloodstains on the sniper's clothing, indicating that he had not entirely evaded the previous barrage. This realization weighed heavily on Zhang Heng. He had finally encountered someone in this forest who bore him little animosity and had hoped to persuade the individual to escort him to the rear lines. If the masked sniper were to perish here, all of Zhang Heng's efforts would be in vain. Zhang Heng retrieved 2 boxes of ammunition from his tactical belt and tossed them to the sniper, who promptly reloaded his rifle. Then, clutching his abdomen, the sniper struggled to rise from the ground. Following 2 consecutive skirmishes in this area, the sound of gunfire could likely attract more enemies, necessitating an expeditious departure. Zhang Heng selected a backpack to carry and armed himself with a rifle for protection. He approached the masked sniper, intending to offer support. However, for reasons unknown, when his hand made contact with the sniper's body, the latter exhibited a degree of resistance, his shoulder quivering as he instinctively recoiled from the offered assistance. Zhang Heng furrowed his brow. Now was not the time for bravado. He desperately needed the other's guidance to survive in this forest. Yet without assistance from the masked sniper, evading his injuries would prove arduous. The 2 were akin to grasshoppers on the same string, with survival contingent upon their cooperation to navigate the present crisis. The masked sniper seemed to have grasped this notion as well, for he ceased to reject the goodwill extended by Zhang Heng, allowing him to support one of his arms while indicating a direction. Together, they ambled forth. Along the way, Zhang Heng encountered numerous corpses of Soviet soldiers and a vehicle still ablaze. Additionally, there were Finnish partisans clad in white camouflage, a testament to the vehement hatred the Soviet soldiers harbored for these fighters. Many of the bodies lay riddled with bullets, extinguishing Zhang Heng's fleeting hope of changing his outerwear. Had anyone laid eyes upon this peculiar duo, they would surely find it strange, a yellow-skinned man draped in Soviet garb aiding a Finnish partisan, an incongruity amid the smoke-laden forest. As Zhang Heng surveyed his surroundings, a profound silence enveloped him. The disparity between experiencing such scenes firsthand and witnessing them through the lens of cinematic effects was palpable. Although he had mentally prepared himself for the realities of the Winter War, the visceral sights unfolding before him still induced discomfort. This unease stemmed not merely from the intense sensory shock and stimulation, but also from an innate wariness towards the primal nature of humanity, which was laid bare when the veil of civilization was torn away. Zhang Heng cast a glance at the masked sniper beside him, who appeared to have acclimated to the harrowing surroundings, his demeanor remarkably composed amidst the hellish scene, his eyes betraying no sign of turmoil. As they traversed the terrain, they encountered two small groups of Soviet soldiers. However, due to their timely discovery, they managed to evade peril unscathed. Additionally, they stumbled upon a solitary Soviet soldier, presumably the last remnant of his comrades, who had fallen to the guerrilla fighters. He was utterly shattered, having abandoned his weapons and gear, and was left barefoot, vulnerable to the harsh, frigid wilderness. It was evident that without finding his unit, he would scarcely survive in this icy expanse, even without the intervention of the guerrillas. Observing the soldier fleeing in the distance, Zhang Heng decided not to intervene. Yet, in the next moment, the sharp crack of a gunshot pierced the air. The masked sniper had, unbeknownst to Zhang Heng, released his grip on the wound and unslung his rifle. As the shot rang out, the barefoot Soviet soldier froze momentarily before collapsing beneath a Nordic red pine. Zhang Heng exchanged glances with the sniper, who stared back, unwavering. At that moment, Zhang Heng found himself at a loss for words. Had he been in the sniper's position during the Japanese invasion of China, he too would have likely taken the shot. Ultimately, for these Finnish guerrillas, their actions were a testament to their resistance against the invaders, a defense of their homeland, rendering Zhang Heng devoid of the moral authority to cast judgment upon them. However, this commotion had drawn them perilously close to safety, only to confront the imminent threat of enemies potentially lured by the gunfire. This predicament was undoubtedly not what Zhang Heng desired. However, lamentation would serve no purpose at this juncture. Furthermore, even if he were inclined to express his discontent, the other party would be unable to comprehend his words. Therefore, rather than squandering his breath, he deemed it more prudent to contemplate potential courses of action. Zhang Heng's gaze settled upon the skis belonging to the masked sniper. 5 minutes hence, he had redistributed their collective burdens onto the skis, securing them in place. With the skis in tow, he then knelt before the masked sniper, whose mobility was severely compromised. The latter discerned Zhang Heng's intentions and, in a rare display of cooperation, dutifully positioned himself upon Zhang Heng's back. Zhang Heng rose, slightly taken aback by the lightness of his burden. The sniper likely weighed no more than 100 pounds. However, he did not dwell on this observation. As a result, their pace of movement could finally be augmented, albeit at the cost of Zhang Heng's rapidly depleting stamina, which would likely only sustain him for approximately 20 minutes. Fortunately, this duration should suffice to extricate them from the perilous zone. Chapter 66. Welcome to the Mannerheim Line. 8. Zhang Heng remained uncertain of their precise location. Knowing only that they were heading in a northwesterly direction, he paused intermittently to recuperate. The encouraging news was that they had not encountered any further Soviet units, neither large nor small. Zhang Heng surmised that they had likely extricated themselves from the combat zone. Although he could not discern the expression on the sniper's face, Zhang Heng could perceive the man's suffering in his pallid eyes. The bloodstain on his abdomen had grown progressively larger, while lying prone on Zhang Heng's back facilitated movement. The jostling had undoubtedly exacerbated his pain, though he remained stoic, refraining from uttering a word. Only when he felt a temporary sense of safety did he allow someone to set him down. A disquieting sensation began to swell within Zhang Heng as he surveyed his surroundings, realizing that he and his companion remained ensconced in desolate mountains and wilderness. In his initial expectations, the masked sniper should have guided him to the guerrilla camp. At the very least, he ought to have been able to locate other comrades. Given the severity of his injuries, failure to secure prompt medical attention would inevitably lead to a perilous fate. However, observing the latter's condition, it seemed unlikely they would endure until that moment. Should he succumb to his wounds on the way, even if Zhang Heng eventually discovered the guerrilla encampment, it would only result in a grim demise. At that juncture, he disregarded the looming danger and hastily gathered some firewood to kindle a blaze, ensuring that the masked sniper could maintain her body temperature. He also prepared some melted snow to offer her. After a moment of hesitation, the sniper finally unfastened the white cloth mask obscuring her face. Zhang Heng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this skilled and fearless marksman would be a blonde girl, seemingly barely out of her teenage years. The chilling image of her coldly pulling the trigger on the battlefield was difficult to reconcile with the youthful visage before him. Suddenly, he recalled the Winter War, where Finland, with a population of 3 million, faced the formidable Soviet Union. The nation's war mobilization rate surpassed even that of the subsequent RB and Germany. In their fervent effort to expel the invaders from their homeland, they had nearly exhausted every resource, firing the last bullet in their chambers. They were a true band of warriors. Zhang Heng observed the female sniper as she took a few sips of warm water. He proceeded to roast 2 sausages over the fire, only to see her shake her head in refusal. For a moment, both were at a loss for words. Zhang Heng found himself in a quandary. The sniper's injuries rendered her incapable of further mobility. Reality starkly contrasts with the cinematic portrayal where protagonists effortlessly extract bullets from their own bodies after being shot. In the harsh truth of the battlefield, no one would dare to remove a bullet themselves. Infection posed one threat, while the profuse bleeding resulting from an open wound was equally lethal, particularly considering that she had already lost a significant amount of blood during their ordeal. Zhang Heng was compelled to reassess his predicament. Should he take the risk of remaining here to care for her, or should he venture forth alone? The primary challenge lay in their inability to communicate verbally, relying instead on gestures for rudimentary exchanges. He remained uncertain of their proximity to the guerrilla base, and whether they were even advancing towards it. He glanced at the female sniper, whose expression remained remarkably composed. Yet, Zhang Heng could not ascertain whether she possessed a means to navigate through this crisis, or if she had resigned herself to the whims of fate. He hoped for the former, yet the latter seemed increasingly probable. Nightfall soon enveloped the landscape, and Zhang Heng ultimately decided against leaving her side. After partaking in dinner, he scavenged some dry branches to maintain the fire's warmth. He emptied half of his backpack's contents to fashion a makeshift pillow for the sniper, placing it beneath her neck. Having accomplished this, he began to explore and familiarize himself with the rifle in his hands, attempting to load bullets, chamber them, and aim. He harbored no predilection for bloodshed. Yet the exigencies of war compelled him to acquire the art of self-preservation. While he was acutely aware that his rudimentary marksmanship would likely prove ineffectual against the Soviet forces, he refused to succumb to apathy. The female sniper observed him in silence from the opposite side, her demeanor so impassive that she seemed more akin to an inanimate object than a human being, for only wood could maintain such unwavering composure, impervious to emotional fluctuations. Under the cloak of night, the campfire continued its flickering dance. Zhang Heng gently touched her limbs, noting their frigidity. The blood loss had depleted her body's warmth, particularly the hemoglobin within her red blood cells, which ordinarily transported energy and oxygen to the tissues. With the decline in red blood cell count, her body's oxygen supply was compromised, leading to a corresponding drop in temperature. The body's inability to generate heat rendered even the thickest garments ineffective. In a hospital setting, a blood transfusion would offer respite, but in this desolate wilderness, options were limited. Left with no alternative, Zhang Heng divested himself of his own attire, intending to serve as a human heat source, pressing their bodies together as closely as possible, and then enveloping them in a greatcoat for added insulation. The female sniper's expression betrayed a hint of complexity, yet in this critical moment, she offered no resistance. Zhang Heng, in turn, felt no stirrings of desire. Both had gone without bathing for days, and the mingled scents of sweat and blood were sufficient to quell any nascent impulses. Moreover, the girl's chest was swathed in a binding cloth. The distance between the two individuals was more intimate than that of a couple in the throes of passionate love, yet they remained oblivious to each other's names, unable to muster the courage to inquire. Thus, they continued to dwell in silence. As time elapsed, the girl's condition deteriorated, her breaths becoming increasingly labored, and her pulse quickening. Zhang Heng sensed that she might not survive the night. It was at this precarious moment that he heard other sounds. Before darkness enveloped the surroundings, Zhang Heng had scattered some dry branches in the snow, a precautionary measure taught to him by Bell, creating a makeshift trap. The noise he heard was that of the branches snapping underfoot. Startled by this sound, Zhang Heng sprang to his feet and reached for the rifle beside him, only to discover that someone had already approached him unnoticed. By the campfire, a Finnish guerrilla crouched low, aiming an assault rifle coldly at him. Chapter 67. Welcome to the Mannerheim Line. 9. Discovered a Finnish guerrilla outpost. Game points. 5. Related information available on the character panel. As Zhang Heng caught sight of the few wooden cabins nestled within the dense forest, a system prompt echoed in his ears. However, before he could examine the details, the cold barrel of a gun pressed against his back. The armed Finnish guerrilla was indeed the same individual who had stealthily approached the campfire moments earlier, and Zhang Heng could clearly sense the intense urge to pull the trigger emanating from his assailant. However, the words of the female sniper beside him dissuaded him from this course of action, though his rifle remained trained on Zhang Heng. Once the remaining comrades arrived, another joined in guarding him. while the rest fashioned a makeshift stretcher from tree branches to carry the injured sniper. The Finnish partisan, gripping his submachine gun, tossed the Soviet military uniform to the bare-chested Zhang Heng, but retained his down jacket. Zhang Heng, observing this, remained silent and donned the sheepskin garment. He discerned that the Finnish partisans harbored distrust towards him, refraining from immediate execution only out of deference to the female sniper. However, her condition was precarious, and even his own fate remained uncertain. Fortunately, the Finnish partisans showed concern for their own, recognizing the sniper's urgent need for medical attention. Without delay, they promptly departed with the individual in tow. 2 Finnish partisans carried the stretcher briskly into a cabin on the left, while Zhang Heng was confined to a separate wooden hut. He surveyed his surroundings, deducing that it was a woodshed filled with neatly stacked firewood. As soon as Zhang Heng entered, the door was shut and locked. The partisans had thoroughly searched him, confiscating not only his down jacket and the captured rifle, but also his backpack, mobile phone, and wallet. Through the crevices of the wooden cabin, Zhang Heng observed several Soviet guerrilla fighters curiously passing around his Huawei phone. However, these unsophisticated individuals from the 1930s were utterly clueless about how to power it on. They fumbled with it for quite some time, yet none could manage to activate the device, with some even attempting to strike it against a tree out of sheer curiosity. In contrast, his wallet appeared to be a prized possession, as even the most basic trinkets from the small workshops of a Wu were considered exquisite in this era. Zhang Heng's wallet, worth several hundred yuan, was eagerly passed from one person to another, while his down jacket was being worn by a burly man brandishing an assault rifle, the latter's physique stretching the jacket tightly against his form. Curiously, however, no one seemed to take notice of the starfish watch adorning Zhang Heng's wrist. Logically, such a finely crafted timepiece should command a significant value, yet the guerrilla fighters appeared entirely oblivious to its presence. After observing for a while, Zhang Heng deduced that this encampment was rather extensive, likely a repurposed logging site, cleverly concealed within the dense mountain forest. He had already counted 7 guerrilla fighters, and given the hour, it was likely that many more were resting inside the cabins. Moreover, nighttime was when the guerrillas were at their most active, often launching assaults during the moments when Soviet soldiers were at their most fatigued. Zhang Heng recalled a documentary he had watched, wherein an interviewed Finnish guerrilla fighter mentioned that many Soviet troops experienced a complete collapse of morale. He described scenes of soldiers sitting around a campfire, indifferent to the sight of their comrades being struck down by bullets, as if they had become utterly numb to the horrors of war. From the number of structures present, it was reasonable to estimate that this camp housed around 40 to 50 individuals. To avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, Zhang Heng refrained from continuing to read, finding a corner to curl up and close his eyes. He did not wait long. Approximately 20 minutes later, the wooden door opened once more, and 2 guerrilla fighters entered. This time, they did not brandish their weapons at anyone, yet their demeanor was unmistakably clear. This was not an invitation, but a command. Zhang Heng, naturally, chose not to complicate matters for himself. Observing the situation, he complied and followed them into an adjacent room. Unlike the previous storage shed, this space resembled a living room, furnished with a wooden bed, table, chairs, and a fireplace. A man with a small mustache sat behind the square table. Upon seeing Zhang Heng enter, he folded the map that lay open before him and gestured for him to take a seat. Zhang Heng settled into the chair opposite him, speculating that this man might be the commander of the guerrilla group. However, there was another individual in the room, standing with her back to him by the window, smoking. He could not see her face, but estimated that she was a woman, likely in her 30s or 40s. As soon as Zhang Heng sat down, the mustached man began to speak, but Zhang Heng could only shake his head and apologize, stating that he did not understand Finnish. He repeated this phrase in Chinese, English, and Japanese, but regrettably, the mustached man evidently comprehended none of it, and his expression grew increasingly impatient. At that moment, the woman smoking suddenly spoke up, asking in English, "Are you a spy for the Soviets?" This was the first individual Zhang Heng had encountered with whom he could communicate since entering the instance, which brought him a measure of relief. His greatest apprehension was the inability to engage with the guerrillas, as it would render his situation entirely uncontrollable. As it stood, he could at least defend himself. Clement Voroshilov might be foolish, but presumably not so foolish as to dispatch a Chinese individual who was ignorant of Finnish to act as a spy. One can never be certain, the woman remarked, extinguishing her cigarette. In these times, some cannot even distinguish between bread and bombs. She turned around, revealing a captivating air about her. In her youth, she must have been a beauty. No, she still was. Some individuals simply possess the power to defy the passage of time. She ceased dwelling on the matter and glanced at the mustached man, who offered a slight smile before rising and exiting the cabin. Aki was not a bad man, but these were, after all, extraordinary times, and he needed to be responsible for the young men under his charge. I understand, Zhang Heng said. No, you do not. Nor do I. The woman sat down, extracting another cigarette from her pack. His nation is under invasion, and he is willing to give everything, even go to hell, to protect her. Listen, child, she said, as you can see, I am British volunteering here. Unlike those fellows outside, I do not wish to see unfortunate events transpire. So you must tell me the truth for me to devise a way to assist you. Alas, the truth often lies concealed within the most preposterous of answers. Although he appeared suddenly on the battlefield, he was truly nothing more than a complete outsider to this war. Chapter 68. Welcome to the Mannerheim Line. 10. After the outbreak of war, she chose not to leave but to remain as a volunteer, becoming the sole medic in this guerrilla unit. As for the little mustache that she mentioned earlier, he was a second lieutenant responsible for commanding the guerrillas. After posing those questions, Maggie cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Heng and languidly remarked, I know what you want, but I cannot make any decisions. Just wait where you were before. I will relay everything I hear to Aki. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng did not leave immediately. Instead, he inquired again, how is she? This time, he waited noticeably longer than before. When the sun rose, a guerrilla fighter brought him breakfast, which included a steaming bowl of venison soup, half a loaf of bread, and blueberry jam. This meal was far superior to the rations provided by the Soviet soldiers, such as the advantage of local warfare. Although the guerrillas were hidden in the deep mountains, they could receive a steady supply from nearby villages, and villagers would come to inform them of the movements of the Soviet troops. In recent days, Zhang Heng had been wandering and had not enjoyed a proper meal for quite some time. He had done all that he could, and worrying served no purpose. So he devoured the food that was brought to him. It was not until noon that Maggie reappeared before him. Unfortunately, we cannot send you to the rear lines. The situation is currently tense, and we do not have enough personnel to manage that. All you need to do is guide me and provide some supplies. I can manage the rest, Maggie smiled. Suddenly, Zhang Heng comprehended the underlying reason. This time, the female doctor did not beat around the bush, she stated bluntly. Your identity and origins are highly suspicious. Although we cannot find any concrete evidence against you, most aspects remain unverifiable. More importantly, you are aware of the guerrilla stronghold. And we cannot simply let you go. Zhang Heng fell silent. Aki was somewhat averse to complications, though it might seem unfair to you, given the current circumstances. Since we cannot eliminate the possibility of you being a Soviet spy, eliminating you is the most straightforward option. In wartime, death is ubiquitous. One could easily dispose of your body in an untraceable location, and no one would ever know who was responsible. Maggie paused, seemingly hoping to see fear etched on someone's face, but the other person's reaction disappointed her. Zhang Heng realized that if he were truly facing the worst outcome, it would be guerrilla fighters at the door, not Maggie, this doctor and translator. The good news is that the girl has been advocating for you, Maggie continued. Since the day I met her, I have never seen her speak so much. With her guarantee, Aki is willing to give you a chance to demonstrate through your actions whether you are indeed a friend or foe of the Finnish people. What does that mean? Congratulations. You are now a member of the guerrilla team. That girl happens to need a partner. Once she recovers, you will act together, the female doctor said languidly. Zhang Heng found himself in a perplexing situation, uncertain whether his circumstances had improved or worsened. The silver lining was the establishment of a secure base capable of providing logistical support in the presence of a formidable partner. Having witnessed the female sniper's exceptional marksmanship, he never doubted her prowess. However, the grim reality was that he had been irrevocably drawn into the conflict, transitioning from a mere observer to an active participant, with the danger level undoubtedly on an upward trajectory as he contemplated the challenges that lay ahead. Prior to this, he had never undergone any military training, a fact the little mustached officer likely discerned. Nevertheless, the officer still issued such demands, hinting at ulterior motives. Zhang Heng chose not to elaborate further and merely inquired of Maggie. I have never fired a weapon. May I practice first? This was undoubtedly a reasonable request. As long as he remained within the confines of the camp until the young boy's recovery, he was free to pursue whatever endeavors he wished. The female doctor was somewhat taken aback by Zhang Heng's composure. She found herself unable to fully comprehend this young man, who exhibited an unexpected maturity that belied his age. His ability to maintain rationality in the face of adversity and quickly grasp the harsh realities intrigued Maji. What weapons would you like to practice with? The M28 rifle? The Suomi M31 submachine gun? We do not have the M26 in the camp, but we do possess the DP-28 light machine gun, which was captured from the Soviets. If possible, I would like to try the rifle and the pistol first, he replied. From a self-preservationist standpoint, Zhang Heng recognized that while machine guns and submachine guns possessed considerable firepower, their conspicuousness also made them prime targets for enemy forces. He had no desire to be a marked man, as the number of enemies he eliminated was inconsequential, especially given the predetermined outcome of the war. The suggestion regarding skis proved to be quite sound, as they were virtually standard equipment for guerrilla fighters. Their exceptional mobility allowed them to move with agility and evade enemy encirclement with remarkable ease. Chapter 69. Welcome to the Mannerheim Line. 11. Margie escorted Zhang Heng to the camp's quartermaster, a limping veteran hunter who also served as the cook. Responsible for the breakfast Zhang Heng had previously enjoyed. Margie embraced the man, swiftly explained their request in Finnish, and presented him with half a pack of cigarettes. The quartermaster glanced at Zhang Heng, nodded grudgingly, accepted the cigarettes, and retreated into the cabin behind him. Odo will demonstrate the proper use of the rifle. He's a seasoned hunter with decades of experience, so feel free to ask him any questions you may have. I'll assist with the translation. Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised, as Margie did not strike him as the type to be so obliging and meddlesome. The child asked me to, she admitted, shrugging her shoulders. I can't refuse her request, as I owe her for my continued supply of cigarettes. Consider it a repayment of debt. The female doctor paused, her gaze settling upon a certain individual's face, her expression tinged with a hint of suspicion. According to Sibo and the others, upon discovering them, they were in a precarious situation. Just then, Ohidu emerged from the room, tossing a rifle to him. Zhang Heng silently stepped aside, observing as they hoisted the heavy machine gun into the dwelling. Ohidu diligently noted something in his small notebook. Once the exuberant guerrillas departed, he finally began to elucidate the usage of the sniper rifle to Zhang Heng, who listened intently. After all, Maggie, this human translator, might not always be available or in such a cheerful disposition every day. The following day, the female doctor again took someone to visit a guerrilla skilled in skiing. This time, she exchanged an entire pack of cigarettes to secure a half-day of instruction from him. Zhang Heng had skied a few times near his hometown, possessing a slight foundation, thus performing somewhat better than the previous day. 2 days later, an impatient Maggie abandoned him to enjoy herself. Nevertheless, Zhang Heng had completed the preliminary lessons and sought a secluded area nearby to practice on his own. Skiing was relatively manageable, once one grasped the technique and devoted time. Results would manifest. However, marksmanship proved more complex. Theoretical understanding was merely the beginning. The rest required exploration through training and practical experience. Particularly, the cultivation of a feel for the weapon was achieved through the continuous act of pulling the trigger. However, after the completion of his task, he found himself unable to even touch the tail end of level 0. Zhang Heng was at a loss regarding how to proceed. He needed to reserve a certain quantity of ammunition for when he undertook missions, with his target being 30 rounds and a minimum of 20 remaining. If he had any less, he would merely be a mascot. In reality, even if he managed to scrounge up an additional 10 bullets, their significance would be minimal. Zhang Heng felt powerless in this situation. He was unable to leave the camp, and to acquire ammunition, he would need to seek an exchange with Ohido. Unfortunately, the valuable items he possessed prior to his arrival had already been pilfered by the Finnish guerrillas. Zhang Heng did not pursue them for their return, fully aware that asking would be futile. Once those belongings had fallen into the hands of that group, it was unrealistic to expect their return. Consequently, his initial foray into shooting practice was forced to an abrupt halt. However, what Zhang Heng did not anticipate was that on the morning of the 3rd day, upon arriving at his usual practice spot, he discovered 3 ammunition boxes containing a total of 45 rounds beneath a birch tree. To his surprise, he had stumbled upon additional bullets. The appearance of these rounds alleviated his immediate predicament to some extent. As he gazed at the leather ammunition box in his hand, a flicker of contemplation crossed his eyes. It was not a difficult task to speculate about the origin of these bullets, for there was only one person in the entire camp who had consistently shown him kindness. Zhang Heng silently discharged the 45 bullets in the woods. The following morning, he discovered 3 additional boxes of ammunition beneath the same tree. Alongside them lay his mobile phone, wallet, wooden carving, and a lucky rabbit's foot, apart from a down jacket. Nearly all the items that had been confiscated from him were here. This time, Zhang Heng refrained from practicing his shooting. Instead, he approached a small cabin and knocked on the door. The door was opened by a female doctor who appeared to have just awakened, yawning as she inquired, "What is it?" "Good morning, Miss Maggie. I am here to find someone," Zhang Heng replied, knowing that the female sniper resided with Maggie. After a brief pause, Maggie stepped aside, permitting Zhang Heng to enter. The girl was lying on the bed, her back turned towards the door, snugly tucked under the covers, revealing only the back of her head, as if still asleep. The female doctor, undeterred, approached and pulled back the covers, unveiling the neatly dressed female sniper beneath. "Simon, you do realize that you cannot avoid your partner indefinitely, correct?" Chapter 70. Welcome to the Mannheim Line. 12. The female sniper could no longer pretend to be asleep. She sat up in bed. After a few days of rest, her health had improved significantly, and the color had returned to her cheeks. Yet her gaze dared not meet another's. Zhang Heng politely addressed Maggie. "Could I trouble you to assist me with translation once more?" Maggie extracted a cigarette from the table, placing it between her lips, and observed the two with a knowing smile. "Speak your mind." Zhang Heng gazed at Simon lying on the bed and expressed his gratitude for the guarantee that allowed him to join the guerrilla group. He had visited before, but Maggie informed him that Simon required rest. The girl blinked, and despite her efforts to maintain a stern demeanor, there was an air of guilt about her, prompting Zhang Heng not to mention the extra bullets, phone, and wallet that belonged to their rightful owner beneath the tree. Taken aback by his words, the girl's expression gradually darkened. Sometimes, Zhang Heng couldn't help but question whether this was merely a game. For everything he had experienced felt too vivid to regard the people around him as mere data or simplistic NPCs. He was uncertain how the world would function in his absence or the fates that awaited its inhabitants. Yet, he understood that deceiving the one girl in the camp who showed him kindness would be a formidable challenge. Ultimately, Zhang Heng chose to be forthright, an irrational decision. Yet he was willing to embrace the associated risks. Simon appeared somewhat bewildered, sitting vacantly on the bed. Dr. Maggie closed the door behind her, glancing at someone nearby. "I thought you were an intelligent individual. You ought not to have spoken such cruel words to that child. However," she paused, "I find myself rather fond of you now." Do not be deceived by her sharpshooting skills. She has lived in the forest with her grandfather, surviving through hunting. Her character is quite innocent, like a blank canvas. Aki and I previously suspected your intentions towards that child, but it seems I misjudged you. The female doctor exhaled a puff of smoke and remarked, "Throughout my life, I have encountered numerous men, the vast majority of whom tend to think solely with their lower halves. They never refuse the advances of women. And the outcomes are invariably similar. Upon awakening the next day, one finds oneself alone in the bedroom. Such is the nature of men, is it not?" Zhang Heng inquired. "So, are you now inclined to grant my request and escort me to the rear lines?" "Regrettably, that is not feasible. My previous statements were not entirely deceptive. In comparison to those Soviet fellows, the guerrillas are severely lacking in personnel. Since you pose no issues, you would be a valuable addition." At that moment, the wooden door of the cabin was pushed open once more, revealing the female sniper standing at the threshold, her head bowed as she softly uttered something in Finnish. Maggie's expression shifted to one of surprise, and after a brief pause, she turned to Zhang Heng and said, "Simon mentioned she has come to teach you how to shoot." Zhang Heng was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated that, following the earlier events, the girl would still be willing to assist him. After a moment's thought, he asked, "Is her health all right? Are you questioning my abilities?" It is now the 5th day. As long as one avoids strenuous activity, there should be no issues. The female doctor raised an eyebrow. Zhang Heng, of course, would not decline. He understood the significance of having a good teacher. Previously, Ohidu had only provided him with a general overview, and during practice, he encountered several new challenges with no one to consult. This was not like the 21st century, where everything could be searched online, including instructional videos. Simon's prowess is beyond doubt. Zhang Heng witnessed her single-handedly eliminate 2 Soviet reconnaissance teams, each shot precise and lethal. It is difficult to believe that someone of her youth could hone her marksmanship to such an extent, and Zhang Heng found himself curious, wondering if she possessed any special techniques. The girl was never one to dally. She was impeccably attired and set out with her rifle and ammunition. Upon receiving consent from someone, she promptly headed towards the small grove where Zhang Heng typically trained. Maggie was left speechless, exclaiming, "Could you two at least grant me a moment's respite? I have yet to have breakfast." Zhang Heng was unaware of the extent of credit Simon had accumulated with the limping old hunter. However, every time she requested ammunition, he willingly obliged. Eventually, as the girl took an excessive amount, nearly depleting his stock, Ohido was compelled to hide from her. Yet, the camp was confined, and he still had to prepare meals. Often caught in the act, reluctantly, he had to raise the price for rifle ammunition, making it the most coveted prize for guerrilla fighters on their missions. Zhang Heng was also oblivious to the number of rounds he had fired that week. For the first time, he experienced the exhilarating sensation of boundless ammunition. In the next moment, an iron cup atop a wooden post soared into the air, and a new system notification echoed in Zhang Heng's ears. Acquiring new skill, shooting LV0. This marks perhaps the swiftest acquisition of a skill in his history, taking merely a week. Yet, Simon remained somewhat dissatisfied. She drew her rifle, seamlessly transitioning from pulling the bolt to assuming a shooting stance and pulling the trigger, all within 2 seconds. A matchbox, positioned 120 meters away, was effortlessly pierced. Zhang Heng stood in silence. The disparity between individuals was indeed striking. At such a distance, without a scope, relying solely on iron sights made it exceedingly difficult for him to even discern the target, leaving him utterly bewildered as to how Simon accomplished it. Moreover, her speed in drawing the weapon was astonishing. Zhang Heng was acutely aware of the significance of shooting speed in actual combat, particularly during sniper duels. A mere few milliseconds could determine life or death. If he were to face Simon, the likelihood of him even raising his weapon was slim. Chapter 71. Welcome to the Mannheim Line. 13. In addition to dedicating his primary focus to honing his shooting skills, Zhang Heng did not neglect skiing. However, the latter did not progress as smoothly. Although Simon's skiing technique was commendable, it paled in comparison to her marksmanship. Furthermore, her injuries had yet to heal properly, preventing her from engaging in vigorous activity. Consequently, she mostly sat quietly to the side, observing Zhang Heng as he practiced. Maggie had only endured the monotony of translation work for 2 days before she could no longer bear it and vanished without a trace. Fortunately, the communication between Zhang Heng and Simon was primarily confined to their studies. Despite the language barrier, they managed to grasp the general ideas through gestures, though. More often than not, both maintained a respectful silence. Practicing his marksmanship on one side, Zhang Heng was observed by Simon on the other. Snowflakes descended from the treetops, alighting upon her nose, prompting an involuntary sneeze. Zhang Heng also noticed that Simon had embarked on learning English, enlisting Margie as her tutor. Her inaugural phrase was, "Could you give me a kiss?" Upon hearing this while brushing his teeth one morning, Zhang Heng nearly choked on his mouthwash, only to discover that Simon intended to say good morning, a jest orchestrated by Margie. Previously, Zhang Heng had entertained the notion of studying Finnish, recognizing the inherent advantages of fluent communication. However, Finnish, characterized by its paucity of consonants, elongated words, abundant vowels, and exceedingly intricate grammar, ranks among the most challenging and obscure languages to master. Moreover, his circumstances differed from those of the previous. He needed to expedite the enhancement of his shooting and skiing proficiencies, precluding extensive language acquisition. While comprehensive study remained improbable, the expedited acquisition of frequently used phrases was feasible, particularly tactical terminology such as fire, ceasefire, retreat, and cover, in addition to common everyday vocabulary. Zhang Heng did not aspire to construct complete sentences but merely to articulate his thoughts comprehensibly. This pragmatic approach considerably simplified the learning process. Consequently, Margie emerged as the camp's busiest individual, simultaneously instructing Simon in English and Zhang Heng in Finnish. This is undoubtedly intertwined with Simon's unreserved guidance. However, Zhang Heng, perhaps due to his prior experience in archery, exhibited a certain aptitude for aiming. Regrettably, his aspiration to remain there and elevate both shooting and skiing to level 1 before venturing out was destined to be unfulfilled. On the 13th day of his arrival at the guerrilla camp, the anticipated events unfolded. That day, the guerrilla forces received word from nearby villagers that a Soviet unit was advancing rapidly not far from their position. Captain Huzi summoned all the guerrilla fighters in the camp, intent on engaging this Soviet force, to which there were naturally no objections. Simon also submitted a request for action. Zhang Heng did not participate in this military meeting. However, he could sense the excitement among the guerrilla fighters around him. They busily polished their weapons and checked their backpacks, huddling together in animated discussion. The atmosphere in the camp had markedly shifted, and even lunch was considerably more lavish than usual. Simon, utilizing the rudimentary English he had just learned from Maggie, informed someone that they had a mission. After the meal, the two proceeded to collect ammunition and 4 days' worth of rations from Octo. In addition, Zhang Heng received a camouflage uniform, freeing him from the need to don the conspicuous khaki, Soviet military attire. To claim that he felt no tension at all would be an outright falsehood, as he was on the cusp of embarking on the battlefield. Unlike the Finnish guerrillas around him, Zhang Heng harbored no animosity nor conflicting interests with the Soviet soldiers. Yet, they were soon to engage in armed conflict. A stark testament to the brutality of war, where every individual is swept up in the inexorable tide of the era, left with little autonomy. Zhang Heng stowed his personal hygiene items and a roll of hemostatic bandage into his backpack, segregating them from the jerky and dried vegetables. Simon, somewhat apprehensive about his mental state, had been surreptitiously observing him as he packed. However, noticing that he appeared no different from his usual self during trainings, she gradually eased her worries. Zhang Heng was acutely aware that this was not a cozy study, nor a sun-drenched library where one could serenely engage in humanistic introspection. Once on the battlefield, save for the likes of Desmond Doss, a once-in-a-millennium anomaly, the vast majority are left with only two options: to kill or be killed. Devoid of moral considerations, it was purely a matter of survival. Zhang Heng shouldered his skis and M28. Simon was already waiting for him outside the door. Upon seeing him, she hesitated momentarily before giving him a fleeting embrace, lasting less than a second, with somewhat awkward movements. She then stammered, "Don't worry, I'll protect you." The sentiment felt peculiar, as it was the first time in Zhang Heng's life that a girl had said such words to him. What was even more perplexing was that he found himself struggling to refute it. Ultimately, he could only nod in agreement, replying, "Me too." The two did not set off with the other guerrilla fighters in the camp, for Simon had long been accustomed to operating alone. In her youth, she had hunted in the mountains by herself, and even after joining the guerrilla group, she had not teamed up with others. This time, she made an unprecedented decision to designate Zhang Heng as her partner solely to rescue him. Yet, she still struggled to interact with others, trudging ahead in silence while maintaining a distance of approximately 1 meter between them. As night fell, Zhang Heng called out to Simon and began to prepare dinner. After a year and a half of life on the deserted island, his culinary skills had indeed improved, particularly in handling simple ingredients, often yielding surprisingly good results. Thus, he took the initiative to start a fire and assumed the responsibility of cooking. Upon seeing the campfire, Simon paused, lost in thought, her face flushing with an inexplicable warmth. Initially, she had been content to remain quietly in place, but now she felt restless, gesturing for Zhang Heng to scout the surrounding area. This was not a particularly good excuse. They had only recently departed from their base, and there still lay a considerable distance to the Soviet troops. Aside from the occasional deer leaping through the depths of the forest, there were likely no other creatures within a radius of several dozen miles. Yet, perhaps it was precisely this solitude that made Simon feel more awkward. Chapter 72. Welcome to the Mannerheim Line. 14. A night passed in silence. The following midday, Simon discovered traces left by the Soviet troops in the snow, indicating they had likely passed through the area the day before. The estimated number of soldiers ranged between 100 to 200, and the tracks of wagons in the snow suggested that they were likely equipped with heavy machine guns. As the two individuals glided on their skis throughout the afternoon, they finally drew near their objective just before sunset. The Soviet troops advanced at a sluggish pace, struggling to navigate the half-meter-thick snow, where both men and horses faced considerable hardship. At times, soldiers were required to push the carts themselves. The inclement weather and the incessant reports of casualties from the front lines had severely dampened the morale of the troops. They had long surpassed the originally designated combat duration of 16 days. If Zhang Heng recalled correctly, numerous Soviet units had been systematically annihilated by guerrilla forces. While their own achievements were scant, each contingent sent to the front now harbored trepidation. The morale in multinational operations typically lagged behind that of domestic engagements. Although the Soviets had attempted some degree of propaganda mobilization prior to the war, the results could only be deemed mediocre, especially following the recent purges. during which experienced mid-ranking officers had either been executed or exiled to Siberia to join the polar bears. The hastily promoted young officers were largely recent graduates from military academies, impeccable in loyalty, yet rigidly adhering to orders from above. They excelled in straightforward battles, but struggled to reassure their soldiers in complex situations such as the current one. Simon glanced through the binoculars a few times before passing them to Zhang Heng. The company beyond the lens was a quintessential Soviet infantry unit, comprising approximately 150 combatants. It was structured with 3 infantry platoons and a machine gun platoon, equipped with a dozen light machine guns, a pair of heavy machine guns, and peculiar shovel-like grenade launchers. Predominantly, the soldiers were armed with the steadfast M1891 Mosin Nagant, a mainstay of the Soviet forces due to its reliable performance. In terms of firepower, this contingent was formidable, particularly with the 2 Maxim heavy machine guns mounted on the carriage. Their theoretical rate of fire could reach 600 rounds per minute, potentially capable of striking aerial targets. Anxious that the reflection from the lens might betray their position, Zhang Heng refrained from prolonged observation, intending to retreat and wait for nightfall. However, Simon had already begun gathering snow in front of her. She gestured for him to withdraw first. Zhang Heng had trained with Simon for a week and thought he had a sufficient understanding of her marksmanship. Yet, upon discerning her intentions, even his usual composure faltered. The distance between them and the Soviet troops was estimated to exceed 700 meters. To put this into perspective, with iron sights, the front sight would appear larger than the target itself beyond 300 meters. Moreover, the visual recognition range for an average person is 500 meters. 700 meters defied conventional norms. In such circumstances, Zhang Heng was at a loss as to how a sniper could possibly execute a shot. Nevertheless, the cardinal principle on the battlefield is to have faith in one's comrades. Although momentarily taken aback by what he heard, Zhang Heng nodded in agreement. He discreetly retreated with both pairs of skis and the backpacks to a distance of approximately 1 li. Scarcely had he settled down when the sound of gunfire erupted. Immediately thereafter, a commotion ensued within the Soviet unit in the distance. Zhang Heng was unable to discern the precise details of the situation, but he could surmise the reaction of the Soviet soldiers. They would likely prostrate themselves without delay, and while returning blind fire, they would seek the sniper's location. Alas, even if they were to rack their brains, it was improbable that anyone would deduce that the bullet had been fired from over 700 meters away. This method of combat is devastating to morale, despite the fact that Simon was but a lone sniper, and the disparity in firepower between him and the opposing Soviet forces was astronomical, in the present situation of being passively attacked without being able to locate the enemy. The ferocity of one's own firepower would only amplify the sense of despair. Panic began to permeate the ranks, and it was not until 5 minutes later that the gunfire gradually ceased. However, a considerable number of Soviet soldiers continued to brandish their rifles, peering about with palpable nervousness. In the interim, some, owing to excessive tension, inadvertently wounded their comrades. Simon remained largely unchanged from before, save for a slight increase in the rapidity of his breathing. After spitting out the snow water he had been holding in his mouth, he signaled to Zhang Heng, the number 12. The girl had expended a total of 2 ammunition boxes, 30 rounds of ammunition, with an approximate hit rate of slightly over 1/3. This achievement should not be underestimated. Considering her range, it was sufficiently astonishing. Her primary target was the most menacing machine gun platoon. She had eliminated a substantial portion of 2 squads, 14 men in total, and in addition, she had struck an officer and several grenadiers. Thus, the curtain fell on the inaugural engagement of Zhang Heng's partisan existence. He remained a mere spectator, without firing a single shot, witnessing his partner's devastating prowess. Simon, on the other hand, appeared to have accomplished a trifling deed, his countenance devoid of any exhilaration, as if he were not the one who had calmly harvested lives while facing an enemy force 100-fold in size. With approximately half an hour remaining before the complete descent of night, the girl had no intention of squandering it. She exchanged positions with Zhang Heng and reiterated the previous sequence of events. The Soviet forces, for their part, were virtually helpless in the face of this. Numerically, they far surpassed the partisans, but a large-scale search would scatter their 100-odd men throughout the forest, rendering them vulnerable to piecemeal elimination. Furthermore, a disrupted formation would negate the advantage of their heavy weaponry. Of course, remaining clustered together was equally suicidal. This was, in essence, an intractable conundrum that plagued all Soviet commanders during the Winter War. Only a sniper can effectively counter a sniper. Regrettably, the Soviets had yet to recognize the significance of snipers at this juncture. It was only after incurring hundreds of thousands of casualties later in the war that they learned their lesson and began to vigorously bolster sniper training. The subsequent Great Patriotic War became a stage for the exploits of Soviet snipers, who engaged the Germans in the ruins of cities, tearing at each other. However, that is a tale for another time. Chapter 73. Welcome to the Mannerheim Line. 15. The two pre-sunset attacks thoroughly disconcerted the Soviet unit. However, this was not the end. The true nightmare commenced with the arrival of nightfall. The nocturnal visibility diminished considerably, rendering it arduous to detect the guerrillas concealed within the forest, thereby further attenuating the Soviet forces' firepower advantage. After an entire day's march, the majority of Soviet soldiers were famished. Customarily, at this juncture, the troops would commence kindling fires to prepare sustenance. However, with the spectral harbinger of death lurking nearby, and the still uncooled corpses of comrades as a grim reminder, none dared to ignite a flame. At this juncture, the commander's inexperience became glaringly apparent. He was utterly bereft of the knowledge of whether to fortify their position and await reinforcement, or to contrive a means of breaking through the encirclement. Coincidentally, additional Finnish guerrillas were arriving in succession, and soon another contingent launched an assault upon the ill-fated detachment, brandishing submachine guns. The Finnish guerrillas traversed the forest on skis with remarkable velocity, unleashing a fusillade upon the dispirited Soviet soldiers. Despite their modest numbers, approximately 20, they exhibited audaciousness, materializing abruptly and immediately expending their ammunition with unrestrained ferocity, catching the opposing force completely off guard. Furthermore, with the two machine gun squads neutralized by the actions of the sniper, the hastily appointed Soviet soldiers exhibited a palpable sluggishness in their response. By the time they managed to reorient their weapons, the guerrillas had exhausted the ammunition in their magazines, altered their trajectory, and once more glided towards the depths of the forest, skirting the Soviet lines. The Soviet forces' riposte was belated and ineffectual, resulting in only two of the rearguard guerrillas being struck. One was felled by a stray bullet to the head, tumbling directly from his skis, while another sustained a shoulder wound, faltering momentarily before ultimately escaping. On the other flank, Simon had also readied his rifle, seizing the chaos to commence her grim reaping. As the partisan charge concluded, she added 8 more souls to her tally, further eroding the morale of the opposing Soviet unit, which now teetered precariously on the brink of utter collapse. In a mere 3 minutes, the Soviet forces had suffered over 20 fatalities, in addition to approximately 30 wounded. Among these, 7 were rendered permanently combat ineffective, their survival until dawn a dubious prospect. The remaining, bandaged and patched, could still fight. Yet their hearts were heavy with dread as they listened to the agonizing cries of their fallen comrades, having just weathered a fierce assault. A moment when the enemy's nerves were stretched taut, the partisans refrained from launching another immediate offensive to prevent needless casualties. They lay cloaked within the forest, patient predators consuming their prey piece by piece. Despite the Soviet army's numerical and armament superiority to the white-clad partisans, they were nothing more than fish on a cutting board. Finland's proximity to the Arctic Circle, with its protracted nights, afforded the partisans ample time to feed, allowing them to easily devour a prey many times their size. Zhang Heng and Simon retreated to a secure location, where they even managed to partake in a supper, albeit one diminished in flavor due to the inability to light a fire. After a brief interlude, a robust figure on skis carved an elegant arc through the trees, scattering a myriad of snowflakes, before coming to a halt before the pair. He must have followed the trail of contact marks left by Simon to arrive here. Zhang Heng speculated that Weller was likely here to arrange the timing for the next offensive with the girl. However, he first showcased his skiing skills, then brandished his submachine gun at Zhang Heng with a provocative glance. Before Zhang Heng could react, Simon stood up, gripping his M28, resembling a small lion shielding someone. Weller's expression immediately soured. He hastily uttered a couple of words before gliding away on his skis. Zhang Heng's demeanor was somewhat peculiar. He noticed that the longer he spent with Simon, the stronger the sense of dissonance became. In truth, dealing with Weller, a simple-minded yet physically robust individual, was not particularly challenging. He was akin to Chung Chung, a person filled with malice, both embodying a youthful mentality that had scarcely matured. It was only later that Zhang Heng discovered Weller was actually married with 2 children. His feelings towards Simon were more akin to admiration and reverence. Witnessing his idol associating with such a dubious character left him feeling distinctly uncomfortable. Thus, the most prudent course of action was simply to do nothing, given time. He would quietly accept the reality before him, for confronting someone like Weller would only incite his rebellious nature. However, the girl had her good intentions, and Zhang Heng could hardly blame her, especially considering that she had previously lived with her grandfather in the mountains, expressing her likes and dislikes in a manner far more direct than the simple-minded Weller. Conversely, it was individuals like the female doctor, Maggie, who presented a greater challenge to Zhang Heng. He found himself utterly unable to decipher her thoughts. She possessed the qualities of a consummate performer, at times so convincing in her role that she herself seemed to succumb to its illusion. Consequently, Zhang Heng maintained a degree of wariness towards Maggie. 40 minutes later, the guerrilla force initiated their third offensive. The Finns employed another stratagem, refraining from a direct assault on the Soviet positions. Instead, 2 snipers commenced an initial attack, drawing the majority of the enemy fire. Subsequently, the guerrilla force emerged unexpectedly from another direction, catching their adversaries off guard once more. Meanwhile, Simo continued his steady performance, prioritizing the elimination of the enemy machine gunners. Even Zhang Heng surreptitiously discharged a few rounds. However, amidst the hail of bullets on the battlefield, and with targets significantly more distant than those he had encountered during training, he remained uncertain of the trajectory of his shots. It was only upon hearing the system's notification chime, successfully eliminated an enemy soldier, gaining 5 game points. Refer to the character panel for further information, that Zhang Heng realized he had struck a target. Whether it was the one he had aimed for remained a mystery. Chapter 74. Welcome to the Mannerheim Line, 16. Having suffered the loss of over 20 men, coupled with the death of their commanding officer, the morale of the Soviet unit prematurely collapsed. Some surrendered their weapons, begging for mercy on their knees, while others turned to flee. The guerrilla force delegated a small contingent to oversee those who had surrendered, while the remaining members dispersed, pursuing and eliminating the fleeing soldiers amidst the trees. Zhang Heng held little interest in such matters. However, he recognized that his inaugural battle served as his testament of loyalty. His attitude towards the Soviet soldiers would inevitably influence the guerrilla fighters' perception of him. Thus, he trailed behind, engaging in sporadic gunfire, primarily assisting in neutralizing those stubborn adversaries who continued to resist, while simultaneously honing his shooting skills amidst the fray. Half an hour later, the skirmish reached its definitive conclusion. Apart from 7 Soviet soldiers who fled into the depths of the mountains and vanished, the remainder were either captured or slain. This particular contingent of the Soviet army could be deemed utterly annihilated, with the guerrilla fighters incurring merely 2 fatalities, 1 severe injury, and 4 sustaining minor wounds. As the echoes of gunfire faded, Weiler commenced a thorough inspection of the battlefield, tallying and collecting the spoils of victory. A few guerrilla fighters, brimming with exhilaration, rummaged through the bodies, clearly having grown accustomed to such grim realities. In stark contrast, the captured Soviet soldiers wore expressions of unease, uncertain of the fate that awaited them. The Geneva Conventions stipulate explicit guidelines regarding the treatment of prisoners of war. Regrettably, the Soviet Union did not accede to these during World War II. In truth, even had they joined, it would have been of little consequence. Throughout his tenure in the guerrilla camp, Zhang Heng had never witnessed a prisoner. Given the limited resources of the guerrilla fighters, it was untenable to sustain captives, nor could they allocate personnel to escort these individuals to the rear amid ongoing hostilities. In this instance, there were nearly 40 prisoners, and escorting them would necessitate at least 4 or 5 guerrilla fighters, not to mention the need to manage the injured, contend with the potential encounter of other Soviet forces, and address the likelihood of prisoners attempting to escape or resist. Clearly, such an endeavor would yield more losses than gains. In fact, guerrilla fighters had already brought over 2 carts equipped with Maxim machine guns. Gazing at the ominous black muzzles, the Soviet soldiers crouched on the ground were instantly filled with panic. However, their weapons had been confiscated, and it was now too late for any resistance. Zhang Heng chose not to observe further. He refrained from touching the scattered firearms or the valuable items such as the watches worn by the captives. Instead, he silently filled his backpack with the rifle ammunition he had collected and then departed with Simon. After walking just a few steps, they heard the sound of machine gun fire erupting behind them, interspersed with the anguished cries of Soviet soldiers. However, this cacophony did not last long, and the forest soon returned to its tranquil state. Perhaps owing to the 2 previous battles encountered when first meeting Simon, Zhang Heng was not unfamiliar with such scenes of carnage. His demeanor defied the expectations of many, while his performance in the initial skirmish could not be deemed extraordinary. He certainly did not hinder the guerrilla fighters, maintaining a calm composure throughout and committing no significant errors. The morale in the camp was now soaring. Weller and several other young men, bare-chested in the biting cold, were engaged in an arm wrestling contest, while others gathered around, sipping drinks, cheering, and placing bets. Upon entering the wooden cabin he resided in, Zhang Heng discovered a newly constructed wooden bed, along with some personal items placed beside it. "What's this?" Not joining in. Maggie appeared at the door as if she were a specter, leaning against the wooden frame, lighting a cigarette. She had just finished suturing a wounded soldier's injury, her sleeves stained with blood, and nodded towards the exuberant guerrilla fighters outside. "Not today." Zhang Heng demurred politely, perhaps surmising that their days were numbered, that they would inevitably perish in the conflagration of war. "What's to fear?" Marge queried, flicking ash from her cigarette. "Isn't that the sentiment pervading all of Europe at present? Pray, only a simpleton would fail to discern the ultimate victor in this conflict. Albeit, that is a matter for the future, as we find ourselves embroiled in it. The paramount concern is to seize the moment and revel in it." Zhang Heng remained noncommittal, perhaps because he alone possessed prescience of the denouement, rendering it difficult for him to derive much elation from the impending triumph. Ultimately, his aims diverged from those of the Finns. He was indifferent to the war's outcome, preoccupied instead with the exigencies of survival amidst such a brutal milieu. "At all events," Marge continued, "Aki bade me convey his commendations on your performance." Marge gestured towards the sundry provisions arrayed on the bedside. "The partisans have always treated their own with generosity. As you have now joined our ranks, it is only fitting that you should not be left wanting. The initial intention was to have you reside with the others, but I perceive that you harbor a predilection for solitude. This arrangement suits me well enough. There is no need for relocation. Cohabitation with the guerrillas would prove unfulfilling, as mutual linguistic barriers would preclude meaningful interaction. He preferred the tranquility of his own company. Furthermore, Zhang Heng was wont to rise early for firearms practice and calisthenics, and disturbing others would only engender needless complications. Marge nodded in assent, offered a further word of encouragement, and then departed. For a sniper, distance often equates to security. Chapter 75. Welcome to the Mannerheim Line. 17. Zhang Heng had been lying on the vast, desolate snowfield for half an hour, cradling his M28 rifle, its stock pressed against his right shoulder. His fingers had turned a shade of red and swollen from the biting cold. Even with his customary composure, he could not help but question his ability to complete the day as training. This marked the 79th day since his arrival in this realm, well past the deadline for his mission. However, the additional 24 hours had extended his stay in this frigid landscape to a staggering 140 days. Time had just crossed the halfway mark, yet the silver lining was that the conclusion of this conflict was drawing near. At this juncture, Finland had managed to bewilder the Soviet forces, particularly in the pivotal confrontations at the Karelian Isthmus. The Red Army had persistently failed to breach the Mannerheim Line, which Finland had meticulously fortified over the course of many years, owing to their inability to ascertain the true strengths and weaknesses of the Finnish defenses. The Soviets had paid a heavy toll, capturing only a meager 2,060 kilometers of the Finnish forces' rear area. However, as January approached, the situation began to deteriorate rapidly. The Soviets established the Northwestern Front in the Karelian Isthmus, appointing Timoshenko as commander while he simultaneously held the position of frontline commander. He mobilized 2 army groups, comprising a total of 21 infantry divisions and 6 tank brigades, launching a fierce assault on the Mannerheim Line. Meanwhile, the Finnish forces found themselves outnumbered. Grappling with a shortage of heavy weaponry and the swift depletion of ammunition became increasingly apparent. This indeed represented the most perilous phase of the game he had ever encountered. The battlefield was rife with uncontrollable variables, and even the most prudent choices could still lead to an untimely demise. Nevertheless, the immense pressure also unleashed an unprecedented potential within him. Zhang Heng's skills in skiing and shooting improved rapidly, particularly the latter, which ascended to level 1 in less than a month. At this rate, he might very well reach level 2 in a month's time. Currently, his sniping accuracy at a distance of 200 meters has reached an impressive success rate of over 80%. However, his most significant advancement lies not in range, but in the overall enhancement of his sniping prowess and battlefield intuition, thanks to Simon's guidance. They are presently engaged in training focused on observational skills. Simon had captured 5 weasels using traps. These slender creatures bear a striking resemblance to mice. The girl marked them before releasing them, and Zhang Heng must eliminate 3 to complete the training. These small animals, cloaked in pure white fur, are exceedingly difficult to discern against the snow and are quite astute. After half an hour, Zhang Heng had only managed to locate and shoot 1, while the remaining 4 seemed to have vanished entirely, leading him to suspect they might have escaped the area. 10 minutes later, he finally spotted a small head peeking out from a snowbank, yet the distance between them was considerable. Zhang Heng, unwilling to wait any longer for fear the creature would disappear again, pulled the trigger. However, the rigidity in his fingers evidently compromised his shooting accuracy. The shot missed its target, and the startled weasel swiftly burrowed back into the snow, vanishing from sight. Zhang Heng shook his head, stowing away his rifle and relinquishing this training session. He observed Simon lost in thought by the campfire. Over the past week, the guerrilla forces had also taken a respite, as hostilities in other regions had largely subsided. Now, they awaited the resolution of the Karelian Isthmus, or more precisely, whether Finland could endure until international assistance arrived. The British and French had pledged to dispatch an expeditionary force to combat in Finland. However, Sweden and Norway had resolutely declined the Allies' request for passage, while Germany had explicitly expressed its disinterest in engaging in the Soviet-Finnish War or mediating the conflict. Within Finland, sentiments regarding the timely arrival of reinforcements and their capacity to withstand the Soviet offensive had begun to turn pessimistic. Concurrently, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had been negotiating with the Soviet Union in search of a potential ceasefire, yet the harsh conditions proposed by the Soviets were difficult to accept. Now in February, as time progressed and the weather began to warm, the situation on the front would inevitably become increasingly unfavorable. Zhang Heng could swiftly dismiss these matters from his mind, as he did not belong to either side of the conflict. However, for Simon, the impending defeat of her nation and the looming threat of annihilation must have stirred a different kind of sentiment within her heart. Thus, he sought alternative ways to uplift the girl's spirits. A precise counter from a top sniper struck Zhang Heng in the chest, but at that moment, his own double shot reached its mark. Simon evaded the first bullet, but was hit by the second in the neck, snow cascading into her collar, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Yet, this only ignited her competitive spirit further. Snowflakes danced and twirled in the air, and for this fleeting moment, Simon momentarily forgot the scars and anguish inflicted by war. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow, inquiring if something was amiss. The situation at the Karelian Isthmus was dire. The Soviet forces had breached the first line of defense. There were whispers that the higher-ups were prepared to concede to the Soviet demands, heralding the imminent end of the conflict. Aki wished to converse with you. I wonder if you are available. Chapter 76. Welcome to the Mannerheim line, 18. Zhang Heng donned his attire and followed the female doctor to the quarters of the lieutenant with the small mustache, who was engaged in slicing a cigar with a small knife. Upon noticing the visitor, he beamed widely, exclaiming, "Welcome, friend of the Finnish people, champion of freedom, my comrade of yellow skin." Zhang Heng settled into a chair opposite him. Over the past 2 months, his interactions with the guerrilla commander had been sparse. The last time he occupied this seat was shortly after his arrival at the camp. During that encounter, the commander had uttered only a few words before departing, leaving the female doctor to communicate with him. This time, however, for reasons unknown, the lieutenant had specifically summoned him. The lieutenant set aside the sliced cigar and retrieved a bottle of vodka from beneath the table, which had been seized during a guerrilla ambush on a Soviet supply convoy transporting military provisions. It had already been half consumed, though a remaining portion was still available. Maggie produced 3 glasses, filling them in turn. The mustachioed lieutenant raised one, saying, "I have long desired to express my gratitude for all you have done these past 2 months, standing shoulder to shoulder with us in the most trying of times, helping us defend our nation. It is regrettable that you are not a true Finnish soldier, for your performance would have earned you considerable military honors." Zhang Heng drank his vodka in unison, patiently awaiting the lieutenant's subsequent remarks. Before long, the mustachioed lieutenant continued, "You are likely aware that the war is drawing to a close. Have you considered your plans once the hostilities cease?" Zhang Heng had roughly calculated that he had about a month remaining until the definitive cessation of hostilities. To date, he had accumulated 23 points, stemming from his initial discovery of the guerrilla stronghold, the elimination of an enemy soldier, the subsequent destruction of a tank with a Molotov cocktail, the slaying of an enemy officer, and even the acquisition of 10 spent bullet casing lighters. an inexplicably bizarre accomplishment. The primary mission of surviving 20 days within Finland had long been fulfilled. Therefore, in theory, he no longer needed to remain there. If circumstances permitted, Zhang Heng was rather inclined to visit England or the United States, particularly the latter. During World War II, the United States was a relatively secure nation, primarily engaged in overseas combat, with its homeland largely spared from attack. This, of course, hinged on the guerrillas' willingness to release him. Now that the war was nearing its end, the guerrillas seemed to have no further justification for detaining him. The mustachioed lieutenant and the female physician exchanged a glance before he set down his cup, a cigar now clenched between his teeth. Having fought alongside each other, I'll dispense with formalities. We've always regarded you as one of our own, someone to be trusted implicitly. Regrettably, it seems some quarters don't share that sentiment. What do you mean? The lieutenant ignited his cigar, carefully choosing his words. You were observed by soldiers responsible for supplying munitions to the guerrillas during your last visit to the encampment. Some are apprehensive that you possess too much knowledge and might divulge sensitive information upon your departure. Such as? The female physician accepted the proffered cigar, taking a delicate puff. For instance, the methods employed by the guerrillas in handling prisoners of war. We merely did what was necessitated by the circumstances, but such matters, if disseminated, could engender unfavorable international publicity, particularly now, given the delicate negotiations between the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Soviets. The lieutenant withdrew a pistol from his pocket, aiming it at Zhang Heng, instantly ratcheting up the tension in the room. However, after a moment, he placed the weapon on the table. The encouraging aspect is that we know the kind of man you are. Speaking for myself, I trust you implicitly not to speak out of turn. Therefore, our immediate task is straightforward, to persuade those who distrust you to share our confidence. The lieutenant said leisurely. What else do you want me to do? Assassinate Timoshenko. However, Zhang Heng's inner state was not as composed as he projected. He recognized that he had indeed committed a grave error. This was not akin to playing a game on a computer. Upon aligning with a faction, one became an integral part of it. His complexion and unverifiable past destined him to be genuinely trusted by neither side. He had been acutely aware of this from the outset. The guerrillas were merely exploiting him to combat the Soviets. Nevertheless, he too had needed to join a side to endure this arduous war. Thus, strictly speaking, the relationship between them was one of mutual benefit. Yet, as the situation evolved, his relationship with the guerrillas subtly shifted, from initial necessity to present-day encumbrance. He was not entirely oblivious to this, but because their interactions had been relatively amicable, he had believed that his contributions to the guerrillas would suffice to secure his freedom after the war. However, it now appeared that this was merely wishful thinking. The mustachioed lieutenant smiled. Rest assured, we are reasonable individuals and would not send you to your death gratuitously. In reality, what I require of you is quite simple, effortless for you. Upon completion, our grievances shall be expunged, and you shall be free to go wherever you please. The female doctor exhaled a smoke ring, her expression momentarily complex. It was the first time Zhang Heng had witnessed hesitation on her face. After a brief pause, Maggie resumed. Did you know that the child was not originally named Simon? Zhang Heng furrowed his brow, unsure why Maggie had abruptly shifted the topic to Simon. The female doctor continued undeterred, stating that the nation had reached its nadir, requiring a unifying hero more than ever. They could either patiently await the emergence of such a figure or, more prudently, fabricate one themselves. Maggie's countenance was peculiar, bearing a semblance of mockery intertwined with reverence. The authentic Simo resided in a nondescript hamlet called Rotjarvi, a place of little consequence, much like his own existence there. He was a farmer, occasionally venturing into the mountains for hunting, so unremarkable that he eluded attention altogether, allowing for the embellishment of his past at will. Chapter 77. The Mannerheim line welcomes you. 19. I am perplexed as to why it is necessary to fabricate another Simo when one already exists. Given the child's marksmanship, she could ascend to heroism on her own merit. Why resort to appropriating an unrelated identity? Not one, the female doctor retorted, taking another puff of her cigar. What? Zhang Heng inquired, furrowing his brow. The fabricated Simos are not singular, she clarified. They enlisted 4 individuals, all highly skilled, comprising 3 snipers and 1 submachine gunner. These 4, concealing their identities, operated under the same moniker, effectively creating quadruple insurance. Together, they forged the legend of Simo, history's most illustrious sniper. He is omnipresent, a specter haunting the battlefield, The most steadfast comrade, the White Death dreaded by the Soviet populace, an indomitable legend of war, inspiring millions of Finnish citizens and soldiers. However, to be more precise, there are actually only 3 Simons, as one perished shortly after the conflict commenced, and the lore surrounding him is scant. Another was tragically taken down by a Soviet machine gunner just last month. But what of the true Simon? Is he aware of these events? It no longer matters. He answered the call to join the military last October, and during training, he heroically shielded his comrades by leaping onto a grenade. Had it not been for this act, the plan would not have come to fruition. Meanwhile, Maggie repeatedly flicked the lighter in her hand, revealing her growing agitation. Now that the war has concluded, only 2 Simons remain in this world. Those who originally devised this plan surely could not have anticipated such an outcome. Zhang Heng remarked, indeed, after the war, there was supposed to be a fair opportunity for the survivors. At the very least, they could wield their weapons to determine their fates. However, an unforeseen complication has arisen. What complication? Among the last 2 remaining, one is a child, and the other, a submachine gunner, who was struck by a dum-dum bullet during an assault 2 days ago. Miraculously, he survived the surgery, but somehow the news leaked, and reporters from various nations flocked to the hospital, where he publicly declared his identity. The female physician's countenance betrayed a hint of resignation. I could, in truth, comprehend the rationale behind his decision. The child's prowess was, by all accounts, the most formidable among the quartet, and having sustained such grievous injuries, their chances against him were virtually non-existent. So, you now intend to abandon her? We are bereft of alternatives. As matters stand, we must collaborate with that individual to perpetuate this charade, even to the extent of rectifying the lacunae in his fabrications. Zhang Heng fixed his gaze upon Maggie, maintaining it for a protracted half-minute. To engender my belief in your assertions, you must first elucidate why a British volunteer within a guerrilla faction would possess such manifestly classified information. This time, it was Maggie who fell silent. I previously prevaricated with you. I was indeed raised in England, but my father is of Finnish descent, and furthermore, he holds a high-ranking position within the military. This plan was originally conceived by me. I personally recruited them. I desired to witness the genesis of a legend firsthand, which is why I accompanied them here. As for Aki, he was dispatched by the military to safeguard me. Maggie appeared somewhat exasperated. She stood by the window, adopting the same posture as during their initial encounter. Arms crossed, gazing out. Zhang Heng suddenly discerned what had been causing her anxiety at that juncture. She must have discovered, in her interactions with Simon, that she found it challenging to maintain an equitable affection for all 4 individuals, which rendered her incapable of sustaining impartiality. In the final analysis, we are all mortals. I genuinely cared for that child, even to the point of contemplating whether to secretly eliminate the other candidates. However, at that time, the war was still ongoing, and I was uncertain if she would survive. Considering my position, I couldn't take unnecessary risks, especially after the second person died. Moreover, the final rules were indeed advantageous to the child, but the subsequent events were unforeseen. So, you find yourself unable to act and wish to enlist my aid in resolving this predicament? Henry's gaze settled upon the pistol on the table. But why not simply let her go? You know the child. You should realize she wouldn't concern herself with becoming a hero. I conceived the plan, but I am not its executor. Maggie held her cigar, oblivious as the ash fell onto her pajamas. In this matter, I wield some influence, but not absolute control. Strictly speaking, my duties concluded upon completing the recruitment. Subsequent events are my personal affairs. I cannot alter what has transpired, nor can I amend the final decisions from above. She paused, then continued, that child trusts you, which is why I've decided to confide in you. To have you personally see her off is the last thing I can do for her. I've heard there's a beautiful lake in the northwest. Perhaps, once everything is over, we could go there to fish. The female doctor finally concluded what she had to say that evening. I have no choice in this matter, do I? Henry, without much hesitation, seized the pistol from the table. Marge stood with her back to him, maintaining her silence. Zhang Heng did not linger any further. He had asked all he needed to ask. Subsequently, he rose and departed from the lieutenant's dwelling, making his way towards Simon's cabin. However, just before exiting, he offered the female doctor a word of gratitude. The guerrilla encampment was unusually tranquil that evening. Even Ohejuo, who was fond of stargazing by the kitchen entrance, was absent. Yet, the entire camp was brilliantly illuminated, with kerosene lamps adorning nearly every wooden hut. Zhang Heng refrained from glancing toward the distant forest. He concealed the pistol within his sleeve and used his other hand to knock on the door, perhaps due to the female doctor's habitual aversion to carrying keys. Simon was not surprised by the late-night visitor. It was only upon opening the door and seeing Zhang Heng standing outside that a hint of astonishment crossed her face. Thereafter, she was seized by the collar and forcefully thrown to the ground. Both of them tumbled into the cabin. Uncharacteristically, Simon offered no resistance, merely lying on the floor, gazing serenely at Zhang Heng, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Indeed, as the female doctor had suggested, if trust could be quantified, Simon's trust in Zhang Heng would undoubtedly be at its zenith. Zhang Heng sighed. At this moment, merely drawing the pistol concealed in his sleeve and firing a shot into the girl's heart would bring an end to everything. However, he did not act. Zhang Heng scoured his meager Finnish lexicon, only to find himself at a loss for the term betrayal. Ultimately, he could only gaze into Simon's eyes and utter, "Trust me." Ultimately, his gaze fell upon the bed of the female doctor, which, along with the cabinet, was the only conceivable location for concealing items. Chapter 78. Welcome to the Mannheim Line. The sudden crack of gunfire shattered the stillness of the night within the small cabin. Moments later, the tranquil woods in the distance finally stirred, as several masked individuals wielding submachine guns emerged from the thicket. Clad in white camouflage, they bore no military insignia and silently advanced toward the cabin. However, awaiting them was the imposing muzzle of a gun. Zhang Heng was astonished to discover that the female doctor had concealed a dismantled Maxim machine gun beneath her bed, revealing a level of madness beyond his expectations. Nonetheless, in this moment, her insanity proved to be advantageous. Zhang Heng exhibited remarkable patience, waiting until the shadowy figures drew near the cabin door before pulling the trigger. Bullets erupted from the chamber, forming a torrent of flame. The 5 individuals outside were evidently on guard against the possibility of an ambush. Yet, even if their imaginations were tenfold more vivid, they would never have guessed that such a formidable weapon lay hidden within the cabin. The overwhelming firepower instantaneously obliterated any chance of resistance, as the 5 assailants were mercilessly shredded by the onslaught of metallic projectiles. Alas, while the heavy machine gun proved formidable, its ammunition consumption was staggering. A single volley depleted the entire cache beneath the medic's cot, and its unwieldy nature precluded portability. Having neutralized the initial threat, Zhang Heng was compelled to abandon it, resorting to his sidearm to extinguish the kerosene lamp suspended from the eaves. Scarcely had he accomplished this when the second wave of assault materialized. Projectiles, unleashed from the forest depths, rained upon the cabin's wooden structure, effortlessly piercing the flimsy walls. Fortunately, Simon had preemptively overturned the beds, utilizing them as makeshift barricades. Though still perplexed by the enemy's sudden emergence, the girl recognized the gravity of their predicament. She clutched her M28, her teeth clenched as she swiftly loaded cartridges from the leather bandolier. This tempestuous barrage persisted for approximately 3 minutes, leaving the interior in disarray, riddled with bullet holes. The tableware lay shattered upon the floor. Were it not for the protective barrier afforded by the beds, their fate would likely have mirrored that of the fragmented glass. Simon accounted for 3 of the assailants with his marksmanship, while Zhang Heng contributed 2 shots, his unfamiliarity with the pistol proving a hindrance. However, they soon faced an even more ferocious counteroffensive. A cacophony of gunfire erupted from all directions, the bullets surging like a relentless tide, threatening to engulf the humble cabin entirely. Strictly speaking, Zhang Heng had been outmaneuvered by Maggie. The reason the woman was willing to divulge the entirety of Simon's situation to him was not merely out of benevolence. Rather, it served to sever his escape routes. The doctor believed that with Zhang Heng's intellect, he would undoubtedly grasp the implications of knowing such confidential information. Even if he contemplated the notion of eliminating Simon, it was unlikely he would be able to exit the camp unscathed. Thus, Zhang Heng remarked that he had never truly possessed a choice in this matter. Nevertheless, he ultimately expressed gratitude towards Maggie, for he understood that in this particular instance, detachment was nearly impossible for him. He questioned whether, upon comprehending the entire situation, he could genuinely decide to abandon Simon and flee. Moreover, he retained a hidden advantage. Within his pocket lay the wooden sculpture, quietly nestled. He could potentially employ the guise of a shadow to slip away from the cabin. Yet, the night was devoid of moonlight, and his range of movement was confined to the area illuminated by the kerosene lamp, presenting a considerable challenge. It would not be easy to dash into the forest and circle behind those individuals. However, If circumstances continued to deteriorate, he would find himself with no alternative. Just as Zhang Heng's fingers delved deep into his pocket to grasp the wooden sculpture, the sound of gunfire suddenly intensified. This time, however, the gunfire did not emanate solely from the woods. A significant number of shots rang out from within the camp itself. Amidst the barrage of a light machine gun, Zhang Heng observed Weller, now with a solitary arm, charging forth. He brandished his submachine gun, unleashing a tempest of fire into the woodland. Concurrently, the limping Ojito upended a table, placed his rifle upon it, and engaged in a spirited exchange with their concealed adversaries. The remaining guerrillas likewise sprang into action. Seizing the moment, Zhang Heng propelled himself through the dilapidated rear wall, escorting Simon from the cabin. Scarcely had they emerged when a whistle pierced the air, succeeded by a guerrilla fighter tossing Zhang Heng a submachine gun, gesturing before rejoining the fray. Since the onset of hostilities, the camp's denizens had dwindled from a peak of over 40 to a mere dozen, the majority having perished in battle. This attrition, however, had forged an indomitable unity among the survivors. Despite explicit orders to remain indoors, the assault on Simon's abode had galvanized them into action, an unforeseen development for both factions. Notwithstanding their unwavering morale, the guerrillas were numerically disadvantaged. Their initial salvo had momentarily disoriented the forest-bound assailants, who swiftly regrouped, launching a coordinated counterattack. Despite remaining concealed, their prowess was undeniable. Save for their initial vulnerability to the heavy machine gun, their subsequent maneuvers were characterized by seamless teamwork and disciplined execution, leading to casualties among the guerrilla ranks. Amidst the pervasive gunfire engulfing the encampment, a vast majority were rendered directionless, their escape routes uncertain. However, this predicament posed no quandary for Zhang Heng. In prior discourse with Maggie, she had subtly intimated that the northwestern quadrant harbored a chink in the encirclement, representing their sole avenue of survival. Together, Zhang Heng and Simon extinguished the kerosene lamps suspended in various corners, plunging the camp into an inky blackness. Given the night's limited visibility, distant figures were reduced to mere indistinct silhouettes. The duo found themselves approximately 70 meters from the northwestern forest edge, yet a mere 40 meters from the western perimeter, with a storage room interposed between them. Consequently, Zhang Heng favored an initial foray into the forest from the west, followed by a subsequent turn towards the northwest. However, this plan hinged on the prerequisite of neutralizing the gunmen concealed on the western flank. Having acquired a rifle, Zhang Heng holstered his previously utilized pistol. He and Simon, positioned to the left and right respectively, adopted prone shooting stances on the snowy ground. After a brief interlude, the individuals lurking within the woods, unable to restrain themselves, retaliated against Weller's frenzied barrage. Yet, the instant their gunfire illuminated their positions, Zhang Heng and Simon seized the fleeting opportunity. 2 shots rang out, and a figure within the forest collapsed. Simon, undeterred, swiftly adjusted his aim, and with a display of formidable observational prowess and memory, dispatched the remaining assailant. However, at that juncture, Weller was also struck by a bullet. Fortunately, it seemed the assailants in the forest did not intend to kill him, as he was only hit in the lower leg. Recognizing that further delay was untenable, Zhang Heng, along with Simon, dashed towards the storage room. Immediately thereafter, their movements were detected, and a portion of the attackers' firepower was diverted to suppress their advance, effectively blocking their path. At this critical moment, Simon gestured, proposing to draw the enemy's attention, thereby creating an opportunity for Zhang Heng to escape. However, the latter vehemently refused. Given that the group's primary objective was Simon, he could not abandon the girl in such dire circumstances. He preferred to remain and confront the adversaries, despite the slim odds of prevailing in a direct confrontation. Even if they were to emerge victorious, the partisan group would likely suffer irreparable losses. As the duo found themselves temporarily trapped, Weller, who was lying on the ground, suddenly erupted with renewed vigor. Despite being shot in the lower leg, he did not falter. Instead, he was spurred by an indomitable ferocity. Fortuitously, he was near the body of a fallen masked assailant, which he used as a shield. He retrieved the assailant's submachine gun, which still contained ammunition, and unleashed a second round of frenzied gunfire into the forest. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Heng and Simon hastened towards the silver birch forest, bullets trailing closely behind them like the scythe of death. Those fleeting 3 seconds felt as interminable as 3 centuries. Both exerted every ounce of strength in their frantic flight, nearing the sanctuary of the woods when an unexpected twist unfolded. Initially, only 3 assailants had been firing from the western side of the trees, yet none anticipated the existence of a 4th gunman lurking within, positioned alarmingly close to them. Regardless of the chaos outside, this individual had remained motionless until now, finally revealing his sinister intent. At such a close range, the possibility of a miss was virtually non-existent. The masked figure raised his submachine gun, but simultaneously, Simon unslung her rifle from her back. There was no time to aim. No moment to steady her breath or refine her shooting stance. She could only squeeze the trigger while in motion. The gunfire erupted, and in the next instant, the masked assailant's pupils constricted sharply, his form frozen at the precipice of pulling the trigger, before he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Regrettably, there was no respite for the 2 survivors to catch their breath. The cacophony of gunfire persisted around them. Uncertain of the identities of those who had fled into the forest, some of the masked assailants began encircling the area, while others continued their standoff against the guerrillas. Having retrieved the submachine gun from the deceased's grasp and procuring several boxes of ammunition for contingency, Zhang Heng, accompanied by Simon, veered northwestward. Presuming Maggie's veracity, the northwestern quadrant should represent the most attenuated segment of the encirclement. Nonetheless, this did not preclude the presence of sentinels. Chastened by the preceding incident, a heightened degree of circumspection became imperative for the duo. While the arboreal environment facilitated concealment, it concomitantly augmented the potential for ambush. Simon remained uninformed as to the precise nature of the circumstances. Notably, upon unveiling the visage of one of the masked assailants, she evinced a palpable surprise, discovering the individual to be of shared nationality. It then dawned on Zhang Heng that a lack of linguistic concordance was not invariably disadvantageous, as it obviated the necessity for him to personally convey to Simon the perfidy of her nation. The pair did not linger in situ for an extended duration. After gathering arms and munitions, they proceeded deeper into the sylvan expanse, encountering 3 discrete contingents of adversaries en route. However, these were primarily isolated individuals, or at most, dyads. Simon, endowed with an exceptional auditory and visual acuity, invariably detected their adversaries preemptively, thereby ensuring swift conclusions to each engagement. Progressing further, Zhang Heng discerned a palpable diminution in the impediments encountered, corroborating Maggie's veracity. Ergo, their imminent breach of the defensive perimeter seemed probable. Abruptly, a cacophony of voices reverberated throughout the forest, shattering the relative quiet. Although Zhang Heng couldn't comprehend the specifics of their discourse, he distinctly perceived a shift in Simone's demeanor. She came to an abrupt halt, ceasing her advance. Zhang Heng surmised that their ploy involved an attempt to tarnish his reputation, fabricating a scenario where he was the target of a capture operation, thereby coercing Simone into aligning with them under the guise of national allegiance. The irony was palpable, given that her homeland had already betrayed her, yet they were now weaving falsehoods to exploit her loyalty. Had he possessed the ability to communicate with Simone in Finnish, he could have unveiled the truth. However, they were acutely aware of his linguistic limitations, exploiting his inability to understand. While Zhang Heng's lexicon wasn't entirely deficient, and he could have mustered a few words, they had undoubtedly anticipated such an attempt, and his halting explanations would only amplify suspicion. Thus, Zhang Heng opted for silence, having voiced his perspective in the confines of that room. Now, it rested upon Simone to discern the truth. Despite the escalating peril with each passing second, Zhang Heng refrained from urging her. They stood in contemplative silence amidst the night, until the rustling of footsteps disrupted the stillness. Unexpectedly, Simone raised her rifle once more and decisively discharged it, felling a figure in the distant thicket. Evidently, she placed greater trust in her comrade than in the unfamiliar individuals. Women can sometimes be utterly unreasonable creatures. No amount of logic can surpass their own instinct. Chapter 80. Welcome to the Mannheim Line. The sounds of gunfire and shouts gradually faded, disappearing completely after approximately 2 hours. Zhang Heng preliminarily concluded that they had likely breached the opposing line. The duo arrived at the lakeside mentioned by Dr. Maggie, where they discovered an unattended small wooden boat near the shore. With this vessel, Zhang Heng and Simon could finally elude their pursuers, free from the fear of being tracked by scent or footprints. However, just as Zhang Heng was about to board the boat, he was unexpectedly tackled to the ground by Simon, as a bullet struck the girl's shoulder. Simon let out a muffled groan. Having endured numerous battles together, their reflexes were sharp, seizing the moment while the adversary was reloading. They quickly dispersed and sought refuge behind separate birch trees. The second bullet was perilously close to someone's ear. Zhang Heng was drenched in cold sweat, without Simon's prompting. He realized they had finally encountered a formidable opponent. The previous skirmishes had seemed perilous, yet they primarily showcased the ferocity of the enemy's firepower in true one-on-one combat. They had consistently maintained the upper hand. This group's coordination and discipline were commendable, though their individual capabilities fell short of expectations, comparable perhaps to that of a guerrilla unit. Yet they paled in comparison to Simon, and even Zhang Heng felt quite confident in a one-on-one confrontation. However, it was clear that the individuals they faced this time did not belong to that category. Judging from the preceding couple of shots, the adversary's prowess, while perhaps not surpassing Simon's, is nearly on par with hers. This individual is a formidable opponent, an asset to any military unit. Under normal circumstances, this would be manageable. However, Simon's injury sustained while rescuing Zhang Heng, specifically to her gun-wielding right arm, complicates matters. While her left hand is trained to shoot, it lacks the speed and precision of her right, a potentially fatal disadvantage in a contest of this caliber. Zhang Heng recognized that they had reached a critical juncture. Given the current visibility in the woods, his trump card, Shadow of the Hour, was rendered unusable. Should the adversary maintain this standoff while summoning reinforcements, their situation would become exceedingly precarious. Yet, for reasons unknown, the figure concealed in the darkness refrained from doing so. Following the two gunshots, the forest lapsed back into silence, as if nothing had transpired. A gentle breeze stirred, with only the small wooden boat by the lake continuing its serene dance upon the water. Zhang Heng observed blood seeping through Simon's fingers. She frowned slightly, enduring the pain silently, but the impact of the shot was undeniably significant. Her right hand was likely temporarily incapacitated. Zhang Heng inhaled deeply, gesturing for the girl to relax. In the past, Simon had always been the one to step forward in such situations, but this time, Zhang Heng knew it was his turn to take the lead. He retrieved the wooden carving from his pocket and cautiously extended it. Instantly, gunfire erupted in the forest as the sniper concealed across from them unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. The projectile discharged from the firearms chamber, precisely striking the segment of wood carving that protruded. Zhang Heng clenched his fist with considerable force, preventing the carving from slipping from his grasp. However, based solely on this information, Zhang Heng could only vaguely ascertain the adversary's approximate location. Imprudently exposing himself would offer scant prospect of success. A substantial disparity in marksmanship existed between the two combatants. Only by pinpointing the opponent's precise position could he hope for a modicum of opportunity. Consequently, Zhang Heng retrieved a previously confiscated lighter fashioned from a shell casing, employing it in the same manner. The adversary exhibited no restraint, this time dislodging the shell casing lighter from his grasp. Zhang Heng remained unperturbed. Immediately, he produced a third item. This time, the opposing sniper had learned from experience, anticipating Zhang Heng's intentions and remaining completely unmoved, impervious to any enticement. Zhang Heng was merely capitalizing on the adversary's unfamiliarity with advanced technology. The preceding two instances had been mere feints. This time, he directly activated the video recording mode on his phone, brazenly recording for 2 minutes, culminating in a quadruple burst of flashes from the strobe. This maneuver ultimately revealed the adversary's hiding place. The opponent's preparations were thorough, donning camouflage attire and shielding himself with withered branches and accumulated snow, seamlessly blending into the surroundings. Without meticulous observation, detection would prove nearly impossible. Alas, he was ultimately exposed by the 12-megapixel Leica lens. Nevertheless, the ensuing moments would prove truly perilous. Aware of their numerical advantage, Zhang Heng surmised that their adversary would be unable to discern the source of the impending attack, thus necessitating a division of their attention. However, upon closer inspection of the photograph, Zhang Heng detected a palpable sense of exhilaration and anticipation in the sniper's countenance, indicative of one relishing the thrill of hunting perilous prey. Zhang Heng suddenly comprehended the sniper's reticence in summoning reinforcements. He was lying in wait for his quarry, eager to engage in a solitary hunt. The pride inherent in a master marksman forbade him from seeking external assistance. Zhang Heng, possessing a degree of self-awareness, recognized that he was not the sniper's intended target. Rather, it was Simon, the embodiment of the White Death. Thus, the initial shot fired near the lake was intended to eliminate Zhang Heng, thereby clearing the stage for the impending duel. However, The shot inadvertently struck Simon. Nevertheless, the sniper's focus remained predominantly on Simon. Zhang Heng gestured to the girl, who nodded in acknowledgement, releasing her injured shoulder and gripping her rifle. Despite being unable to observe the sniper's position, Zhang Heng deduced that their breathing had quickened, signaling the advent of the decisive moment. In the ensuing instant, a dark silhouette emerged from behind the tree. The prone sniper's eyes widened, their face flushed with excitement. Prey? No, a ruse. Their minds swiftly processed the information, discerning within a fraction of a second that it was merely an article of clothing. Despite realigning their rifle, they managed to restrain themselves from pulling the trigger at the critical moment. Meanwhile, he became utterly exhilarated. Since Simon had taken action, it indicated that she was undoubtedly preparing to counterattack. And now that he had seen through her ruse, it implied that he had gained the upper hand. However, his pupils instinctively contracted as Simon did not emerge from her concealment behind the white birch tree. Rather, it was Zhang Heng who rolled away from his cover on the opposite side. At this moment, the nameless sniper committed a grave error, still believing that Simon's position was the primary attack point, while the earlier distraction and Zhang Heng's appearance were merely diversions. Consequently, he failed to pivot his weapon in time. This miscalculation stemmed from his unwavering confidence in his chosen hiding spot, convinced that no one could ascertain his precise location so swiftly, leading to a fleeting moment of hesitation. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng swiftly raised his rifle, his composure remarkably steady. The time-consuming tasks of aiming and stabilizing his position were executed almost instinctively, as he had thoroughly familiarized himself with the adversary's hiding place through photographs and videos. As he knelt, his rifle naturally pointed toward the nameless sniper's position, and the latter reacted promptly, instinctively redirecting his weapon upon sensing danger. A sound reached Zhang Heng's ears, yet his heightened focus rendered him unable to discern it. Both men squeezed the triggers nearly simultaneously. However, one bullet grazed the target's cheek, while the other pierced the opponent's brainstem with deadly accuracy. Chapter 81. Welcome to the Mannerheim line. And, 2 months later, at an inconspicuous small farm on the Finnish-Russian border, 67-year-old Greta was the owner of the farm. Her husband and only son had perished in the ravages of war, while her daughter had married and moved to America. Over a month ago, she had kindly taken in 2 guests seeking refuge. Upon learning that they had nowhere else to go, she warmly invited them to stay. Coincidentally, the farm was in need of extra hands, so they settled in, and to outsiders, Greta merely claimed that the 2 were relatives from the American side, a statement subtly corroborated by Zhang Heng's fluent English. As for Simon, she continued to be rather reticent, but as time passed, her somewhat reserved demeanor was gradually accepted by those around her. Both had discarded their weapons along the way, and Simon's shoulder wound had been treated by a local physician. She had no close relatives. Her only grandfather had passed away the previous year, leaving her with little to bind her to the past. After the battle by the lake, Zhang Heng initially intended to take the girl to America. However, upon reflection, he realized the impracticality of such a plan. The distance between America and Finland was vast, and it would not be easily traversed in a short time. Moreover, Simon's command of English was rather basic, making it more sensible to remain in Sweden, which bordered Finland. The former was once a principality of the latter, and among the Finnish people, a considerable number are proficient in Swedish. In such quaint villages nestled along the border, the majority of residents are bilingual, and Greta is one of them. At least in this setting, Simon encounters no barriers to communication. Greta's grandmother serves everyone a hearty bowl of fish soup, and Simon expresses his gratitude in Finnish, just as he has done every previous night. The 3 of them enjoy dinner in a harmonious atmosphere before bidding each other goodnight. The following morning, Greta rises early to prepare food for the 2, placing it in a basket. Simon does not don his usual hunting attire. Instead, he deliberately changes into a floral dress, originally made by the elder for her daughter. The garment appears somewhat small on Simon, who seems slightly unaccustomed to this attire. With a beaming smile, Greta hands over the picnic basket and wishes them a delightful outing. Zhang Heng takes the basket and embraces the elder, saying goodbye to Greta. "Farewell, dear child," she replies, waving from the doorway. The 2 young men resemble a couple heading out for a picnic as Zhang Heng rides his bicycle, carrying Simon through the fields of the farm, past the town square, and the hospital adorned with blood donation advertisements, all while soaking in the exotic scenery around them. The winter war has temporarily subsided, yet the flames of conflict across the European continent have only just ignited. Sweden, maintaining its status as a neutral nation, stands as one of the few countries spared from the devastation of this calamity, emerging as a sanctuary amid the turmoil of the Second World War. Having dismounted his bicycle on a grassy expanse just outside the town, Zhang Heng and his companion ascended a gentle slope, picnic basket in tow, where they were met with a vista of flowers stretching before them. Zhang Heng was unacquainted with the nomenclature of the delicate white blossoms below. He recalled that Finland's national flower was purportedly a white bloom known as the lily of the valley, yet his visit was ill-timed, as the flowering season was still a month or two away, rendering him unlikely to witness it. This marked his final day within this particular iteration. Zhang Heng had long since apprised Simone of this impending departure, to which she offered no comment, save for arranging this valedictory excursion. They had perambulated the town's thoroughfares, angled for fish in the pond, and engaged in a round of cards before sharing Greta's meticulously prepared caviar sandwiches atop the hill, all the while maintaining a taciturn demeanor. Such was their accustomed mode of interaction. A zephyr stirred Simone's tresses and the hem of her dress, until, at last, she reclined, her head resting upon his lap, and closed her eyes. Zhang Heng glanced at the time displayed on his watch, removed his coat, and draped it over Simone, whose eyelashes fluttered gently in her slumber. In the ensuing moment, that familiar cadence resonated in Zhang Heng's ears. Zhang Heng's eyes fluttered open from the booth, and a sensation akin to temporal displacement washed over him. Yet, the person he had grown accustomed to leaning on was no longer present. On this occasion, Zhang Heng remained seated in the booth for a full half-hour before rising. As he did so, something slipped from his pocket. He glanced down, and a look of astonishment spread across his face as he beheld the object. Engraved upon it was a towering Scots pine, distinguished by its robust branches and intricate root system. After the elapse of over 140 days, Zhang Heng had presumed that the third round of games would not involve any further game props. However, contrary to his expectations, such an item had remained in his vicinity. He refrained from immediately seeking the bartender's appraisal, reasoning that since Simon had worn it for an extended duration, it was unlikely to possess any adverse effects. At present, he had another item that required authentication more urgently: the Moresby bone shard, as per the advice of the tank-suited elder. Zhang Heng had been cautious not to disclose his association with the latter. Consequently, he waited until the conclusion of this round of games before presenting the game prop, which he had not acquired from the game instance, to the bartender. Given her habitual indolence, she was visibly taken aback upon beholding the item in Zhang Heng's possession, casting a dubious glance at him and remarking, "I am aware of your possession of the lucky rabbit's foot, but isn't this bonus somewhat excessive? 3 game props in 3 rounds of instances? Are you perchance the illegitimate offspring of the goddess of fortune?" Chapter 82. PTSD on this occasion. As the game concluded at dawn, the number of revelers in the bar below had significantly diminished when Zhang Heng exited the lounge. Wei Jianyong, standing before the door, was utterly bewildered by the series of actions, remaining in a daze for a full half-minute before inquiring, "Brother, are you all right?" Zhang Heng himself felt a degree of embarrassment. While his physical form had undergone no alteration, the 2 months of wartime experiences had left their mark on him in a different manner. Compared to before, his sleep was now much lighter. The slightest disturbance would rouse him from his slumber. This was his body's self-preservation mechanism spontaneously activating to cope with the complex and harsh environment. Concurrently, he would instinctively observe and seek cover while walking. Having already risen, Zhang Heng decided against returning to sleep. He went to the cafeteria for a meal and then headed to the library with his computer. After spending the afternoon completing the summary of this round of the game, Zhang Heng recalled the necklace in his pocket and searched for Finnish mythology online. Finnish and Ugric mythology primarily took shape before the 10th century AD, closely resembling the mythologies of the Samoyedic peoples and many Ural-Altaic ethnic groups. In its subsequent development, it was influenced by the mythologies of neighboring peoples, including Iranian, Turkic, and Baltic mythologies. Later influences included Germanic and Christian mythologies. It is inherently vast, with numerous deities, and due to its obscurity, there is limited available material domestically. Compelled by the circumstances, Zhang Heng had to circumvent the Great Firewall and access Google. Finally, at 10 p.m., he discovered an image almost identical to the pattern on the necklace. At that moment, all of Zhang Heng's drowsiness vanished. He clicked on the web page and located the deity depicted in the image, Tapio, the god of the forest, one of the ancient gods in Finnish mythology, with the red pine as his emblem. In legends, he could grant hunters who worshipped him more prey. In the sacred verses of Michael Agricola's Psalms, composed in 1551, one discovers invaluable genealogical records. Among them is Tapio, a deity to whom Simon's affinity comes as no surprise. Given his upbringing as a hunter dwelling in the deep mountains with his grandfather, at this juncture, the sole enigma remaining is the wooden carving acquired during the Tokyo drift escapade. The lucky rabbit's foot and Moresby, along with the recent necklace, all possess associations with folklore. The materialization of Moresby in the real world, in particular, prompted Zhang Heng to recognize the potential gravity of the situation. Zhang Heng closed his laptop, lingering in his seat for a moment as he endeavored to piece together the fragmented clues in his mind. However, his contemplation was soon disrupted by muffled giggles. Three young women occupied the nearest table to his left, and Zhang Heng had noticed the lanky, bespectacled girl among them surreptitiously observing him for the past 2 hours. He initially wondered if there was something amiss with his appearance, but now it was the other two girls who were exchanging glances and stifled laughter. Upon noticing Zhang Heng's gaze, they began nudging the slender girl beside them. Mustering her courage, she rose to her feet, approached him with downcast eyes, and stammered, "Excuse me, would you mind helping me with a problem?" Zhang Heng was somewhat taken aback, as he was aware of her underlying motive. Nevertheless, he accepted the advanced mathematics workbook she offered and patiently wrote out a comprehensive derivation. After glancing at his phone, he addressed her, "I apologize, but my girlfriend requires my attention." Delivering a Buddha to the West, having embarked on this endeavor, one must certainly see this benevolent falsehood through to its conclusion. Zhang Heng subsequently gathered his belongings and stood to leave. Unexpectedly, at that moment, he received a message on his phone. It was from the bartender. As he slung his backpack over his shoulder and walked toward the elevator, he opened the PDF, only to discover it contained a long-overdue game points service list. Zhang Heng glanced through it and noted that, aside from authentication services, there were various items for sale, though not game props, but rather an assortment of peculiar objects. Among the more ordinary offerings was a wooden box crafted from a tule tree, while items like the first postpartum blood of a cow and the 45th feather of a crow appeared rather obscure. Additionally, some items, though seemingly normal, took on an eerie quality when listed. Zhang Heng even took the time to send a message for clarification. "Penguins? What? Are you trying to woo me?" He typed. "No, I'm not referring to QQ. I saw penguins for sale on the list." "Oh, really? Planning to buy some? They're quite cheap. 2 for 1 game point. Plus a complimentary freezer." "No thanks," Zhang Heng replied. He merely sought confirmation. He was not so famished as to consider purchasing 2 penguins to keep in his dormitory. He had no idea how to care for such creatures, especially since, after all these years, the school had yet to install even an air conditioner. During the sweltering summer months, even humans struggled to cope, let alone penguins. He then scrolled further down the list, where he stumbled upon something that piqued his curiosity. What does an additional round of gaming entail? Zhang Heng typed once more, conveying the literal meaning of his words. However, it requires 500 points, and one can only select from previous game instances, with a fixed duration of 60 days. Chapter 83, The Wall. An additional round of gameplay is quite comprehensible. Not everyone, like Zhang Heng, remains in a single instance for a year and a half. The vast majority, even if they acquire new skills from the instances, would not attain a high level. This opportunity allows them to continue refining and enhancing their skills within the game. Nevertheless, the cost of 500 game points is rather exorbitant. Having experienced 3 rounds of gameplay, Zhang Heng's points barely exceed 100. At this rate, he would require at least several more rounds of gameplay to accumulate such a substantial amount of points. Without alternative means of acquisition, this item is likely beyond the reach of most players. Yet, this is not the most expensive item on the list. As Zhang Heng scrolled down, he encountered another item valued at 800 game points, the Task Failure Escape card. As the name suggests, this small card enables its holder to evade the penalties associated with failing a task. If one possesses sufficient points, purchasing an escape card is undoubtedly prudent. Additionally, at the bottom of the page, Zhang Heng noticed an item labeled Permanent Membership Card Number 137, priced at 999 game points. However, this item appeared somewhat dubious. According to the bartender's explanation, players holding the membership card can enjoy a 20% discount on purchases made at this game point. Whether it is worthwhile remains a matter of personal judgment for the players. Zhang Heng did not find any gaming items on this lengthy list. Aside from an additional round of gameplay and a penalty exemption card, most items on the list were tangible, such as penguins, which are indigenous to the Earth, albeit somewhat challenging to obtain. However, the gaming points here could be acquired for merely 1 point, with free shipping, which, in a sense, was quite commendable. Of course, whether anyone would actually purchase them was a different matter altogether. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and as the end of the term approached, the school was bustling with students cramming for exams. The library was perpetually packed, with early risers queuing all the way to the cafeteria. Zhang Heng found himself compelled to alter his routine. During the day, he would exercise at the gym and archery range, and at midnight, after entering the stillness of the world, he would brew a cup of coffee and head to the desolate library to review his studies. Zhang Heng seldom skipped classes. And aside from an unfortunate incident in English class when he was called for attendance, he was generally diligent, thus posing no significant risk of failing. However, due to the excessive time spent in each gaming session, he had forgotten much of what he had learned and deemed it necessary to start his review from scratch. Yet, to others, his behavior seemed rather unconventional. While everyone else was scrambling to prepare for final exams, he meandered about without a care. His roommate, Chen Huadong, had also begun to rise early, and on the days he trudged through his studies with a grimace. He couldn't help but roll his eyes at the sight of someone departing the dormitory with a bow and arrow. Today, Zhang Heng was in excellent form, hitting the bullseye with all 10 arrows on a moving target from the 50-meter range, disregarding the coach's disappointed gaze as he quenched his thirst with mineral water. Having concluded the 3rd round of practice, he had ample time before the 4th. So he chose to spend the afternoon feeding pigeons in the park rather than going to the gym, and then attended a ball game at the stadium in the evening. They appeared to be a grandparent and grandchild, both dressed in tattered clothes. The elder of the two retrieved a half-eaten box of fried chicken and 2 bags of unfinished takeout from a trash can. As they unwrapped the food, beckoning the younger one to sit by the wall to eat, they noticed Zhang Heng abruptly halt in the distance before dashing toward them. Perhaps accustomed to being bullied by local ruffians, fear flickered in their eyes. The older one instinctively dropped the bag and tried to pull the child into an embrace. But then, something splattered onto her shoulder. From his vantage point, Zhang Heng could clearly see the entire brick wall behind the scavenging elder liquefying like melted cheese. The viscous, black fluid first landed on her shoulder and then began to engulf her body. Her grandson, around 7 or 8 years old, seemed petrified by the scene. Standing motionless with the half-eaten box of fried chicken in his hands, Zhang Heng acted swiftly, rushing forward at the first moment to grasp the hand of the elderly scavenger. However, the force of the black liquid proved to be stronger than he had anticipated. It seemed capable of shifting seamlessly between liquid and solid states. Despite his attempt to pull, he found himself unable to budge it even slightly. He had not exerted his full strength, yet it would have been of little consequence, for the frail body of the scavenger would be the first to succumb under excessive force. Zhang Heng continued to ponder other possible solutions, but the black liquid had already ensnared half of the scavenger's body. It appeared to possess a degree of consciousness, having captured its prey. It was evidently not satisfied and began to creep along the old man's arm towards Zhang Heng. After another half-minute, the alley was left with only Zhang Heng and the scavenging spirit he held. A sharp pain shot through his right hand as the spirit bit down on his thumb. It broke free from his grasp and dashed towards the brick wall, collapsing to the ground. Yet, no matter how hard it pounded and whimpered, the wall remained unchanged, as if everything that had transpired was merely a haunting nightmare. Chapter 84. A Chance Encounter. Name: Zhang Heng. Education level: currently enrolled in university. Place of household registration and ID number: regardless of the circumstances, when a living person vanished before him, Zhang Heng opted to report the incident to the authorities. The police responded with remarkable swiftness. However, the outcome was rather meager. Given the late hour, there were no other eyewitnesses apart from Zhang Heng himself, and the alley in question lacked surveillance cameras. The only footage available was from a neighboring pharmacy's camera, which barely captured the situation at the alley's entrance, leaving the events within shrouded in mystery. Following standard procedure, the female officer inquired about his personal information before finally addressing the crux of the matter. When she asked how the individual had disappeared, Zhang Heng hesitated for a moment, but ultimately resolved to speak candidly. The lighting was somewhat dim, and I couldn't see clearly. It seemed as though she was swallowed by the wall. What? The officer recording his statement questioned her own hearing, bewildered by his words. Is this a metaphor? Did a wall collapse and bury her? No, I mean it literally, Zhang Heng replied. The female officer slammed her pen onto the table, her expression reflecting irritation. You are a university student. You should be aware that filing a false police report is a criminal offense. Do you wish for us to inform your school's administration? At her words, Zhang Heng fell silent. He bore no ill will towards the officer for her outburst. After all, anyone who sacrificed their night to be on duty would understandably be displeased by such frivolous claims. Yet, given the gravity of a life at stake, he did not wish to fabricate a story that would mislead the police. Perhaps I was mistaken, he finally conceded. It was quite dark, but from my perspective, it truly seemed as if she had vanished into the wall. The female police officer furrowed her brow, managing to restrain her anger this time as she gazed at Zhang Heng. The latter met her gaze steadily, showing no signs of avoidance. The officer discerned no hint of mischief or jest in his demeanor, and recalling Zhang Heng's previous remark about the dim lighting obscuring his view, she ultimately chose not to dwell on the matter further. Instead, she inquired about his relationship with the missing person. The interrogation lasted a total of 20 minutes. And due to Zhang Heng's cooperation, the officer's attitude softened considerably. Upon completing the final entry, she candidly remarked that in our country, a missing adult case can only be filed after 48 hours, and only immediate family members are authorized to report it. Given the circumstances, it was quite challenging, especially with the child remaining silent. Nonetheless, she expressed her gratitude, noting that at least they had identified a minor wandering the streets. They would make every effort to ascertain his identity and contact his family for his retrieval. Zhang Heng then withdrew 300 yuan from his wallet and handed it to the officer, suggesting she use it to buy the child something to eat, as he had not yet had dinner. The officer raised an eyebrow but declined the money, stating, "You're quite considerate. It's fine. We won't let him go hungry now that he's at the station." As Zhang Heng exited the building, he felt a heavy weight in his heart. Undoubtedly, what he encountered tonight was an extraordinary event, though he remained uncertain whether its source was a creature akin to Morrisby or a fellow player wielding game props like himself. Regardless of the answer, it is undoubtedly an unsettling phenomenon. According to the eccentric in the tank suit, certain elements have existed in the world for thousands, even tens of thousands of years, and throughout this extensive duration, a fragile peace has prevailed. However, the emergence of this enigmatic game has clearly shattered that tranquility. Zhang Heng suddenly realizes that the presence of Moris at Hangzhou Airport is not merely a casual coincidence involving a pair of Chinese tourists. As the eccentric in the tang suit casually suggested, there must be a deeper reason for its arrival on this unfamiliar land. Yet, the greater concern lies with the players. As the game progresses, those who manage to survive inevitably possess some form of game-related items. Zhang Heng is uncertain of the criteria employed by the game's creator to select participants, but it is evident that not everyone prefers to remain discreet, as he does. The manner in which one wields extraordinary power will pose a pivotal question for each individual, particularly when considering the looming threat of death that accompanies each round of the game. Consequently, the likelihood of players resorting to extreme actions is on the rise. Zhang Heng harbors no desire to become a hero, yet he also wishes to avoid chaos in the place he calls home. By the time he returns to school, it is nearly midnight. He approaches not the main entrance, but rather the side door on the west, which is less frequented due to its distance from the bus and subway stations. Although it is conveniently close to the adjacent staff housing area where some teachers pass through during their commutes. As Zhang Heng reaches the door, a Mercedes pulls up beside him, and Shin Cici hurriedly descends from the vehicle. Upon spotting Zhang Heng, she momentarily freezes, and both of them find themselves in an awkward situation. Zhang Heng recalled the rumors he had heard previously. However, the black Mercedes swiftly drove away, leaving him uncertain whether the driver was indeed the elderly man mentioned in the tales. Shin Cici hastily stowed the black bag into her small purse, her expression quickly returning to normal, though she could not suppress a bittersweet smile, as if to say they always seem to meet at the most inopportune moments. "You need not explain yourself to me," Zhang Heng remarked, speaking a truth that resonated between them. Their relationship was merely that of ordinary friends, and there was no obligation for Shin Cici to disclose her actions to him. In fact, Zhang Heng himself held little belief in those rumors, given the girl's intelligence. If she were truly engaged in such activities, she would not be so careless as to allow her secrets to be so easily exposed, especially by having someone drive her to the school gate. What intrigued Zhang Heng was Shin Cici's continued silence regarding these speculations. Chapter 85. Christmas Eve. 2 days had elapsed since that fateful evening, and Zhang Heng had not encountered any further supernatural phenomena. Instead, he received an unexpected message from Hanasaki Asuka, inviting him to join her and several friends at the amusement park on Christmas Eve. This was not the first time she had summoned Zhang Heng. The girl was perpetually restless, seizing every opportunity to venture out. However, Zhang Heng was pleasantly surprised to learn that her academic performance was commendable, although her GPA was not the highest among exchange students. She had never faced the dread of failing a course, allowing her the freedom to roam even in the midst of final examinations. In this regard, she bore a striking resemblance to someone. Zhang Heng had previously declined several times, but to his surprise, Hayes Asuka deeply understood the principle of perseverance, persisting relentlessly. He found it hard to keep refusing, so he inquired with the others in the dormitory about their plans for that day. Besides Ma Wei, who was maintaining his usual study intensity, Wei Jianyang and Chun Huadong had been memorizing texts to the point of exhaustion lately and were eager for a breather. Upon hearing this, they immediately became interested. "Is it the Japanese girl you saved in the food alley? But we don't speak Japanese." Chun Huadong, on the other hand, had been somewhat frustrated in his pursuit of Su Jing recently and planned to cool things off, so he proactively volunteered to join the outing. In the end, Ma Wei, the academic ace, decided to join in the fun since he had nothing left to review. Thus, Zhang Heng informed Hayes Asuka of their situation, and she welcomed them, arranging to meet at the amusement park gate in the evening. With some time to spare, Zhang Heng and Chun Huadong played a few rounds of 2K. After grabbing a bite in the cafeteria, the three arrived 10 minutes early. Zhang Heng first queued up to buy tickets, and then saw Hayes Asuka and her group. The girl was wearing a red knitted hat with pom-poms hanging on either side, swaying as she ran, waving from afar. She was accompanied by 2 boys and 5 girls, one of whom was a handsome blonde, presumably the Ukrainian classmate Hayes Asuka had mentioned. However, contrary to the aloofness suggested by his handsome appearance, he turned out to be quite shy upon closer acquaintance. Among them, the Ukrainian boy possessed the most proficient Mandarin, owing to his Chinese grandmother. He had even adopted a Chinese name, Zhang Wei, and spoke with remarkable articulation. Of the 2 Japanese girls, one was fairly competent, capable of engaging in most conversations without difficulty, albeit at a somewhat deliberate pace. The other, however, was limited to rudimentary phrases. The least adept was undoubtedly Hayes Asuka, who, after her self-introduction, reverted to Japanese. Consequently, only her 2 compatriots, a Japanese major, and Zhang Heng could readily comprehend her. With everyone assembled, Zhang Heng distributed the tickets. Given that it was Christmas Eve, the amusement park was teeming with visitors, predominantly couples. Several individuals costumed as Santa Claus were stationed at the entrance, dispensing small gifts. Zhang Heng and his companions each received one, discovering upon opening them that the presents varied. Zhang Heng received a small nail clipper, Ma Wei a keychain, and Chen Huadong, most fortuitously, a complimentary amusement park ticket. Upon unveiling her gift, Hayes Asuka blushed crimson and furtively stowed it away in her bag. Another male companion urged her to display it to the group, but Zhang Heng, surmising the nature of her gift, deftly steered the conversation in another direction. Hayes Asuka subsequently cast him a grateful glance. The amusement park's nighttime attractions were not as captivating as those during the day, with exhilarating rides like roller coasters being closed. However, a performance was scheduled for Christmas Eve. After queuing for and enjoying a few attractions, with the performance about to commence, one of the girls suggested they proceed to watch it. However, it was evident that Asuka Hayes had not yet had her fill of entertainment. Thus, Zhang Heng addressed the others, suggesting, "You all go enjoy the performance. I shall stay with her." Another male student majoring in Japanese hesitated briefly before responding. "Then I will remain as well." Zhang Heng did not oppose this. In fact, he had sensed that this young man harbored feelings for Asuka Hayes. In an effort to create an opportunity for the two, he proactively proposed to keep their belongings. Asuka, caught up in the excitement, remained oblivious to the underlying dynamics, while the young man expressed gratitude towards Zhang Heng. As the two explored the haunted house, Zhang Heng settled onto a bench in the amusement park and answered a phone call from Ireland. It was from his rather unreliable parents. They cheerfully wished him a Merry Christmas, playfully insisting that he showcased the closest girl to him at that moment. Complying with their request, Zhang Heng snapped a photo of a couple to his left and sent it to them. How disheartening it was. He had intended to inquire further about the matters of Morlisby and Tapio, as well as the crow that frequently haunted his thoughts while using that wooden carving. Despite their shortcomings as parents, no one possessed greater expertise in such matters than they did. However, with the new year approaching in just over a month, Zhang Heng ultimately decided against it. Discussing these topics over the phone would likely prove inadequate, It was far better to converse in person when the time came. After ending the call, Zhang Heng lingered on the bench for a while longer, only to catch sight of a somewhat familiar figure in the crowd. He furrowed his brow, but by the time he looked again, the figure had vanished amidst the throng. Chapter 86. The arcade. Zhang Heng was uncertain whether it was merely his imagination. Rising from the bench, he intended to approach for confirmation. At that moment, Hayes Asuka and a male companion emerged hastily from the haunted house. The girl, her heart racing, exclaimed, "That scared me to death. I was walking along when suddenly a face popped out and stuck its tongue at me. I just bolted out of there. I knew I shouldn't have gone in. You were certainly the wisest among us." Zhang Heng glanced at the Japanese major behind them, who shrugged with a somewhat bitter expression. Originally, visiting a haunted house was an excellent opportunity. Girls, in a state of fright, instinctively lean on the boys nearby. Yet, Hayes Asuka defied all expectations, sprinting away in terror, leaving him trailing behind with no romantic moments to cherish. Realizing that he would find no one to pursue, Zhang Heng dismissed the matter, acknowledging that in this world, some individuals bear a striking resemblance to one another, and a fleeting glance cannot convey much. He then turned to the girl and inquired, "What shall we play next? Do I get to choose?" Hayes Asuka pointed towards a gigantic plush bear visible through a nearby window. "Can I have that?" That was the arcade operated by the amusement park, filled with a variety of games. The trio approached and inquired with a staff member clad in festive attire, who informed them that the plush bear was a prize for one of the games. The Japanese major then declared, "Let me give it a try." He harbored a profound desire to validate his capabilities before Asuka Hayes. After surveying the surroundings, his gaze settled upon a shooting game. As is typical of young men, he possessed a modicum of familiarity with FPS games from online experiences. Following a round of observation to grasp the mechanics, he inserted a game token and procured a laser gun from the side. He inhaled deeply, then pressed the start button before him. The game's premise was straightforward: strike the balloons displayed on the screen. Balloons of varying colors corresponded to differing point values. The objective was to amass the highest possible score within a 2-minute time frame. Initially, he found it relatively effortless. The Japanese major student consistently targeted the most lucrative multicolored balloons, adroitly interspersing his efforts with the acquisition of the second most valuable red balloons and the third most valuable yellow balloons. His score ascended rapidly, suggesting that he might secure the grand prize well before the expiration of the time limit. However, as time elapsed, the velocity at which the balloons ascended escalated, and penalty-inducing black balloons were interspersed among them. The Japanese major student began to struggle increasingly. The rate at which his score increased decelerated. With time dwindling, he succumbed to agitation. In the waning moments, he inadvertently struck a black balloon, ultimately earning only the consolation prize of a Christmas sticker. This outcome caused him considerable chagrin. Consequently, he resolutely initiated a second round. However, whether due to a compromised mental state or an excessive eagerness to impress, his score in this iteration fell short of the previous one. He even struck 4 black balloons, eliciting a chorus of laughter from behind. The group of individuals appeared to be students, likely from a nearby sports academy, their physiques robust and impressive. Although the male student majoring in Japanese felt a twinge of irritation at their laughter, he chose to remain silent. The true catalyst for discord emerged when one among them carelessly uttered the phrase "weakling." His voice was not loud, yet it was sufficiently audible to those nearby, prompting another round of derisive laughter from his companions. Although Asuka Hayes could not comprehend their words, she sensed the atmosphere had soured and proactively suggested they abandon the plush bear game in favor of something else. Zhang Heng had no objections to this, as the Japanese major observed the imposing stature of the opposing group, while their own side consisted of only 3 individuals, one of whom was a female. He himself was not particularly athletic, and Zhang Heng's physique appeared quite ordinary. He surmised that should a conflict arise, they would be at a distinct disadvantage. Thus they reluctantly swallowed their pride for the moment. Consequently, the trio relocated to the adjacent area to engage in a game of darts, while the other group took up laser guns for a shooting game. This evening proved fortuitous for Asuka Hayes, despite lacking any formal training. She astonishingly scored 3 bullseyes in succession. Although her final dart fell short of the target, she still managed to achieve a 4th-place prize. Upon receiving a mug from the staff, her spirits noticeably lifted. In contrast, the male student majoring in Japanese appeared somewhat distracted, his attention predominantly focused on the other group. Observing them complete 2 rounds to secure only a consolation prize, He could not resist a sarcastic remark, expressing disbelief at their supposed prowess. The words were overheard by a fellow who appeared to be a basketball player. He turned his face, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, and said, "Oh, it's you guys. Not gone yet. What? Do you wish to have a little fun?" The boy majoring in Japanese didn't anticipate that his quiet murmur would be caught by the other party. However, he did not wish to appear overly timid and mustered his courage to respond. "What do you want to play?" Since both sides regarded each other with disdain, why not settle it with a match? The basketball player paused for a moment and declared, "My friends, one team make it difficult for you. The losing side just has to shout, 'I am a weakling,' 3 times. This mention ignited a spark of indignation in the Japanese major. He had seen the scores displayed on the opponent's screen, which were not vastly different from his own in the previous 2 rounds. Believing that with a little caution, he stood a fair chance of victory, he finally relented and replied, "All right, let us go." Observing his acceptance of the challenge, the others seemed to become animated, casting their gazes toward the Japanese major. Yet, those looks were not of appraisal, but rather of amusement directed at what they perceived as an overconfident fool. Someone whistled and chuckled, saying, "Wang Bin, you're being quite unfair, picking on a fool, aren't you?" The individual named Wang Bin, also the basketball player, shrugged and replied, "What can I do? They think we're weak and want to teach us a lesson to save face in front of their girlfriends." After saying this, he gestured toward the Japanese major and asked, "Shall you go first, or shall we?" Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, the latter now perceived an unsettling confidence emanating from his adversaries. Despite their seemingly ordinary skills, they exuded an air of invincibility. Was this a psychological ploy? Although the Japanese major entertained this notion, a sense of unease began to creep in. He regretted his earlier impetuosity, realizing that Hayes Asuka was likely oblivious to the meaning of weakling. However, his pride had been wounded, and in a sense, Wang Bin's assessment had struck a chord. He had indeed been trying to impress Hayes Asuka. Summoning his resolve, he thought, "What is there to fear? We are all equals, and the skill gap cannot be that significant." In the 87th chapter, the advantage of striking first is a double-edged sword. A stellar performance can exert pressure on subsequent players, but it also reveals one's hand. The Japanese major hesitated, unsure if his opponents had any tricks up their sleeves, and opted to wait. His adversaries, however, appeared unfazed. After the former made his choice, their gazes converged on a portly figure. Amidst the group of physical education students, he appeared unremarkable, his physique resembling that of an average individual. He was clad in a rustic bosseting-down jacket. He had stood by, chuckling as his companions played, remaining silent. Noticing the attention directed at him, he smiled, remarking, "You are always getting me into trouble." The slightly portly individual, wearing a down jacket, reluctantly accepted the gun, adding with a hint of caution, "Let this be the last time." As the instructor had advised, it was best to avoid unnecessary trouble. The moment he grasped the weapon, his entire demeanor transformed, as if he had become an entirely different person. His stance exuded a confidence that set him apart from amateur enthusiasts. The male student specializing in Japanese suddenly felt an ominous sense of foreboding, though still clinging to a sliver of hope. The score displayed in the lower right corner of the screen steadily ascended, and the student's face morphed in disbelief as his opponent surpassed his previous highest score. With a full 30 seconds still remaining, as the balloons ascended at an astonishing speed, nearly imperceptible to the eye, the portly individual's accuracy only slightly waned. Yet it was inconsequential. His score guaranteed him the highest tier of rewards. A staff member approached, cradling a large plush bear. The portly individual set down the laser gun, his expression reflecting a bittersweet amusement, pondering the practicality of the prize. Wang Bin clapped him on the shoulder and turned his gaze toward Zhang Heng and the others, grinning as he asked, "So, shall we continue the competition?" The male Japanese major's face turned ashen. He realized he had been outwitted. At this juncture, it became painfully clear that the portly individual was no ordinary competitor. His physique suggested he could thrive in a sports academy, evidently not devoted to mainstream sports like basketball or soccer. His earlier performance had already unveiled the nature of his training. With defeat acknowledged, he resigned himself to the impending fulfillment of their wager. As Wang Bin spoke, he retrieved his phone from his pocket, activating the video recording mode. Critically, his impulsive actions had implicated both Hayes Asuka and Zhang Heng, as he had been too incensed to notice that Wang Bin's wager applied to the losing party, thereby including them as well. Wang Bin's subsequent remark deliberately emphasized you. The Japanese major, consumed by shame and remorse. Failed to observe the departure of his companions until the puffer-jacketed man voiced a soft murmur, drawing his attention to the group now gathered around the arcade machine. Zhang Heng, securing the bottle of Oriental Leaf he had purchased earlier, picked up a laser gun and addressed Wang Bin. "Could I borrow a couple of tokens?" The latter paused, then responded with a meaningful smile, still not giving up. "Huh? Fine." He produced 2 tokens from his pocket, tossing them over. Zhang Heng caught them, inserting one into the machine while positioning the other beneath the screen's gunstock. He then turned to the man in the puffer jacket, stating, "This one's for you to challenge me." A wave of astonished murmurs rippled through the crowd. Even the Japanese major believed Zhang Heng had lost his mind, given the puffer-jacketed man's undeniable skill. According to the arcade staff, the oversized stuffed bear had been on display for over 2 months and had never been won. A flicker of surprise crossed the chubby man's face, yet Zhang Heng paid no heed to the whispers behind him and commenced the game. In contrast to the chubby man's steadiness, his grip on the gun appeared rather amateurish, casually held without any particular finesse. However, after firing a few shots, the chubby man's expression gradually shifted to one of seriousness. Unlike the chubby man's composed demeanor, Zhang Heng's score in the lower right corner of the screen fluctuated erratically, suggesting a semblance of disarray. The chubby man observed for a moment, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. His trained observational skills surpassed those of an average person, enabling him to swiftly identify the most valuable balloons on the screen. Nonetheless, his strategy mirrored that of ordinary players, prioritizing the elimination of the most lucrative balloons first. In contrast, after widening his eyes and observing for a while, the chubby man could ascertain that Zhang Heng had indeed executed a rapid valuation of the balloons displayed on the screen, establishing the most rational shooting sequence. He did not necessarily prioritize the highest valued colored balloons. Rather, he ensured that all valuable balloons were collected before they exited the screen. It is essential to note that the balloons on the screen were in a constant state of flux, meaning Zhang Heng had to continually adapt his shooting order. The chubby man was baffled as to how his opponent managed this, which only heightened his trepidation. In the blink of an eye, 2 minutes had elapsed. When Zhang Heng set down the laser gun in his hand, he realized that half the arcade had gathered around him, and the game score on the screen had ceased its scrolling. His final score was 2,765, a staggering 636 points higher than the chubby one's 2129, eliciting gasps of astonishment from those around. Hei's Asuka leaped up in excitement. Meanwhile, Wang Bin and his companions wore expressions of dismay. They had never anticipated that the chubby one would lose, and they were utterly unprepared for how to respond to such an unexpected turn of events. Chapter 88. The auction on the other side. The staff were equally perplexed. Zhang Heng's score undoubtedly surpassed the threshold for the grand prize. However, no one had foreseen that the evening would unfold as a battle of the titans. The oversized plush bear had lingered in the arcade for so long without being claimed. Yet now, 2 winners emerged simultaneously, a scenario exceedingly rare. The arcade was caught off guard and had not prepared a second plush bear, leaving the staff to negotiate with the 3 on whether they could substitute it for other prizes of equal value. Zhang Heng's gaze fell upon the group from the sports school, with Wang Bin clearly leading them. His complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, yet he ultimately gritted his teeth and declared, "We accept the wager and will honor our loss. Let us shout it out for you." Zhang Heng was taken aback by their apparent integrity. They had the numerical advantage, and even if they lost the bet, they could easily walk away unscathed. Although they would lose face, it was certainly preferable to standing in the arcade, collectively lamenting their inferiority. In stark contrast, the male student from the Japanese department, on the verge of defeat, hesitated and faltered, fully aware that he was dragging his 2 companions down, but too timid to voice a single word about it. This lack of accountability was rather disheartening. Zhang Heng addressed Wang Bin, suggesting that there was no need for further shouting. The stuffed bear they had was of no use to them, so why not gift it to them? He proposed to let today's incident conclude amicably. Wang Bin was momentarily taken aback. He noticed the Japanese major, who had previously clashed with them, retrieving his phone from his pocket. He had anticipated that the trio would revel in mocking them after their victory, but to his surprise, the opponent extended an olive branch, a stark contrast to the earlier brazen act of leaving a game token on the gunstock. That game token now lay untouched, and Wang Bin's group lacked the courage to pick it up, a silence that spoke volumes more than any words could convey. The stout fellow reacted swiftly, shoving the stuffed bear into Hanasaki Asuka's arms, wiping his brow as he exclaimed, This is splendid. It would be rather peculiar for a grown man like me to hold on to this. You might as well take it. The others chimed in with awkward laughter. The events of the evening had rendered the group of athletes somewhat sheepish. They had often found themselves in trouble due to their loose tongues, yet they typically emerged unscathed. This was their first experience of directly confronting a formidable challenge. Seeing Zhang Heng's willingness to let the matter slide, they all sighed in relief. Yet it was evident they were eager to vacate the arcade, heading towards the exit in unison. Only Wang Bin hesitated before stepping forward to face the three individuals. Zhang Heng furrowed his brow, initially believing that the other party was merely discontent and seeking trouble. To his surprise, Wang Bin spoke, stating, "This time, we owe you a personal favor. Note down my number. You can call me if you need anything. Just to clarify, while I can put on a show, fighting is out of the question. Our school's regulations are quite strict." Zhang Heng was somewhat taken aback, not expecting the other party to be so clear-cut about grievances. He nodded and noted down Wang Bin's number. Once the group from the sports school departed, Asuka Hayes, clutching a plush bear, felt as though she were in a dream. "No, I simply play shooting games quite a bit," Zhang Heng explained. He made a couple of attempts to persuade her to stay, but upon seeing her firm resolve to leave, he refrained from further discussion. The one who garnered the most from this outing was undoubtedly Asuka Hayes. With one arm wrapped around the plush bear, which was larger than she was, and the other hand holding the mug she had won, she attracted many envious glances from other girls. She was unabashed, boasting to the two other Japanese girls on the subway that both the plush bear and the mug were her own hard-earned prizes. Zhang Heng, of course, had no intention of contesting her claim. In truth, had Wang Bin's group not been so aggressive, Zhang Heng would not have intended to showcase his shooting prowess. Had Chun Huadong and Ma Wei been present, this situation would certainly not have been easily dismissed with a mere reference to gaming experience, especially with the former. Zhang Heng had only recently played CS. Go with Chun Huadong and Wei Zhanyang a month prior. His skill was slightly better than Chun Huadong's, but not by much. Chun Huadong would undoubtedly dismiss such a far-fetched explanation. In truth, the skills he now possesses have far surpassed those of the average individual, particularly when considering his age. It is rare for anyone to have experiences as rich as his. Moreover, as the game progresses, his repertoire of skills will undoubtedly continue to expand, making future explanations increasingly complex. Nevertheless, the fact that Asuka Hayes voluntarily took the blame has certainly spared him considerable trouble. 2 days later, Zhang Heng received an elegantly embossed invitation from the game organizing committee, adorned with a gilded cover and exquisite calligraphy, inviting him to participate in the upcoming auction of game props at the designated registration point. Upon glancing at the time indicated in the lower left corner of the invitation, he noted that it was scheduled for the following evening. His curiosity about the other players had long been piqued, and he certainly would not miss this auction, which also provided an opportunity to seek out props that might suit his needs. His ability to clear the third round of the game, Shadow's Moment, was largely due to the wooden sculpture. Without it, he would likely have been eliminated by Simon with a single shot upon their initial encounter. Additionally, the lucky rabbit's foot he possessed had also aided him significantly in unseen ways. Thus, Zhang Heng felt a flicker of anticipation for the auction the next evening. Chapter 89. The Pavilion and the Professor. Player Identity Verification in Progress. Verification successful. Player number 07958 is the holder of the invitation. Linking player to the instance. Instance link established. Current instance is auction, special. This round of the game has no background and does not count towards the game rounds. Task objective, none. Mode, multiplayer, a friendly reminder. The game will officially commence in 5 seconds. Please prepare accordingly. Zhang Heng opened his eyes to find himself standing on a luxurious cruise ship, adorned in a perfectly tailored black tailcoat. A badge bearing his player number and registration point hung from his chest. Glancing at the starfish on his wrist, he noted the time was 2200 hours, meaning the auction would conclude at 2300 hours. He felt reassured that the time anomaly he experienced would not lead to any unforeseen complications. Unlike previous rounds, this particular scenario posed no inherent dangers, allowing Zhang Heng to maintain a relaxed demeanor. He surveyed his surroundings, noting that the scene was quite similar to that at the registration point. He could see the other players around him, yet their faces eluded his memory. The organizing committee had consistently excelled in safeguarding privacy, which perhaps subtly indicated that relationships among players were not always harmonious. "Is this your first time at the auction?" A voice reached his ears, prompting him to turn and encounter a short man standing behind him. The man offered a business card, though the name Ding Si was evidently an alias. The short man shrugged, explaining that recent times had been tumultuous, with many reckless individuals disregarding rules, necessitating a cautious approach from everyone. What does that imply? Hunting? Zhang Heng pondered as he observed the title beneath the card, which identified him as the contact for the North China branch of the Fortune Chamber of Commerce. Indeed, there are always those who seek to reap rewards without effort. It remains uncertain who first discovered that by eliminating other players, one could not only seize their in-game items, but also inherit their game points. Consequently, the situation has become increasingly dire with each passing day. Does the organizing committee remain indifferent? In principle, as long as players do not disclose game-related matters to others, the committee refrains from intervening in player disputes. Moreover, it appears they have their own pressing concerns. Ding Si's final remark was somewhat vague. He clearly wished to steer clear of the topic. Shifting the conversation, he inquired whether you had come to the auction with the intent of acquiring some equipment for yourself. If your points were insufficient, you might consider our services. What? Does the guild still sell points? You truly are a newcomer, Ding Si replied. It is not just our guild. Many others offer similar services. You can purchase points directly from us, but I would advise against it, due to the auction. The exchange rate is currently steep for 2 million renminbi for a single point, whereas ordinarily, it would only cost about 7 million. A more advantageous approach would be to pledge your items with us. After assessing their value, we would promptly disperse funds. Thank you. I will consider it if the need arises, Zhang Heng said politely as he tucked the business card away, evidently well-versed in the art of clinching deals. Ding Si exhibited no haste upon hearing this. He chuckled softly, noting that there remained approximately an hour and a half before the commencement of the auction. He suggested that Zhang Heng might avail himself of the interim to explore the vicinity, remarking that the vessel boasted a plethora of intriguing attractions. The first deck featured a casino, a cinema, and gaming rooms, while the second deck offered performances and buffets for leisure and relaxation. Furthermore, the third deck hosted gatherings for various guilds, which might also pique his interest. Zhang Heng expressed his gratitude. This marked his inaugural foray into a circle comprised of players. According to Ding Si, the majority of players maintain the confidentiality of their identities in the real world to mitigate risks. Consequently, large-scale events orchestrated by the organizing committee were perhaps the sole occasions to encounter such a multitude of individuals. Thus, in addition to transacting in-game items, attendees also seized the opportunity to engage in other pursuits during this convocation. For instance, the Fu Lu Trading Company, to which Ding Si belonged, was a mercantile establishment dedicated to catering to players. The exchange and lending of game points constituted but a segment of their operational portfolio. Moreover, they undertook item consignment and the bespoke creation of special items, with the latter offered at prices 2 to 3 tenths lower than those available through game points. Evidently, they also intended to capitalize on the auction to amplify their promotional reach. Certainly, among all this, Zhang Heng was particularly intrigued by the conference on the third floor. However, he did not rush. After bidding farewell to Ding Si, he took a leisurely stroll around the deck, receiving several business cards, all from organizations catering to players. Their areas of operation varied slightly, and their prices were quite diverse. Nonetheless, one commonality was that they were all cheaper than in-game credits. Of course, this came with certain risks regarding safety. In comparison, Fulla seemed more reliable, as it had been established for quite some time and enjoyed a good reputation among players. Zhang Heng placed the collected business cards into his pocket and then took the elevator to the third floor, which was evidently the liveliest area of the entire cruise ship. Upon entering, he found someone on stage explaining the optimal methods for maximizing game points. Zhang Heng took a seat at the back and listened for a while. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that whenever the speaker was about to address the crux of the matter, they would deftly divert the topic. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow. Don't get me wrong, it's merely my code name. After all, directly calling someone by their number feels somewhat impolite. Those who come here either adopt a pseudonym or a code name. Simon. Zhang Heng extended his hand. Welcome to the game, Simon. The professor's handshake was succinct yet firm. Where are your teammates? Teammates? The expression on the professor's face was somewhat peculiar. You must be a newcomer. Wasn't it clearly stated in the initial invitation to the game that each round of the dungeon possesses a high degree of unpredictability? It is advisable for players to team up for gameplay. Chapter 90. The Dream of Death. Ultimately, personal strength is inherently limited. Each individual's environment shapes their growth and unique talents. Some prefer to resolve issues with brute force, while others excel through intellect. The essence of teamwork lies in leveraging the strengths of others to compensate for one's own deficiencies. The professor, wiping his glasses with a handkerchief from his pocket, remarked that, after all, none of us are superhuman. Isn't it also stated in your evaluation panel? That indicates the number of dungeon rounds you could likely complete solo. Yet the reality is often far more intricate. What if one encounters a dungeon that is completely outside their realm of expertise? However, the professor paused and continued, of course, there are advantages to solo play as well. Each dungeon offers a fixed return, and in a team, the rewards must be shared. Whereas playing alone means all the gains are yours. Nevertheless, typically, only in the later stages do players opt for solo runs, and the risks remain substantial. The margin for error is exceedingly slim when one is alone. Zhang Heng fell silent. His entry into the game was a direct invitation from the Tang-suit stranger, which, in retrospect, likely diverged from the pathways of other players. He had not received a so-called invitation letter, nor encountered any contemporaries at the gaming shop, which explained his solitary journey thus far. Yet, it would be unfair to assert that the Tang-suit stranger had intentionally led him astray. The additional 24 hours he possessed dictated that he could only pursue a predominantly solo path, as the surplus time mitigated much of the risk associated with single-player dungeons. Unfortunately, my team is currently at full capacity. The professor remarked that otherwise, he might offer an opportunity for assessment. However, he advised finding a team in the same city to facilitate private communication. He emphasized that it was a protracted game, not only physically but also mentally. He stressed that this secret could not be shared even with the closest individuals and thus required teammates to alleviate the pressure. Zhang Heng acknowledged the professor's point. Regrettably, his secret was destined to be born alone. Nevertheless, after enduring 2 years on a deserted island, his resilience to solitude was far greater than that of the average individual. And he currently had no such concerns. Zhang Heng digressed from the topic and, noticing the professor's willingness to converse, inquired about the guilds he had heard mentioned on deck. What exactly were they? The professor, having polished his glasses, replaced them on his face. He explained that guilds, like merchant associations, were private organizations spontaneously formed by players, albeit with different functions. He noted that even as a newcomer, Zhang Heng should be aware that their situation in the real world was precarious. Consequently, some players had united to form guilds for self-preservation, stipulating the rights and obligations of members. Additionally, some guilds proactively addressed nearby supernatural phenomena. That sounded promising. But Zhang Heng asked why the professor was so averse to guilds, noting the subtle animosity in his earlier sarcastic remarks toward the guild players on stage. Guilds, while perhaps founded with noble intentions, often become corrupted as they evolve. Initially formed for mutual protection, many members, upon amassing significant power, grow discontent with their original objectives. Consequently, these organizations, once intended to maintain peace, ironically become sources of instability. The professor shook his head, adding that such matters are subjective. He mentioned that he has maintained a discrete identity in reality and has successfully assembled his team, expressing no immediate interest in joining a guild. After conversing for a while longer, the professor departed to play cards on the first floor, while Zhang Heng remained on the third floor to listen to the various guild representative speeches. An hour and a half later, everyone ceased their activities and gathered in the cruise ship's grand auditorium. Zhang Heng estimated the crowd to be around 4,000 to 5,000 people. The auction featured over 500 in-game items, with the 12 most valuable items being auctioned via traditional bidding, while the remaining 400 were available through online bidding. All attendees could freely submit their bids, with the system determining the final bidder before the auction's conclusion. Here, Zhang Heng encountered Ding Si, who, having just concluded a successful transaction, appeared to be in high spirits. Ding Si greeted him amiably, cheerfully stating that he had received insider information suggesting that a B-grade in-game item was likely to appear that evening, along with several C-grade items possessing exceptional characteristics. Are B-grade in-game items particularly rare? Indeed, the current inventory of B-grade items within the player community does not exceed 200, and the vast majority of their owners are reluctant to part with them for sale. If I am not mistaken, this is likely the B-grade item that caused quite a stir among players a few months ago. At this point, Ding Si's eyes sparkled with interest as a businessman. He did not disguise his appreciation for exceptional merchandise. He paused momentarily, adding that others should not harbor any illusions, as the major guilds would not allow this item to fall into the hands of those who lack knowledge of its value. The ultimate possessor would undoubtedly be one of them, while the rest would receive point compensation. No one could rival their financial prowess. While the two were engaged in their conversation, the auction finally commenced on the other side. The host, an elderly gentleman of around 60, bore a serious demeanor, his face lined with wrinkles resembling tree bark. He did not conceal his appearance, likely belonging to the same organizing committee as the bartender. Once everyone was seated, he took 5 minutes to deliver a brief welcome address, after which he promptly introduced the evening's first auction item with great efficiency. "Ah, what a splendid item!" Ding Si interjected before the auctioneer could finish his description. "Are you planning to bid?" "The item is indeed remarkable. Yet similar life-saving game items have historically fetched high prices at auctions. I am here to procure treasures for Fallois, not to acquire them for my personal use. My target tonight is undervalued items." Ding Si smiled, already reaching for the tablet before him. As other players brandished their placards for the escape dagger, Zhang Heng, alongside Ding Si, activated the tablet before them. It was the first time he had encountered such a vast array of game items, spanning 80-odd pages, the majority accompanied by a single photograph, its name, quality, and a brief description. Zhang Heng understood that this was to safeguard the buyer's interests to the greatest extent possible. Taking Death's Dreamland as an example, if its activation and death conditions were to become widely known, its value would diminish significantly. Of course, this was not without its risks. The escape dagger, lacking a detailed teleportation range, would leave buyers to estimate based on its quality. Should the final result deviate from expectations, they would have to swallow the loss. Zhang Heng observed that Ding Si bypassed the initial merchandise, opting to navigate to the end of the list. Noticing Zhang Heng's gaze, he elucidated with a smile, "This auction includes 200 unidentified items, located at the very end. It's a true test of discernment. If you're game, you might want to take a look. The starting price for these items is uniformly set at 100 points. However, the vast majority are F-grade, with a smattering of E-grade. In exceedingly rare instances, one might unearth something as high as C or even B-grade. I know of a fellow who, at an auction 2 years ago, fortuitously discovered a B-grade item among the unidentified lots. But this is a rare exception. Most players who gamble on unidentified items end up losing money, as those who sell them in this manner have invariably done their homework and determined that the item's value is below 100 points. Zhang Heng turned to the back and, as anticipated, discovered a series of photographs, each merely numbered. Some had already attracted bids, yet the majority remained blank. Ding Si subsequently reminded him that individuals uncertain of their own estimations might attempt to follow others' bids. However, this strategy is rather perilous. Without a rough valuation of the item in question, one cannot discern when to withdraw. In truth, if one is genuinely interested in a particular item, it is advisable to consider making a move at the last moment. Zhang Heng expressed his gratitude, although these insights were not particularly secretive. They clearly stemmed from Ding Si's accumulated experiences at previous auctions. The willingness to share such knowledge freely warranted sincere thanks. Ding Si replied, "No need for thanks. Consider it an investment in friendship. Should you wish to engage in the buying and selling of items in the future, you need not wait until the year's end. Our prices at Fallois are quite reasonable." Zhang Heng did not rush to examine the unverified items, but instead glanced at the bidding situation for the authenticated items, gaining a general understanding of the market prices. Essentially, the points for an E-grade item ranged between 80 and 100, while D-grade items fell between 300 and 600. The C-grade items exhibited even greater variability, generally exceeding 1,000 points. Of course, this is not absolute. The true value of an item ultimately depends on its utility. An exceptionally outstanding or poor function could significantly deviate from this price range. The escape dagger ultimately sold for a staggering 2050 points. From his professional perspective, Ding Si deemed the price somewhat elevated. While the item held merit, it did not warrant such an exorbitant cost. A price of 1,500 points seemed more reasonable. However, life-saving items are inherently popular, and perhaps the buyer was in urgent need. Soon after, the auctioneer presented the second item. He opened a wooden box crafted from tulip wood, revealing a bone shard to the assembled players. This time, the hall fell into a profound silence for a full half-minute, with no bids being placed. Unlike the escape dagger, the Molars of the Abyss was shrouded in vague descriptions, making it difficult to discern its true value. The starting bid of 1,900 points was indeed steep. Nevertheless, all items had been appraised 2 days prior by professionals, and no one doubted its worth. Rather, they were apprehensive about acquiring something they might not utilize. After all, The equivalent in currency would amount to several million, yet it could only be used twice. Even the wealthiest individuals would have to deliberate carefully. This item is intriguing. Ding Si mused, stroking his chin. What do you think? Zhang Heng inquired. Among the multitude present, he likely understood the significance of that small bone shard better than anyone else, as he had personally delivered it to the bartender for authentication and had commissioned its inclusion in the auction. He had scoured the catalog in his hand without success, leading him to suspect it might have been placed among the 12 auction items. To his surprise, he encountered it again so soon. Temporal items are indeed a rarity. Ding Si acknowledged that the price was acceptable, but the mere mention of time loop was insufficient to glean substantial information. Would the item go unsold? Absolutely not. The rarity of time-related artifacts alone warranted a gamble. The initial reluctance to bid likely stemmed from a careful evaluation of the item's worth. Scarcely had Ding Si finished speaking when a bid was placed to Zhang Heng's right. Emboldened by this initial offer, others soon followed suit. However, unlike the fervent bidding for the escape dagger, the atmosphere was subdued, punctuated by moments of silence. Just as the gavel was about to fall for the third time, another bid emerged, creating an unsettling dynamic. Few bidders, yet an interminable auction. 10 minutes later, the auctioneer, visibly perturbed, announced that the minimum increment would be raised to 100 points. This caused many to reconsider their bids, and the number of offers dwindled. But the pace quickened as only 3 determined buyers remained. As the price reached 2,600 points, one bidder withdrew, and at 2,900 points, another hesitated before finally relinquishing, thus setting the final price of the Bone of Moresby at 2,900 points. In theory, as long as the holder is willing, one could remain in this temporal loop indefinitely. For instance, one could continuously hone archery skills, leveling them up to perfection through relentless repetition. However, in practice, no one can endure such a monotonous cycle for an extended period. Zhang Heng speculated that even the most resilient individuals might succumb to madness after merely a fortnight. Moreover, the additional 24 hours he possesses do not particularly necessitate such an endeavor. Chapter 92. The Arrow of Paris. Zhang Heng harbored a keen interest in the effects of the Moresby bone. After the identification results were revealed, he decided to test it himself. Unlike the items he had previously owned, the triggering conditions of the Moresby bone were exceedingly stringent, requiring a preliminary ritual. Fortunately, the materials needed for the ritual were not overly complex. However, the entire process demanded approximately 9 hours to complete. Upon finishing the ritual, the holder of the Moresby bone would be thrust into a temporal loop. This realm was a vast, empty white expanse, devoid of anything except the endlessly resetting time. Even death was non-existent. Nevertheless, it served as an unparalleled training ground. Taking archery as an example, due to the time resets, one would not experience hunger or fatigue, nor would there be a need for sustenance or rest to regain strength. If one so desired, they could continuously refine their archery skills to perfection. Yet, in reality, no one could withstand such a dull and repetitive cycle for long. Zhang Heng estimated that even the most mentally robust individuals would likely break down after about 2 weeks. The desolation of the place was striking. Zhang Heng couldn't fathom how a monster like Moresby had endured it for millennia. Moreover, mirroring their entry, emerging from the time loop necessitated an external ritual, which explained why Moresby was permanently trapped following the demise of the Aux people. Nevertheless, the inherent value of this artifact was undeniable. The immortality granted within the time loop alone was enticing. However, Zhang Heng, possessing an additional 24 hours, didn't covet the item as intensely. After some deliberation, he opted to auction it off. Having recently joined the game and completed only 3 rounds, his accumulation of points was somewhat limited, despite a commendable earning rate. After deducting a 5 commission, Zhang Heng ultimately received 2,755 points. This influx of capital transformed him from a mere spectator into an active participant in the auction. As he navigated the tablet, an item on the 4th page captured his attention. Paris's Arrow, quality, D effect, strikes the target's weak point upon release. Current bid, 410. The name and effect of this arrow evoked a childhood memory of a bedtime story. Achilles, the most formidable hero of the Achaean League in the Trojan War, was reputedly the son of Peleus, king of the Myrmidons, and Thetis, a sea nymph. There exist myriad iterations of his saga, one of which recounts how his mother, Thetis, having gleaned from the fates a prophecy foretelling her son's demise on the battlefield, immersed the infant Achilles in the river Styx, rendering him invulnerable save for the heel by which she held him, which remained untouched by the river's waters, and thus became his sole vulnerability. In the ensuing Trojan War, Achilles vanquished countless foes, emerging victorious in every encounter, ultimately slaying Hector, Troy's foremost warrior. However, he subsequently incurred the wrath of Apollo, who, according to the German author Gustav Schwab's Greek mythology, dispatched Achilles with a divine arrow to the heel. Yet, in Homer's Iliad, Achilles' slayer is identified as Paris, the Trojan prince, whose arrow, guided by Apollo, found its mark in Achilles' heel. This in-game item, in both name and description, bears a striking resemblance to the arrow mentioned in the Iliad. Comprehending the perils faced by players in the real world, Zhang Heng sought to arm himself. The arrow of Paris complemented his level 2 archery skill. Should he aim true, the arrow would unerringly strike the target's weak point. Moreover, owing to its limited applicability, catering only to players with archery skills, competition for the item was relatively subdued, accruing merely 65 game points in over half an hour. A stark contrast to other coveted items. As the auction progressed, Ding Xi's phone incessantly vibrated, indicating a stream of business inquiries. This did not come as a surprise to him. Attendees at the auction were invariably eager to discover game items suited to their needs. In the event of fierce bidding, those lacking sufficient points would naturally seek assistance from the Merchant Association, either exchanging or collateralizing their existing items. Over the course of the following hour, Ding Xi's fingers remained perpetually engaged, completing one transaction after another. However, upon briefly stepping outside, he noticed a significant reduction in the influx of messages. "Congratulations," Zhang Heng remarked. As the online auction neared its conclusion, the bid for the coveted Arrow of Paris had surged to 445. Zhang Heng added 20 points in one go, and this time, no one contested his offer. He successfully acquired the item for a final price of 465. Additionally, he had his sights set on a pair of earrings that granted the wearer immunity from fire damage. Nevertheless, the price had escalated beyond reason, prompting Zhang Heng to ultimately forego the purchase. He casually perused the unidentified items, finding a hodgepodge of artifacts, some appearing quite antiquated. Alongside modern possessions like a Samsung phone and a Gucci handbag, it was challenging to ascertain their potential utility from mere photographs. Given the high stakes of a pure gamble, he deemed it unnecessary to pursue further. Just as he intended to close the product page, his attention was suddenly captured by an image of a key. It's intricately carved and strikingly familiar. Zhang Heng recollected where he had previously encountered the emblem. During his employment of Shadow of Time, he once locked eyes with the raven in the darkness, its gaze leaving a lasting impression. Despite the photograph's slight blur, he discerned the raven from the carved design. A thought sparked within Zhang Heng's mind. Among all the game props in his possession, only Shadow of Time possessed an obscure origin. Perhaps this key could unveil some clues. More importantly, Shadow of Time itself was a D-grade item, implying that the key might also be a D-grade artifact. As no one bid on it, Zhang Heng effortlessly acquired it for a mere 100 points, leaving him with 2,292 points. He decided to cease further purchases and closed his tablet. The auction was nearing its conclusion, with only one item remaining. Chapter 93. The Disruptor. Many were privy to the identity of the final item. But when the elderly auctioneer unveiled it from the Tullywood box, it still incited a considerable stir. The auctioneer, ever the professional, maintained a solemn countenance on his gaunt face and announced in a tranquil tone. However, his words were abruptly interrupted by a voice from below. "Let's dispense with the formalities and commence directly at 70,000. A clamor erupted in the auditorium. No one anticipated that the initial bid would escalate by 10,000 points, making for an explosive start. Having completed his tasks for the day, Ding Xi entered spectator mode. Upon hearing the query, he remarked with a clicking of his tongue that there were currently 3 colossal guilds in the player community, each boasting over 2,000 members. Through years of fervent expansion, they had amassed considerable wealth, making them the only ones capable of affording such exorbitant prices. Therefore, the final round of the evening would likely showcase their prowess. Ding Xi paused momentarily before continuing, stating that no one would willingly allow a terrifying instrument of destruction like the Death Dreamscape to fall into the hands of another. The guild leader of Silver Wings, one of the 3 major guilds, served as a cautionary tale. Consequently, the upcoming bidding war would likely be fierce. Indeed, Events unfolded as Ding Si had predicted. The initial price of 70,000 points failed to deter potential contenders. Within 10 seconds, someone matched the offer, followed by another bid from the opposing side. Among the numerous players present that evening, only 3 were qualified to raise their paddles, representing their respective guilds. Given the scarcity of B-grade items and the exceptional efficacy of the Death Dreamscape even among its peers, the 3 major guilds were unwilling to show any leniency. As a result, the price rapidly escalated to 87,500 points in less than 10 minutes. At this juncture, even the 3 major guilds had to exercise caution, and the pace of bidding began to slow. Upon reaching 89,000 points, one guild, unable to bear the cost any longer, decided to withdraw, leaving only 2 remaining bidders. There exist numerous methods of eliminating someone that do not necessitate an expenditure of 90,000 points. Conversely, from a purely defensive standpoint, such a cost would be excessively exorbitant. As the contest among the 3 factions appeared to reach its climax, a voice suddenly emerged from the back corner of the auditorium, proclaiming 100,000 points. An immediate stir swept through the hall. Many present were intrigued by Death's Dream, yet all understood that its ultimate ownership would belong to one of the 3 major guilds, as only they possessed the will and financial means to secure such an item. Just as this gripping spectacle seemed poised to conclude, a 4th contender had inexplicably emerged, raising the bid by an additional 10,000 points. A quote of 100,000 points was, indeed, a staggering sum, even for acquiring a B-grade item. All eyes swiftly turned to this disruptor, who, constrained by the rules, remained faceless to the crowd. It was only possible to discern that she was a tall woman sporting sunglasses. After declaring her bid, she resumed chewing gum in silence. The atmosphere in the auditorium was rife with whispers. Players exchanged hushed remarks, eager to uncover the identity of this enigmatic woman, only to find that none recognized her. The 3 major guilds were evidently unprepared for this unexpected turn of events, leaving the 3 bidders somewhat flummoxed. Zhang Heng noticed a peculiar expression on Ding Si's face and inquired, "What is the matter? Do you know her?" Ding Si shook his head, replying, "I do not know her, but 40 minutes ago, she approached me, borrowing 500 points using 3 C-grade quality game items. That was essentially all that remained of my stock. Is it conceivable that she might have acquired points from other guilds, ultimately amassing 100,000 points? Theoretically, this is plausible. There are numerous guilds aboard, all prepared for business and carrying substantial points. If she has contacted them all, it is possible she could gather that amount. However, this seems rather unrealistic. It is unlikely that any individual possesses such a quantity of items for collateral." Ding Si furrowed his brow. The 3 major guilds were in a predicament. Their points for this auction could not possibly exceed 100,000. While Dream of Death may be enticing, it does not warrant that price. The concern arises if this item were to fall into the hands of someone with ulterior motives, rendering their prior efforts futile. Just then, Ding Si's phone vibrated again. Upon concluding the call, his expression was filled with astonishment. This cannot be. All guilds should be out of points. Could it be that she has exhausted them single-handedly? Who exactly is this woman? Meanwhile, the 3 individuals who had previously made bids began to sweat nervously. It is undoubtedly more prudent to retain such an item in one's own possession, but if that is unfeasible, having it in the hands of the other 2 guilds would not be unacceptable. Although their relationships may not be particularly strong, they still operate within the confines of the rules. The worst-case scenario would be if this item were to be seized by another lunatic, potentially leading to a repetition of the tragedy that befell the former president of the Silver Wings. The only solution now is for one party to borrow 10,000 points from another, thereby surpassing that woman. However, the exorbitant price of 100,000 is too steep. No one wishes to be the fool who pays such a sum. As Ding Si analyzed the situation, he appeared somewhat distracted, his palm caressing the black briefcase resting on his knee. The woman in sunglasses chewed her gum increasingly rapidly. 3 seconds later, the gavel fell, and the elderly auctioneer declared the final round of bidding concluded. A nearby female attendant presented the wooden Tulu box before the woman in sunglasses. Having just spent 100,000 on an item, she neglected even the most basic inspection, hastily tossing its contents into her small handbag. Moments later, her presence vanished from the seat, clearly having exited the instance. Just before her disappearance, Ding Si suddenly sprang from his position, shouting, "Quick, quick, catch her." Chapter 94. The storm. Ding Si's call came too late, but in truth, even had he shouted a moment earlier, it would have made no difference. Within the confines of this unique auction instance, players are unrestricted and may depart at any moment. Ding Si was acutely aware that his actions were futile, merely a subconscious reaction born of desperation. Helplessly watching the woman in sunglasses fade away, he clutched his hair in anguish. Yet he was not the only one in the auditorium feeling regret that night. A piercing scream soon echoed from the other side, as a young man fainted directly in his chair, followed by a chorus of frustrated roars. Zhang Heng was closest to Ding Si, thus he had the clearest view. As the woman in sunglasses prepared to leave, the anxious Ding Si could not resist the urge to open the black briefcase. Inside, he discovered 3 boxes made of tule wood, only to find that the game items had mysteriously vanished, leaving behind 3 smiling faces crafted from clay, seemingly mocking his foolishness. After uttering a cry, Ding Si lost all strength and collapsed into his seat. It was evident that the deception had not only ensnared the Fulua Chamber of Commerce. Nearly all chambers holding points had fallen victim to the woman in sunglasses. One by one, the tule wood boxes were opened, revealing an array of colorful clay that stung everyone's eyes. Zhang Heng was also taken aback, given Ding Si and the others' keen eyesight and experience. It was inconceivable that they could be so easily duped, especially since they were still within the instance, where item information could be directly accessed from their personal panels. In such circumstances, the woman in sunglasses had managed to deceive everyone with mere pieces of cheap clay, ultimately snatching the death dream from the hands of 3 major guilds without spending a single coin. Such a tale seemed almost fantastical. Yet, this absurdity unfolded right before his eyes. The only person in the entire hall unaffected was the elderly auctioneer on stage, who, after selling the last item, concluded his duties for the evening with a brief farewell address, disregarding the chaos among the crowd below, and removed his gloves as he stepped down from the platform. As consciousness returned to the scene, the heads of various chambers of commerce were the first to exit the instance. They had suffered considerable losses this time, and would undoubtedly need to report back to their respective chambers. Simultaneously, they would seek ways to track down the enigmatic sunglasses woman in the real world. It was a night deserving of celebration. One should indulge in a drink to toast to the newfound status among the wealthy. The mole's bone was delivered to the auction by the bartender, who was well aware of its worth. However, Zhang Heng, glancing at the cup of durian-flavored rum, politely declined her kindness. He handed over the unidentified key he had acquired and the necklace obtained from Simon to the bartender, requesting, "Could you assist me in appraising these items?" After a brief pause, he added, "Additionally, I would like a permanent membership card and a task failure immunity card. I admire a man who knows how to spend money." The bartender remarked, retrieving a calculator and calculating the final total, 407 points. Consequently, Zhang Heng's game points diminished from 292 to 785. After completing the transaction, another thought crossed his mind, and seizing the opportunity while the bartender was in good spirits, he inquired, "Are you aware that the information displayed on the personal panel in the instance can sometimes be erroneous?" The bartender raised an eyebrow, surprised by the question, and replied emphatically, "Impossible. The information on the panel is more accurate than the time announced before the evening news." However, after speaking, she hesitated for a moment and added, "Yet, if there are special game items, one cannot entirely dismiss such unforeseen events. It is likely that only an A-grade game item could achieve such a feat. Have you encountered one? The events that transpired at tonight's auction are not a secret. They will soon circulate among the player community, and there is no need for concealment." Zhang Heng candidly stated that someone had deceived all the trading companies on the ship with modeling clay and used the funds to purchase the final auction item from the 3 major guilds. This method certainly bears the hallmark of that individual. The bartender murmured, "He has appeared again, unwilling to fade into obscurity." Yet, she offered no further explanation, cautioning, "You should be wary when interacting with other players. Troublesome matters have been on the rise, and it seems a storm is on the horizon." Zhang Heng summoned a bike and rode to the nearest station. At this hour, in the industrial area, the bus stop was deserted. After securing the bike by the roadside, he suddenly heard rustling from the nearby greenery. Instantly alert, he turned, gripping the arrow of Paris tightly, and stepped back 2 paces. Both Ding Si and the professor had warned him that the player community was fraught with danger. The spectacular scam that unfolded at the auction served as a vivid lesson, making Zhang Heng considerably more cautious about his surroundings. In a low voice, he inquired, "Who goes there?" As soon as he spoke, the rustling sound ceased, and the creature lurking behind the greenery appeared startled. After a brief pause of 5 seconds, a shadow darted from the bushes, revealing itself to be a black wildcat, which, with its tail tucked, swiftly vanished into the night. Was it merely a false alarm? Just then, the night bus arrived at the stop. Zhang Heng tucked away the arrow of Paris in his hand, casting one last glance at the thicket before boarding through the front entrance. Chapter 95. Exam week and gatherings. Uncertain whether it was his stance, Zhang Heng attempted to shoot the arrow of Paris several times, only to discover that this arrow, valued at 465 points, bore no apparent distinction from a conventional arrow. Of course, this could largely be attributed to the chosen target. Theoretically, the bullseye was not a weakness of the target, and as for apples or cups, it was challenging to define their vulnerabilities. Zhang Heng speculated that this arrow might only prove effective against living beings, yet he found no suitable subjects for testing at the moment. 3 days later, the appraisal results for the necklace and keys were revealed. Zhang Heng received a package sent by the bartender, and upon opening it, he extracted a card from within. Name: Hunter's Blessing. Quality: F. Effect: slightly increases the chance of encountering prey. The necklace Simon gifted him bore a resemblance to a lucky rabbit's foot. Yet the augmentation of prey encounters was difficult to classify as a positive or negative effect. For a hunter, possessing such an item could indeed enhance their bounty. However, for those not inclined towards hunting, carrying it might invite unforeseen complications. Zhang Heng procured a small tool wooden box from the bartender and carefully stored the necklace within it. He then cast a glance at the key he had acquired at the auction. Name: Shadow Key. Quality: E. Function: capable of transforming a target item into shadow form for a duration of 3 minutes, contingent upon the presence of shadow-producing conditions. Usable 3 times. Items of E-grade quality typically range in price from 80 to 100 points, and Zhang Heng spent a total of 100 points, slightly exceeding the standard price. However, this slight premium is not uncommon, as unappraised items predominantly consist of F-grade quality, with E-grade items being quite rare. The occurrences of D and C-grade items are even more infrequent, while B-grade items have been encountered only once. What piqued Zhang Heng's interest further was the connection between this key and Moment of Shadow. During his previous 2 utilizations of the Moment of Shadow, he felt an inexplicable urge that the raven standing in the darkness had something to convey to him. He harbored a premonition that if he could uncover the raven's background, it might lead to a deeper understanding of the origins of these supernatural objects. Yet, at present, a more pressing matter loomed before him: the impending final examinations. Following the new year, the examination week commenced, with elective course assessments scheduled from the 3rd to the 7th, succeeded by specialized course exams, leaving him with little time to prepare. Due to the dormitory's strict power cutoff each night, if his prior studies had been inadequate, he would now be relegated to the corridors, enduring sleepless nights. In fact, even before the New Year festivities had concluded, the hallways had already been dominated by the night owls. As midnight approached, Zhang Heng ventured outside, often encountering a multitude of diligent students engrossed in their studies, among whom were Wei Jianyang and Chen Huadong. The latter, while diligently reviewing his coursework, also found solace in indulging in the latest anime episodes on his computer, a testament to finding joy amidst hardship. Furthermore, Zhang Heng had twice encountered Shin Sisi in the study hall. With the final examination concluded, Zhang Heng set down his pen, acknowledging the nearing culmination of his sophomore year's first semester. Similarly elated, Wei Jianyang, having spent the entire previous night awake with Chen Huadong, relied on coffee to sustain him through the exams. However, upon completion, he found himself invigorated rather than fatigued, proposing a celebratory feast in the culinary haven of the Food Alley. The proposition met with unanimous approval, prompting Wei Jianyang to extend an invitation to his girlfriend. Serendipitously, Han Xiaoxiao and her roommates also harbored intentions of celebrating, leading Wei Jianyang to orchestrate a joint gathering. However, the atmosphere at the table proved to be somewhat peculiar. Ma Wei, by nature, was not one to engage in conversation or interact with females, spending the majority of the time silently consuming dishes and beverages. Chen Huadong and Su Jing, typically the most boisterous of the group, whose presence alone usually guaranteed lively chatter, found themselves uncharacteristically subdued when in each other's company. Given the delicate nature of matters of the heart, the others refrained from intervention. Shin Sisi, possessing the highest degree of emotional intelligence among them, typically excelled at navigating such situations, but tonight she appeared preoccupied, frequently retrieving her phone to glance at the messages displayed on its screen. Thus, the final meal of the first semester of our sophomore year concluded rather hastily. However, the most awkward moment transpired after the meal, as everyone exited the restaurant and discovered a sleek black Mercedes parked at the entrance. Zhang Heng caught a clear glimpse of the individual in the driver's seat. Contrary to the rumors of a greasy, balding older man, the driver appeared quite youthful, likely still a student, and possessed a commendable physique, suggesting a commitment to regular exercise. Upon seeing Zhang Heng and his companions emerge, he gallantly opened the door to the passenger seat. A hint of apology flickered across Shin Cici's face as she spoke. "I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave." With that, she gracefully entered the black Mercedes. Han Xiaoxiao seemed poised to voice her thoughts, but ultimately refrained, waiting until the car disappeared from view before sighing. "I previously inquired about her privately. She claimed she wasn't in a relationship, merely wishing to engage in meaningful pursuits. Yet, she refrained from countering the gossip circulating outside. I wanted to trust her wholeheartedly, but now I find myself uncertain about continuing to do so." At this moment, Su Jing interjected, "Regardless, I unconditionally support Cici." Chen Huadong scoffed. "That's because you and she are cut from the same cloth." Sensing the tension escalating between the two, the others hastily intervened to diffuse the situation, with Wei Jianyang offering a wry smile. "Oh, dear friends, winter break is upon us. We won't see each other for a month. Can't we conclude this year amicably?" "Right, Zhang Heng." Wei Jianyang sought assistance from allied forces, but to his surprise, the latter seemed somewhat distracted, gazing in the direction of Shun Cici's departure. A sense of unease washed over Wei Jianyang, fearing that while matters here remained unresolved, Zhang Heng might witness this scene and complications could arise. It was no secret that he and Shin Cici had been rumored to have a certain chemistry, though largely fueled by the teasing of others. Nevertheless, one couldn't be certain of the sentiments harbored within their hearts. Chapter 96, Black Sails. 1. With the exams concluded, the long-awaited winter break had finally arrived. From this moment until March 4th, the university would suspend all curricular activities. In the dormitory, the other three residents held a certain admiration for Ma Wei, who, from the very first day of enrollment, had never concealed his family's circumstances, nor had he exploited them to gain an unfair advantage over others. Instead, he had consistently exerted his utmost effort to alleviate his family's burdens. Zhang Heng, in his introspection, doubted whether he could have conducted himself with greater integrity had he been in Ma Wei's position. He clapped Ma Wei on the shoulder. Zhang Heng's own ticket was for the following week, but before his departure, there remained a matter he wished to attend to. At 23:37, Zhang Heng once again pushed open the door to the bar's second-floor lounge. After exchanging greetings with the bartender, he effortlessly made his way to an unoccupied booth. Setting the alarm clock beneath the seat for 23:55, Zhang Heng closed his eyes, embarking on yet another odyssey. Player authentication in progress. Verification successful. Randomly selecting the fourth round dungeon for player number 07958. Selection complete. The current dungeon is Black Sails. The pirates of New Providence pose a grave threat to maritime trade in the region. Any civilized nation's laws ought to regard pirates as enemies of all humanity. Mission objective: establish a foothold in Nassau and build your own faction. Mode: single player. A friendly reminder: the game will officially commence in 5 seconds. Players are advised to prepare accordingly. Zhang Heng was still pondering the whereabouts of New Providence mentioned in the mission background when a thunderous boom echoed in his ears. He opened his eyes to find a large hole in the cabin partition to his left. A solid iron cannonball had shattered the table beside his bed and rolled onto the floor. Yet, this was merely the beginning of his troubles. Zhang Heng soon heard the roar of cannon fire and the chaotic sound of footsteps in the corridor outside. He quickly surveyed his surroundings. Upon hearing the word pirate, he had a foreboding sense of what was to come. After scanning the cabin, he confirmed that he had once again encountered a dungeon set in a pre-modern society. Everything, from the decor within the cabin to the attire he wore, appeared quite archaic, reminiscent of ancient European styles, though he could not ascertain the exact time period. The history of piracy can be traced back to the 14th century BCE with the Lucans, whose raids on Cyprus were recorded by the ancient Egyptians. Following them, the Viking pirates, renowned between the 8th and 11th centuries, were few in number yet ferocious in battle, displaying unparalleled bravery. Their legacy inspired game developers to create the Berserker class. Furthermore, in the 17th century, The coasts of Fujian and Guangdong in China suffered greatly from the incursions of Japanese pirates. However, as the naval powers of various nations grew stronger, piracy gradually receded from the annals of history. Today, only places like Somalia still harbor insignificant remnants of piracy. Hence, the immediate priority is to vacate the danger zone to avoid the possibility of another cannonball assault, as fortune may not favor one a second time. Zhang Heng hastily flung open the cabin door, colliding with a sailor hauling ammunition. The latter, still youthful and appearing scarcely more than a child, bore a face marked by sheer terror. Without uttering a word, he scrambled to his feet and darted towards the deck with the crate of cannonballs. Yet, in the next moment, a cannonball hurtled from an ajar door, striking him squarely in the chest. Zhang Heng rushed to his side, but the youth's torso had caved in, rendering survival impossible. In his final moments, he grasped Zhang Heng's hand, his eyes reflecting a poignant longing for the world he was about to leave behind. Zhang Heng had endured the Russo-Finnish War, thus he was not unfamiliar with such dire circumstances. He understood that there was little he could do at present, save for continually whispering into the ear of the fallen mariner that his injuries were not severe and that he would soon recover. However, within less than half a minute, the young sailor ceased to breathe. Zhang Heng fell into silence, gently closing the sailor's eyes before lifting the box of ammunition and approaching the ship's ladder. He yearned to ascertain the events unfolding outside. Just then, a face peered down from above. It belonged to a man of approximately 40 or 50 years, his sun-kissed skin indicating a life spent laboring upon the sea. Upon seeing Zhang Heng, he momentarily froze, then expressed his irritation. "Have I not already informed you that the ship's armed forces are insufficient? We simply cannot spare personnel to protect you. Must you not remain quietly in the cabin?" Relieved to hear the man speaking in English, Zhang Heng felt a weight lift from his shoulders. For his greatest fear had been that he was aboard a Spanish or Portuguese vessel, which would render communication impossible and exacerbate the chaos. He shifted slightly to reveal the box of ammunition behind him, along with the young sailor's lifeless body nearby, and said, "One of your men has unfortunately been struck. I have come to see if there is anything I can do to assist." The seasoned sailor above was taken aback by this revelation. However, now was not the time for idle conversation. With the ship's cannons rapidly running low on ammunition, he gestured urgently, "Hurry, bring me the munitions." Amidst this juncture, Zhang Heng accompanied the others to the deck, where a scene of utter devastation unfolded. Shattered and ruined planks lay scattered about, alongside several corpses sprawled upon the ground. To his port side, a three-masted sailing vessel bearing black sails loomed ominously. Chapter 97. The Black Sails, 2. The corpulent man, adorned with a tricorn hat, presumably the ship's captain, stood at the vessel's edge, peering anxiously at the opposing ship through a brass telescope. A younger man at his side implored, "Father, surrender. Our ship lacks their speed. Our cannonry is less than a third of theirs, and we possess a mere 15 muskets. This battle is unwinnable. Capitulate whilst there is still time." The captain cast a glance at his son before bellowing to the sailors behind him, "The cannonballs. Have the cannonballs arrived?" An aged mariner nodded in affirmation. "Awaiting your command, Captain." Scarcely had he uttered these words when a cannonball struck a cannon being loaded. The weighty iron barrel dislodged from its mount, crushing two gunners behind it. Their agonizing cries were their last. Simultaneously, the black-sailed three-master surged forward with menacing velocity. The captain exhorted his gunners to retaliate, his shouts intended to galvanize the crew. "Hold fast, men. Should we inflict sufficient damage upon them, and allow these scoundrels to taste our might, they shall abandon us and prey upon weaker vessels. Upon our arrival in Boston, each man shall receive a bonus of £6. The sailors, initially plagued by a sense of despondency, found their spirits rekindled under the promise of generous rewards. As the enemy's ship drew near, entering range, the 15 muskets aboard resolutely discharged their volleys. However, it was evident that they had not dedicated sufficient time to practice. The trajectories of the bullets were erratic, with the majority landing ineffectively against the hull of the three-masted vessel. Such an assault was akin to scratching the surface of a boot, provoking a fierce counterattack from their adversaries. After a round of fire, 9 sailors fell, and the morale of the crew shattered completely. No reward could outweigh the value of their lives. The sailors began to abandon their weapons and flee in all directions. The captain, aware of the inevitable defeat, stood frozen, gazing blankly at the unfolding chaos until he turned and discovered his son lying on the deck. The young man clutched his chest, blood seeping through his fingers. The captain removed his tricorn hat and knelt, cradling his son in his arms, his expression one of utter bewilderment. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng had already entered the captain's quarters, and upon glimpsing the three-masted ship, he surmised the battle's outcome. Even if he were to join the fray now, it would be futile. The vessel he was aboard was merely an ordinary British merchant ship, equipped with only 8 light cannons of 9-pound caliber to maximize cargo capacity and ensure profitability, and it was critically low on ammunition. In contrast, the enemy ship, adorned with black sails, boasted at least 30 cannons. Had it not been for their intention to capture both ship and crew, he might have already been adrift at sea. Thus, rather than engage in a pointless resistance, it would be more prudent to seize this opportunity to undertake something of significance. Availing himself of the pandemonium and disarray that had engulfed the ship, Zhang Heng stealthily made his way to the captain's quarters. Ordinarily, this chamber would have been the most heavily guarded on the vessel, but at present, it was devoid of any occupants. Disregarding the valuable ornaments that adorned the room, as they would inevitably be seized by the pirates upon boarding, Zhang Heng hastened to a wooden desk on the west side. He promptly opened 3 drawers in succession, ultimately discovering the object of his search, the ship's log. Virtually every vessel possessed such a log, which served to record the date, wind direction, weather conditions, and any significant events that transpired on a given day. Zhang Heng's primary objective was to ascertain the precise date and the ship's fundamental status, making the ship's log the optimal resource. He unfurled the log on the desk, and after 3 minutes, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air, causing the ship to lurch violently. Zhang Heng narrowly avoided falling to the ground. Upon regaining his footing, he drew back a small section of the curtain, revealing an enormous cannon muzzle. Fortunately, he had managed to gather the essential information he sought. The current year was 1712. If his recollection served him correctly, Spain's fortunes had waned since the War of the Spanish Succession in 1701, while England, through a series of treaties, had acquired numerous overseas colonies formerly belonging to Spain, thereby establishing itself as the new maritime superpower. Concurrently, this era marked the zenith of pirate activity. However, judging from the anguished cries emanating from above, his plan was not unfolding as smoothly as he had hoped. In addition to this, Zhang Heng also located New Providence on the nautical chart on the desk. It was situated in the north-central Bahamas, with Nassau being a small town on the north coast of New Providence. One individual fled ahead, while another pursued closely behind. The fleeing person was abruptly struck by Zhang Heng, tumbling to the ground. The pursuer, evidently not a crew member of the vessel, clutched a blood-soaked hand axe. His gaze fixated on the plump man on the ground, who was crying and crawling forward. A glint of bloodlust flashed in his eyes, and upon noticing Zhang Heng standing nearby, he appeared not only unfazed but rather invigorated by the encounter. However, he was unprepared for Zhang Heng's swiftness. Without hesitation, Zhang Heng executed a karate side kick, sending the axe flying from the bald man's grasp. Yet the latter retaliated swiftly, landing a punch that Zhang Heng barely managed to block, leaving his arm tingling from the impact. The bald man, seemingly unscathed, grinned widely as he drew a dagger from his waist. Realizing he might be in dire straits, Zhang Heng understood that close combat was not his forte. The force of that last punch had made him acutely aware of their disparity in strength, and he feared he would not stand a chance against this pirate in a direct confrontation. Chapter 98. The Black Sail. 3. Zhang Heng recognized that he needed to devise a strategy independently. In the past, such a life-and-death moment would have stirred wavering thoughts within him. Yet, after enduring the trials of the Sufan War, he had grown increasingly composed. Clutched within him was the Shadow's Hour, a tool that now had but one use left. Given the unusually prolonged duration of this quest, he was reluctant to expend it prematurely. Zhang Heng recalled the time spent in Sweden, when he and Simon ventured into the mountains to hunt bears. The corner of his eye caught sight of a small potato peeler resting on the cutting board to his right. However, this subtle movement did not escape the attention of the bald man opposite him. Just as he prepared to make his move, the dagger in the latter's hand lunged toward him with ferocity. Zhang Heng feigned a retreat, but instead, he lunged to the left. The bald man quickly adjusted his direction, aggressively pursuing him. Just as the dagger seemed poised to pierce his heart, Zhang Heng executed a swift slide, evading the attack, which resulted in the dagger embedding itself into a large piece of cured meat hanging behind him. The bald man, now incensed, felt an overwhelming frustration at the elusive nature of Zhang Heng's combat style. Tired of this game of hide and seek, he forcefully shoved aside the cured meat. only to be met with a sharp harpoon. Zhang Heng had awaited this opportunity for quite some time. His greatest advantage over the bald man lay in his familiarity with the surroundings. Although both had recently boarded the ship, he had thoroughly explored the kitchen while searching for a hiding place and was well aware of the harpoon's location. It was merely a matter of luring his opponent into position. Simon had once remarked that to hunt the larger beasts of the forest, one must first convince them that they are the true predator. At the opportune moment, Zhang Heng unhesitatingly revealed his ferocity, plunging the harpoon directly into the bald man's neck. His swift action allowed the target no time to react. The central spike completely pierced through the bald man's neck, emerging from the back of his head, stained with a mixture of red and gray matter. The formidable grizzly bear had ultimately stumbled into the prepared snare, emitting a resentful roar before collapsing to the ground, its massive frame swaying unsteadily. Having delivered the fatal blow, Zhang Heng slumped onto the floor. Meanwhile, the stout man, who had been cowering with his head in his hands, was startled by the sound beside him. He hesitantly raised his head, only to find the outcome was not as he had envisioned. Seemingly incredulous, he paused for a moment before uttering with uncertainty, You prevailed? Are you still capable of posing such vapid inquiries while I sit here? Therefore, yes. I was victorious, Zhang Heng responded. The stout man's face flushed with embarrassment, aware of his cowardly conduct, burying his head in the sand like an ostrich. Disregarding Zhang Heng's fate, he mumbled, My apologies, I was overcome with fear. I merely opened the door to survey the situation outside, but he indiscriminately charged at me. I was convinced I was doomed. By the way, my name is Marvin. My father is a colonist farmer, and I intend to assist him. I recall seeing you on the ship. You are a traveler from the Orient, correct? Marvin, I'm afraid this is hardly the moment for pleasantries. The pirates have already boarded the ship, and should they discover one of their own deceased here, we shall all find ourselves in dire straits, Zhang Heng articulated with haste. He found himself in a rather unenviable position, unable to alter the outcome of the battle raging outside single-handedly. His initial plan had been to conceal the item and then find a secluded spot to await surrender. However, he had scarcely left his quarters when he stumbled upon this scene. Given the circumstances, he had little choice. To stand idly by as the stout man was butchered by the bald pirate would have assuredly led to the latter, in his bloodlust, turning his attention to him. Thus, Zhang Heng had been compelled to intervene, a decision that had now placed him in considerable peril. Marvin exclaimed, his voice laced with renewed panic. What then? Are we to do? I did not slay him. I was merely crouching here, motionless, doing nothing. Zhang Heng furrowed his brow, taken aback by Marvin's instinctive attempt to absolve himself of any involvement, even if his intervention had not been purely altruistic. The fact remained that the latter owed his life to him. However, before he could voice his thoughts, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed from afar. Moments later, two figures materialized at the doorway. One brandished a flintlock pistol, while the other clutched a British cutlass. They were clearly not members of the ship's crew. Upon spotting Zhang Heng and Marvin standing with their hands raised in surrender, one of them bellowed, "We found two more." After brandishing his weapon a few times, he warned the two, "Be compliant. Your captain is already dead, and this ship now belongs to us. Do not attempt any clever tricks." Malvin nodded fervently, the flesh beneath his chin quivering as sweat streamed down his cheeks like water from an unwrung garment. The pirate wielding the British cutlass paused in confusion, wondering what was amiss. He scanned the entire kitchen but found nothing suspicious until his gaze fell upon a large wooden barrel behind the two men. Without hesitation, he shoved Malvin aside and opened the barrel, only to discover it contained nothing but a pile of smoked fish. Another pirate impatiently urged, "Are you done yet? If we delay any longer, we shall miss the victory feast. By the way, where did Vic go? I thought I saw him heading in this direction." The two were escorted onto the deck, where they encountered other passengers of the ship, as well as the 7 sailors who had survived the final battle. The expressions of the crowd were tinged with anxiety, uncertain of what fate awaited them. In Chapter 99, titled The Black Flag, 4, two pirates approached and searched Zhang Heng and Malvin, rummaging through every pocket and even inspecting their boots to ensure no valuable items were overlooked. Subsequently, Zhang Heng and Malvin were thrust into the crowd, the latter's demeanor fraught with terror. Upon witnessing the bodies of the captain and the fallen sailors on the other side, he began to tremble uncontrollably, eliciting laughter from the surrounding pirates. Zhang Heng's wallet and a snuff bottle were confiscated. However, the shadow key and shadow token remained in his possession, the latter being his secret lifeline. To prevent the pirates from seizing these items, he was compelled to utilize the shadow key twice, transforming both into their shadow forms. Yet, unlike previous instances, he now found himself adrift on the vast ocean. Despite having the shadow token in hand, he was uncertain of his escape route. While in shadow form, he could imprint himself upon the ocean's surface, but once the 3-minute duration elapsed, he would revert to a drowning man. If fortune favored him, he might be rescued by a passing vessel, but the greater likelihood was a demise in the belly of a fish, or succumbing to dehydration under the merciless sun before meeting the same fate. Just moments ago, they had all been passengers on the ship, yearning for a new life in the colonies. Yet now they had become prisoners of the pirates, their fates uncertain. Although the majority did not exhibit the same despair as Marwin, a sense of pessimism began to permeate the group. After approximately 15 minutes, a cacophony of crashing sounds erupted from the ship's hold below, punctuated by several gunshots. When tranquility was restored, a figure emerged before the crowd. "I apologize for the inconvenience. Every vessel has its share of oblivious fools, and I had to take some time to persuade them. Fortunately, the issue has now been resolved. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the helmsman of the Sea Lion, and you may call me Mr. Orf." The individual appeared to be in their 40s or 50s, exhibiting signs of balding, yet possessing a vigorous demeanor. In contrast to the menacing pirates surrounding him, he seemed more inclined to reason. Indeed, the position of helmsman necessitated exceptional communication skills, as it was the second most vital role on a pirate ship. The helmsman maintained a close rapport with the sailors, representing their interests and serving as a mediator between them and the captain. He also held the prerogative to challenge the captain's orders when the sailors' welfare was at stake. His presence instilled hope in many. One passenger pleaded, "I implore you, sir, release us. We are merely ordinary people. My wife and children await my return home." Olaf nodded in acknowledgement. However, he abruptly drew a short firearm from his waist and discharged it at a sailor who had already surrendered his weapon on the ground. The lead bullet struck the sailor's head, causing him to collapse. Splatters of blood stained the helmsman's linen shirt. Witnessing this brutal and sanguinary scene, the captives were immediately thrown into disarray. They recalled the tales they had heard of pirates, lawless, ruthless, and bloodthirsty individuals. No one could predict whether they would, on a whim, slaughter the entire ship's company. This gunshot undoubtedly set an ominous precedent. Marvin, in particular, was so terrified that he soiled his trousers. His pronouncement elicited a chorus of cheers from the surrounding pirates, who pounded the railings in agreement. This, in turn, afforded the captive passengers a modicum of solace. While the preceding events had appeared cruel, they seemed, from the perspective of retribution, to be not entirely excessive. The passengers had conveniently forgotten who had been safeguarding them not long before, and in a bid to survive, they all opted for silence. The remaining 6 sailors, who had surrendered relatively early, were complex expressions. On one hand, they felt ashamed of their pusillanimous conduct, while on the other, they secretly rejoiced that they had not been heavily involved in the fighting. "Now that old scores have been settled, we can address the issue of paramount concern to you," Olaf continued. "As you can see, the vessel you were aboard now belongs to us. This encompasses not only the ship's cargo, but also your wallets, and all items of value, including the ship itself. However, we are not unreasonable men." Olaf paused, then veered into another direction. "Out of humanitarian considerations, we will provide you with a small boat, 2 barrels of fresh water, and perhaps some biscuits and cured meat. While this may not be sufficient to row all the way to Boston from here, you are fortunately situated on a trade route, and the weather forecast for the next few days looks promising. With a bit of luck, passing ships will spot you, and you will be rescued." His words did little to assuage the crowd. Instead, they incited a fresh wave of commotion. A small boat, 2 barrels of fresh water, and 30 passengers, this combination appears utterly unreliable. Any gust of wind or wave could spell doom for those aboard, not to mention the uncertainty of encountering passing ships, where the hope of rescue pales in comparison to the imminent risk of death. Some individuals began to plead once more, seeking the pirates' compassion. However, Ulf seemed resolute this time, unwavering in his conditions. "I am aware of the risks involved, but we are pirates, not philanthropists. The subsequent challenges are for you to resolve," Ulf declared before turning on his heel to depart. Nearby, the pirates prepared to lower the small vessel into the water, yet the craft was woefully inadequate, accommodating a mere 20 individuals even when fully packed, let alone considering the provisions of fresh water and food. At that moment, a burly pirate approached and inquired, Is there anyone among you who is a cook or a carpenter? Our ship is in need of 2 carpenters and 1 cook. Those interested may follow me. Compared to the grim prospect of waiting for death on the small boat, this opportunity undoubtedly offered a greater chance of survival. As soon as he finished speaking, a captured sailor raised his hand and exclaimed, "I am the carpenter on this ship. I am willing to join you." No sooner had he spoken than another passenger chimed in. "Though I have little experience at sea, I have previously crafted furniture in town and built some frameworks. Do you think I would suffice?" The burly pirate pondered for a moment before nodding. "Very well, you shall assist him." The assembled passengers regarded the pair with envy. For skilled individuals are universally esteemed, even by the most savage of pirates. "There remains but 1 vacant spot in my crew," the burly pirate declared. "And this offer is fleeting. Is there another who would join me?" I volunteer," a voice responded. To everyone's surprise, it was Marvin who spoke. Chapter 100, The Black Sail Saga 5, The stout pirate-eyed Marvin, arching an eyebrow in skepticism. "You're a cook?" His doubt was understandable, as Marvin's attire was hardly that of a cook. The farmer's son was dressed in a manner befitting the upper class, complete with a powdered wig, lace-trimmed cuffs and collar, and a tailored coat that accentuated his waistline. However, he was now reduced to wearing only white silk stockings, his fine boots having been confiscated as spoils during the search. He nodded eagerly. "My mother runs a small inn in Canterbury, and I assist her when she's short-handed." The imposing pirate appeared dubious, his gaze lingering with disdain on Marvin's damp trousers. Aware of the unfavorable impression he had made, Marvin quickly added, "I'm an excellent cook. The ship's cook often sought my advice. You can verify this with your comrades. I was found in the kitchen." "That's true." The 2 pirates who had discovered Zhang Heng and Marvin confirmed, nodding in agreement. Marvin anxiously gazed at the burly pirate, who stroked his chin and, after a pause of approximately half a minute, finally spoke. "Well, why don't you give it a try? However, I must warn you, if it tastes foul or causes us any distress, even if I were to forgive you, they would not." As he spoke, he gestured towards the surrounding pirates. Marvin hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "All right, gentlemen, the slots are full, and our recruitment has concluded. I wish you all a pleasant journey ahead," the burly pirate declared before preparing to depart with his 3 companions. Just then, another voice unexpectedly broke the silence. "Wait," the burly pirate halted, unaware that Marvin's expression had suddenly turned tense upon hearing the voice. Marvin looked up towards the source of the sound, his face filled with desperation. Zhang Heng disregarded the subtle hint from the farmer's son and stood up, declaring, "I wish to join." The burly pirate frowned. "I truly admire your enthusiasm, I do. But as I mentioned earlier, we only have 3 slots available, and we are now at full capacity." In the face of this polite refusal, Zhang Heng calmly replied, "Just hand me the gun." Perhaps moved by someone's confidence, or perhaps swayed by the raucous encouragement of the surrounding pirates, the burly pirate eventually handed Zhang Heng a short firearm. Zhang Heng accepted it, inspecting it briefly. Having gone through the script of the Sufan War, he had also done some homework on weaponry. He was no longer the naive novice he once was. In his grasp was a flintlock pistol, a significant advancement over the earlier matchlock firearm. This innovative weapon streamlined the shooting process by employing flint to ignite gunpowder, resulting in a higher rate of fire, reduced recoil, and enhanced accuracy. Developed in the mid-16th century, it became widely issued among European armies by the latter half of the 17th century, playing a pivotal role in the subsequent American War of Independence. Zhang Heng scrutinized the weapon intently, dedicating a full minute to his examination, which incited a wave of commotion among the onlooking pirates. The burly pirate responsible for recruiting crew members began to exhibit signs of impatience. Suddenly, without any forewarning, Zhang Heng raised his short firearm and aimed it at Marvin, who was struck by a surge of fear, suspecting an attempt on his life. Yet, in the next instant, the bullet whizzed past his ear, striking an apple core held by a pirate at the ship's stern, startling him considerably. The pirates were momentarily taken aback before erupting into cheers. The distance between Zhang Heng and the apple-holding pirate exceeded 40 meters, compounded by the ships rolling on the waves, rendering the shot extremely challenging. However, the fluidity of the rapid-fire technique he had learned from Simon appeared so effortless, as if he had not aimed at all, ultimately earning him resounding applause. In many respects, the majority of pirates were rather straightforward individuals who, adhering to the law of the jungle upon the vast ocean, never lacked respect for the strong. It was unclear who initiated it, but soon the surrounding pirates began to chant in unison, "Embrace him! Embrace him. The robust pirate responsible for recruitment furrowed his brow, ultimately yielding to the overwhelming public sentiment. Reluctantly, he remarked, "Very well, a sharpshooter should be impossible to refuse. Since we have already enlisted 3, an additional member is of little consequence. Come along with me." The 4 individuals followed the brawny pirate down the gangway, during which he introduced himself, saying, "I am Owen, the first mate of the Sea Lion. Regardless of your past conduct or backgrounds, you are now part of the Sea Lion crew. Of course, we cannot extend our trust as we would to others just yet, but fear not. Time will reveal your true character." Owen paused briefly before continuing. "However, there are certain crucial matters you must be apprised of. Listen closely. Gambling, theft, and personal disputes are strictly forbidden aboard this ship, except for duels conducted in the presence of a notary. Furthermore, fleeing in the midst of battle is a capital offense." At this point, he cast a pointed glance at Malvin, who was wiping sweat from his brow and smiling nervously. Owen proceeded, "During plunder, it is prohibited to hoard spoils, except for items taken from enemies you have slain. You may select one item initially, but all gains will be evenly distributed among the crew, with the captain and helmsman receiving double shares. The doctor, carpenter, gunner, and cook, along with the first mate, will each receive 1.5 shares, while those who distinguish themselves in combat will be rewarded additionally. In the event of injury or disability, compensation will be provided, determined by your tenure aboard the ship. Oh, and most importantly, all decisions regarding the ship's daily affairs, including the appointment and election of the captain and helmsman, shall be made with equal voting rights for every crew member." After Irving finished speaking, he turned to the 4 individuals and said, "That's all for now. Do you have any questions?" Malvin raised his hand and chuckled awkwardly. "I want to clarify that I am not attempting to shirk responsibility. I simply wish to know if the cook is also expected to partake in the battle." Irving glanced at him and replied, "Generally, no. However, if we find ourselves in a dire situation, everyone must take up arms. Speaking of which, you should go find Defrina shortly and have him equip you with a firearm. I will inform him of this as well." His final remark was directed at Zhang Heng. "The same goes for the rest of you. You may also approach Defrina to receive a weapon. This is a privilege afforded to newcomers. As for the future, should any weapons become damaged, you will be required to pay for replacements, which will be deducted from your next share of loot." Chapter 101. The Black Flag. 6. The merchant ship had endured cannon fire, resulting in some damage to its hull. Although it was not severe, neglecting it was not an option. 2 carpenters swiftly immersed themselves in their tasks. Once Irving departed, Malvin finally let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. "That was a close call," he remarked. "It was truly terrifying. I feared I would be cramped on that small boat, facing a solitary demise at sea. However, the good news is that we have all survived. Though we have joined the pirates, looking on the bright side, at least we have the chance to live." On the deck, when I spoke, you seemed rather anxious. "Were you worried I would usurp your position?" Zhang Heng inquired. Malvin chuckled. No, it's not that. I fear for your safety. These are ruthless individuals who would kill without a second thought. I must admit, your bravery is commendable. I can hardly bring myself to meet their gaze when conversing with them." "I'm rather curious, Malvin," Zhang Heng replied nonchalantly. "If I were indeed to usurp your position, what would you do? Would you reveal what transpired in the kitchen?" "Impossible." Malvin shook his head vigorously, his eyes darting away. "You saved my life. I would never betray you, no matter the circumstance. That is for the best, for I can assure you, should you disclose this matter, you would not escape unscathed either." Malvin chuckled awkwardly, though his expression betrayed his disbelief in those words. "Do you know why, even after that fellow was clearly deceased, I stabbed him 3 times in the back with a potato peeler?" "You." Malvin's expression shifted dramatically. He had always found Zhang Heng's excessive actions perplexing, attributing them merely to a fit of rage, but now he began to grasp the true intent behind them. It is quite difficult for one individual to inflict wounds both to the front and back of another simultaneously. However, with an accomplice, the situation becomes readily explicable. You can tell your tale, and I can share mine, yet ultimately, the corpse will testify to whose account carries greater credibility. As the 2 conversed, shouts erupted from outside. Vic, where the hell have you gone? If you don't come out soon, there will be no spoils left for you." A group of pirates, grumbling and cursing, strode through the corridor. Zhang Heng rose and patted the pallid Malvin on the back. "It is getting late. I must fetch my musket. And you should start preparing the meal. Tonight, once everyone has succumbed to slumber, We shall act together and cast the object buried beneath the smoked fish into the sea. Thus, our troubles will be alleviated. Having resolved the issues concerning the farmer's son, Zhang Heng procured a musket and a notched dagger from Dufresne, who managed the ship's armaments. However, there was no time to acclimate himself to his new weapons, as he was assigned his first task as a pirate, to clean the deck. Indeed, the lives of pirates, when the black flag did not unfurl, bore little distinction from those of ordinary sailors. Many among them had once been sailors themselves, driven by various motivations, whether it be the unbearable oppression of the captain, a yearning for adventure and freedom, or the allure of sudden wealth. Ultimately, a multitude of reasons led them to embrace the life of piracy. Yet, no one relished the thought of lingering in a filthy, wretched environment. Even the most disheveled pirates understood that this had little to do with cleanliness, but rather stemmed from the myriad lethal perils that the sea harbored. Maintaining a sanitary environment not only bolstered morale but also significantly mitigated the risk of disease among sailors. Thus, pirates would routinely cleanse the deck, particularly after a fierce battle, when the remnants of carnage, bodies and blood, littered the surroundings. Zhang Heng and 5 others toiled for a full 2 hours before the stains of blood began to fade. Malvin prepared dinner before sunset, a feat that left one wondering how he managed it, as the flavors were surprisingly delightful. Zhang Heng recognized that he had navigated through the most challenging phase and could remain aboard the ship. One must never underestimate the value of a skilled chef. Often, when pirates embark on their raids, it is not solely for plunder, but sometimes to seize individuals. Life at sea can be monotonous, especially with a crew comprised entirely of spirited young men. Over time, this can easily lead to unrest. An exceptional chef can alleviate the sailor's mental strain to some extent through delectable cuisine. Thus, it is customary that even those cooks who rarely partake in combat receive an equal share of the spoils, alongside the most perilous gunners, without any dissent. This evening, the pirates were in high spirits. Having recently triumphed in battle, they had decisively subdued their adversaries and captured the vessel without bloodshed, incurring merely 3 fatalities and 5 injuries, a result worthy of a celebratory toast. Some even jested about the debt Vic owed them, speculating whether he had stealthily absconded, which elicited a wave of laughter. It was not until Owen appeared in the mess hall, his gaze sweeping across the assembly of pirates, that he spoke. News from the Sea Lion has just arrived. They are certain Vic is not on board. Who was the last person to see him today? The pirates exchanged glances, for in battle, there are typically 2 outcomes. One either survives or perishes. Never before had a living person simply vanished. Could it be that he fell overboard? One speculated. Impossible, one pirate declared, shaking his head. I inspected the area before we set sail. There were no individuals in the water. Another pirate echoed this sentiment, adding, indeed, I witnessed him dash into the ship's hold beneath the deck. He was among the earliest to enter. Ever since that moment, I have not laid eyes upon him. The pirates engaged in a spirited discussion. Yet no one could elucidate the mystery surrounding Vic's disappearance. Owen's gaze shifted to the newly recruited individuals, but Malvin remained in the kitchen. He discerned no peculiarities in the expressions of the remaining 3. Unlike the pirates, they sat quietly in the corner, consuming their dinner. However, considering they had recently been victims of a raid, such behavior was entirely understandable. Chapter 102. The Black Flag. 7. It was not until after dinner that Zhang Heng found the time to examine his character panel, discovering that his information had once again been updated. Name, Zhang Heng. Gender, male. Age, 19. Player ID, 07958. Games played, 3. Current game score, 777 possessions. Shadow key, E. Shadow hourglass, D. Skills mastered, piano level 1, linguistic fluency level 1, proficient in 3 languages for daily communication, modification and repair level 1, skiing level 1, rock climbing level 1, archery level 2, wilderness survival level 2, automotive driving level 2, shooting level 2 evaluation. This player is under the protection of shadows, possessing skills in automotive driving, shooting, wilderness survival, and archery, which grant him a certain degree of self-preservation capabilities. However, he does not exhibit any prominent strengths and is expected to progress through 7 rounds of gameplay, after 3 months of practice in the real world. With an additional boost over 48 hours, Zhang Heng's rock climbing skill advanced from level 0 to level 1. He can now scale most artificial rock walls unaided. While the feasibility of climbing natural rock formations depends on various factors, including angle and rock quality, which may affect the difficulty. Furthermore, Shooting and skiing are two newly acquired skills from his last quest, with shooting emerging as his most promising talent. Within a month, he ascended from a novice to level 1. That fateful night, after escaping the guerrilla camp with Simon, he faced a mysterious master by the lake, awakening latent potential within him. Ultimately, he not only triumphed in that life-or-death confrontation, but also elevated his shooting skill to level 2. In truth, he also discovered that once a skill reaches level 2, further advancement becomes exceedingly arduous. This milestone signifies that one has attained an exceptionally high standard among the average populace, and the avenues for improvement subsequently narrow considerably. Taking his level 2 archery as an example, Zhang Heng realized that through mere practice, he could at best maintain his current proficiency. To ascend to the next echelon, some external stimulus was imperative, such as that fateful life and death encounter by the lakeside. Though such experiences are rare and, if possible, Zhang Heng would prefer to avoid them altogether. Understanding the present circumstances, Zhang Heng closed the character panel. However, this time the situation was markedly different, particularly in the cramped sailor's quarters, where he lay among a group of pirates whose last bath was indeterminate. The air was lang of various unpleasant odors, and it wasn't long before Zhang Heng succumbed to nausea. The pirates erupted into uproarious laughter at the sight. "What a joke. Is this your first time at sea, rookie?" one mocked. "Indeed, I'm beginning to regret letting him join us on deck," another pirate chimed in. Life at sea is monotonous, and thus finding amusement is a fundamental skill for pirates. Yet, among them were also those willing to lend a hand. A black pirate offered Zhang Heng a wooden bucket for his discomfort and even poured him a cup of water. "Thank you," Zhang Heng managed to say after rinsing his mouth with fresh water, feeling somewhat relieved. "There's no need for courtesy. Do not take their words to heart. Those individuals merely possess a foul tongue, yet deep down, they are not malevolent. You will come to realize this with time." The black pirate extended a hand, introducing himself as Goodwin, the gunner of the Sea Lion. Zhang Heng, cradling a wooden barrel with one arm, extended his other hand to shake. "I was quite impressed by your performance on the deck earlier. What did you do before this? Were you a soldier?" Goodwin inquired eagerly. "Something akin to that." "I did indeed participate in a war," Zhang Heng replied. "Did you emerge victorious?" Goodwin asked. "Not quite, though at least I and those I hold dear survived." "You are fortunate. I too was involved in a conflict, yet we were defeated." Goodwin loosened his collar, revealing a brand on his left chest. "My tribe was vanquished by another, who slaughtered my father, mother, and the elders of our clan, selling me, my brother, and my 6-year-old sister to a slaver. I cannot recall how long we were at sea. Everyone was shackled, crammed into the cramped hold below deck, unable to move, with scarcely even room to breathe. By the time we reached what they referred to as the New World, of the 300 Africans aboard, fewer than 80 remained alive, and my brother perished in my arms." "I am truly sorry to hear that," Zhang Heng replied. The transatlantic slave trade commenced in the 15th century, reaching its zenith in the 17th and 18th centuries. The cultivation and development of colonies necessitated a substantial supply of inexpensive labor, which could not be sufficiently met by the sparse European immigrants. Consequently, merchants turned their gaze towards Africa, where European nations vied to establish trading posts and fortifications, incited conflicts among tribes, acquired war captives, or engaged in the direct capture of enslaved individuals. The era in which Zhang Heng finds himself is characterized by the flourishing of the triangular trade. Merchants embarked from Europe to Africa, where they procured enslaved individuals, subsequently transporting them to the Americas to be sold to plantation and farm owners. Thereafter, they would ferry the Americas' treasures, gold, coffee, cotton, and other commodities, back to Europe, thereby reaping astonishing profits. This situation persisted until the late 18th and early 19th centuries, when countries such as England, France, and America gradually prohibited the slave trade. However, although official support for such practices waned, clandestine smuggling remained rampant, and the decline of the slave trade would not truly manifest until the 1860s, a topic for another time. I was purchased in Charleston by a coffee plantation owner, where I labored for 8 years before being sold onto a ship as a sailor, enduring the most arduous tasks while subsisting on the poorest provisions until she discovered us. Who? The Sea Lion. She granted me freedom, embraced me, and the crew treated me as a companion, a brother. In battle, we shielded one another's backs. Here, the dynamics of master and slave were absent. We were all equals, free men, united by a shared homeland. Where? Nassau. Chapter 103, The Black Sail Saga. 8. It was the first instance of Zhang Heng hearing that particular term uttered by the pirates. His primary objective in this iteration was to establish a foothold in Nassau and cultivate his own influence. Naturally, he desired to augment his understanding of the locale. However, before he could inquire further, a potent wave of nausea surged, compelling him to clutch the wooden barrel and retch violently, as if to expel his very stomach. Goodwin rose to his feet and offered a comforting pat on Zhang Heng's back. Perhaps you should retire early and rest. A night's sleep should alleviate your condition. I shall leave you to it. Zhang Heng conceded that his current state was indeed deplorable, both physically and mentally. He found himself incapable of focusing his thoughts. He had intended to collaborate with Marvin that evening to dispose of the corpse concealed within the barrel, but his present condition rendered him incapable of such a task. Zhang Heng felt as though he had been cast into a maelstrom, the world swirling and tilting around him. He embraced the wooden barrel, vomiting repeatedly until the late hours, when he finally succumbed to a fitful slumber. Upon awakening, he was greeted by a familiar visage. "You're awake," Marvin exclaimed with fervor, as he lifted a bowl of sustenance from a nearby surface. "I've prepared a fish soup for you, made from fish freshly caught this morning. It should serve to restore your strength." The farmer's son's eyes radiated concern, as if he genuinely yearned for Zhang Heng's swift recovery. Zhang Heng glanced at the bowl of fish soup and the biscuits beside it, yet he refrained from partaking. Instead, he inquired, "What brings you here?" "Oh," Goodwin informed Mr. Owen about your illness. Mr. Owen asked if anyone would be willing to care for you, and I volunteered. After all, I have little else to occupy my time after preparing 2 meals each day." Malvin seemed aware of Zhang Heng's skepticism towards him. After speaking, he lifted the bowl of fish soup and took a hearty sip, followed by a bite of the biscuits. Chewing thoughtfully, he said with a hint of grievance, "You need not be so wary of me. We were once in the same boat, and now it is just you, me, Bruce, and Kenny. Shouldn't we unite in these trying times?" At this juncture, Malvin furtively glanced around to ensure they were unobserved before lowering his voice and hurriedly adding, "This morning they scoured the entire ship again in search of that fellow named Vic. Fortunately, the kitchen was not thoroughly inspected. But what if they returned to scrutinize us?" Zhang Heng sipped the fish soup and regarded Malvin. Whether it was merely his perception or not, he felt that Malvin's acting had significantly improved since their last encounter. The son of a farmer, who once wore his emotions openly, now left Zhang Heng pondering what thoughts lay behind his facade. Indeed, does the harshness of one's surroundings not serve to hasten personal growth? However, Zhang Heng was acutely aware that Malvin was an utterly unreliable individual. The events that had transpired previously had already demonstrated that his selfishness was deeply rooted and unchangeable. In his eyes, there existed only himself, given the opportunity. He would undoubtedly betray those around him to secure a better life. Nevertheless, for the time being, their interests aligned. As the corpse in Zhang Heng's makeshift barrel had become a mutual concern, Malvin could only hope that Zhang Heng would swiftly deal with the body, and prior to that, he wished for no complications to arise for Zhang Heng. Yet, circumstances did not unfold as desired. After consuming the fish soup, Zhang Heng rested for a brief moment before succumbing to waves of nausea. The ensuing week was spent in a cycle of torment, causing him to lose considerable weight, to the point where some believed he might not survive. Surprisingly, however, Zhang Heng ultimately persevered through this ordeal with remarkable resolve. Yet, by the time he was able to descend from the hammock and free himself from the tumult of the storm, his weight had dwindled to just over 100 pounds. "My heavens, you appear as though you've never set foot on the sea," Goodwin exclaimed, astonished. "But how is that possible? Hadn't you been adrift at sea for a month and a half?" "This is a long story," Zhang Heng replied as he was assisted by the gunner to rise from his bed and step onto the deck. He inhaled the fresh air greedily. The sensation of rebirth was exhilarating. He had never anticipated that one day merely gazing at the sun above would become a luxury. He had lingered too long in the dark confines of the sailors' quarters, nearly forgetting what the outside world resembled. After Goodwin had walked away, the farmer's son hurried over. An expression of anxiety etched on his face. He spoke in a rush. "Thank heavens you have finally awakened. You cannot fathom how I have endured these past days. Each time someone passes by the kitchen door, I am filled with trepidation. The contents of that barrel have been left too long, and I can scarcely articulate the stench it emits. In truth, if it weren't for the smoked fish masking the odor, it would have raised suspicions long ago. Moreover, I just overheard a sailor mention that land will be in sight in about 3 days. What shall we do about the contents of the barrel then, if discovered?" We could very well become the shortest-lived pirates in history. I completely understand the predicament you face, Zhang Heng replied, but having endured so many days, surely you would not mind waiting just one more. Given my current condition, I am powerless to take any action. Let us address this trouble tomorrow night at the latest. Although Marvin was anxious, he recognized the truth in Zhang Heng's words. According to their original plan, they should have resolved this issue 10 days prior. Yet no one anticipated that Zhang Heng would succumb to seasickness. With land in sight, the throng of people could lead to unforeseen complications. Marvin found himself devoid of better alternatives and simply nodded. In truth, had he possessed the courage, he could have easily disposed of the corpse in the sea during these solitary days. Yet, the pervasive fear within him ultimately triumphed over his valor. Additionally, a lingering resentment resided in his heart. It was Zhang Heng who had committed the murder, yet now they were both compelled to share the burden of risk. This notion filled him with profound frustration. Chapter 104. The Black Sail, 9. During these 2 days, Zhang Heng utilized his time to engage in some light exercise. Consuming the meticulously prepared meals by Marvin, his strength was swiftly recuperating. By the following evening, he could move about effortlessly, though he still lagged considerably from his peak condition. However, time was no longer a luxury he could afford with their current sailing speed. They could reach Nassau by the next morning. Both he and Marvin had to dispose of the body in the barrel that very night. As the night deepened, all the sailors had climbed into their hammocks. Zhang Heng, unhurried, waited an additional hour to ensure that everyone had fallen into a deep slumber before he finally rose from his bed. Navigating through the rhythmic symphony of snores, he made his way to the kitchen. There, Marvin was already on edge, as if sitting on pins and needles. The candle on the table had burned down significantly, and although he held a potato in his hand, pretending to peel it, his thoughts were far from that task. Upon hearing footsteps outside, he instinctively exclaimed, "Mr. Defrina, I will finish shortly, and then head to bed." His words trailed off as he lifted his gaze to see who had entered, and he exhaled in relief, somewhat chagrined. "Why did you come so late? Are you aware of how many times I have been asked why I have not yet retired for the night? If this continues, I shall certainly arouse suspicion. Find an excuse to elucidate why you remain awake while everyone else is alert, and consider which behavior poses a greater peril." Zhang Heng inquired. Upon hearing this, Marvin offered an awkward smile, stating, "I am not lamenting your presence. I merely believe there may be a more prudent approach." Zhang Heng interjected. "The sooner we resolve this predicament, the sooner we extricate ourselves from danger for both you and I. Therefore, if your safety truly matters to you, we must act without delay." This time, Marvin refrained from further comment and, alongside Zhang Heng, lifted the wooden barrel. The duo exited the kitchen, traversing the corridor and storeroom, until they reached the sailors' quarters. After a brief wait of 15 minutes, Zhang Heng nodded to Marvin, and they resumed their task of carrying the barrel. The farmer's son felt as though his heart might leap from his throat. He could scarcely fathom how he had managed to move step by step to the ship's ladder. As time stretched on endlessly, the slightest stir or murmur from any nearby pirate sent chills through him. It was only after they left the sailors' quarters and ascended to the upper level that Marvin's tension eased somewhat. In a hushed tone, he asked, "What shall we do now? Head to the deck?" "No," Zhang Heng replied. "There are sentinels patrolling, and someone is at the helm. It would be exceedingly difficult to avoid detection if we ascend." Zhang Heng remarked that this level of the ship was originally designated for passengers, with windows sufficiently large to facilitate the disposal of a body. "How did your investigation fare?" Our original quarters are now occupied by the Vanguard," Marvin replied. "However, 2 rooms remain vacant due to severe damage, primarily because of the shortage of timber on the vessel. Areas that do not impede navigation must remain as they are for the time being." "Very well, then lead the way." After a brief pause of half a minute, Marvin took the lead with Zhang Heng following closely behind, carrying the wooden barrel to the second-to-last room at the end of the corridor. Marvin glanced at Zhang Heng beside him and extended his hand, gently knocking on the door. There was no response from within. The farmer's son, gathering his courage, pushed the door open, revealing an empty room. Unfortunately, during the previous skirmish, this chamber had suffered the impact of 4 cannonballs, with the side wall nearly obliterated. However, since it was situated far above the waterline, it had merely been hastily boarded up, leaving it still susceptible to the wind. After setting down the barrel, Marvin promptly closed the door and exclaimed with urgency, "Now that we are here, let us hasten to dispose of the body." Zhang Heng stood before the damaged wall, peering down before shaking his head. That is not feasible. The calmness of the sea tonight means there is virtually no wind or waves. And the drop is too high. The sound of the body hitting the water could easily be heard by those on deck. What then shall we do? Upon hearing this, Marwan's expression changed dramatically. We can no longer afford to wait. This is our final night. If we fail to dispose of the body, this is a splendid idea. Marwan swiftly transformed his anxiety into delight, praising, "Your foresight is commendable. A true traveler thinks ahead. I shall fetch the rope at once." As he spoke, he reopened the door, only to have the smile on his face freeze instantaneously. The farm owner's son was gripped by sheer terror, his entire frame trembling uncontrollably. "Forgive me for interrupting your rendezvous," came the voice of an uninvited guest from outside, languidly. The figure was an old pirate, his chin adorned with a scraggly beard, and a tattered gray hat perched atop his head. When he smiled, a mouthful of decayed teeth was revealed. His gaze settled upon the wooden barrel behind Marwan, and he raised an eyebrow. "So, poor Vic has been languishing there these past few days?" Zhang Heng, in a matter of moments, assessed the situation. With remarkable speed, he drew his short pistol from his waist, aiming it at the old pirate. Yet, the latter's demeanor remained unchanged. "Trust me, lad," the pirate said. "I have faced guns directed at me more times than you have tasted salt. Allow me to predict what will unfold. You pull the trigger, I fall dead. Of that, I harbor no doubt. However, the gunfire will awaken the vanguard next door. You might either be slain in the ensuing struggle or captured and executed. I cannot determine which fate is more dire, but considering our ages, this transaction seems rather unwise. Does it not?" Zhang Heng fell silent for a moment, having come to the realization that the old pirate's presence here tonight was no mere coincidence. It seemed that the adversary had long been watching them, merely biding their time until this moment to confront them. However, from a more optimistic perspective, it appeared that the old pirate had no intention of seeking justice for the bald man in the barrel. Otherwise, there would not be only him standing outside the door. Zhang Heng resolved to first listen to the other's intentions.